Chapter 644, The One Whose Poor is Me. After an eternity. The same battlefield, another massive war erupted. The three eldritchs, Soul Master and Elite King knew each other. Even though their power was nothing like before, each movement they made still flowed with wisdom, and contained the power of a wisdom elite. It was far and away from something a heavenly realm deity could compare to. Soul Master raised her jade hands, and thousands of rays of light condensed in her fingertips. Her voice carried power as she said, "Destroy everything into silence." The unending wisdom received the signal, turning into unlimited shreds of wisdom, each one enough to destroy the world. The shreds flowed, and terrifying power radiated, causing everything to turn to dust. Compared to last time, Soul Master was obviously stronger. There was no unfamiliarity to her use of her powers, and when she raised her hands, she exuded absolute beauty. The Eldritch Elite snorted coldly, raising his hands and grasping the void as he shouted, "Grasp yin and yang." In a flash, a large hand appeared, and with a small grab, it grasped the shreds of wisdom, shattering Soul Master's spell. It was an amazing battle. After an eternity, the rare wisdom elites were fighting. Under the skies, the lands that were devoid of wisdom were suddenly filled with it, materializing into horrifying images, turning the void they fought in as deep as the seas. Even though everything seemed calm, the moment anyone got close, they would be turned to dust by the turbulence. King Elite and Soul Master were up 2 against 1, but they were in no disadvantage. King Elite's corpse roared, and each punch of his could shatter laws. Soul Master was graceful, never panicking as she raised her arms, and her power was majestic. "One zombie and one soul remnant, you actually dared to step onto this battlefield, then let this be your burial spot." Suddenly, one of the Eldritch Elites roared. He looked at Guzan. "Throw out the sky-swallowing idol." "Understood, Senior." Guzan did not say another word, and threw the sky-swallowing idol right into the air. Anything an elite wanted, no one could stop. With the wave of the elite's hand, the sky-swallowing idol floated in between the Eldritch Elites, and it let out a dark light, like a beast that had just woken up, wanting to swallow everything in the world. The three elites poured their power into the sky-swallowing idol, and suddenly, the idol started to expand. It expanded extremely quickly. It was a strange idol, and the open mouth took up 2/3 of the sculpture. Because it was too eye-catching, it was usually disregarded. With the Eldritch Elite's powers, in a flash, the idol was already over 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. It floated in the air, it was mouth-wide. Looking up, it was like the sky was opening its mouth, causing quite the shock. Whoosh! The terrifying pressure turned into frantic winds, raging. At that moment, the sky-swallowing idol looked like it could devour the heavens. Its mouth covered the whole ancient battlefield, as if it wanted to swallow up the whole battlefield. Countless strings shot out from its mouth, landing on everyone's bodies. They were strings made of wisdom, and had power that could not be fought against. Even Soul Master and King Elite could not avoid it, and were tied up by the strings. "Ah, it's started again. It's absorbing our power." What are the Eldritch sky-swallowing idols? Are they holy tools of the race? Each catastrophe, they bring in these idols and swallow up massive amounts of power. How despicable, I can't control my power at all. The Chaos Energy beings were filled with apprehension for the idol. Back then, those idols had caused quite a lot of casualties. Nanan's face was filled with curiosity and seriousness. She unleashed all her power, coldly saying, "Let's compare our powers, look at my heaven devour." Her eyes looked incredibly deep, turning into dark vortexes. Her little hands raised up, grabbing those strings. Dragon asked, "Nanan, how is it?" Nanan said, "It's okay, the idol can absorb my power. However, it's a pity that my current power can't stand up against theirs. If they were the same rank as me, they would not be able to beat me." Dragon smiled and said, "Hee, the sky-swallowing idol doesn't seem to be able to absorb my power either." Old Dragon said, "No need to be surprised, the power in your body has undergone changes. It's not something regular energy can be compared to. It would be strange if that thing could absorb your power." Blackie stood there like nothing was happening, ignoring the absorption. The dog said, "That's right, our powers were given to us by our master, and they have unlimited potential within our bodies, how could it just be sucked away?" They followed Li Nianfan, and what they ate and drank on a daily basis were things that exceeded heaven and earth, and even contained wisdom. Then, just with some regular exercise, it manifested into a lot of terrifying power. Just from the weight of their powers, it was incredibly heavy, who could absorb it. Xiao Changfeng was already anxious to the point of crying, "Hey, Lord Dog, old dragon, stop watching the show. Could you quickly think of a plan? They might not be able to absorb you, but they're still absorbing us." Feeling his power diminishing was far too painful for someone who liked to boast as much as he did. Juling Shen roared out as well, "That's right, quickly save our lives." At that moment, Soul Master's gaze suddenly fell on everyone, and her voice could be heard. "Lend me some chocolate." Cultivator Junjun and the others were shaken. That was right, their powers were not enough, but they could help Soul Master. If Soul Master got stronger, then she would naturally be able to defeat the eldritch. It seemed like Soul Master had already carved chocolates into her memory. "Sister Soul Master, I have chocolates." Dragon obediently spoke before throwing some chocolates at Soul Master. She felt that it was not enough, and decided to just throw the other food she had with her at Soul Master. Apples, tangerines, eggs, milk, honey. It was not much, but there were many types. They were all brought with her because she was a glutton. "Sister Soul Master, other than the chocolates, the others are quite good as well. I hope they can help you." Looking at the things flying in the air, everyone was shocked, thinking that they were in an illusion, or that they were hallucinating. The chaos energy beings almost exploded. "What a terrifying egg, it's so round and smooth, and it radiates spiritual insights. It's definitely the most perfect egg in the history of phoenixes. Where did that milk come from? When did the cow race produce such a godly cow, able to produce such godly milk? To be able to produce such a heaven-defying honey, it's definitely something at the pinnacle of chaos. I've never heard of it before. This girl isn't just the #1 genius of the dragon race, behind her, there are also various geniuses of the other species within the chaos. It's so scary, absolutely horrifying." As for the eldritchs, they were shocked as well. How could she have so many chaos spiritual roots? They are all ultimate treasures. Where did she get them from? A huge secret, there's definitely a huge secret behind them. Terrifying, there's a big horror hiding in the chaos. Quick, stop them. The 3 eldritch elites made a move at the same time. However, they were a step late. Soul Master had already eaten the chocolate. She had already heard about the expert that supported everyone, so she was not that surprised. She even gave some to King Elite. She could not believe that, after using the expert's chocolates to turn the tables last time, it would be the same case again. In a flash, Soul Master and King Elite's powers rapidly rose, completely suppressing the 3 eldritch elites. It was a horrifying suppression, causing the eldritch elites to feel suffocated. The eldritch elites cried out, "Quickly, suppress them." They used all their energy and tried to use the sky-swallowing idol to suppress them. Yet, the Soul Master's spiritual energy soared, and she grasped the Chaos flag, giving it a wave. Horrifying energy surged out, causing the skies to shake, and the sky-swallowing idol cracked apart. With the Soul Master's wave, the sky-swallowing idol turned to dust. King Elite rushed out immediately. "Eldritchs, die!" He sent out a punch at one of the eldritch elites, and wisdoms of annihilation flowed out right at that eldritch elite. The eldritch elite let out a cry, and tried to use his powers to block it, but he was immediately annihilated. "Ah, no!" With that cry of agony, the eldritch elite's body of energy was completely destroyed. The 2 remaining elites were filled with horror, and no longer had the will to fight, wanting to retreat. Yet, Soul Master waved the banner for the 3rd time. Ripples formed in the void, heaving straight for the 2 eldritch elites. Under their reluctant cries, they were eliminated. "Dead, our eldritch elites are actually dead." No, how could that be possible? The eldritch energy beings fell into hopelessness, the die was already cast. As for the heavenly dragons, they were completely dumbfounded. They actually defected from the winning side to the losing side. Was there anything sadder in the world? Furthermore, they had seen what Dragon was throwing out, and they regretted it so much their hearts were cramping up. We had such an amazing figure in front of us and we did not treasure her, and we actually made an enemy of her. The heavenly dragon elders immediately prostrated themselves in front of Dragon and begged for mercy. "We were wrong, it was our fault, please have mercy as our fellow dragons." The heavenly dragon race pleaded, "Please have mercy on us." Old Dragon stood by the side, leaving it to Dragon. Dragon suddenly turned into a dragon emperor, and an air of nobility replaced her innocent demeanor as she casually said, "Kill. Not bad, little girl, you should be like this. Everyone, be careful when you kill them. They're all amazing delicacies, We should bring them back to the expert. Very quickly, the dust settled. The chaos energy beings all gathered around Dragon, looking at her intensely. "Little girl, where did you get that egg from earlier? Is it from a phoenix? What cow did you get that milk from? Why did she let you squeeze her?" The crowd all had their own questions, and eagerly awaited their answers. Dragon said, "Eggs are naturally from chickens, and the milk is from the cows in the backyard. They're being raised by us, so shouldn't they give us eggs and milk?" "What? How could regular eggs be compared to that egg? If that was really so, it's an insult to the phoenix race." "A milking cow? What is this crazy thing? Aren't you just abusing her? This is the future of the cow race. Ah, I'm so angry. How could they be humiliated like this? They're definitely forced." They were all furious. Dragon blinked, saying, "No, they're all very willing. They even compete to see who makes more, they work really hard." Everyone was dumbfounded, and looked at Dragon in disbelief. "How is that possible?" Dragon smiled. "They were all able to grow up to his degree thanks to Big Brother. Furthermore, they get the chaos spiritual fruits that we don't finish and many other delicacies. Who wouldn't be willing? I definitely wasn't some chaos heavenly dragon before, I only turned into one because of Big Brother." "Big Brother?" All of them took in a cold breath, their worldviews were completely shattered. They even thought that they were listening to a legend. The most noble bloodline in the chaos was casually made by a man? He produced such heaven-defying bloodlines just so they could lay eggs and produce milk? An expert, your Big Brother is definitely a heavenly expert. They were all dumbfounded. Dragon frowned. "You seemed unhappy with my Big Brother's ways earlier?" Everyone immediately jumped in fright, shaking their heads as they said, "Not me, I did not, don't say that. Miss Dragon, you definitely have to let those chickens properly lay eggs, don't let them embarrass themselves in front of your brother. Please tell those cows to make sure the milk they make tastes as good as possible, the cow race is proud of them." The energy dragon asked, "Little girl, what do you do?" He was worried. Everyone else's races either laid eggs or made milk, he was scared that the dragon race would not be able to compete. Dragon said, "I help him tend the land, I'm good in tilling the fields and watering the plants." "That's good." The dragon let out a sigh of relief, before awkwardly saying, "Little girl, I said I wanted to give you a present earlier, but now it seems like it's actually not worth it much, please don't mind." They actually wanted to give Dragon a surprise, but after seeing Dragon in action earlier, they realized that they were actually the poor ones. Dragon asked, "What's the present?" The bodies of energies looked at each other with determination in their eyes, and at the same time, the energies on their bodies started to disperse, condensing in the void. Cultivator Junjun and the others were shocked. You guys." Dragon realized something as well, and immediately sobbed as she said, "I don't want this present anymore, please stop. Don't be sad. We were always just condensed by the countless spirits in battle and 10 of the dead on the battlefield. To be able to make one last contribution to the chaos is the best thing we can do. This is just a little token we're giving to our descendants, we hope it will help all of you." Slowly, their bodies faded, and the energy that was condensing got brighter and brighter. It finally turned into a red ball. The ball's shape was a little strange, there were bumps on the surface, like the scales of a dragon. Dragon wiped away her tears, widening her eyes as she said, "Hey? Why does it look like a fruit?" Chapter 645, A Shocking Plot Twist, Resurrecting People from the River of Time. Suddenly, Dragon stopped crying and happily said, "I'll bring some back for Brother Lee." She then carefully packed up the fruit. The chaos energy beings would have had a heart attack at Dragon's 180-degree change. How could the expert be all that she was thinking about when confronted with their tragic tale? Cultivator Junjun and the rest of the group came forward with shiny eyes. "It's really a fruit." "Yes. The expert will definitely love this." "Yeah, let's quickly bring it back to the expert. Well, our time has certainly been well spent." Suddenly they froze in place when they felt an oppressive aura coming from the Soul Master and Elite King who were facing each other as their energy current clashed against each other in the air. "The answer you're looking for lies somewhere deep in that river," said the Soul Master with an air of indifference. The Elite King nodded at her and walked along the river path. The space around him seemed to become distorted as he quickly vanished from their sight. "Soul Master, what river is this?" Dragon asked, brimming with curiosity. "Rivers are normally made up of silt deposits while this river is made up of time deposits. Thus, it was named the River of Time," replied the Soul Master. Everyone's eyes widened at the same time. They could not believe the river of time really exists in the universe. This meant they would be able to go back in time and undo all the things that brought them regret. That would give them the ability to rewrite histories. Their breath became labored as their minds went into overdrive. Don't even think about it. Not one of you possesses enough cultivation to travel through the river of time. There's no doubt you all will become lost and trapped inside at your current level, said the Soul Master, bringing them all back to the present. Cultivator Junjun took a deep breath. Never in our wildest dreams will we expect the river of time to be here. The Soul Master shook her head. It didn't used to be here. Someone must have willed it here. Everyone sucked in a breath of air. Who in the world possesses the ability to do that? The Soul Master looked at them with a hint of surprise. I guess it's probably the expert. Yes. It's probably him. Who else could it be? Oh, so the expert had already planned this all along. He's a genius. Do you think the expert is making preparations to change the course of history? The praises came fast once the realization dawned on them. After all, the expert is of an omnipotent existence to them. Soul Master, do you have any idea on what the expert is planning to do? Nu asked. Only when they knew what the expert was planning to do could they be of service to him. The Soul Master did not reply immediately. Instead, she changed the topic. The existence of the river of time was an impossible feat of itself. It will never be recognized by chaos. The fact this amount of energy could gather in this ancient battleground is due to the existence of the river of time. The reflection of the years meant that the era had been resurrected. The group felt there was a hidden message in her words but chose not to delve deeper into it. I came here to find the remnant soul of my past and accidentally entered the river of time. While there, I discovered many secrets. One of them being the reason for the loss in the battle of Great Tribulation. Someone had purposely messed with the river of time. The Soul Master tone was low and grave. Someone wants to go back in the river of time to kill the young elite. The group gasped out in horror and there was anger in their eyes. Shameless. What a coward. The eldritch clan must be behind this. Yeah. They had to resort to this kind of method because they couldn't win in a real fight against the elite beings. The Soul Master had somewhat recovered after entering the river of time and had gained more knowledge. My guess is the expert plans to resurrect someone from the river of time. Everyone broke out in goosebumps at her word, scarcely believing what they had heard, for what she was suggesting was an impossible, near impossible feat. Even in the divinely controlled world of the three realms in the prehistoric, it would be difficult to obtain an approval from the underworld. What was more to say about the three realms for the whole of chaos? It would mean that one would have to have the whole of chaos under their control to be able to resurrect someone. Not to mention, the time-traveling factor drastically increased the level of difficulty of the task. Besides, the expert would not expend so much effort for a normal person. It would have to be for someone of the elite being level. The Soul Master waited for everyone to finish processing the new information before continuing on. Based on what you've told me, the expert is surrounded by many incredible things, chaos spiritual treasures, and has created many chaos bloodlines. It would not be far-fetched of me to say he's trying to resurrect the elite beings and extinct chaos spiritual roots. They had guessed correctly, the expert was really planning to resurrect the elite beings. Do you mean to say the plants in the expert's backyard and the energetic beings he's keeping could all be the elite beings from the past? Cultivator Junjun asked incredulously. The Soul Master nodded her head. Yes. He did not limit himself to resurrecting those from the battle of Great Tribulation but all of the elites and spiritual roots since time immemorial. Once again, the group gasped out in horror. They felt their brains were about to explode from the sheer ambitiousness of the expert. Am I the reincarnation of an elite being as well? That doesn't seem likely, for I don't have any memory of my previous life, said Old Dragon, who was in a state of shock. According to logic, he should be, since he had been kept in the backyard's pond all this while. Resurrection is not the same concept as walk-in, which is inheriting the battle soul of the elite being. Your memories might come back to you one day or they might not. It doesn't mean that you will become a completely different person. There were many different wisdom involved in this matter and it could not be easily explained in such a short time. Besides, the chaos would not have allowed it anyway. The same thing as last time happened to the Soul Master again. She found herself being censored by the chaos. I wonder which of the elite's battle soul heritage did the Old Dragon inherit if he's really a reincarnated being. Do you think it's the lackadaisical elite? Cultivator Junjun mused with a faint smile on his lips. I'm not deserving of your praise. I'm just Old Dragon now, said Old Dragon, returning the smile. Oh, you thought it was a praise, said a deadpan Cultivator Junjun. What else could it be? Old Dragon asked quizzically. Dragon batted her eyelid. Soul Master, why did Brother Li choose to live his life as a mortal? She was more worried about this matter for it concerned Li Nianfang's life and death. He's probably, replied the Soul Master. The group became increasingly frustrated at the censor. The fates will be changed if I say it out loud. Anyways, just don't disturb his cultivation training, okay? Keep in mind that it will be the end for chaos should anything untoward happen to the expert, said the Soul Master with an air of resignation. The group felt pressured by the tone of her voice. However, they were in agreement with the Soul Master's word and gave their promises. Got it. We'll protect the expert with everything we've got. The Soul Master nodded her head and entered the River of Time without saying anything further. She felt called by the River of Time, as if something of importance to her was pulling her inside. The group started at the river and countless thoughts flashed through their minds. It was akin to feeling of magnanimity when confronted with an ocean's boundless horizon. Let's go. We should head back now, said Old Dragon serenely. Yes, let's bring the game meat and fruit back to the expert. Hold on a minute. I wanna get some materials from here so I can ask Master to fix my short leather pants, said Blackie. After a while, the group left the ancient battleground and created a barrier to hide the location before going back to the area of the gods. Inside the four-part architecture, Li Nianfang was playing hide-and-seek with Daji, Fire Phoenix, Qin Manyun, and Tukan. He was blindfolded and groping around for the four girls who were weaving around him. Master, I'm here. Master Li, come here. You'll never catch me. Ha, I caught you. However, all Li Nianfang could feel was the coldness of a metal Nyaki. Master, the way you're touching me is making me blush, said Xiao Bei. Shit Xiao Bei, what are you doing here? Li Nianfang asked with surprise. Master, you're making me sad. I can speak in a female voice too if you want, replied Xiao Bei. Then, in a high-pitched voice, play with me, Brother Li. Ugh, that's enough. Li Nianfang felt his stomach churning. Don't blame me for ending your life if you keep this up. The game then ended due to Xiao Bei's interruption. It was just as well as everybody was tired. They sat down to rest. Xiao Bei, make us some freshly squeezed juice, ordered Li Nianfang. Suddenly, Dragon's and Nanan's voices could be heard coming from outside. Brother Li, we're back. Come in, said Li Nianfang with a smile. Cultivator Junjun, Nuwa, Dragon and Nanan went in the four-part architecture to pay their respect to Li Nianfang. Greetings to Lord Saint. Their feelings toward Li Nianfang had changed. The respect they felt for him was like a geyser blowing. Before them, was the expert who could will the River of Time into existence, resurrect the elites, and the mastermind behind every plan. He was the king of all idols and yet had always treated them as equal. At the thought of this, they could feel tears about to come out of their eyes. You're all here. How's everything? Did you manage to solve the problem? Li Nianfang asked. Dragon nodded her head. Although there was a huge obstacle in the way, we've managed to solve everything and obtain some really good stuff. It was only then Li Nianfang noticed the 10 or so heavenly dragons' corpses. Even in their death there was a dignity to them that could not be easily eliminated. Oh. They're silver dragons. These are quite rare. Li Nianfang gave them a good look and started drooling. He was looking forward to the dishes he would create with the new ingredient. The more attractive the game meat was, the more Li Nianfang wanted to have a taste of it. These dragons tried to kill me, Dragon said angrily. What? How dare they? Don't worry, Brother Li will take care of them. Li Nianfang said in an equally angry tone. He knew the dragon only went out because she was summoned by a senior heavenly dragon. It might have had something to do with the heritage, so it was not surprising when the dragons tried to kill Dragon. Thank you, Brother Li, Dragon said with a nod. She then took out the fruit and said, by the way, we've brought you this too. Can you check whether this is a fruit? A dragon fruit? Li Nianfang cried out happily. It was indeed a happy surprise. Before long, he would have collected all the fruits in his previous life. Is this really a fruit? Dragon asked happily and excitedly. Li Nianfang nodded. Yes. Thank you all. Then he turned to Xiao Bei and ordered him to bring out a fruit knife, which he promptly brought out. Brother Li, you don't plan to grow it? Is this not plantable? Are you sure you want to cut it like this? It's the only one after all, Dragon said. Ha, silly girl. Of course I'm going to grow it. But we'll need to get the seeds from inside. He then cut the dragon fruit in half to reveal its white flesh dotted with millions of black seeds. See, these black dots are the seeds. I'll need to pick them out for planting. I can guarantee you there'll be enough for all once the seeds are grown. Oh, so that's how it works, Dragon said with a voice full of admiration. It was at this time Blackie padded toward Li Nianfang and muzzled his head against his legs. He looked up towards him with big say puppy dog eyes. Li Nianfang looked down and became shocked. What happened? Why is there a big hole in your pants? Blackie laid down all the fur and leather skin he had collected from the ancient battleground on the floor. Master, can you fix my leather pants? He asked pitifully. Li Nianfang smiled at his ingenuity of preparing the materials beforehand. He patted him on the head and said adoringly, of course, I'll patch it up for you soon. Chapter 646, Eating Cured Meat with Tears in Eyes. Li Nianfang picked out the dragon fruit seeds and cut the rest of the flesh into pieces to be divided up amongst the group. The taste was exactly as how he remembered it, but alas, the texture was found to be less than desirable. This dragon fruit's cultivation method needs to be improved. The texture is still slightly off. You all will know what I'm talking about once I grow it myself. The group had no doubt about what he said and nodded accordingly. They would never be stupid enough to argue with Li Nianfang. Besides, there was still a significant difference between this dragon fruit and the rest of Li Nianfang's fruit. The dragon fruit was, after all, made up by the energetic beings. Should I leave? The chaos energetic beings thought to themselves. There's so much dragon meat. There's simply too much. Li Nianfang became deep in thought. He decided to give out the dragon meat to the people around him. This way they would owe him a favor and strengthen their bonds. Empress Nuwa, I plan to make these into cured meat. Why don't you come and get them when they're ready and share them with the people from Xia Kingdom and Spiritual Mountain, said Li Nianfang with a smile. Okay, I thank you on their behalf, Lord Saint, said Nuwa. She was grinning from ear to ear. The rest of the days went by in a blur for those residing in the four-part architecture. They needed to remove the dragon scales, peel off the skin, remove the tendons and cut into manageable pieces in preparation for curing it. It was tedious work indeed. From time to time, Li Nianfang was grappled with a sense of surrealism at how the four-part architecture had become a slaughterhouse for dragon meat. When that happened, he would become more pumped up, for he was sure the previous him could not imagine the scene before him now. After all, what he held in his hands was stuff of legends and myth. It was a freaking real dragon, for crying out loud. A mere mortal like him coming face to face with so many dragons, albeit they were all dead, was a miracle in itself. He was sure he had done all who had transmigrated before proud. I should not waste any dragon part. I can use the scales to make some clothes. As for the blood, maybe I can make it into a medicinal bath or realize my dream of making a dragon blood wine. What should I do with the tendons? Oh, I know, I can make it into a bow. I bet I'll look cool with a new weapon. Li Nianfang was like a little kid in a candy shop as he planned out what he was going to make with every inch of the dragon's body. Oh, I almost forgot. I'll still need to patch up Blackie's leather pants. Not a day goes by where I don't worry about him. Since the hole is directly where his butthole is, maybe I should do a patch in a mosaic pattern. Ha! Meanwhile, somewhere in the spiritual mountain, the big Lord Demon was sitting in the middle of a group of bald-headed devotees with a shawl wrapped around his body. He was receiving a Buddhist baptism and chanting the sutras as penance for all his previous sins. He gazed around the shiny bald heads around a face that said he had nothing to live for anymore as he was handled like a puppet by the monks. He sighed internally and thought, to think that Buddhism used to be the demon's #1 enemy. Heck, it was even wiped out by Luoho once. And now look at me, sitting here amongst these bald-headed donkeys. Woe is me. Well, if you can't fight them, join them. Anyways, it's better to be still alive than living a life of fear outside. At the same time, on the dragon planet, an infinite dragon force blanketed the planet while the cries of the strongest heavenly dragon echoed through the air. The chief of the heavenly dragon race sported a pair of shiny silver horns on their head and was born with 2 pupils in each eye. He was sitting on the heavenly dragon throne while a powerful aura continuously streamed out of his body. It was this aura that his ministers willingly subjugated to. Inside the main hall stood the 5 elders of the 5 dragon tribes with an ashen look on their faces. Is there still no news from the 3 elders? The heavenly dragon chief asked. I'm afraid not, said one of the dragon tribe elders. But we've already sent more men to investigate. We'll soon have our answers. The heavenly dragon chief slammed down his palm on the table. Useless. You're all useless, shouted him angrily, Didn't you all swear an oath that the three elders have captured a Chaos Heavenly Dragon girl, who is the most talented of all the dragon's bloodline, and would soon become the wife for the prince? Do you think it's funny to lie to me?" With great expectations came great disappointments. He had the wedding all planned out, and if the dragon girl was as good as they said, then he would not even mind being the groom. He was all pumped up at the thought of the heavenly dragon race's revival and had been waiting patiently for the good news. But it was like the three elders had disappeared from the face of the universe since the last message. How could he not be angry now? Suddenly, a pale-faced follower rushed in from the outside and said in a panicky voice, "Through the three elders' aura, we discovered." "Spit it out. What did you discover?" the heavenly dragon chief asked coldly. "We discovered their aura was all over the place and that no new aura could be detected. They're all dead," the follower lamented. The 5 tribal elders' faces turned purple with rage. "Who dares to kill our heavenly dragon race? Their aura was all over the place? Could they have moved their corpses? We shall not take this lying down. They're obviously trying to provoke us. We must avenge them by killing them all." Their voices were full of arrogance and bloodlust. The heavenly dragon chief did not say anything as he sat quietly on the throne with his eyes closed. He waited for the ruckus to die down before saying anything. "Do you know where they are now?" "Their last location was somewhere in the area of the gods. I did not look further than that, and from what I know, none of the dragons from the other tribes survived as well," replied the follower. The heavenly dragon chief nodded his head. According to the information given by the three elders, the Chaos Heavenly Dragon bloodline came from the area of the gods, right? It seems like she did not come from a simple background. All of the dragon tribes had been summoned to the ancient battleground, and yet only the dragons from the area of the gods survived. He paused for effect before continuing on. "Send a message to all the other dragons in the chaos stating that the heritage from the ancient battleground had fallen into the hands of someone from the area of the gods and who killed all the other dragons. Tell them I would be more than willing to join forces with them to enact justice upon the culprits." "Yes, sir." The follower then left the main hall to spread the message. After that, all the different dragon tribes in chaos received the message. "How dare they kill our race?" the dragon horse tribe said. "What exactly is the heritage in the ancient battleground? It must be very powerful for everyone wanting to get their hands on it." "Area of the gods? I've always wanted to go there. I pledge my allegiance to join forces." "The dragons in the area of the gods must be fakes. We are the true bloodline. I'm not scared with the heavenly dragon by our side. We'll be unstoppable with their power." The various dragon tribes sent in their reply and began to gather their power. The momentum created a dark stream aiming straight for the area of the gods. 5 days passed by in a blink of an eye. Li Nai and Fang had finished making his cured meat and given them to the people at the Heavenly Palace. On the very same day, the Heavenly Palace organized a party to taste the cured meat and flat peach. The happiest of them all were the Kirins, for they and the dragons were natural-born enemies. "So this is what the heavenly dragon from the chaos tastes like. From the looks of the flesh alone, one could tell they are a very powerful race." "Yes. I can't believe we're eating the meat of our natural-born enemy. It tastes so good. Ha ha ha. We're so lucky to have the expert as a friend." Meanwhile, at the empath sect, Qin Zhongshan was carrying a bundle of cured meat with a wide grin on his face. It took all of Qin Yun and Qin Shuyue's willpower to stop themselves from eating all the cured meat then and there. "It's nice of the expert to give us all these cured meat. We're so blessed to have him as a friend. What have we done to deserve his kindness? I can't wait. I want to eat it now." "No, we have to offer it to the Buddha first to show our sincerity." Jiki, the Buddha, and the group of monks stared in a daze at the cured meat offering in front of them. They started to chant. They were monks who had taken a vow to abstain from meat. Was the expert testing their resolve by giving them the cured meat? "I know." Jik said suddenly. "The expert wants us to use these cured meat in our Buddhahood training. We should practice our willpower by only chanting at the meat and not eating it." "Isn't this a form of torture?" the big lord demon asked. He was visibly dumbfounded and drools were trickling out of his mouth. "I'm going crazy. I want to eat some meat. Even a lick would do. I don't want to be a monk anymore. I beg of you, please." It was the first time the poor big lord demon came across a meat as fragrant as the one before him. Li Nai and Fang had no ulterior motive for giving out the cured meat, and yet his act had caused quite a ruckus in the area of the gods, attracting the attention of everyone. Those who had received the cured meat from him naturally became cocky and could not wait to show off the gift of honor. On the opposite end, Those that did not receive the cured meat became gloomy and swore to themselves they would work harder at befriending the expert. 3 days passed again and the night air was as cold as ice water. Outside of the chaos gathered a terrifying energy as they shot across the sky, leaving the air trembling in their wake. The group was led by the heavenly dragon chief as they aimed straight for the area of the gods. There were only 2 things in his mind, revenge and dragon. He would not stop at anything to make her the bride for his son. "Dragons, now is the time for us to take over the area of the gods," he said in a rousing voice. "Yes. We'll show them what the dragons are made of. I bet there's nothing great about the area of the gods anyways. There are all kinds of powerful people in the area of the gods. It would be prudent for us to keep our heads low to gain a footing in the situation first." After the discussions ended, they majestically entered the area of the gods. As soon as they were within the city, they became attracted by the things around them, but the feeling was soon replaced with overwhelm at the vastness of the place. "Where should we go first?" someone asked. The heavenly dragon chief closed his eyes to better trace the aura of the dead heavenly dragons. In a few seconds or so, he opened his eyes and stared fixedly in a particular direction. "Everyone, follow me." The group did as he ordered and soon arrived in a mountainous area. On top of each mountain stood a glittering gold temple and Buddhist music could be heard coming out of them. "Too noisy." The heavenly dragon chief frowned and unleashed a terrifying energy which wiped out all of the temples. Only the sound of silence could be heard after that. What happened? What a terrifying aura. It's an enemy attack. Look up at the sky. There's so many of them and they don't seem too friendly. Quickly ask the Buddha to come here. The dragons looked down at the panicking monks from up above the sky. The absurdity of them caused them to laugh out loud. Those baldies look like a bunch of ants scurrying on the ground. Wow, their heads are super shiny under the night sky. There doesn't seem to be any skilled fighters amongst them. This should be an easy job. Huh? Did you guys feel that? It feels like a dragon's aura. The dragons all fixed their gaze in a particular direction at the same time. They were greeted with the sight of a bundle of cured meat. Is that dragon meat? It can't be. Who would dare to do this? It smells so good. It must taste delicious. The sound of collective swallowing caused a ripple in the sky. The heavenly dragon chief was staring at the cured meat too and with a wave of his hand summoned it to him. The fragrance of the cured meat became thicker now that it was so close to him. "This is indeed made from dragon meat and belongs to one of our elders to boot." His voice was full of sadness and rage. "He has been turned into cured meat. Poor him." He then took a bite of the cured meat. So delicious. His tears kept on falling. Only he knew those were not tears of sadness but tears of happiness at how delicious the cured meat was. He took another bite. How could anyone be so cruel? The cured meat became lesser by the seconds and the other dragon's elders could not help but say, "Leave some for us." And us. Sharing is caring. Never in my life would I expect dragon meat to be so delicious. It seems like I have passed the point of no return. I have a great idea. The rest of the dragons had to do everything in their power to not run away with the remaining cured meat. "Amitabha," a voice suddenly said from behind. The voice belonged to Jiki, who was bathed in a golden Buddha light. Following behind him was a group of tall monks who were half covered in shawl, revealing their muscular body, which created an impactful visual effect. They were none other than heavenly dragon armies. Chapter 647, Just how many terrifying creatures does the expert keep? The big lord demon, who was standing behind the monks, was on the verge of having a breakdown. "No way this is happening. I've only been here for a while and have to go through all this?" he thought. He was hoping to live out the rest of his life peacefully amongst the monk. He did not wish to go back to a life where he had to be on his toes all the time. It seemed like he was proven wrong once again. Buddhism could not protect him. Whichever way he swung, demonism or Buddhism, trouble would always find him. The heavenly dragon chief swallowed the last of the meat and turned his cold eyes toward the monks. "You will all pay for making cured meat out of the heavenly dragon race. Tell us, where are the rest of you now?" He had 2 goals in mind. First, to find the Chaos Heavenly Dragon Girl, and second, to get his hands on the heritage found in the ancient battleground that was passed on by their ancestors. It was obvious to him none of the monks was who he was looking for, so he was sure there was a mastermind behind them all. "I'm afraid I can't tell you that," Jiki said calmly with his palms pressed together. "You will all, too, pay for destroying my temples and killing my followers." "Us, pay?" the heavenly dragon chief said with a cold laugh. "We're here to avenge the deaths of our comrades. You should be the one who pays." "That's right. Do you think you can get away with killing our comrades?" Kill all the monks to show them the dragon race is not to be crossed. Tell us now who killed our comrades or else we'll kill you." The other dragons said. Their murderous aura caused the clouds to darken and gathered in an ominous way. "Their fates were sealed long ago and there will only be death for the rest of you should you be determined to investigate further," said Jiki. He was, of course, referring to the expert. The expert's will was akin to heaven's will. These dragons had no right to question his will. Jiki's words were meant as a warning, but to the dragon's ears they sounded like a challenge. "He must be joking. He's looking down on us, isn't he? How dare you bald-headed donkey speak like that? It just makes me want to investigate more. Let's see if we'll really meet our ends. Come at me. Let's see if you have the power to back you up," the heavenly chief dragon said with narrowed eyes. He then raised his hand and endless lightning in the form of a dragon claw struck down from the dark clouds above them. Their power crackled throughout the air while brightening the night sky like the sun. The electric current erupted here and there in the thin air with enough power to tear apart the heaven. All of them could feel the numbness tingling through their body. It felt as if there was a giant lightning dragon in the sky, rushing with his claws out toward the monks. The monks were all looking at the sky with a grave expression on their faces. They quickly activated their Buddha light and moved to their position to create a battle formation. Zhang Long in position. Fu Hu in position. 180 Arhit in position. Apocalypse Sky Dragon. A giant golden dragon created from the thick Buddha light appeared in the sky with a ferocious roar. Wrapped in endless power, it began to confront the dragon claw. The golden dragon was covered in a rainbow-like sheen with its scales shining brilliantly and there was magnificent vitality flowing from its eyes. It seemed to have come to life and was more powerful than the average dragon. "Now this is interesting. It seems like they possess similar supernormal knowledge as us dragons," said the heavenly dragon chief with an eyebrow raised. "But a fake dragon would never compare to a real dragon." The lightning dragon claw tore apart the golden dragon with a powerful force and had it completely suppressed. The golden dragon bowed his head, and the aftershock of the terrifying lightning fell around all the surrounding hills, causing this spiritual mountain range to be razed to the ground while the sky still burned with the lightning. The Buddhist monks were repelled by the force and vomited blood. They all sustained heavy injuries. "Weak. You all are too weak. Ha ha ha, look at them all on their last breath. I had higher hopes for the area of the gods' power than this," said the dragons, hurling one insult after another. Only the heavenly dragon chief knew how much effort it took to take down the Apocalypse Sky Dragon. It only looked easy to the other dragons because he was the strongest of them all. As chief of the heavenly dragon, he could be likened to a super powerhouse. His ability had far surpassed those of the monks. The fact that they could withstand an attack of his with such a big gap in ability meant that the golden dragon was not as weak as what the others thought. "I was right. You all do not possess the power to kill the dragons. So why don't you quickly tell me who killed them?" the heavenly dragon chief said icily. Jiki sat cross-legged on the ground and pressed his palms together. "Amitabha, our lips are sealed." The rest of the monks echoed him. "Amitabha." Their faces were calm as if they were ready to meet their makers. After all that the expert had done for them, they would rather die than to reveal his whereabouts. The big lord demon was staring at the monks with his mouth agape. All that chanting must have made them stupid. Don't they know the dragons would not stop so easily? They will definitely investigate further, which means all your sacrifice would be useless. He thought to himself. Besides, the expert is so strong. Not to mention all the others as well. They will be able to take them out easily. Why not tell the dragons where they are? "Well then, it seems like you left me with no choice but to kill you all," said the heavenly dragon chief in a deep voice. "Go ahead," said Jiki serenely. The big lord demon started to panic and so he quickly stood up. "Hold on. I can show you the way." "You?" the heavenly dragon chief asked. "I'll be of good service to you, Lord Dragon. I'm very experienced in this kind of matter." Then he laughed before continuing on. "It's just that I have to warn you that the person we're about to meet possesses unimaginable power. It's better if we don't go at all." "Unimaginable power? Ha! You must not know the true extent of us dragons' power. Quit your yapping and show us the way before we change our mind," the other dragons said impatiently. Faced with this, the big lord demon was oddly calm. He even wanted to laugh out loud. All that the dragons said sounded so familiar to him. He tried to warn them again but received the same response. "All right, don't say I didn't try to warn ya. Let's go then," he finally said. Jiki watched the big lord demon leading them away and started to panic. "Hurry," Send out the signal to inform the Heavenly Palace and other Alliance members to tell them to do everything in their power to make sure the dragons would not disturb the expert. The big Lord Demon slid right into this whole job. Due to his rich experience, he was not worried about how all this would pan out. He even played a trick on the dragons whereby he did not immediately take them to the four-part architecture but purposely led them around a wild goose chase before going there. He did this to buy everyone some time. Everything went as he planned when he heard someone shout from the sky, "Halt! You've all been surrounded." Immediately, light beams shot out as Yang Jian, the heavenly soldiers, and the heavenly guards all entered the scene. Apart from them, they could all see the other strong figures peeking their heads out of the clouds. The Empath sect, the White Cloud sect, the 100-Flower sect, and the legendary Beast sect. They were all there with their fierce eyes fixed on the dragons and their monarch carousing wildly. The heavenly dragon chief swept his eyes over them and said, "Judging by the security here, we're definitely in the right place. Go back or else you'll regret the day you make an enemy out of the person inside," said Cultivator Junjun. "Since the very beginning, us dragons had never met an enemy we cannot defeat," the heavenly dragon chief said with a cold smile. "It's not that I look down on you all, but there's only a handful of people who would be able to take us on now that all the dragons have banded together. And those people do not include any one of you. Unless you defeat us all, don't even think you can take a step further," said Xiao Chengfeng determinedly. "He's right. We need to protect the expert no matter what. We didn't receive any cured meat from the expert, meaning to say we have not left a deep enough impression in his heart. We should use this as an opportunity to change that. The expert's meditation retreat is of the utmost importance. Make sure nothing goes wrong with it. Today, we have come together to protect the expert's meditation retreat at all cost," the group said determinedly. Ever since their return back from the ancient battleground, Cultivator Junjun had rounded everyone for a discussion on what the Soul Master had told him. Each of them were awed by what the expert was doing and wished they could prostrate themselves before him and worship there and then. Resurrecting the ancient battle souls? Only the expert would dare to do such a thing like this, for this was akin to going against the whole of chaos. They felt honored to be able to serve the expert, and not to mention they were indebted to them for all he had done for them. So it was only natural for them to be willing to sacrifice themselves for his sake. "You have no idea what you're all doing. For the sake of the whole of chaos, I advise you to surrender," said Nua in a serious tone. "Surrender?" The heavenly dragon chief with his eyes wide open. Then, as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century, he roared out in laughter, "Never in a million years would it have crossed my mind that us dragons would be looked down upon in a god-forsaken place like this. You really left me with no choice but to kill the person you so wish to protect and take over the area of the gods and make the dragon race glorious again." Then, without further ado, the heavenly dragon chief sent down the order they've all been waiting for. "Kill them all." Countless suppressive force surged up as the dragons fought with the expert's people. Their movement kicked up a whirlwind which distorted the very fabric of space itself as the battle descended into a mess. Suddenly, they all gave out an attack at the same time which caused infinite mana to bloom in the sky in rainbow colors. Water and fire attack, wine and lightning attack, and all sorts of other attacks created a dizzying spectacle. The dragons had transformed to their original appearance, with the dragon horse galloping through the air, the yellow dragon fluttering their wings, and the silvery heavenly dragon breathing out thunder and lightning. The dragons were naturally the most powerful race in the whole of chaos. Each of the races was akin to a powerful sect and now had become even more powerful since joining forces together. There were 13 heavenly realm dragons, with 5 of them being the heavenly dragon race. The heavenly dragon chief was of course one of the 5. Under the alliance of the heavenly temple, although they had the same heavenly realm fighters as the dragons, their battle power was still lacking. They would not have lasted long if it was not for the formation of all the heavenly soldiers and heavenly guards. As the clock ticked by, the difference in power became even more obvious. "We're the top race in chaos. We're unassailable, invincible, and we'll always get what we want. Today, we'll see who the real victor is," the heavenly dragon chief said with a roar. His roar was imbued with all the majesty of a dragon, and when it erupted, they could feel a shred of power of wisdom, as if the sound of an exploding universe had slammed into their eardrums. The force destroyed their formation and they were sent flying across the air. Everyone was frustrated at how the battle was turning out. They hated how weak they were compared to the dragons. Seeing their pitiful state, each of the dragons' faces broke out in a triumphant smile. "That ought to show you who's the boss here, and if it doesn't, you all are more than welcome to come at us again." Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere else. "The top race? Huh. What nonsense. Everyone turned to the direction from where the voice was coming from. All they could see were 10 or so figures flying closer and closer to them from the distant mountain range. Under the moonlight, their feathers were glowing brilliantly while emitting a majestic aura. Everything under the sky paled in comparison against those feathers. Their sudden appearance made the dragons quake in their boots, for they felt a deep fear coursing through the blood. It's, someone stuttered. "Those are the chickens the expert keeps for eggs," Cultivator Junjun said. The experts, chicken? Most of them had never stepped foot inside the four-part architecture and felt their hearts about to explode with the secret knowledge. They had to hand it to the expert. Chaos Divine Phoenix. How is it possible for them to be here? The Heavenly Dragon Chief screamed with his eyes wide open. Shit, how is it possible for Chaos to birth such a terrifying bloodline? It's a good thing they haven't fully matured. We should kill it and drink their blood for nourishment, the dragons said. Who dares to call themselves the top race of Chaos? Someone asked. Immediately, 2 5-color sacred cows flew in on the deluxe merit cloud. They were glaring at the dragons while their beaming 5 colors enveloped the world. Do these cows belong to the expert too? Someone asked. Yes, they're the expert's milk cow, answered Cultivator Junjun. What breed of cow is this? Its bloodline is even more noble than mine, said the Heavenly Dragon Chief. A few seconds later, they could see a mass of black shadows flying to them along with the sound of buzzing. The mass of black shadows were filled with a wild and murderous aura. The dragons could not help but tremble with fear. Rare chaos creatures. Those are rare chaos creatures. Everyone, including the Heavenly Dragon Chief, all took a few involuntary steps back. Although the beast's power was not high, their strength lay in their numbers. No one would be able to come out alive once targeted by them. Someone gulped down their saliva and asked, do they belong to the expert too? Yes, the expert keeps them for their honey. Are there any more? Yes, but they might not come. Gasp. Just how many rare chaos creatures do the experts keep? The dragons were all on the verge of a breakdown. What kind of place is this? How is it possible for so many legendary creatures to exist here? It's a big secret. It's terrifying. Everybody calm down. We might still win this fight. Suddenly, they heard an order. Everyone stand back. I want to try out my new leather short pants. Chapter 648, The Power of the New Leather Short Pants. A bald dog appeared under the moonlight and he was striding toward them as if on a catwalk. Lord Dog is here. The people of the Heavenly Palace said. They were very close to him and seeing him was like seeing a family member. I was worried the dragons would disturb the expert's meditation retreat. Looks like that won't be the case now. Look, Lord Dog is wearing new leather pants with a new pattern on it. I can't see it clearly though. Lord Dog tore his leather pants in the ancient battleground. I'm guessing the expert fixed it for him. The Heavenly Dragon Chief raised his eyebrow and sized Blackie up. A bald dog? He asked with surprise. Compared to the other rare chaos creatures, Blackie seemed extremely normal. There were no light beams, no shocking scene, and with his appearances, he looked even worse than a stray dog. The dragons started to doubt him. Where did this dog come from? Surely he's not a friend of the rare chaos creatures. Birds of the same feathers flock together, so how did this dog manage to befriend them? I can't believe he's actually wearing short leather pants. Looking at it hurts my eyes. The world has gone to the dogs, literally. How dare he act so brazenly in front of us dragons? However, it was not long when they suddenly cried out, wait a minute. Take a closer look at his short leather pants. It doesn't seem to be ordinary pants at all. At first glance, Blackie's pants seemed to be made up of many small squares arranged in a very strange way. But when they took a closer look, it seemed as if that part of his body was blurred out. How is this possible? Even in my realm, I'm starting to feel a sense of surrealism. What are those squares exactly? It seems to be jumping around. I can't see clearly. It's as if he's hiding a huge, important secret underneath the pattern. I'm scared. It must be a kind of wisdom image. Not everyone can draw this. How is it possible that all I can see of the dog's SS is some kind of blurry silhouette? It was not only the dragon who were amazed by Blackie's pants, but also the Heavenly Palace force. They felt as if a whole new world had opened up before their very eyes. Ha! What rocks have you all been living under? Blackie asked with a smirk on his face. He pushed out his butt and said arrogantly, Master sewed this pattern for me. It's called a mosaic pattern. My old leather pants had evolved into mosaic leather pants. The Heavenly Dragon Chief gasped in admiration, This mosaic's ability to conceal and mess with one's vision is so powerful. Even he himself was affected by the pattern, which just proved that leather pants had reached the level of wisdom already. My power will shoot through the roof if I get my hands on it. Bald dog, I'll let you live if you give me your pants, said the heavenly dragon chief with burning desire in his eyes. The corners of Blackie's lips twitched up. Oh no, I couldn't possibly ask you to let me live. Why don't you show me how you plan to kill me? The chickens started to raise a ruckus. Lord Dog, we were here first, therefore have first dibs on them. Yeah, it's not every day we get to show off. Why don't you let us have some fun? The only thing we can do in the four-part architecture is lay eggs. We have to have some fun now. Blackie shook his head and said, no, you all have to remember that your first line of duty is to lay eggs. If not, what good would it be for you all to be by the expert's side? It's not that I don't want to let you all have some fun, it's just that my new leather pants are itching to have a go at them too. Then to the others he said, all of you don't interfere too. My leather pants said it wants to take out 10 of them. He then made his way slowly to where the dragons were. Insolent puny dog. No dog had ever dared to challenge us dragons since the beginning of time. Seems like he has forgotten he's a dog. We should amend that. The dragons cried furiously. They were a little cowed by the new arrivals, but not to the extent that they would run away with their tails between their legs. They were determined to band together and take out Blackie. They did not know the extent of Blackie's power, so did not think it would be prudent to keep him alive. Even the heavenly dragon chief had mounted an attack on him. At that moment, night had turned into day with the infinite destructive light covering the sky. The lights looked beautiful but deadly at the same time. Those were the attacks of all the dragons, each of them an elite of their own species. There were 13 heavenly realm fighters, with the rest of them being Chaos Daluo golden immortals. Their combined power was enough to destroy the place many times over. Be careful, Lord Dog, the people of the heavenly palace said. Ha, nothing to worry about, Blackie said with a barking laugh. He activated his mana and was instantly bathed in the light. He turned his back toward the dragons and jumped up to the sky, aiming his butt straight at them. Instantly, the wind blew and the clouds surged over. The power of fire, ice, lightning, hurricane exploded onto Blackie's butt in technicolors as hammer, spears and other weapons attacked his butt. It was a sight that would make anyone wince. However, Blackie's butt deflected those attacks away as if they were nothing. How is this possible? He's using nothing but his butt power to deflect our attacks. He even managed to deflect the heavenly dragon chief's attack. Could it be that he's a wisdom elite? It must be the leather pants. The leather pants are of the wisdom level. But how was it made? What a terrifying butt. What heaven-defying leather pants. Everyone was filled with admiration and panic at the same time. They suddenly felt their strength leaving their bodies when they realized their worldview had completely been upended. Calm down. He's only using it as a defense. There's nothing he can do if we run now. Everybody fall back. The heavenly dragon chief said calmly. The battle was not going to turn out in their favor. It was better for them to retreat and regroup. However, Blackie was obviously not going to make it easy for them. What do you think this place is? Coming and going as you please. Behold. Feast your eyes on the power of my upgraded leather pants. Infinite light beams began to shoot out from his leather pants as the mosaic pattern moved around. Instantly, the light beams changed to a mosaic-patterned light beam which crashed over the dragons like a tidal wave. Ah! I'm completely surrounded by mosaics. I can't see anything. He can even use the leather pants for attacks? Is he using formation or illusory techniques? Mosaics everywhere. I can't take it anymore. This is hell. I'm gonna faint. The dragons were completely blinded by mosaics and descended into madness. The heavenly dragon chief coldly scanned his surroundings and chose a random area to attack. Immediately, he heard someone cry out, "Ouch! Be careful everyone. Somebody ambushed me." Me too. The enemy is hiding out of our sight. What a coward. Forget about him. We should attack at the same time to break out of this mosaic world. With that, the dragons attacked their surroundings at the same time. Being a third-party observer, the citizens of the area of the gods could clearly see their attacks landing on the dragons' own comrades as pitiful shouts echoed all around them. One by one, the dragons started to fall to the ground. What happened was truly absurd. No one would have believed things to end up like this if they did not see it with their own eyes. Who would have thought so many elite fighters would be tricked by leather pants to kill their own? Amazing. Lord Dog single-handedly took out all the dragons. I can't believe a leather pants could possess this much power after being fixed up by the expert. The expert could turn any old junk into a treasure. He continuously opened up new worlds for me. I wish the expert's mojo would rub off on me. Maybe I'll become invincible then. Every one of them were gasping out in admiration, and their respect for the expert had reached a whole new level. Blackie's nose was pointed to the sky at his newfound power. These new pants is definitely cooler than the old one. Ha 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 ha. On the contrary, the dragons were looking at Blackie with eyes full of fear. Lord Dog, can you please tell us why you're targeting the dragons? At least then, I can die without regret, said one of the elders from the Yellow Dragon tribe. They finally understood they should have heeded the warning to not make an enemy out of them. They shuddered at the thought of the expert who was infinitely more powerful than this bunch. At their pitiful sight, the big Lord Demon simply shook his head. I've warned you all and yet were adamant for me to show you the way. I bet you all are regretting it now. Oh well, I'm not to blame in this matter. Why would I waste my time on you dragons? Blackie asked with an air of indifference. Didn't you kill us dragons in the ancient battleground? They were even made into cured meat. The elder replied. The cured meat contained only heavenly dragon meat. You would know if you just watched this. Blackie knitted his brow together, and with a wave of his paw, the scene of the ancient battleground appeared in the sky. DMN those heavenly dragons for turning their backs on their own comrades to gain the favor of the ancient race. Shameless. The heavenly dragons are truly shameless for killing their own. They were the ones who asked us to take up arms this time. What sellouts. Die, heavenly dragons. Arg. All the other dragons became livid after that. They were determined to seek revenge against the heavenly dragons. They would not have caused offense to the expert if the heavenly dragons did not rally them to take up arms. Now they were stuck between a rock and a hard place, and the most frustrating thing was they were played by their own race. Waves after waves of anger erupted out from the bottom of the heart, and the other dragons started to fight with the heavenly dragons. The heavenly dragon chief took the opportunity of the chaotic battle to transform into a giant silver dragon and flew up to the air in an act of escape. However, he was halfway up the sky when a dog paw descended from above him and nailed him to the ground, completely destroying his origins of life. You're being too naive if you think you can escape from me, said Blackie coldly. Lord Dog, I beg for your mercy. We only did what we did under the influence of the heavenly dragons. We're willing to surrender. Please, Lord Dog. Please let us dragons live, begged the other dragons pitifully after they had subdued the heavenly dragons. Blackie started to hesitate. In his eyes, these dragons were premium game meat. He was sure that the expert would enjoy an all-dragon feast. It was true. Only the heavenly dragons deserved to die, but it was also true, all the dragons there would taste delicious as a meal. Suddenly, Ao Chang stepped out from the crowd and bowed respectfully toward Blackie. Greetings Lord Dog. I'm Ao Chang, East Ocean Dragon King. Ao Chang had paid a visit to Li Nai and Fang before, so Blackie had seen him around. He nodded at him to continue. Lord Dog, the heavenly dragons were the instigator of this whole matter. The other dragons are only victims. I'm also a member of the dragon race, so I sincerely beg you to spare their lives. He stated his purpose first before ending it with an idea. There's an easier way of getting your hands on some dragon meat. You can request them to give up some of their flesh. He was good at kissing SS, so could easily tell what Blackie was thinking about. He remembered Lord Kunpeng and the West Ocean Dragon King managed to save themselves by using the same tactic. Not a bad idea at all, said Blackie with bright shiny eyes. We'll do just that. You go and choose some high-quality dragon race. Make sure you get one from each race. Yes, Lord Dog, said Ao Chang. The other dragons collectively breathed out a sigh of relief. They quickly made their way to Ao Chang to thank him. Thank you for saving our lives, friend. Are you a dragon from the area of the gods? Yes, I'm a local dragon, said Ao Chang with pride. Then with a grave expression, he said, I saved you all so that we can better serve the expert. From now on, we only receive orders from the Dragon Emperor, okay? Understood. But who is this Dragon Emperor you speak of? Ao Chang stroked his beard and smiled. The Dragon Emperor is with the expert now. You'll only need to see the chickens, cows, and dog to know of his current status. Is the Dragon Emperor that powerful? Oh my! We have a bright future ahead of us. It is an honor to serve under the Dragon Emperor. We'll surely level up under the Dragon Emperor's rule. The dragons were vibrating with excitement. The battle had been a blessing in disguise after all. Ao Chang waved his hand and said, Okay, that's enough. Everybody line up. I'm going to choose some meat. Giving up some flesh will hurt, but don't worry, for you'll all recover in no time under the expert's care." Then, he began to inspect the dragons one by one. "Your meat must be tough since you're so old. Pass. You have too much fat. The expert doesn't like fatty meat." It continued on like this for quite a while. Blackie yawned and said, "Let's all go back. Don't forget to transform back once we're home." The chickens, milk cows and bees all made their way back to the fallen immortal mountain. When they were near the four-part architecture, they restrained their glow and transformed back to normal-looking farm animals and bees. The chickens hid their rainbow feathers and clucked their beaks to the sky. All traces of their previous majestic aura gone. Chapter 649, What is Wisdom? Preach. Some light began to appear near the horizon as the night gave way to day. Under the birdsongs, Li Nianfang walked out of his room. Xiao Bei offered him the accoutrements for washing up in a professional manner while greeting him. Li Nianfang thanked him with a smile. "By the way, didn't Dragon and others say they want to do the morning exercises with me? Go wake them up now," instructed Li Nianfang. "Yes, dear master." Soon after, under Li Nianfang's lead, they began to practice Tai Chi in the four-part architecture. Their movements were gentle, graceful and pleasing to the eyes. Doing so can strengthen their bodies, stabilize their emotions, and sharpen the mind. It was guaranteed to make them feel better after a round of Tai Chi. Daji and the others stood behind Li Nianfang and followed his every move. They felt each of the moves to be imbued with the rhythm of wisdom as if they were holding the whole world in their hands. Each of their gestures were so harmonious that they felt like the wind blowing through the sky with a hand movement and the water flowing down the ground with a lift of their foot. Their Tai Chi practice was more like a dance than an exercise. Exercise never felt more comfortable than this. Actually, they never ever felt more comfortable than they were now. They had no doubt that they would be able to give out a more powerful attack than the usual in this state. They were all in harmony with the universe's flow and knew that everything they do now would be easier than ever. Daji and Fire Phoenix's eyes were glazed over with a shred of clarity. They were totally immersed in the drunkenness of it all. Is this what wisdom feels like? Although the concept of wisdom was intangible, they felt as if it was flowing through their fingertips. However, when they tried to grab hold of the feeling, it disappeared like the wind. So close and yet so far. They started to become frustrated, but not for long, because they were still practicing Tai Chi, which had the ability to calm one's heart. One would surely come face to face with many perils during the path of cultivation. Therefore, one should always be on their toes, for there existed a fine line between heaven and hell. Since the beginning of time, there had been many talented fighters who fell like a meteor. Only a handful ever lived out the rest of their natural lives. This was because wisdom could be found everywhere, but it was also easy to lose oneself in the search for it. Just then, Daji and Fire Phoenix nearly lost themselves and gave in to madness. They were that close to becoming a slave in the search of wisdom. It was no wonder there were not many wisdom elite in the world. It was a good thing Li Nianfang was willing to teach them this wisdom sacred fist to better help us comprehend wisdom. As for Dragon and the others, they did not have the same worry as Daji and Fire Phoenix, for their cultivation was still shallow. They were still a long way away from Daji and Fire Phoenix. But even also, they could feel wisdom nourishing them, which deepened their enlightenment as their mana flowed around them in a harmonious manner. They, too, felt one with the universe. They had a sudden impulse in their heart, the impulse to create a new world. This meant that they were infinitely closer to becoming a wisdom elite. Shi Tukin and Qin Manyun glanced at each other. Even though they had been with the expert for quite some time, there were still times when they would be totally awed by him. Never in a million years would they think they would be able to grow to such a cultivation level, and in a few months to boot. They were deeply honored to be chosen as the expert's music apprentice and calligraphy apprentice, and were willing to serve him anyhow in order to not disappoint him. Li Nianfang finished the last set of movements and smiled. That's the last of the move. Let's prepare breakfast now. He turned around and saw Fire Phoenix and Daji standing unmoving at where they were with a dumbfounded expression on their faces. Little Daji, what are you thinking about? Daji sighed and replied, Master, I was wondering, how can we confirm the existence of wisdom if we cannot see it? She was deeply troubled and close to giving up. She suddenly felt that wisdom was very far from her and did not know if she would be able to grasp it. Li Nianfang was surprised by her philosophical question. He went silent, thinking about how to answer her. However, his thinking was interrupted by a knock from outside. It is I, Xiao Changfeng, requesting an audience with Lord Saint. Li Nianfang ordered Xiao Bei to open the door. Immediately, in walked Xiao Changfeng, Yang Jian, and Zhang Lu. Jiang Lu was there to deliver some firewood while Xiao Chengfeng and Yang Jian were there to deliver some game meat. They bowed respectfully to him once inside. "Greetings, Lord Saint." "And greetings to you all too," said Li Nianfang. "Please take a seat and excuse me for a while. I need to answer little Daji's questions first." Xiao Chengfeng and the other two asked him to go ahead, but they did not sit down. Soon after, they heard Li Nianfang's voice. "You were asking how we can prove the existence of wisdom?" When they heard that, their hearts began to thump violently against their chest and they felt a numbing sensation on their scalp. They cheered at their good timing, for they were excited to listen to the experts preaching as well. They were confident they would benefit greatly from it as well. Immediately, they focused all their attention on Li Nianfang with their ears sharpened. Li Nianfang picked up a leaf, held it high above his head, and let go of it. "Little Daji, catch this leaf." Daji opened her hand and the leaf floated down her palm. "Little Daji, can you predict the future?" She shook her head. "Then how did you know where to put your hand so the leaf will land in your palm?" Everyone present went into shock. Their pupils shrank rapidly and they were instantly covered in goosebumps. It was a very simple matter, easily overlooked by anyone in their daily lives. So insignificant that no one would spend their time thinking about it, and yet, it became an extraordinary matter when it was pointed out by Li Nianfang. It was true, none of them had the ability to predict the future, and yet how did they know where the leaf was going to fall in the next moment? Both Daji and Fire Phoenix were filled with the sound of crashing waves, as if they were about to grasp something big. The falling leaf is like Tao, and its trajectory is the path of Tao. Each and everything under the universe has its own path. The ability to predict the future based on current events is called wisdom, explained Li Nianfang slowly. Then, he picked up the leaf again and said, "Little Daji, try catching the leaf again." Daji turned her palm upward again. Li Nianfang then gently blew the leaf when it was falling to change its path. This time, the leaf did not land in Daji's palm but brushed against it before falling to the ground. Wisdom might be intangible, but its path is tangible. We can even try to change its course to get the result we want, said Li Nianfang. A shock went through everyone present as if they were struck by lightning. I understand what wisdom is now. It has always been with us all along. The expert managed to explain what wisdom is in the simplest manner. Only a genius out of a genius would be able to do that. Wisdom contains everything in the universe. We'll be able to see into the past, present, and future once we've become enlightened. Daji and Fire Phoenix moods changed for the better. Previously, they felt very vulnerable when they could not grasp the concept of wisdom. However, this did not seem to be the case anymore, for they had broken through their bottlenecks. Their aura transformed wildly and their chi vibrated through the chaos. They were halfway to being a wisdom elite. The others' aura were transforming as well as their mana were crashing around like roaring tidal waves. Dragon, Nanan, Shi Tukan, Qin Manyun, Xiao Changfeng, Jiang Lu and Yang Jian all entered the heavenly realm. If word got out that something of this magnitude occurred in the four-part architecture in such a short span of time, it would surely shock the whole universe and be the talk of the town for days to come. If Xiao Chengfeng and the other two were the one who told the story, it would surely end with, "And just like that we became fighters of the heavenly realm." You might not believe me, but that was what really happened when by pure luck I was able to listen to the experts preaching. How could anyone believe when so many cultivators had been stuck at the level before the heavenly realm? After the shock came the jubilation. Although Xiao Chengfeng tried to restrain himself, he could not hide the huge grin on his face. Both he and Yang Jian had to work hard for this opportunity to deliver the game meat to the expert, and it seemed like their hard work paid off. After all, with all the recent happenings, they had realized their power was insufficient, which was a huge blow to the egotistical Xiao Chengfeng. I did it. I broke through. Good job me. I bet now that I've entered the heavenly realm, only a handful of people in the whole of chaos would be able to deflect my attack. Mind sharing your happiness? Li Nianfang asked Xiao Chengfeng. Xiao Chengfeng stopped grinning and replied in an embarrassed tone, I benefited a lot from your preaching just now and couldn't help being so happy. Lord Saint, we're here to deliver some game meat to you, Yang Jian said. There's more? Li Nianfang said with surprise. Yang Jian and Xiao Chengfeng brought the dragons inside and said, please take a look. Wow, that's a lot of dragons. I never knew there were so many different types, said a shocked Li Nianfang. Apart from the silver dragons from last time, there was a dragon with a horse body, a dragon with double wings, a dragon with 2 heads. There were as many different types of dragons as there were fishes in the ocean. He wondered whether they would taste different, Would the dragon horse taste like dragon meat or horse meat? He was drooling and could not wait to dig into their flesh. "Where did you two get so many dragons?" he asked. It was only a few days ago the first batch of dragon meat arrived, which he turned into cured meat. He never expected another batch to arrive so quickly. Truth to be told, last night all the dragons in the chaos joined forces to seek revenge for the previous batch of dragons. It was a good thing all the sects in the area of the gods banded together and fought them off. "And you said this happened last night?" Li Nianfang asked with wide eyes. How terrifying. The dragons must be here for Dragon, and since he was the one who made their fallen comrades into cured meat, they were surely there for him too. It was a good thing he had a good relationship with everyone for them to be willing to protect him. "Do you think they will come back for revenge again?" Li Nianfang asked in a concerned tone. "There's nothing to be worried about, Lord Saint. The dragons have completely been subdued," answered Yang Jian. Li Nianfang breathed out a sigh of relief. "Thank you all for your hard work. Let's get to cooking then. We'll make these into cured meat and pass it out to the sects just like before. Especially the sects who helped fight off the dragons. We need to show them our gratitude." Last night's events just prove the importance of having friends. Li Nianfang was sure he would not have gotten a good night's sleep if it were not for them. He decided then and there to spend more effort in building relationships so that he could depend on their help in the future. Yang Jian nodded his head. "Yes, Lord Saint." Li Nianfang asked them to stay for breakfast before leaving. Once Yang Jiang and Xiao Chengfeng had left the four-part architecture, they could not hold back their smiles anymore. They quickly left the fallen immortal mountain and flew straight back to the heavenly palace. Their strong aura and majestic mana created apparitions in the sky, catching the attention of everyone in the heavenly palace. "No SHT. Yang Jian and Xiao Chengfeng had broken through to the heavenly realm," shouted Juling Shen. His jaws nearly hit the floor. Jade Emperor flew quickly over to him and said in wide-opened eyes, "How did the two of you do it? Did you receive some sort of guidance from the expert?" His voice was shaky with regret and envy. "Your Majesty, need you ask? Isn't it obvious?" Xiao Chengfeng said proudly. "The expert was preaching to Goddess Daji when we arrived, and we were lucky to be able to listen to it too. And just like that we became fighters of the heavenly realm." "Yeah, it's true. We didn't feel anything and yet we really did break through." Yang Jian echoed with a nod of his head. "Actually, I kinda envy the rest of you, for we'll never get to experience the pain going through a bottleneck." The Jade Emperors and the rest of the people's faces puckered up as if he had eaten lemon. "Please no more. I'll start crying if you continue." "Hey, have some heart, eh? I should have gone too. I can't believe I missed this chance. I'm so stupid." Chapter 650, Winning with the Tao of Sycophancy, Laotian Dynasty's Ambition. The next few days, every meal contained dragon meat. They had braised dragon meat, deep-fried dragon meat, and all sorts of dragon soup. Of course, it went without saying, cured dragon meat was on the menu as well. A week later, they were still left with some dragon meat. Li Nianfang asked the Heavenly Palace people to give out the cured meat to all those who helped fight off the dragon. At the Laotian dynasty, Huang Diheng was standing guard at the entrance. Behind him stood the prince, princess and talented followers of the Laotian dynasty. They were all waiting with eyes filled with anticipation. Gradually, they saw a light shot across somewhere in the distance as a deluxe merit cloud neared them. "Here comes the messenger from the Heavenly Palace. Everyone better be on their best behavior," said Huang Diheng as the others stood alert. Soon, the deluxe merit cloud descended from the sky with Tai Bai jinxing on it. He was all smiles as he walked over to them with the cured meat in his hand. "Greetings, Your Majesty. I'm Tai Bang jinxing." "No need to be so formal. I'm delighted with your very presence here," said Huang Diheng. The impression of the expert's generosity had forever been burned into his mind after the battle conference. He became even more impressed after the cured meat incident. To him, the expert was the most powerful being in the universe, and no one would come away without that feeling once they had met him. Those chickens, those bees, and those milk cows, all of them rare chaos creatures with power out of this world. An existence akin to the elites. Not to mention the dog dressed in the short leather pants with the ability to fight off any enemies. Simply put, each of the existence by the expert's side was extraordinarily beyond compare. Even the most insignificant-looking item could be the doorway to great power. Now that the Heavenly Palace people had become the expert's personal envoy, their status had been elevated to such an extent that no one would dare to cause offense to them. It could be said the expert had bestowed them special privileges not enjoyed by the rest of the citizens in the area of the gods. Tai Bai Jinxing smiled and said, "Your Majesty, here are some cured meat given by the expert and thanks for your contribution in fighting off the dragons." "Thank you for the bountiful reward." Huang Diheng accepted the cured meat. "We see it as our duty to protect the expert. He's being too kind with all the gift-giving." Tai Bai Jinxing stroked his beard and smiled. "I expect you to continue on as before. You'll surely be richly rewarded for serving the expert well. I'll take my leave now." "Won't you stay for a bit longer? I would be a bad host if I don't invite you in for some drinks," said Huang Diheng quickly. Tai Bai Jinxing waved his hand as said, "I'm afraid I can't. I need to make the next delivery. Farewell." After sending off Tai Bai Jinxing with their eyes, everyone on scene abruptly turned to look at the cured meat with burning desire in their eyes. "Father, we've finally got our hands on some cured meat. I heard it is so unimaginably delicious. I'm so happy this day has come for us too," said one of the princes. "Yes, I heard the cured meat is imbued with the universe's cadence and spiritual strength too." The young master from the empath sect took one bite and instantly broke through his bottleneck. "The cured meat is made from chaos dragons and by the expert. It's akin to a big fortune for transformation. Quickly, let's all have a taste." They could not wait to sink their teeth into the cured meat. However, Huang Diheng only stood there with a grave expression on his face. He shook his head and in a frustrated tone said, "Is eating all that you know? All of you should think of the bigger picture." Immediately, all the followers shuddered and quieted their tongues in respect for Huang Diheng. However, in their mind they were thinking, what else would the cured meat be good for, if not for eating? Could it be Huang Diheng wanted the cured meat all to himself? "You must be cursing me in your heart," said Huang Diheng, voicing their thoughts out loud. Everyone's faces turned red with embarrassment. Huang Diheng scoffed coldly and said, "It's only cured meat. Haven't you learned anything from the battle conference? Our top priority is to get on the good side of the expert. The only reason the Heavenly Palace people are so respected and feared was because a few days ago 2 of them instantly entered the heavenly realm. Do you know what honor that brings to them? If they can do it, we can do it too. We'll not let them monopolize the expert's favor." His tone was serious and determined. The others quickly nodded their heads furiously in agreement. Huang Diheng decided to give them a test. "How's the research going on the Tao of Sycophancy? What should we do next?" The followers looked at one another with a lost expression on their faces. "Father, are you saying you want us to come up with an idea of pleasing the expert with this cured meat?" the eldest princess asked. Huang Diheng finally smiled. "Yes. You must have taken after me to be so smart." The eldest princess knitted her brows. "It's just that I don't have the exact details, but maybe we can exchange the cured meat for something else that the expert likes. I'm sure anyone would be willing to get their hands on the cured meat because of its extraordinariness." Huang Diheng paused in thought before saying, "I ever found out from the Heavenly Palace that the expert likes to collect unique spiritual roots for their fruits." "Father, I understand exactly what you mean," the eldest princess said. "The saying of the older one is, the wiser one gets, was true in this case." Soon after, Huang Diheng and the eldest princess left the area of the gods with the cured meat in their hands. They appeared in chaos and headed straight for the world where the Luotian dynasty was located. In that particular world, there stood many dynasties and sects, with the Luotian dynasty being cream of the crop. However, there were 3 other forces who were their match. One of them being the Lingyun dynasty, which was at odds with the Luotian dynasty. The frequency of their followers fighting each other was so high that it had become an everyday occurrence. The reason for the fights was all because of a spiritual root of the heavenly spiritual plant level. The spiritual root was situated between the 2 dynasties and bore fruit once every 100 years, making it one of the rarest things in the world. It was only natural the 2 dynasties would fight over such a treasure. Alas, the 2 dynasties came to an agreement that they would hold a competition every 1,000 years and the winner would have ownership of the spiritual root for the next 1,000 years until the time for the next competition. The last competition was won by the Lingyun dynasty, and thus, that was the reason for Huang Diheng's visit. Meanwhile, an old man was standing under a tree and looking up at a single fruit hanging on its branches. He was smiling. Next to him stood a little girl who was also looking up at the fruit with bright shiny eyes. "Ha ha ha, the fruit of intelligence will ripen soon. Xiaoyun, I've specially prepared this for you. It can increase your intelligence and might even help you break through to the heavenly realm," the little girl's grandfather said adoringly. "Thank you, grandfather. You're the best," Xiaoyun said, eager for the fruit to be in her hands. Suddenly, the old man sensed something and turned his gaze toward the distance as his face fell. There, he could see Huang Diheng and the eldest princess getting closer to them. Instantly, the monks who were tasked to protect the spiritual root activated their force and locked onto Huang Diheng. The old man walked forward and looked at Huang Diheng defensively. "To what do I owe this pleasure, Brother Huang?" "Brother Ling, is that the face you show to an old acquaintance?" Huang Diheng asked with a smile. "This spiritual root belongs to the Lingyun dynasty now, and what you're doing is called trespassing. Of all days to come here, you chose today, which happens to be the day the fruit of intelligence ripens. So forgive me if I'm not happy to see you. Leave." "Fruit of intelligence?" Huang Diheng echoed as he glanced at the fruit with eyes filled with indifference. "Is that all? Who are you to look down on me? After all, I've had my fair share of chaos spiritual water and chaos spiritual fruit," he thought to himself. Then, out loud he said, "Brother Ling, there's no need to use your limited imagination on me. I have no interest in the fruit of intelligence." "What are you talking about? We've been fighting over this spiritual root for eons," said Old Ling. "In the past 300 years, we've already gotten 3 fruits, and in the next 700 years, we will get 7 more. The feeling of winning against the Luotian dynasty is unbelievably great. You winning was a blessing in disguise for us. In fact, I should thank you, for I wouldn't have met such a big opportunity if it weren't for you winning," said Huang Diheng serenely. It was exactly as he said. He would not have met the expert in the area of the gods if he had not lost. Old Ling raised an eyebrow. "What big opportunity? Do you know what I've encountered ever since arriving in the area of the gods? Have you ever wondered what it'll feel like to drink your fill of chaos spiritual water, and what it feels like to peel off the skin of the spiritual fruit before eating it?" Huang Diheng's expression was one of respect and awe. He almost trembled during the telling of his recent experiences. Old Ling was stunned at first, but then his expression changed to pity. He patiently waited for him to finish his story before looking at the eldest princess with a sigh. "How long has he had these symptoms? What did the doctor say?" Huang Diheng was rendered speechless. "Elder Lin, all that my father said is true," answered the eldest princess shyly. Huang Diheng's face changed to anger. "Brother Ling, if it wasn't for the fact we've known each other for so long, I wouldn't have rushed back to tell you all these. What you said really broke my heart, you know." Old Ling looked suspiciously at Huang Diheng. "And I can trust that your motive is pure?" "Of course." Huang Diheng nodded heavily. "The expert has a fondness for spiritual root and has a huge collection of them. Listen to my advice and you won't go wrong. Give him this spiritual root and he would definitely reward you handsomely." "Ha, you would do anything to get your hands on this spiritual root, huh? I can't believe you think I'll fall for a stupid excuse like that." Old Ling was fed up with him and with a wave of his hand said, "Leave now. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Maybe you'll be willing to exchange the spiritual root for this then." He took out the bundle of cured meat. Old Ling blinked furiously, thinking he was seeing an illusion. No way he expects me to exchange the spiritual for some cured meat. Then his face flushed red. "Brother Huang, is this your idea of a joke? This is no ordinary cured meat. Go on, take a closer look," said Huang Diheng. When Old Ling did as he said, his face became filled with shock. Apart from the unique fragrance coming off it, there was also a terrifying and wild aura which made his heart jump out with fear. "Is this made from chaos dragon meat?" he asked with surprise. "Chaos heavenly dragon meat to be exact. They're definitely stronger than the both of us," replied Huang Diheng with a smile. Old Ling looked away from the cured meat and said, "The cured meat is indeed extraordinary, but still a long way away from the spiritual root." Huang Diheng shook his head. "That's not all there is to it. This cured meat was made by the expert himself. You'll know what I'm talking about soon." With a wave of his hand, flames appeared on the ground and he started to grill the meat. "Let's go, Xiaoyun. We should ignore this crazy old fool," said Old Ling insultingly. The two of them went back to their spot under the tree. Soon after, a gorgeous fragrance floated up their nostrils and caused their heart to beat wildly as the drool came out in a steady stream. Xiaoyun stuck out her neck and stared fixedly at the cured meat. "Grandfather, the grilled meat smells so good." Through grilling, the scent of the grilled meat was drastically amplified and began to envelope the surrounding areas. "It smells so good. I've never smelled anything this good in this world before. This is the smell of food. I can't believe I'm getting hungry. I can't take it anymore. I must eat it. I wonder what the grilled meat tastes like. I wish I could have a taste of it." Immediately, the scent of the cured meat conquered everyone's stomach and the sound of gulping could be continuously heard. No one could ever resist the temptation of gourmet food. Xiaoyun's body was nearly pulled by the scent. She stomped on the ground frustratingly. "Grandfather, I wanted to have some grilled meat." Old Ling wiped the corners of his mouth quietly and said, "Brother Huang, can we?" His throat began to roll up and down because Huang Diheng had torn a piece of the meat and eaten it with the eldest princess. After grilling, the fat on the meat became thicker and shinier while the color of the meat turned yellowish. It seemed to be sparkling, making it hard for them to look away as they felt their appetite to increase. The sight of Huang Diheng and the eldest princess chomping on the meat with grease trickling out of the corner of the mouth was like an act of seduction. Their stomachs began to twist and they wished they could snatch the meat out of their hands. Old Ling licked his own lips and swallowed. As for Xiao Yun, she had already rushed to Huang Diheng and the eldest princess' side and was staring at them with her mouth wide open as if waiting for them to feed her like a pet. Chapter 651, Wisdom Level Seal. "Brother Huang, stop," shouted Old Ling hysterically. He started to panic when he realized that there was only half a portion of the meat left. "I thought you didn't want any," said Huang Diheng with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "I'm doing it for my granddaughter's sake," said Old Ling with a cold harumph. "You've planned this all along when you brought the cured meat over. I've got to hand it to you, but the meat alone isn't enough for me to hand over the spiritual root to you. In addition to that, you'll need to give me something else, too." "For your granddaughter's sake?" Huang Diheng smiled and tore another piece of the grilled meat and dangled it under Old Ling's nose. Immediately, Old Ling's pupils dilated and burned bright green. "Ha, don't think I'll fall for this kind of temptation," he said, ignoring the drool coming out of his mouth. He fixed his gaze on the grilled meat while his breathing became rapid and the muscle in his body tensed. He wished he could sink his teeth into the meat this very instant. "Wow, I'm impressed by your endurance," said Huang Diheng. "Here, try some." "You're really giving it to me?" asked the stunned Old Ling. "You'll know what I'm talking about once you have a taste of it. Be prepared to have it rock your world," said Huang Diheng mysteriously. "What a drama king," said Old Ling, who then quickly gulped down the meat. That one bite caused every cell in his body to vibrate furiously as a low hum escaped from his throat. He had been resisting the temptation for too long and the satisfaction of finally eating it nearly drowned him. The rich taste of the grilled meat coated his mouth and rushed down his throat. He felt as if he was about to lift off up into the sky. As he was chewing, the crispy and soft texture of the meat rubbed against his teeth, giving him an indescribable feeling as if there was an explosion of taste in his mouth. At that very moment, he was crying from the deliciousness of it all. He chewed the grilled meat a few more times before swallowing it and instantly, he felt well nourished. "So, how's the meat, Brother Ling?" asked Huang Diheng. "It's indescribably delicious," answered Old Ling with a nod, still replaying the taste in his mind. Suddenly, his pupils shrank and he could feel energy growing in his belly. The spiritual power was strong enough to cause a sensation in him that was also imbued with waves of the universe's cadence, allowing him to benefit from it. It was truly shocking to him, for he was a fighter from the heavenly realm after all. Even consuming the fruit of intelligence would not cause a sensation like this, so how was it possible for a mere piece of meat to do so? It was beyond his wildest imagination. He stared at the meat with wide-opened eyes. "How is this possible?" "Nothing's impossible to the expert. What I've told you is all true," replied Huang Diheng seriously. Old Ling felt as if his skull was about to explode as his mind went completely blank. It was true, he did not take what Huang Diheng said to heart, but now he had no choice but to conclude that Huang Diheng was not joking at all. Gradually, his entire body was covered in goosebumps. His world was truly rocked. "Give me some, too. Give me some, too," cried Xiaoyun after she saw Old Ling having some. Huang Diheng laughed and said, "Don't worry. We've saved some for you." With that, he passed her a piece of the meat. Xiaoyun might have been small in frame, but it took her no time to finish off the meat. Soon, trails of tears began to fall from her eyes. "It's so good." She jumped up and started dancing on the spot while at the same time, powerful energy erupted from her body which drastically increased her aura. She had broken through to the immortal realm. However, it did not stop there for her. She shot through the levels as if they were nothing but a flimsy piece of paper: intermediate immortal realm, advanced immortal realm, real immortal realm. Her advancement shocked Old Ling again and again. The supernatural power of the heavenly dragon was not only perfectly preserved in this cured meat but was enhanced by a powerful universe cadence. It's truly 1,000 times, 10,000 times more powerful than this spiritual root. I still find it hard to believe one could turn food into an opportunity for leveling up. How's it possible at all? Could it be that it was made by the Wisdom Realm gourmet elite? Asked the shocked Old Ling. Try again and aim higher this time, said Huang Diheng with a wave of his hand. The expert's power is beyond anyone's imagination. Take the rest of the meat with you and think long and hard about my offer. This kind of opportunity won't come by very often. The only reason I'd share it with you is that the ownership of the spiritual root's in your hands now. Are you sure you want to give me the rest of the meat? Asked Old Ling, still shocked. Huang Diheng pretended to not care and said, yes, this is nothing. I treat the spiritual root as your average fruit. This little meat means nothing to me when I know there's more to come. I've already presented the opportunity to you and it's up to you to make sure it doesn't slip through your fingers. If it does, there's no one to blame but yourself. His words were meant to agitate Old Ling. True to its effect, Old Ling suddenly became quiet. You sure the expert wants this spiritual root? Won't he find it inferior to everything he has now? You're obviously too narrow-minded. Collecting spiritual root is a hobby of his and he treats the fruits like your normal everyday meal, explained Huang Diheng patiently. This spiritual root is a mere plaything in his eyes. He's even willing to share it with his friends. Take this bundle of cured meat for instance. Do you know how many people received it in the area of the gods? More than we can count. Old Ling was stunned by what he had heard. His logical mind told him that it was not possible and yet, Huang Diheng did not seem to be lying. Tell me what to do. We'll dig up the spiritual root and deliver it to him, which will then create an opportunity to see him face to face. Then, we'll surely be richly rewarded once he sees the spiritual root. Huang Diheng paused for a second before continuing. Let me tell you something else, we should go as soon as possible because there's a lot of people who want to gain favors from the expert, and I bet that they're racking their heads to come up with a good idea. We should set the benchmark for them. Old Ling's temple started to throb. Okay. He finally said between gritted teeth. According to his calculations, the value of the bundle of cured meat given by Huang Diheng had far surpassed the value of the 10 fruits of intelligence he would have gotten from the spiritual root in the 1,000 years. Should he find Huang Diheng to be lying to him, then he would be sure to drag him down with him as well. Huang Diheng laughed heartily and said, let's begin the digging then. At that moment, everyone was staring at them, alarmed by the fact the two had become bosom buddies in the blink of an eye. Half an hour later, the three of them, Huang Diheng, Old Ling, and the eldest princess, left the world carrying the spiritual root in their hands. They shot across the chaos at lightning speed. Along the way, Old Ling could not help but wonder whether he had gone crazy for, after all, it was not every day one would find themselves carrying spiritual root across the chaos. Don't worry. You won't regret it once we arrive in the area of the gods. In fact, you'll be full of gratitude toward me, said Huang Diheng excitedly. He could not wait to present the spiritual root to the expert. He was so focused that he did not notice a planet flaring up in the distance. The planet was mustard yellow and though it was huge, it was also dead. It had been quietly floating in the chaos without attracting much attention. However, the nearing of Huang Diheng and the other two awoke something in the planet and it slowly opened its eyes. A trace of weak power began to spill out from the interior, submerging the surface of the planet. It was very mysterious indeed. The three of them did not feel anything when they passed by the planet when suddenly, a magnetic power created a suction so strong that the fruits of intelligence flew out of its spot on the tree and straight toward the planet. What happened? The three of them cried out. Their expressions had changed drastically as they stared at the planet with grave eyes. They had purposely left the fruit on the tree for the expert to show their sincerity. Huang Diheng and Old Ling exchanged glances. The former was the first to speak. Prankster, show yourself. Nobody answered him. However, a vortex gradually appeared on the planet. It began as a black dot but in no time at all, it widened itself to the size of an ocean as it rushed toward the three of them. Look out! Old Ling did not waste any time creating a shield with his mana to block the attack. There seems to be something on the planet. What could it be? I'm afraid whatever it is, it's not good news for us. The three of them squinted their eyes and fixed their gazes on the planet. Suddenly, the expressions on their faces transformed into pure shock. In addition to the vortex, there was also a layer of beautiful runes all over the planet, wrapping it like shackles as if wanting to keep something from escaping. The splendid rune light was sacred and vast and its brilliance was 100 times richer than the sun's light. It shot straight across the chaos and instantly became the brightest planet they had ever seen. Even Old Ling and Huang Diheng felt an oppressive force weighing upon their body and did not dare to look straight at the planet. It looks like a seal. Old Ling then took a deep breath before crying out, and a wisdom-level seal at that. Huang Diheng nodded. Truly terrifying. I shudder to think what kind of existence requires a seal of this level. We shouldn't stay here for too long. Let's continue on our way now, said the eldest princess. You're right. The three of them were feeling slightly anxious and were just about to leave when a terrible sound wave rang from the middle of the vortex. It sounded like a raging wild beast who was hell-bent on tearing everything apart in its path. In the next instant, the magnetic force increased drastically and created a tempest storm in the chaos. Countless planets began to gather there as they were sucked into the vortex. Old Ling's shield began to tremble. Let's go now. The three of them activated their mana for their retreat. However, the magnetic force kept getting stronger at an alarming speed. Soon, they felt as if they were in a futile battle against the pushing wind. Ah! Cried the eldest princess when she lost her footing. She was about to be sucked into the vortex when Huang Diheng rescued her. The spiritual root fared worst as all its leaves were sucked into the vortex right in front of their eyes, rendering it bald. That thing on the planet's targeting the spiritual root, said Huang Diheng without a doubt. Old Ling's expression became twisted. Brother Huang, you're to blame if I die here. I shouldn't have listened to you. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for your so-called great idea. Shut up. Use whatever energy you have left to fight this thing off. Huang Diheng fixed his gaze on the giant vortex and gathered his power in his hand. Once his hand was covered in the golden light, he slammed down hard against the direction of the planet. Divine palm print. The golden palm print was huge and seemed as if it could fill up the vortex. However, under their hopeful eyes, the palm print fell into the vortex as if it was nothing at all before completely disappearing in a blink of an eye. Instantly, the murderous aura from the vortex increased again as if it wanted to swallow the whole of chaos. What was more horrifying was the giant black hand extending out from the vortex which was aimed straight at the three of them. Curse you, Huang Diheng, shouted Old Ling angrily. He was about to blow his top. Now's not the time for us to fight amongst ourselves. Let's work together to send my daughter out of danger's way. Hurry, said Huang Diheng in a high-pitched panicked voice. It's all your fault, said Old Ling with sadness and anger in his eyes. Then, he pointed at the eldest princess, and instantly she was pushed out of harm's way. Huang Diheng raised his hand and created a barrier around her to prevent the magnetic force from sucking her in. Father, what are the two of you going to do? Asked the eldest princess worriedly. Go find the expert and ask him to come rescue us, answered Huang Diheng in a panicked tone. With the combined forces of Huang Diheng and Old Ling, who were both of the heavenly realm level, the eldest princess managed to break away from the vortex's magnetic force. She then shot out to get help while turning back to look at the two old men with the tree that was slowly being pulled in by the black hand. The expert will know what to do. I must find him. He'll surely help us once he knows about the fruit, thought the eldest princess with red eyes. She bit down on her lip and flew toward the area of the gods at the speed of light. Chapter 652, Dragon Blood Wine, Keeping Fishes in the Backyard. Ao Cheng was carrying a wooden bucket up to the fallen immortal mountain. Inside the wooden bucket were many different types of fish. Some of them were black, brown, green, white, purple, and more. The fish were all quite big in size and came in different shapes. Each of them were handsome in their own rights as they jumped around in the bucket, causing the water to spill over. We're about to reach the expert's place. Please, behave yourselves, said Ao Cheng sternly. Ao Dragon King, you sure we'll be okay like this? Won't the expert find us unlikable? Asked one of the blackfish with concern. The other fishes were also looking at him with worry in their eyes. They were not actually fishes but dragons, the same dragons that were defeated not long ago. They had been chosen to be the pets of Li Nianfan when he requested the Heavenly Palace to find some fish for him to keep in his backyard a few days ago. The pond in the backyard had increased in size after the prehistoric area became the area of the gods. He suddenly thought it would be a waste for it to fall into disrepair with the lack of use. Therefore, he came up with the great idea of keeping fish in the pond and to make his life more interesting. He could even do his fishing there. The Heavenly Palace did not dare to dally once they had received Li Nianfan's orders. Immediately, they started to look for the fishes and had many long meetings to come up with a set of systems. In the end, it was not surprising the responsibility fell on Ao Cheng, who was famed for his fish-keeping hobby. Today was the day Ao Cheng went to deliver the fish to Li Nianfan. He took one glance at the wooden bucket and said, "Don't worry. I know what he wants." The expert said to choose fishes full of vitality, and what fish possesses more vitality than us dragons? Besides, it's only befitting that the expert keeps our ancestors in his backyard. The yellow dragon had transformed into a winged fish. Ao Dragon King, is staying at the expert's backyard really as good as you said? Good doesn't even begin to describe it. It's like heaven. Ao Cheng's tone became filled with bitterness. If it wasn't for my fixed status, I'd wish to be a fish in the expert's pond. Do you know what an honor that is? I'm so jealous of you guys. At the thought of the chicken and milk cows they saw before, the fishes became filled with anticipation. Soon, they could see the four-part architecture. Quiet down now and be on your best behavior, said Ao Cheng. He only went up to knock on the door once all the fishes had settled down. Is the Lord Saint home? The door opened with a creak. Li Nianfan smiled when he saw Ao Cheng. Oh, it's you, Dragon King. Welcome, welcome. Ao Cheng bowed respectfully towards him. Greetings, Lord Saint. I've brought the fish to you. I hope they're to your liking. Fish? Let me take a look, said Li Nianfan with shiny eyes. He quickly peered into the wooden bucket and his smile became even wider. Each of the fish had a substantial heft to them and one could feel their strength just by how they were swimming. Even their scales were shining brilliantly with health. What delighted him especially were the many different types of fish, blackfish, flying fish, golden fish, and many others. He was impressed by Ao Cheng's work. Not bad at all. You've certainly taken a lot of care with this. He was sure these energetic fishes would not suddenly disappear like his old fishes. Have a seat, Brother Ao. I've just finished making a new wine called Dragon Blood Wine. Why don't you give it a try? Xiao Bei, bring out the wine. Yes, Master. Xiao Bei brought out a flask of wine and poured some for Ao Cheng. The wine was blood red in color and looked very mysterious. A subtle fragrance floated up to his nostrils and that alone was enough to make him drunk. He suddenly heard the sound of a dragon roaring but chalked it down to his vivid imagination. The blood in his body began to boil and he had a sudden strong thirst for the wine. He was not the only one who felt that way as even the fishes in the wooden bucket were jumping around in an agitated fashion. Ha ha ha, it's so good to see the fishes being so energetic, said Li Nianfan, very pleased with the fish. He quickly grabbed hold of the bucket's handle and said to Ao Cheng, Brother Ao, take your time to finish your drink. Excuse me while I release the fish into the pond. Ao Cheng nodded his head. Don't mind me, Lord Saint. He waited until Li Nianfan had turned around before picking up his glass to drink from it. With only a sip, his face had already become flushed as a powerful wine scent burst inside his body and rushed toward his brain. He started to feel a little tipsy. True to its name, the dragon blood wine was made from the blood of the heavenly dragon. Under the experts' processing, their blood became even more valuable than its original form. In a short span of time, Ao Cheng's blood began to bubble as if he was being cooked over an open flame. He felt so hot he could even breathe out fire now. That sip of wine was coursing through his veins and strengthening every nerve and cell in his body. He could not believe his bloodline had seemed to evolve. At the same time, his mana was vibrating crazily. This feels incredible. His entire face was as red as the wine he was drinking and he felt power like never before, making him want to throw back his head in a howl. He then took a deep breath and gulped down the rest of the wine. Suddenly, a monstrous power was ignited which burst forth from within. He was only a Taiyi Golden Immortal when he first met Li Nianfan, and ever since then, he had bypassed the Daluo Golden Immortal realm and shot straight to the quasi-saint level. The speed of his progress scared him, but this was nothing compared to that, for he skipped the saint level and instantly entered the level of Chaos Golden Daluo Immortal. However, that was not the end of it. He could still feel the infinite energy pulsing as he went from early stage Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal to middle stage Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. He slowly opened his eyes and thought he was dreaming. Meanwhile, Li Nianfan had arrived at his backyard with the fishes in the wooden bucket. Once there, the fishes stopped jumping and stared at the scene in front of them with shock, as if they had entered a horror movie. There's an infinite amount of law imbued with the power of wisdom here. They were heavily suppressed by the power and did not dare to move. They carefully surveyed their new environment and the scales nearly jumped off their bodies as they collectively gasped. They had seen the milk cows, bees, and peacocks before, but what really shocked them was the seemingly endless types of spiritual roots there. Each blade of grass, each flower, each tree, all of them were spiritual roots for sure. Not only that, they seemed to have reached the level of a memorial plant. It would not be an overstatement to say they alone possessed the power to turn the world upside down. What kind of crazy world did they get themselves into? Could such a place really exist in the whole chaos? What kind of godly place is this? Is this really going to be our new home? I can even feel myself getting stronger just by breathing the air here. Jackpot! We've really hit the jackpot. My parents would be so proud of me. Look at that pond. Is that where we'll be living from now on? Wow, it's actually filled with chaos spiritual water. Me, swimming in chaos spiritual water? Happy tears, there are happy tears. Are we dreaming? What a decadent dream. We're so blessed to become the expert's fish. Bigshot. He's a true big shot. Dragon and Nanan came over. Brother Lee, what's that in your hands? Lee Nyan Fan smiled and answered, Dragon, these are the fishes given by Brother Rao. I'm going to keep them in the pond, so please, be sure to take care of them well. Don't let them die or disappear. If not, there won't be any fish left for us to fish in the future. Dragon and Nanan thumped their chests and said, Don't worry, Brother Lee. Leave it to us. With that, Lee Nyan Fan dumped the fishes into the pond and they swam away happily in their new home. They would have roared with happiness if it was not for Ao Chang's admonishments. Just when they were enjoying their new home, Old Dragon opened his eyes and shouted, Newbies, report here. Let me tell you some of the rules. Lee Nyan Fan went back to the four-part architecture with a smile on his face. Brother Ao, how's the wine? It was the best wine I've ever had. I feel deeply blessed to have the chance to drink such incredible wine, said Ao Chang sincerely. You're too generous with your praise, said Lee Nyan Fan with a wave of his hand. Ao Chang stood up. I've done what I came here to do, so it's time for me to take my leave. Thank you for the wine, Lord Saint. Xiao Bei, prepare a flask of the dragon blood wine for Brother Ao to bring back, ordered Lee Nyan Fan. He did not want him to go back empty-handed. Ao Chang's body shook for a second with a sudden happy surprise. No, that's too much. Lee Nyan Fan laughed heartily and said, Don't be a stranger, old friend. Ao Chang's eyes instantly became red as he choked back his tears. Thank you, Lord Saint. I'm deeply honored to be of service to you. He then bowed respectfully and bid his farewell, and Lee Nyan Fan sent him off with a wave. After that, Lee Nyan Fan went back to the table and poured a glass of dragon blood wine for himself. He finished it in one go and closed his eyes, enjoying the way the wine spread its warmth across his stomach. The dragon blood wine possessed the highest alcohol concentration amongst all of his wines. He was happy with how the wine immediately gave him a heady feeling. Xiao Bei, go fry some peanuts for tonight's wine session, ordered Lee Nyan Fan happily. Then, to Shi Tukin and Chin Manyun, he said, Miss Manyun and Miss Chin, let me tell you something. Literature's never far from the influence of wine. I can guarantee the two of you will become better in your music and calligraphy after drinking some wine. We'll drink with you tonight then, said Chin Manyun and Shi Tukin with a smile. Good to hear that. I know of a perfect drinking game, shall we play it tonight? The usually quiet four-part architecture became noisy once night fell. 1, 2, 3, guess how many fingers will be left, cried the game players as their laughter echoed through the night sky. Both Dragon and Nanan stood watching from the side while creating trouble here and there from time to time as they sneaked in some sips of the wine. Soon, only Lee Nyan Fan was left standing. He shook his head as he dotingly scanned everyone lying on the floor. Veiled, looks like even they don't care about their image once drunk. Immediately, he realized the dilemma he was in. As his wives, he could carry Daji and Fire Phoenix to their beds. However, the same could not be done for Chin Manyun and Shi Tukin. Then again, he really should not leave them lying there in the yard. It seemed like he was left with no choice but to endure the torture. He gritted his teeth and carried their petite bodies into their rooms, all the while restraining his basic impulses. The next day, they all woke up later than usual with the scent of the previous night's wine still on their breaths. Lee Nyan Fan ordered Xiao Bei to prepare some tea to cure their hangovers when they heard a sudden knock on the door. Huang Sira from the Luotian dynasty requesting an audience with the Lord Saint, said a voice from outside. Lee Nyan Fan had some inkling of the Luotian dynasty. He knew the emperor's name to be Huang Dihang, for he was the one who provided him with the commentary during the battle conference. He wondered what she was doing here. Xiao Bei, let her in, said Lee Nyan Fan. Soon, Huang Sira entered the four-part architecture and bowed respectfully toward Lee Nyan Fan. Greetings, Lord Saint, Goddess Daji, and Goddess Fire Phoenix. Lee Nyan Fan nodded at her. What can I do for you, Miss Huang? Lord Saint, I was on my way here with my father. We wanted to bring you a spiritual root to express our gratitude for receiving the cured meat. Here, she paused for a while and her eyes turned red. But we were ambushed along the way and my father was captured by an unknown existence. He used up all his power to send me out of harm's way so that I could come here. Chapter 653, In a Weird Space Preserving One's Integrity in Old Age. Huang Dihang's captured? Lee Nyan Fan knitted his brows and pressed his lips together in deep thought. That meant that whoever it was, the opponent must be very powerful, and it was obvious that Huang Xiru was here to request for his help. He should help them, for he was the reason they were in this trouble in the first place. He would seem heartless if he did not help them. The problem was, he did not have a shred of cultivation in him, so how could he save them? He could only depend on the people around him. It was time for him to rally the people. "Please, calm down, Miss Huang. At his level of cultivation, your father should be fine for a while," said Li Nianfan, trying to console Huang Xiru. "I'll send someone out to look for him." He thought of the Heavenly Palace first and was about to go there when Qin Manyun and Shi Tukan both stood up at the same time after exchanging glances with each other. "Master, we volunteer to go there," they said. "The two of you?" Li Nianfan was slightly surprised and concerned at the same time. Even Huang Diheng was captured. "Do you think the two of you are the opponent's match?" "Don't worry about it. We'll bring others, too," said Qin Manyun with a smile. "Master, I'm indebted to you. Please, let me return the favor to you by bringing back the fruits," said Shi Tukan in all sincerity. "Fine," conceded Li Nianfang. "Remember to bring more people and be careful." Both Qin Manyun and Shi Tukan nodded happily. Yes. Don't worry. We'll definitely bring the fruit back." Then, to Huang Xiru they said, "Miss Huang, let's leave now." Li Nianfan broke out in cold sweat when he saw how impatient they were to leave, as if they were going on a field trip and not to some dangerous place. When did the two of them become so wild? "Master, can we bring some fruit and wine?" asked Qin Manyun suddenly. Li Nianfang became momentarily stunned. He started to wonder whether they were going on a picnic instead. He hoped that they would be more dependable than they were acting. He nodded his head at the request and reminded them to be careful again. The two of them nodded nonchalantly back at him. Soon, the three of them exited the four-part architecture with Blackie following behind. Once outside, Qin Manyun became excited. "I just entered the heavenly realm not long ago and finally can test my powers for this mission." "Yes, I know what you mean. We should use our power in service of the Master," echoed Shi Tukan happily. Listening to them, Huang Xiru's heart started to sink. "Seniors, please don't treat our opponent lightly. My father and elder with him are both fighters of the heavenly realm, too, and look how they ended up. I'm afraid things won't be as easy as you think." "Do you not have faith in us, Miss Huang?" asked Shi Tukan with a smile. No, I didn't mean it like that," replied Huang Xiru timidly. "Don't worry. We won't disappoint you. We're the expert's apprentices after all," said Qin Manyun. "Besides, it won't just be the two of us." Huang Xiru was slightly taken back. She turned back and saw a bald dog with a haughty face following them. Lord Dog's coming, too. She was overjoyed because she had seen firsthand how powerful Blackie's mosaic leather pants were. Her confidence shot up with the addition of Blackie. "There's no way I'm not going since this matter concerns fruits for the Master," said Blackie seriously. "Not only does the Master have a fondness for fruits, but so do I. What the opponent did was steal food right from my mouth. I'll never forgive him for that." "Yes, we need to make sure all loose ends are tied up," said Qin Manyun carefully. "To be on the safe side, why don't we ask Jiang Lu to join us as well?" "Okay." After a while, the five of them, Huang Xiru, Qin Manyun, Shi Tukan, Jiang Lu, and Blackie, set off from the fallen immortal mountain and shot across the chaos like a rainbow. Meanwhile, Huang Diheng and Old Ling were enveloped in darkness once they were pulled into the planet by the Black Hand. Above their head was a golden pagoda which gave off a thick golden light, trapping them within the weird space. They were completely separated from the outside world. "It's all your fault, Brother Huang. Our energy's being sucked out of us as we speak. We'll surely meet our ends here if we don't find the exit soon," said Old Ling. Huang Diheng rolled his eyes. "Can you stop being so negative, Brother Ling? You've already said that more than 10 times, and every time, my answer's the same. My daughter will come back for us with some backup." "Backup? Are you referring to the expert?" Old Ling sighed deeply. "It's been a month already. No one should take that long. You're lying to me, aren't you?" Although they could feel the changing of night and day, they held the ability to accurately guess how much time had passed. Maybe they ran into some other troubles on their way here. "Just stop worrying, will you?" They were pacing around the darkness when suddenly, they saw a huge portal in front of them, and beside the portal was a blood-red letter, seal. Both of them smelled the scent of blood rushing toward their nostrils when they saw the letter, as if they were standing in a river of blood. The scent was so strong that it began to prickle their eyes. "It's definitely a wisdom level seal," cried the both of them at the same time. It must be the work of a wisdom elite, but what could be inside the seal? They looked towards the portal with eyes filled with fear. Inside was pitch black, but they could feel a terrifying shadow staring back at them. Instantly, a chill ran up their spines and goosebumps broke out on their skin. Suddenly they heard a voice calling out to them, "Come here, come here, come here." The voice was hypnotizing and their minds went blank as they walked, zombie-like, toward the voice. Just as they were about to reach the portal, the golden pagoda above them shook and the flashing light woke them up from their stupor. A terrifying, impatient roar was heard and a giant black hand shot out from the portal, aiming straight for the two of them. Before the giant black hand could reach them, the blood-red word seal glowed brightly and a red barrier appeared on the portal, effectively blocking the giant hand from coming out. The giant black hand thrashed against the portal while screaming in frustration. Huang Diheng and Old Ling both broke out in cold sweat. They quickly stepped far away from the portal. "What happened to us? Did that thing there just mess with our heads?" said Old Ling. He was filled with incredulity at the thought of a heavenly realm fighter being so easily hypnotized. "Who would have thought there's actually a wisdom realm existence sealed here?" said Huang Diheng with shock in his voice. There was no doubt that a wisdom elite was sealed inside the portal, but they were left with the question of who could possibly do that? They looked at the portal again and their pupils shrank rapidly because standing at the edge of a portal was a half-hidden figure. It was staring at them as if ready to strike at any moment. Old Ling's scalp began to tingle. What a terrifying force. "I'm sure we'll be dead in a second when that thing steps out of the portal. It's a good thing it's sealed up. It must be an existence of apocalyptic proportions for it to be sealed up this way," said Huang Diheng in a relieved tone. "Even so, things still don't look good for us." Old Ling frowned as he surveyed his surroundings. "The darkness around us is eroding our power and the Chaos World stabilizing pagoda can only last 100 years before completely giving out." "Don't worry. 100 years is long enough for my daughter to bring the expert over to rescue us," said Huang Diheng. Old Ling shook his head. He did not hold the same sentiment as Huang Diheng's optimism. They were in a wisdom elite's territory. Who in the whole of the chaos possessed the ability to save them from their imprisonment? Did the expert really even exist? "Let's sit and try to control our breathing. We might last longer that way." They both sat down in a cross-legged position and tried to master their breath. However, it did not work in this weird space and they discovered themselves to still be losing energy. Things would only get worse for the two of them from then onward. Although cultivators were said to be people who had gone beyond death, technically speaking, they had only gone beyond the limitations of a lifespan. It was still possible for them to die by other means. As a cultivator, the most important thing to them was spiritual chi, which was akin to what food was to humans. If they stayed in an environment where they could not replenish their spiritual chi for a long time, their cultivation would surely be affected. In the end, they would dry up and die from a lack of spiritual chi. That was what happened during the prehistoric times when the lack of spiritual chi caused a lot of immortals to be sealed up. This applied to fighters from the heavenly realm and the wisdom elites, too. They would not survive for so long without spiritual chi, and it was exactly why so many cultivators were willing to fight for this precious resource. Currently, both Huang Diheng and Old Ling were facing a shortage of spiritual chi. Not to mention, their energy was being sucked away by the weird space. They felt their imminent deaths. In a blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. The light from the Chaos World stabilizing pagoda became a little bit dimmer and there were signs of time etched on both of their faces. They had aged much. "Brother Huang, is your daughter coming or not? What about the expert? What's going on?" asked Old Ling. "Believe me when I say my daughter must be on her way here as we speak." Huang Diheng held an unshakable faith toward his daughter. "From the way I see it, there are only 3 possibilities. 1, the expert doesn't want to rescue us. If that's the case, we should just succumb to death for no one else will be able to save us. 2, the weird space disappeared from its original spot and went into stealth mode after capturing us and that's why they haven't found us. 3, time moves differently in this weird space. What might be 10 years here is maybe only a day outside." "I think number 3 sounds the most plausible," said Old Ling. He suddenly realized the absurdity of it all and became filled with despair. "Then, that means there's no hope for us anymore. We should speak less to conserve our energy," said Huang Diheng, equally frustrated. They tried to master their breath while 50 years passed. During the last 60 years, from time to time, they would wake from their meditation. What greeted them was always the black shadow standing, unmoving from its spot, staring at them with a creepy smile. This caused them to be even more anxious. The Chaos World Stabilizing Pagoda was standing on its last leg as it used up the last of its energy. It started to become ever dimmer, and from time to time, it would black out. To make it last longer, they had no choice but to limit the size of the protective barrier to only 3 feet wide, which caused them to be smooshed up against one another. Another 20 years passed and the protective barrier became even smaller, less than 2 feet. They were not able to sit in a cross-legged position anymore. All they could do was hold each other tightly, which made them flush with embarrassment. "Brother Huang, has it ever crossed your mind that one day we'll be sticking so close to each other like this?" asked Old Ling. "Don't say something like this, Brother Ling. I almost want to puke," said Huang Dihang darkly. "Don't you dare. I wouldn't have ended up like this if it wasn't for you. What would other people say if they discovered our corpses in this position?" said Old Ling angrily. Huang Dihang's face turned green with shock. "We should preserve our integrity. How about we use the last of our energy to fight off that thing?" At the same time, 4 humans and 1 dog were standing midair in the chaos. They were all staring at the giant planet in front of them with grave eyes. "Lord Dog, this is the planet that took my father," said Huang Xiu. Jiang Lu knitted his brows gently. "There's nothing on the surface at all. It's a dead planet, and it's weird how my sword chi can't split it apart. There's certainly something weird going on in there. I've come prepared. If this planet's target is the fruit from the spiritual root, then we can test it out with the fruits I brought with me," said Qin Manyun with a smile. Chapter 654, Evil Blackie, a Cyclops called Yanmo. "Great idea. That solves the question of why you asked the master for some fruit," said Shitukan with bright eyes. Qin Manyun smiled, and with a wave of her hand, various fruits appeared in front of them. They were apples, oranges, peaches, and more. The fruits glowed with a rainbow sheen as they lit up the chaos like stars. Suddenly, the planet began to transform. The little black dot increased in size to become a vortex accompanied by strong magnetic force. The group had been observing the planet all this while and detected the slight change instantly. It worked. I'd never expect a dead planet to hold such a secret within. It must have come alive when it detected the scent of the fruits. Qin Manyun and the rest of them stared at the opening with grave expressions on their faces while Blackie slowly walked toward it. "Let's go in now." "Huh? We're walking in just like that?" asked Jiang Lu with shock. "If not? Should we wait for other people to get the fruit for master?" Blackie rolled his eyes and entered without hesitation, with Qin Manyun and the rest of the group following behind him. Their behavior shocked the vortex. "What are you guys doing? I haven't even activated my sucking power and you've walked in already? Can you at least show a little bit of respect?" Once inside, they could feel themselves being cut off from the outside world. Their new environment was one of depleting spiritual chi, and there were no living things in sight. The darkness and silence made them all anxious. However, they had come prepared for the worst, so they did not panic too much. Instead, they walked on forward until they came to the portal with the blood-red seal. Of course, they saw the 2 figures hugging each other tightly, too. Both parties were shocked when their eyes met. Blackie glared at the 2 old men and said, "It seems like we've come at a bad time, Miss Huang." Jiang Lu was dumbfounded as well. He felt his worldview turned upside down. What are they doing? Ow, my eyes, my eyes. "Maybe they discovered real love on their last dying breath," said Shitukan with disbelief. "We're sorry to have disturbed the 2 of you," said Qin Manyun. As for Huang Xiu, she wished she could scratch out her eyeballs. She was so filled with shock that she nearly collapsed to the ground. In a trembling voice filled with mixed feelings, she asked, "Father, how should I explain this to Mother?" Huang Dihang's and Old Ling's faces had shrunken beyond recognition while their wrinkles flapped down their faces. They were hugging each other tightly with a smile on their faces. Anyone would have had the wrong idea when faced with this. Huang Dihang's eyelids fluttered, and with the last of his energy said, "It's now what you all think. Please, listen to me as I explain, daughter." Blackie and Jiang Lu quickly comforted them. "There's no need to explain. You have our blessings. Please, don't worry, seniors. We understand. We're happy the 2 of you found your courage at last." Their words nearly made Huang Dihang and Old Ling puke blood as they suddenly became livelier. "No, I won't die like this. Brother Huang, this is all your fault. You've caused me to sin. Please, don't create any more rumors. We're innocent." Tears began to streak down their wrinkled faces as they sobbed like a couple of wronged children. "Lord Dog, seniors, please, stop with your teasing and save my father," pleaded Huang Xiu. "They're lacking the nourishment of spiritual chi. That's why they're all dried up like that. Feed them a little bit of the fruits and they'll be good as new, said Blackie calmly. Chin Manyun quickly did just that and fed the two old men some oranges. What's this? It tastes delicious. Ah, it feels like a much welcomed rain after the drought. I feel so much better now. This is too good. Too good. Looking at the two old men, Huang Siri's face became beet red. She almost did not want to admit one of them was her father. How embarrassing. Soon, Huang Diheng and Old Ling came back to life. Judging by their red faces and bowed heads, they were deeply ashamed of their previous behavior. Their reputation was as good as gone. If only there was a hole nearby. Jiang Lu gently cleared his throat and said, "Do you have anything to say for yourselves?" Huang Diheng suddenly snapped his head and said, "I'm still alive? Are you the one who saved us?" Old Ling recovered, too, and asked, "What happened?" "I'm still alive. You all are my saviors." Trust them to have completely erased what had just happened from their memories. "Father, it's already embarrassing enough, so please, stop your acting," said Huang Siri with a hand on her forehead. "Acting? I'm not acting. I really did lose all memories," said Huang Diheng innocently. Beside him, Old Ling was reliving the taste of the orange. "Is this orange from a spiritual root?" "It's only a fruit. No need to make a fuss about it." Huang Diheng smiled and said, "I've told you so. The expert will definitely send somebody to rescue us. Technically speaking, recovering the fruit is our top priority and the two of you are our second priority," corrected Blackie. "Yes, you're right, Lord Dog. Even being a second priority makes me happy," said Huang Diheng sycophantically. Suddenly, a loud crashing sound came from inside the portal as the giant black hand thrashed against the barrier created by the blood-red seal. They could sense its impatience and its murderous aura. Sensing the strong suction power, Ching Manyun said, "It seems like it really wants to get its hand on the fruit. This seal cuts off all spiritual qi and therefore, all chances of living. It could be called the ultimate seal. We have no idea how long this thing has been sealed here and it's truly a miracle it's still alive. It's only natural for it to crave for spiritual qi," said Huang Diheng in a low voice. "Apart from that, our mana would be sucked away from that thing inside, so we have to be doubly careful, alright?" reminded Old Ling. "By the way, time flows differently here from the outside. We've been here for 100 years. Anyone would have fallen into despair by the lack of spiritual qi and mana." Jiang Lu looked at the sealed portal with fear in his eyes. "What should we do?" "Don't panic. First, we should play with it a little," said Blackie with an evil smile. He strode toward the edge of the portal and with a wave of his paw, piled the fruit in front of it. Instantly, the air began to fill with thick spiritual qi. Old Ling was stunned by the sight in front of him. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and asked, "Oh my, I never knew there were so many different types of chaos spiritual fruit." The thing inside the portal was thrashing around even more wildly. It kept ramming its body against the barrier as one roar after another filled the air. Blackie took up an apple and in a mocking tone began to tease it. "Do you want this? Well, why don't you say so? How would I know what you want if you don't tell me? But of course, I won't give it to you even if you tell me." Then, he proceeded to take a big bite out of the apple. Delicious. An angry roar vibrated through the air, making Huang Diheng's skull tingle with numbness. "Are you angry at me? Why don't you come at me?" Blackie turned around and wiggled his butt toward the portal. "Oh, the look on your face must be divine. How I wish I could see it." The others were rendered completely speechless. They never expected Blackie to have such a side to him. This was psychologically warfare at its best. Dared they say they were even beginning to feel a shred of pity for the thing inside? Blackie waved them over and said, "Come here and have some of the chaos spiritual fruit." Instantly, the air was filled with the sound of them eating the chaos spiritual fruit. The poor thing inside could only watch with pitiful eyes at the quickly vanishing chaos spiritual fruits. It nearly drove itself mad to see the chaos spiritual fruit being so near and yet so far. Suddenly, they heard a voice coming from inside the portal. "Stupid dog, you're as good as dead." The group was stunned as they turned their eyes to look at the portal. It could speak. Eat more. Your energy will be absorbed by me as long as you're imprisoned here. So what if you finish the chaos spiritual fruit? The spiritual qi will become mine eventually," said the voice coldly. "Who are you and why are you sealed here?" asked Chin Manyun. "Who am I? Why, I'm the great Cyclops, Yanmo." His voice was hoarse and tinged with frustration. "I ended up like this because I was betrayed by the people in this world." "Are you not from this world?" Nonsense, why would we betray you? Yanmo's words shocked them. They were still trying to process the new information. Is he really not from the chaos? What did he mean when he said he was betrayed? If you say you're not of this world, then does that mean you're in cahoots with the eldritchs? Asked Sycophancy. The eldritchs? Ha ha ha. Yanmo's voice was filled with anger. Back then, we joined forces with the people of your world to fight against the eldritchs. After having won the war, the people of your world decided to go back on their word and chose to turn against us. Thus, I was sealed here. Just you wait. Once I'm out of this place, I'll kill every last one of you. The group glanced at each other with frowns on their faces. Do you think he's speaking the truth? Tell us more in detail and I might release you from this seal, said Blackie. Ha, stupid dog. Do you think I'll believe you? Asked Yanmo. You'll end up as a dried-up corpse soon enough. Are you sure you won't tell us more? I can give you a chaos spiritual fruit. Die. Cyclops, which world are you from and why did you come here? Die. Yanmo did not want to waste his breath on them and would only repeat the same word over and over again. Fine, here's something for you. Hope you enjoy it. With that, he raised his hind leg and peed straight into the portal. You should drink it up while it's still warm. That's the essence of the chaos spiritual fruit I had just now. No need to thank me at all. I'm going to kill you, shouted Yanmo as he thrashed wildly against the portal. The others were once again rendered speechless, though they had to admit they were impressed by Blackie's ability to drive anyone crazy. It was exhilarating to watch. By the way, where's the fruit tree you had with you? Blackie asked Huang Diheng. It was sucked into the portal when we were pulled in, replied Huang Diheng in a quiet voice. What should we do next? Asked Old Ling. I'm done teasing him. The only thing we should do now is go inside the portal and come what may, replied Blackie. Sycophancy took a closer look at the seal. This is a wisdom level seal. It's very intricate. It seems like the only way out of here is through that portal. Are you sure about that? There's a wisdom elite inside it after all, said Huang Diheng and Old Ling. Don't worry, he's been sealed here for thousands of years. I bet he doesn't have much energy left. There's a high chance we might come out the winner, said Blackie. Let's go then. I really want to see what the cyclops looks like, said Zhang Lu. They all took a deep breath before entering the portal. Since the portal was only meant to keep whatever was inside from getting out, they found themselves able to easily walk in from the outside. Once inside, they could finally see the interior scenery. They were standing on top of an extremely huge square with strange patterns shining brilliantly on the ground. The patterns were emitting the same aura as the word seal outside of the portal. It was obviously a sealed land. On this square, there were a lot of dried bones scattered about. They must have belonged to the poor monks who were unwittingly sucked in by Yanmo. Apart from that, they could also see a withered tree lying about. None of the leaves had survived and even the branches seemed to be holding up a white flag. There was no doubt about it, it was the fruit tree they were looking for. However, half of its spiritual chi had been sucked off. There was a huge figure standing in the middle of the square. He must have been around 7 or 8 meters tall with pitch-black skin. Its muscles were packed onto his body like boulders, bulging here and there. They could sense a terrifying power coming off him as if a single punch from him would cause the galaxy to explode into smithereens. Their pupils shrank rapidly when they raised their eyes towards Yanmo's face, for where his head should be was nothing but empty space. Chapter 655, Freedom, at last, Turn of Events. The giant headless body stood ramrod straight in the middle of the square as if it was about to touch the sky. Huang Diheng and the others barely reached the top of his knee. The aura being emitted from the body was terrifying and oppressive. Ah! Screamed Qin Manyun and Sycophancy when they saw the giant headless body. The others were shocked as well, for they never expected the Cyclops to be headless. He's not only sealed in a god-forsaken place but also had his head severed off. Who'd go to all this effort? How could he still be alive after so many years? He's too terrifying. It's hard to imagine just how powerful he was when he was at the peak of his power. He must be a wisdom elite, said the group in shock. Huang Diheng and Old Ling had never felt so insignificant before. Even with their power, they would surely die after 100 years of being sealed away. The Cyclops did it without his head. The headless Cyclops faced the crowd and a powerful pressure flowed out of it like a waterfall. After all that, you still chose to enter? Blackie walked calmly to the fruit tree and picked it up. How can we get out of this place if we don't come here? Besides, I need to bring this fruit tree back. Ha, stupid dog. You're even more foolish than I thought." The headless cyclops was full of murderous intent and without saying anything further, started to attack Blackie. His spiritual strength was not like before, so no manifestations appeared when he raised his hand. Even so, he managed to kick up a storm. His physical strength alone was enough to stir up the laws of the universe and suppress the heavens. The giant palm was coming down on Blackie fast like a fly swatter, totally blocking out the sun. The crowd snapped back to the present and attacked the headless cyclops at the same time. Zhang Lu unsheathed his sword and swung it toward the headless cyclops' body. At this, the headless cyclops raised his other hand to block out Zhang Lu's sword attack, which fizzled out in the middle of his palm. What terrifying power! His body alone's enough to sustain our attacks. No wonder they could only seal him away even after separating his head and body. He must be very difficult to kill. Even the passing of time couldn't destroy his body. Zhang Lu and the rest of the group were sent flying by the force of the headless cyclops' slap. On the other side, Blackie was using his butt to deflect the headless cyclops' attack, but it was futile. With a big bang, he was sent crashing down to the ground, too. Fortunately, he sustained no injuries and was able to get up instantly. Seeing this, the headless cyclops was puzzled. "You can't hurt me. I have the protection of the leather pants," said Blackie proudly. Then, he lowered his eyes and his mana surrounded him, causing the leather pants to glow with a black light. Wisdom, supernatural power, blinding mosaic. Instantly, the mosaic light enveloped the headless cyclops. "What kind of supernatural power is this? It's affecting my divine consciousness," said the headless cyclops. He realized he had lost his sense of sight and could not see Blackie and the others at all. No matter how strong he was, he would not be able to fight off the enemies if he could not see them. He found it hard to believe that there was a supernatural power that could affect him. It must be a supernatural power of the wisdom level. The leather pants must be some kind of ultimate treasure. Meanwhile, Qin Manyun was sitting mid-air in a cross-legged position with her guqin in front of her. Her dress was flapping gently, making her look like an enchanted fairy. She was running her slender fingers over the strings and air waves visible to the naked eye rippled through the air with the sound of the guqin. The airwaves were none other than the laws of the universe. At the start, the sound of the guqin rippled like small streams of water, flowing gently around Yanmo, which annoyed him very much. Soon, the sound of the guqin sped up like 1,000 galloping armored horses, causing more and more ripples to appear. Before long, the little creek turned into a torrential river and completely engulfed Yanmo. They could see terrifying manifestations around Yanmo as if the world was coming to an end. The song she was playing was called Ambush. It was the first song Li Nianfang ever taught her during the times of the prehistoric era. It was also Qin Manyun's favorite and most skilled song. The song was filled with murderous intent, and one round of this song was enough to collapse the wisdom of a small planet. "What a powerful song. The guqin's enough to turn the world upside down," said Old Ling with shock. Although the song was not targeted at him, he still felt his blood boiling as a chilling murderous intent surged up his body. Yanmo's movement became suppressed as if he was slogging his way through the mud. Shi Tukan took this opportunity to write the words, 3,000 visitors are full of flowers, 14 states froze over, with one strike of the sword. As soon as the last word was written, endless sword chi raised, creating an endless tempest storm. The wind whipped through the air like sharpened blades. At the same time, a white light flowed around Zhang Lu's body as its sword light shot through the sky. Combined with the poem Shi Tukan wrote, an explosive sword intent erupted in the air. He swung his sword and an earth-shattering bladed energy with enough power to destroy a world rushed and collided against Yanmo. This sword attack had already surpassed the laws of the universe and was imbued with a shred of wisdom power. Huang Dihang swallowed, and in a shocked voice, he said, "Terrifying. Very terrifying. Death would be his only path should he come face to face with such a sword attack." "They're too powerful to only be of the heavenly realm level," cried Old Ling with shock. "That leather pants, that guqin, and that calligraphy brush. All of them must be ultimate chaos treasures." His voice had a touch of mania in it as his eyes swept over Blackie and the rest of the group. He felt like his heart was about to explode. They must be the expert's elite force and the reason for his power. They're truly unbelievable. Huang Dihang coughed gently and said, "You must be sorely mistaken." "What do you mean?" asked Old Ling quizzically. "Lord Dog's simply a pet kept by the expert. That young man with the sword is his woodcutter, and the other two girls are his music apprentice and calligraphy apprentice. As for the ultimate chaos treasures, they were freely given to them by the expert, for he had no use for them." "What?" Old Ling's mind began to buzz as he felt his Dao heart nearly collapse. He chastised himself for having such a narrow worldview. Do you think there's a need for more people to serve the expert? I'm willing to do anything, even sweeping the floor, if I can stay by his side. Humph. Sweeping the floor? Even I have to line up to have a chance to be the trash collector, said Wang Diheng angrily. Under everyone's joint attacks, Yanmo's screams echoed through the air as his murderous aura shot through the sky. He was on the verge of having a manic breakdown. There were cuts all over his body and his blood sprayed out like a fine mist. There was even a 3-foot-wide gash with black-red blood flowing out of it. The weird thing was, his blood did not drip down to the ground. Instead, it was momentarily suspended in the air before it flowed back into the wound. Zhang Lu took a deep breath and said in disbelief, how is it possible for him to sustain such little injuries when we're using all of our most powerful attacks? The Wisdom Elite's already known to be powerful, but he might be even more powerful than the average Wisdom Elite, said Qin Manyun gravely. Die. Every one of you, die, shouted Yanmo furiously. Dark light started to appear around his body as he prepared to use his supernatural power, too. His body suddenly expanded to 10 meters, and then again to 15 meters tall. His body alone took up half of the space around him. He lifted his right foot, which was as big as a mountain, and stomped in the direction of the group. Qin Manyun increased the speed of her playing and the sound of her guqin transformed into a rainbow light. The manifestation swirled around it with enough power to hold up the sky. Shi Tukan wrote down some words with her calligraphy brush again, which created more attacks against Yanmo. Zhang Lu raised his sword, which transformed into a giant sword and pierced it through Yanmo's giant foot. Blackie raised his dog paw and a giant paw print collided against Yanmo. Huang Diheng and Old Ling gave their strongest attacks as their mana surged madly around. All at the same time, an endless number of attacks exploded against Yanmo, causing the space to crack. The laws of the universe shot madly around and countless manifestations seemed to be hellbent on destroying this space. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the seal portal with a cracking sound. The crack became bigger and bigger with countless other tiny cracks appearing until the cracks formed the word seal. The seal was near the point of integration. After the passing of so many years and coupled with the group's attacks, it found itself unable to maintain its power. At one point, they knew the seal had been completely destroyed when they heard an exploding sound. The planet they were on exploded together with the destruction of the seal and was turned into dust. The force of the explosion spread across the chaos and created a dust storm. At the sight of the explosion, Blackie and the rest of the group were sent flying as the color drained out of their faces. Yanmo suffered the brunt of the explosion as his headless body was drenched in blood from the infinite cuts he sustained. He had lost the power to heal himself. However, he was laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, I'm out. I'm finally out. The next era will be my era, Yanmo's era. Now die, all of you. An infinite amount of spiritual chi started to flow toward him as they were absorbed by his body. His aura was becoming stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. His wounds started to heal themselves. He was already very powerful in a space without spiritual chi, which meant he would be even more powerful now that he was out of that place. There was no stopping him from taking over the world this time. Stop him. We must seal him up again, said Blackie. The group sent out attacks, one after another, which created a barrier around Yanmo, cutting off his supply of spiritual chi from the outside world. Shi Tukan had her eyes closed while she furiously scribbled words in thin air. She was trying to copy the word seal from her mind. As she did so, the fragmented seal started to gather together, reforming itself into the word seal. It was emitting a weird aura. Don't even think you can seal me up again now that I'm out, shouted Yanmo angrily. He threw out a punch which broke the barrier and left the area immediately without once looking back. His top priority was to recuperate so that he could regain his power and come back to kill this bunch of people. He was not foolish enough to think he could do it now. Before he could do that, Shi Tukan had already finished writing the word. She nodded at Yanmo's retreating figure and the word flew across the distance. It transformed into a blood-red light that went right into Yanmo's body. Instantly, Yanmo's aura became drastically weaker, causing him to lose the ability to absorb spiritual chi from the outside world. However, he did not stop and ran even faster. Quickly, chase after him. The seal can only last 3 days, said Shi Tukan anxiously. The group quickly did as she said and shot out toward Yanmo in a trail of light. It was the chase of the century. Wherever they passed, the space around them would become distorted. They were so fast that to the normal eye, they looked like a blur. The people living on the planets they passed could only feel a sudden force cutting through the air which caused them to quake in their boots. Some even nearly wet their pants. My God, What was that thing? How can it be so fast when it's headless? Is that a bald dog behind him? One headless, one hairless. Is that what it takes to be strong nowadays? Where did they come from? They're not your average heavenly realm fighters. They could only look on admiringly from the sidelines, for they knew they would not be able to keep up even if they wanted to join the chase. Just as Blackie was about to catch hold of Yanmo, he suddenly thought of something. This can't be right. He's not escaping haphazardly. He must be aiming to go to a certain place. We've been chasing him for 2 days non-stop in the direction from east to west. Sycophancy's heart jumped as she voiced her thoughts out loud. East to west? Could it be that the person who sealed Yanmo away kept his head in the east and his body in the west? Oh no, he's searching for his head. We better stop him. The crowd's expression changed drastically and they quickly increased their speed. However, they heard Yanmo laughing as he rushed toward a giant black planet and slammed his raised fist against it. The black planet shook violently and fine cracks began to appear on its surface. Yanmo threw out another punch against the black planet, revealing its interior as he shouted, "Come to me, my head." Chapter 656, Entering the River of Time, A Mysterious Phantom. The black planet exploded with a loud crash. The fragmented rocks transformed into flying meteorites which shot across the 4 directions in the chaos. The group fixed their gazes at the center of the explosion and saw a head appear in Yanmo's hand. The head was also pitch black like metal, and the most surprising thing about it was the single giant eye situated vertically in the middle of its face. The eye was staring straight at the group with a red glint. "Run!" shouted Blackie. He turned around without hesitation and the group followed closely behind him. They all shot out across the chaos in trails of light. They were not stupid enough to think they would be able to take Yanmo down now that he had recovered his head. They had no doubt he could completely wipe them out with only the power in his pinky. Yanmo put his head back on his neck and instantly, endless fierce light engulfed the chaos and a loud humming sound could be heard all around. Powerful energy began to flow through his body which caused the laws of the universe to vibrate non-stop. This was the return of the king, and the only way to survive was to surrender. He quickly chased after Blackie while still remembering to absorb the spiritual chi around him. Zhang Lu sensed Yanmo's movement behind him and shouted in shock, "He's coming at us fast." "We can see that, Captain Obvious. Keep running as fast as you can," said Blackie. They were taking the route they previously took, but their force was much more powerful than before, raising another ruckus amongst one of the planet's locals. "What's happening? Why are they back? This is too frightening. Compared to them, I'm as weak as an ant." They've reversed their roles. The bald dog's being chased after this time. Look, the headless figure's headless no more. No wonder they're being chased after. It was at this time that Yanmo slowly raised his palm against the planet as he expanded his body to the extent he could seemingly hold up the whole chaos with one hand. Mighty forces rolled out from his body, which was already much bigger than the planet, making it seem like the planet was nothing but a toy. Yanmo grabbed hold of the planet and imbibed everything into his body. Immediately, a series of frightened screams could be heard as the planet was sucked dry. While doing that, Yanmo never stopped moving his feet as he continued chasing after Blackie. His single eye, which was fixed on Blackie, glowed even redder as it turned blood red. "You stupid dog, die. Supernatural power, death stare." Blackie, who was running for his life, felt a sudden chill in his body as if he could be wiped out from the face of the world any second. He wiggled his butt without hesitation and shouted, "Mosaic light." Instantly, mosaic light shot out from his butt and surrounded the group. To Yanmo's eyes, Blackie and the group were completely hidden by the mosaic light, and so he found it difficult to know where they were at. The loss of the target meant that his death stare attack was useless as it landed on a nearby planet, causing it to disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. "That's one hell of a supernatural power. It's a good thing the master gave me these leather pants. We're still alive thanks to it. Long live the mosaic. Make sure to avoid the light, cause I don't think we can deflect it at all. This wisdom elite's too powerful. We're no match against him." They were all stunned by Yanmo's terrifying power and wished they could flee even faster. "I'll increase our speed with the power of the wind," said Sycophancy as she quickly wrote something in the air. Immediately, their speed was drastically increased. "What should we do, Lord Dog? How long do you think your mosaic light can last?" asked Wang Diheng anxiously. "Lord Dog, maybe we should ask for help from the expert," said Zhang Lu. With the mosaic light still flowing out from his butt, Blackie gave the thought some consideration. "No, Yanmo's too strong. He might disturb the master if we lead him back there. Under no circumstances can we allow that to happen. He shook his head vigorously. "Only a wisdom elite can take him down, and I know just the person. Follow me." With that, he led the group off in another direction. Soon, they arrived at the ancient battleground, and not long after, so did Yanmo. He stared at the mosaic and started to rush toward it while throwing a punch at the same time. The force of the power pummeled everything to the ground. Blackie quickly brought everyone to the river and entered it without any hesitation. He planned to ask the Soul Master for help. It was the best plan he could come up with on such short notice. He was sure the Soul Master would be able to handle Yanmo, for she was also of the wisdom level. Not to mention, she had the elite king's corpse with her, too. Once inside the River of Time, they knew they had entered a completely different world. A horrible pressure caused their minds to go into a trance and inexplicably gave birth to a sense of confusion as a deluge of chaotic voices crashed around in their ears. The river seemed peaceful on the surface, but below that, it was kicking up angry foams against the sides. "We have to be extra careful while here. The River of Time contains scenes and sounds from infinite periods of time. We must keep our Tao hearts stabilized, for it's the end of the road if we lose it," warned Blackie gravely. Huang Diheng and Old Ling's hearts began to beat wildly at the mention of the River of Time. The name sounded very familiar to them and instantly brought about a round of mixed feelings which caused them to shudder. No one had ever been able to confirm the existence of the River of Time. Now that they were faced with it, they became awestruck at the thought that the ability to go back in time itself was before them. They walked along the river and scenes from their past floated before their eyes. There were times of happiness, sadness, anger, and regrets. The scenes were so temptingly close to them that they wished they could enter it and change the course of their histories. Suddenly, they were brought back to the present by a crisp whipping sound. What greeted them was the sight of Qin Manyun looking at them sternly with a glowing willow branch in her hand. "Don't lose yourself in the River of Time. What you see before you are nothing but illusions. There's no way we can break through the barrier of time with our power." "That was a close shave. Thank you for saving us, Miss Qin," said Huang Diheng and others. "One would need to pay a heavy price to change the course of history. Even a wisdom elite would run into a risk of being engulfed by the River of Time." What was more to say about them? Qin Manyun and Shi Tukan became more and more awestruck as they delved deeper into the River of Time. When they first heard of Li Nianfan's plan of resurrection, they felt his power to be beyond their imaginations, but now that they were walking inside the River of Time, they had a better understanding of what it would really take for Li Nianfan to do so. They nearly fell into despair at the thought of how much stronger Li Nianfan really was compared to an ordinary human being. This caused them to realize without a doubt that no one was comparable to the expert. They realized Yanmo, too, had entered the River of Time when the waves around them thrashed even more wildly. The force of his entrance caused the water level to recede as one water pillar shot up to the sky. "Run!" shouted Blackie decisively. Yanmo did not immediately chase after them. He stood where he was with his trembling body as confusion began to fill his eyes. All the while, he ignored the water crashing against his body. Before his very eyes was the scene of the destruction of his world. The planets were dying, the sun and moon dimmed, and many living creatures were wiped out. He was reliving the past again, of the eldritch's plundering and slaughtering. He gave out an angry roar and an infinitor erupted from within him, causing the River of Time to shake. He maniacally punched the air, which caused no more than a little ripple here and there as if the scenes were protected by an invisible barrier. He kept on roaring and punching and roaring while wishing vehemently to break the barrier and go back in time. Meanwhile, Blackie and the rest of the group kept moving forward while the scenes changed before them. They saw the end of planets, the breaking apart of the heavens, the pitiful plight of many living creatures, the countless people who died in battle, skies stained red with their blood, and of course, the eldritchs. There were no words to describe just how destitute those times were. I, Ching Di, killed 12 Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals of the Eldritch clan. I asked the elite, though dead, our clan will never perish. I, Zandian Daijin, killed 3 wisdom-level fighters of the Eldritch clan. I pledge my loyalty to the human race to fight off all enemies. I, Yuling Long, will go into the Chaos Ocean in pursuit of the Eldritch clan. I won't back down in the face of danger. Qin Manyun was crying her heart out. Why does this all have to happen? Why can't we all live together in peace? It was a tragic time. A total disaster for the chaos. No one got away unaffected, said Huang Diheng in a low voice. Suddenly, they heard loud crashing sounds coming from in front of them. Terrible forces of energy erupted around them and made them jump. A fight must have broken out in the River of Time. What a frightening aura. The fighters are definitely more powerful than us. Could it be the Soul Master? The group was shocked and quickly rushed toward the location of the fight. What greeted them were three figures flying above the river surface. An infinite amount of aura poured out of them which caused the water around them to flow in an opposite direction. Two of the figures belonged to the Soul Master and the Elite King. They could not see who the other person was, but he must be strong to be able to go head-to-head against the Soul Master and the Elite King. The Soul Master waved the Chaos flag and the river of time exploded. The water shot up to create a wall. The light of destruction from the Chaos flag transformed into a black tornado that was aiming straight for the mysterious phantom. The mysterious phantom took out his hand from behind his back and pointed at the black tornado. Instantly, the power of wisdom poured out from his finger and transformed into a ripple, freezing the black tornado. "We've been at it for a long time now, so why don't you give up this futile attempt? There's no way the two of you can stop me," said the mysterious phantom with a cold laugh. He received an answer in the form of the Elite King's attack. Earth-shattering fist. Although one could sense the wisdom power pulsating within, it was infinitely more powerful than any wisdom attack. Even brushing against it would cause 1,000 planets to explode. The mysterious phantom did not seem to be afraid and threw a punch, too. The impact of the collision between the two attacks parted the river of time. If this was any other ordinary river, the water would have been completely evaporated by the impact. However, this was the river of time after all. There was only a small ripple in the water before settling back to its original form. "I can't believe there's another person in the river of time. Do you think that mysterious phantom's one of the eldritch?" asked Shitukan in shock. Chinmanyu knitted her brows together and answered, "It's obvious the Soul Master and Elite King aren't at the peak of their powers. Surely they would have defeated the mysterious phantom by now if they were. I remember the Soul Master saying something about someone wanting to go back in time to kill the young Elite King. That mysterious phantom must be the person she was talking about. She came here to stop him," said Blackie. "Where did the mysterious phantom come from and how did it manage to enter the river of time?" asked Shitukan with a puzzled expression on her face. The river of time was in the ancient battleground which was situated in chaos. It was obvious that the mysterious phantom was not in the chaos, so how did it enter the river of time? "I think I can answer your question. Strictly speaking, the river of time doesn't exist. It can only be manifested using great power, so it can appear anywhere the manifestor wishes. However, I haven't heard of anyone who could manifest the river of time, so it's odd how there suddenly seems to be two people who can do that now," explained Huang Diheng. "That mysterious phantom's real body's probably somewhere else. He must have used a special method to enter the river of time." In actuality, he was extremely frightened at the thought of the mysterious phantom's power. The mysterious phantom not only managed to enter the river of time, but his combat power had already reached the realm of a wisdom elite. That meant that with his real body, he could even surpass a wisdom elite. The mysterious phantom probably had a hand in all the catastrophes that ever occurred in the chaos. Suddenly, they heard the sound of footsteps coming from behind them. It was Yanmo striding quickly and causing a mini wave to rise with every step. His single eye was completely red and his whole body was emitting a cold murderous aura. "We're doomed," said Zhang Lu with a low voice. They were hoping to be rescued by the Soul Master. It never crossed their minds that she herself would also be engaged in a desperate battle. Now, there were enemies on both sides. This would not end well for them. "Lord Dog, what should we do?" asked the dispirited group. "I'll try to buy some time with my leather pants, but after that, we're on our own," said Blackie with resignation in his voice. "It's you," shouted Yanmo suddenly when he laid his eyes on the mysterious phantom. Instantly, he was filled with a powerful murderous intent as he rushed toward the mysterious phantom. "I'm going to kill you." Chapter 657, The Elite's Arrival. The expert went fishing. "What's a cyclops doing in the river of time?" asked the mysterious phantom in disbelief when he saw Yanmo. How could he not be surprised when faced with so many people in such a short time? It was illogical for them to be here, for he had first-hand experience of the price he had to pay for his phantom to enter the river of time. He had been here for many, many years, and it was all due to his effort that the Eldritch clan could rule over the world. Yanmo ignored his question and erupted with another wave of murderous intent. He screamed with a bloody eye. He violently slammed down his palm and the sky was immediately blanketed by thunder and lightning which pressed down against the mysterious phantom. The mysterious phantom's expression became fierce, and with his mana, he summoned some flames which then transformed into a flaming lance. The power of the flame was terrifying and seemed to possess its own will. The increase in temperature stained the river of time red. This was a fire force of the wisdom level, and it had the ability to burn everything to the ground. The mysterious phantom threw the flaming lance at Yanmo, which he deflected with his fist. The impact caused an explosion. Yanmo's right arm was completely burned off. The flames continued to work up his stump to burn off his primordial spirit. The mysterious phantom did not fare any better as he was sent flying violently along the river water, creating many tidal waves while his flaming lance was completely destroyed. Seeing this, Chin Manyun and the rest of the group gave out involuntary gasps. "They're so strong. Is it really that easy to burn off Yanmo's right arm?" asked Jiang Lu in disbelief. He thought back to not long ago when they only managed to leave some inconsequential scratches on Yanmo even after they all attacked at the same time. The mysterious phantom must be more powerful than all of them combined to easily burn off Yanmo's right arm. He suddenly perceived his power to be of insignificance. Yanmo's eye was completely red, and with a roar, he shouted, "Death stare!" Terrifying beams of red began to envelop the mysterious phantom, which caused him to shake violently as he screamed in pain. His body started to disappear. First, his legs were gone, then half his belly was gone. Suddenly, he gave out a loud roar, and with a burst of light, his body materialized again. "I don't care how you all got here as long as you don't go out alive. Die," said the mysterious phantom coldly. He manifested the flaming lance again, and with one step forward, he appeared in front of Yanmo. He pierced Yanmo's eye with the flaming lance, and black blood began to spray out of Yanmo's face. The mysterious phantom kept his hold on the lance while pushing it deeper into the eye, burning it even further. Yanmo roared with pain and grabbed hold of the mysterious phantom with both his hands. Like a python, he began to squeeze the mysterious phantom until its body exploded. The mysterious phantom's origins of life flashed, and in a blink of an eye, completely healed himself again. No traces of any injury could be seen on his body. So, he was not that different from the rest of them, too, in the sense that he relied on the origins of life to heal himself. He stood midair and stared down at them coldly. He had already decided that he would kill them no matter how they got here. He would not allow other people to exist in the river of time. The fight between the mysterious phantom and Yanmo was very short. All this while, the Soul Master and the Elite King only watched from the sidelines. There was a hint of recognition in the Soul Master's eyes when she saw Yanmo, for it was her who sealed him away. She never expected him to ever break out from under the seal. Although Yanmo did help them in fighting off the eldritchs, by then, she had sensed that someone was messing with the river of time and was putting in motion his plan to kill off the young Elite King. She had no choice but to send a piece of herself into the river of time to stop the plan. In doing so, she realized that her power was greatly diminished and became worried that she would not be able to control Yanmo from indiscriminately killing off those in the chaos, since he was not of this world. She could only rest easy after sealing him away. She came to the river of time for two reasons. 1, to find the person responsible for messing with the river of time, and 2, to get back the piece of her soul she sent here eons ago. The Soul Master's eyes fell on Blackie and the rest of the group with a thoughtful expression. Could it be that the expert had requested them to release Yanmo so that they could bring them there to fight off the mysterious phantom? It was obvious Yanmo held a deep grudge against the mysterious phantom, a grudge so deep that he had no eyes for anyone else but the mysterious phantom. "You despicable fool! How dare you kill 3 of our elites in the river of time? I'm going to kill you for that," shouted Yanmo as he rushed toward the mysterious phantom again. The mysterious phantom laughed coldly. "The 6th dimension's no more. What can you alone do to me?" "Let's fight him together," shouted the Soul Master. She and the Elite King then rushed toward the mysterious phantom with their mighty aura. The mysterious phantom alone is worth 3 elites. We needed the expert's help to come here, and yet, that mysterious phantom could enter with his own power. I can't believe he killed 3 from the Cyclops clan in the river of time. I'd go crazy with revenge if that were to happen to me, too. No matter what world they were in, a wisdom elite was the peak of a clan's battle power. Anyone would have mourned the loss of a wisdom elite, what more to say for 3 wisdom elites? The 6th dimension? Is this where Yanmo came from? Which dimension is the chaos? Although they were observing from the sidelines, they made sure to glean as much information as possible from their conversations. After a round of discussion, they turned their attention back to the fight with grave expressions on their faces. That mysterious phantom is truly despicable. He's been pulling strings from the river of time all this while. How could we possibly win if he does that? Do you think the Soul Master and others could win this fight? Asked Shitukin worriedly. Blackie smiled faintly and stood up proudly. In times like this, you can rely on me. With that, He suddenly opened his eyes wide in focus and all the mana in his body exploded, which caused their surroundings to become distorted as countless laws of the universe shook around them. One terrifying manifestation appeared after one another. "Ultimate supernatural power, leather pants detach," shouted Blackie and instantly took off his leather pants, which flew off in a burst of light, aiming straight at the mysterious phantom and landing squarely on top of his head. The leather pants were surrounded by the mosaic light, which acted as a barrier against sight and other senses. The mysterious phantom was strutting around cockily with the fact that he was about to win in a fight against 3 wisdom elites when he found himself suddenly blinded by the leather pants. He started to question whether things were happening as they were. Huh? What's this? How did this happen? He began to panic and involuntarily took a few steps back. All he could see was mosaic, mosaic, and mosaic. He was completely cut off from the world outside. "Ha ha ha, die," shouted Yanmo. He was not going to let this chance slip by him. The same could be said for the Soul Master and the Elite King. "Destroy everything into silence," said the Soul Master while pointing gracefully at the mysterious phantom. "Earth-shattering fist," shouted the Elite King as he threw a punch. The destructive power combined with the supernatural power made the mysterious phantom scream in pain. He could not stop his body from shaking. "Die. Death stare," shouted Yanmo as blood-red beams shot out from his eye again. Their 3 supernatural powers were strong enough to tear down heaven and earth. It was so strong that the space around them began to distort as if their bodies were being reflected in a funhouse mirror. Infinite lights were bursting out from within the mysterious phantom and his origins of life began to flicker. Just as it seemed as if he was on his last dying breath, his origins of life exploded brightly and a weird aura began to surround them. "Deity, I summon thee," said the mysterious phantom in a low voice before it completely disappeared into the thin air. However, that was not the end, for they sensed an extremely horrifying force coming down on them. The force landed on the river of time with a loud crash and the space around them became even more distorted. They found themselves unable to resist the force. After that, there was complete silence. Even the ripples in the river of time were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a giant hand appeared in the sky. They had no idea where it came from and no idea how it got there. All they knew was it was coming for them. The giant hand seemed to contain all the worlds in the universe, and though its power was not evident, they could feel an unassailable aura coming off it. They wanted to hide from the incoming giant hand but found themselves unable to do so. "The strongest of the eldritch clans here. That hand belongs to the mysterious phantom's deity. Mummy, I'm scared. Is he a wisdom elite or perhaps, stronger than that?" "Ah!" The giant hand continuously inched down on them when suddenly, Yanmo roared loudly as his hair flew around his face. His body quickly expanded and in a blink of an eye, became 100 miles tall with no sign of stopping. He held both of his hands high above his head to counter the falling giant hand. The Soul Master and the Elite King got to work, too, raising their hands above their heads while activating their supernatural powers. Meanwhile, back in the 4-part architecture, Li Nianfan was trying his hand at fishing with Dragon and Nanan accompanying him. "It shouldn't take long," he said with a smile. He cast the line and the hook landed with a plop into the pond. He was confident he would be able to catch something since not long ago, he had dumped many fishes there. He stared intently at the middle of the pond with eyes filled with anticipation. "I hope I catch a big one." At the bottom of the pond, the school of fishes stared blankly at the fish hook as it sank. They were immediately filled with mixed feelings. They wondered what they should do now that the expert had begun fishing. Although they had mentally prepared for this day, they still did not expect it to arrive this fast. "What are you all waiting for? Isn't it worth sacrificing a little bit of our flesh in return for the expert's favor? Go bite the hook now," scolded the old dragon. Then, he pointed at a random fish and said, "You. Get hooked." Said fish swam slowly to where the hook was with tears in its eyes. Finally, it hardened its heart and bit the hook with its opened mouth. He had decided it was an honor to be eaten by the expert, for it meant he would be closer to him. However, it was not meant to be, for the fish hook had dodged the fish's opened mouth. They were all stunned by what had happened. Each of them tried to bite the hook, with the end result being the same. They discovered the hook to be imbued with some kind of weird power that allowed it to dodge the fish's opened mouths. They were deeply puzzled and wondered exactly what the expert was hoping to catch. Back at the River of Time, the giant hand was not slowed down by Yanmo and the others' attacks. It made contact with Yanmo, and at that slightest touch, Yanmo was completely blown into smithereens. His fragmented lumpy flesh landed with a squish against the walls and floor while his blood sprayed out. What was worse was his origins of life had broken apart. The Soul Master and the Elite King's attack was futile against the giant hand, and the backlash from the impact caused them to spew out blood as their bodies were sent flying into the river of time. The giant hand continued on its path. It was not even that close to them, but Blackie and the group could already feel the unimaginably strong power it was emitting, weighing down on them until they could not even lift their heads. Their bodies began to break apart and a fine mist of blood sprayed out. The giant hand did not even need to descend completely for them to turn into dust. "I'm afraid this is the end for us. He is just too strong. We're gonna die. We're gonna die." I no longer wonder how he could mess with the river of time. But I do wonder who's more powerful, the expert or the owner of this giant hand. "I'm sorry, Master, for failing to bring back the fruit tree. Save me, Master. I don't want to die just yet." They wanted to resist to the very end, to die with a little dignity, but how could they when they could not even lift their little finger? They had to turn to the next best thing, which was to create scenarios in their mind. Suddenly, a weird ripple appeared in the air, and out peeked a fishhook. It had bypassed the normal laws of time to end up here. The line connected to the fishhook seemed to be from somewhere else. The entire sky began to vibrate and the fishhook had captured everyone's full attention. Compared to the giant hand, the fishhook seemed laughably weak. The fact that it was not giving off any weird aura made it all the more attractive. Its appearance made all the other things seemingly disappear from their sight. The fishhook swept through the sky, aiming straight for the giant. Its speed was not fast but contained the determination to break through any barrier. "What's this? How's this possible?" screamed a voice in the sky in surprise. The voice belonged to none other than the giant hand's owner. It appeared the fishhook had frightened him from the way he was trying to escape with all his effort. However, he realized that his fate had been sealed. "No, no!" His frustrated scream rang through the air as he helplessly watched the fishhook dig into the giant hand. Chapter 658, Born to Fight, Chaos 7th Dimension. Li Nianfan had caught a big fish from the pond in the backyard. The fish flew out in an arc, spraying water droplets everywhere. The fish's appearance was accompanied by a majestic power which caused the whole sky to shake and wind to blow over the four-part architecture. Immediately, the bees went back to their hives, the milk cows folded their legs, and the peacocks were running around in circles under the tree. Even the flowers, grass, and trees had gone silent. They fixed their gaze on the fish as they felt their hearts about to explode from the terror of it all. The fishes in the pond were trembling non-stop as they swam around, not knowing what to do. "Is that fish a wisdom elite? The expert wasn't fishing for us? That fish looks horrible. Where did it come from? Did it just jump through a wormhole?" Technically speaking, that really isn't a fish but an elite. But since the expert calls it a fish, then it's a fish. Yes, we're fishes, too. I'm going to stop talking and go back to blowing bubbles. The arrival of the wisdom elite struck a chord with the wisdom in the surroundings. Terrible manifestations swirled all around them with the power to suppress everything in the world. Every living creature in the backyard was trembling with fear. However, that sensation only lasted for a while, for it disappeared soon after. The big fish was thrashing around on the ground as if its life depended on it. It could not comprehend what was happening and it did not like this feeling of the unknown one bit. It began to wonder if this was all a dream. Did I just get turned into a fish? Where am I? The last thing it remembered was being helplessly pulled across time and space from the river of time, and the next thing it knew, it had landed here. What kind of trick is this? Who did this? Its eyes were about to fall out once it took a good look at its surroundings. The sight of rare chaos creatures, chaos spiritual roots, and chaos soil filled his vision. What is this place? Does a place like this really exist in the chaos? Impossible. All this must be an illusion. A chill ran down its spine and it wanted to scream out loud, but then it discovered a fish had no vocal cords at all. It could only open and close its mouth to blow out bubbles. "Wow, it's a big one all right. I like its vitality," said Li Nianfan with bright shiny eyes. "Huh? It's completely gold in color and its scales are very weird, too. I don't remember Brother Al giving me this type of fish." Nanan measured the fish and cried out, "Wow! It's half my size." Dragon was dancing with joy. "It looks delicious. Let's eat it. Let's eat it." She went to grab the fish but her hand was slapped away by its tail. It had not given up its struggle. It jumped to a height of 1 meter, trying to get back to the pond. "Let me teach you a handy trick. This fish has too much energy, so the best thing to do is to beat it unconscious to prevent any accident from happening," said Li Nianfan with a smile. With that, he picked up a random rock and smashed it down on the fish's head. The fish immediately went slack. This way, When the time to kill it comes, it won't feel any pain. We can save a lot of time without the needless struggle. Understand?" Dragon and Nana nodded their heads. "Yes, Brother Lee. You're so good at everything." Back at the River of Time, the group still had not recovered from what had happened. They kept staring at the spot where the giant hand used to be. Finally, they moved their hand to close their jaw and collectively gave out a cold gasp. "It must be the expert," said Jiang Lu excitedly. He had tears in his eyes and wished he could fall on his knees before the expert there and then. What terrifying power to be able to hook a wisdom elite from a different space. "I'm afraid the depth of his power is more than I could ever imagine in this lifetime," said Wang Diheng in a shaky voice. "I knew he'd come save us. I knew he couldn't bear to part ways with me," said Blackie. "Is it really the expert?" asked Oldling in a shocked tone. "He's more powerful than what I've heard." Qin Manyu nodded. "It's definitely the expert. The ore on the fish hook seems very familiar. It was stored in the corner of the expert's backyard." "Oldling, you have no right to doubt the expert's power," said Wang Diheng. "He was definitely fanboying over the expert. I forgot to tell you. This River of Time was manifested by the expert as well, so it makes sense for him to fish here, right?" The Soul Master stood upon the River of Time. She stabilized her emotion and was happy to know that an existence that could suppress the River of Time had finally appeared. She took one look at Yanmo's dismembered body and sealed him up again. "Soul Master, you despicable person. Let me go. I know you can't kill me now. I'll make you pay for this," shouted Yanmo with hatred. He could not believe his freedom to be so short-lived. "There are still elites in my world and they'd come here to wage a war against you all. Prepare to be our slaves." "Shut up. Leather pants on head," said Blackie. With that, his leather pants landed squarely on Yanmo's head. She stuck out her tongue and pointed at Yanmo. "This guy almost scared me to death. Can I punch him? I want to punch him, too. I've never punched a wisdom elite before. It must feel incredible." "Yeah, I bet so, too," echoed the others with bright shiny eyes. The group surrounded Yanmo in a circle and treated him like a punching bag. They could feel their hearts getting lighter with each punch or kick. There was nothing Yanmo could do but sob his heart out. Once satisfied, they turned to greet the Soul Master. "Greetings, Soul Master. A grave catastrophe was averted thanks to you all," said the Soul Master. "No, it's all due to the expert," said Shituken. The Soul Master nodded and thought, "The expert's the linchpin in all this. I hope it'll continue like this till the end of time." "Soul Master, do you know what Yanmo meant when he mentioned the sixth dimension?" asked Qin Manyun curiously. "The edge of the chaos is called the Chaos Ocean. This ocean contains great danger and boundless free currents of wisdom. Even a wisdom elite would have a hard time crossing it. On the opposite end of the Chaos Ocean is another dimension. Under a designated time and specific conditions, the free currents would be weaker than usual, which then makes it possible for anyone to pass freely between the ocean. This was one of the reasons for the catastrophe." "Which dimension are the eldritchs in and what dimension are we in?" asked Jiang Lu. "The eldritchs are in the first dimension and we're in the seventh dimension. There are only a total of 7 dimensions," answered the Soul Master. "Why was there a catastrophe? Why must there be wars between different dimensions?" asked Shituken. The Soul Master glanced at Shituken and her eyes became stern. "Even the tree will fight with the grass for the nutrients in the soil. What's more to say about humans? Us cultivators are always fighting over spiritual chi, for without it, even the most invincible of us would die. There will always come a day when the spiritual chi in this dimension would not be enough to support the ever-increasing numbers of cultivators. Under these circumstances, we'd surely set our sights on other dimensions." The concise words of the Soul Master brought out a sorrowful expression on everyone's faces. The stronger one was, the more resources one would require. Thus, it had become a common occurrence to take from the weak. Using the example of the tree and grass again, the tree would surely monopolize the water hidden underground should they encounter a drought, and with no way of fighting, the grass would surely slowly die of thirst. One ordinary living being does not require many resources to sustain themselves, but it would be a different story for a million living beings. Therefore, should there come a time when there was not enough spiritual chi, it would not be far-fetched to say that the strong would kill millions to ensure their own survival. "Does this mean that the eldritchs didn't only plunder our dimension but also destroyed the sixth dimension? How about the other dimensions?" asked Wang Diheng. If it was really as he thought, then the eldritchs must have many strong fighters on their side. This sent a chill down his spine. The Soul Master shook her head and said, This information is of the most confidential level. My soul's fragmented, so I'm not sure about the current situation. I'm afraid I have to visit the other dimension to find out the truth." "What should we do with Yanmo?" asked Blackie, glancing at Yanmo. "Judging by the looks of it, I don't think the master would like to eat it. Just as well, he's not worthy to be eaten by him." Although it was close to impossible to kill a wisdom elite, Blackie was sure it would pose no problem for Li Nianfan. The only problem was whether he would want to eat it. Happy tears flowed down Yanmo's face when it was decided he would not be eaten. "I'll seal him up again. I shall take my leave now. Farewell," said the Soul Master. Blackie took back his leather pants and led the group back to the area of the gods. They all transformed into a trail of light and shot across the chaos. During the journey, Blackie brought out the fruit tree. With only its branches left, it was truly a pitiful sight. He combed the branches while muttering angrily, "Stupid Yanmo with his stupid sucking. I don't even know whether the tree's still alive. What will the master say?" Meanwhile, beyond the Chaos Ocean, was the first dimension with a big planet floating in the middle of it. Underneath the gray sky stood a weird stone platform. Complex images were etched onto the stone platform, and there were 6 tall altars on the periphery of the stone platform with one altar in the middle. On top of each of the altars, one person sat cross-legged. Their motto was mighty, and the power of the wisdom was swirling around them. The terrible manifestations caused the sky to be distorted as if it had no choice but to surrender itself. The 6 people on the periphery were infusing their power into the one in the middle. The connecting bridge of power was eerie to behold. It was obvious the stone platform was meant to be some kind of formation, and the 7 people were in the middle of a special ritual. Suddenly, the person in the middle opened his eyes and shouted, "No!" The space around him became distorted as his body was swallowed by an unknown power. In a blink of an eye, he had completely disappeared from his spot. The other 6 people's expressions changed drastically, and there was confusion in their eyes. What happened? Where did Ghoulie go? Who did this? Who could possibly make Ghoulie disappear right in front of our eyes? I think I vaguely saw a shadow of a fishhook. But I could be wrong. They knitted their brows together and fell into deep contemplation. Just now, Ghoulie activated his power of origins. That means his phantom ran into some problem in the river of time and he had no choice but to go there to sort it out himself, said someone. Something bad must have happened for him to be dragged away by whoever's causing the problem, said another. Could it be that a person from the 3rd dimension had entered the river of time? Or maybe it's the people from the 7th dimension. That's not possible. We made sure there wouldn't be any chance for the 7th dimension to birth a strong fighter like that after the catastrophe. The 7th dimension seems to have transformed recently. A prototype of a wisdom elite had appeared, and I feared that with the passing of the time, it had become even more difficult to handle. What are we waiting for then? One of them stood up abruptly. He had a muscular build and a pair of chiseled cheekbones. He stepped down from the altar. Let me go across the Chaos Ocean and eliminate this prototype in the 7th dimension. With that, he strode away calmly and disappeared into the distance. Blackie and the rest of the group were making their way up the fallen Immortal Mountain and soon arrived at the entrance of the 4-part architecture. The building looked extremely normal and was situated in the middle of the woods. However, both Huang Diheng and Old Ling's hearts started beating wildly as they started to feel suffocated. Is this where the expert lives? It's extraordinary that I can't detect anything divine from this place at all. The expert really wants to keep a low profile, huh? The 2 of them were feeling anxious and excited at the same time. They plastered smiles on their faces and kept reminding themselves to keep the smile on at all times when inside. Qin Manyu knocked on the door before pushing it open. "Master, we're back," she said with a smile. Li Nianfan was sitting on a little stool and removing the scales from the big fish. "Oh, you're back. How did it go? Did you manage to save them all?" asked Li Nianfan with a smile. "Yes, we did," answered Qin Manyun. Huang Diheng and Old Ling carefully stepped out from behind and bowed respectfully towards Li Nianfan. "Thank you for saving our lives, Lord Saint." Li Nianfan shook his head and smiled. "You should be thanking them. This has nothing to do with me at all." "We've already thanked them before," said Huang Diheng. "Oh? That's great. You all came back at the perfect time. I caught a big fish just now and I'm getting ready to cook it." Chapter 659, Wisdom Elite, 1 fish 2 dishes. Everyone's hearts nearly jumped out of their throats. They turned to look at the fish in front of Li Nianfan and their eyes popped out, though, to their credit, they did not die from the shock. "This aura. Yes, it's definitely the same aura. It's not a fish. It's that big boss from the River of Time. It's just as I expected. He was hooked by the expert and turned into a fish. Their scalps began to tingle, unable to process the scene in front of them. They found it hard to believe the terrifying owner of the giant hand had been turned into a useless fish with no way to resist the incoming chopping knife. They had to pinch themselves to check if it was all real. Li Nianfan smiled at them, thinking they must be shocked by the size of the fish. "This fish looks good, doesn't it?" Qin Mingyun wiped away her drool and in a low voice said, "Yes. I can tell it used to be very energetic when it was alive." Li Nianfan nodded his head. "How did you know that?" "It was full of vitality and could jump to a height of 1 meter. The flesh should be tender with all that workout. You're all in for a treat." "Of course, it's full of vitality. It's a wisdom elite after all." "Wait, flesh? Is the expert planning to eat this wisdom elite?" Everyone's face turned beet red as every cell in their bodies began to vibrate violently. A wisdom elite cooked with the expert's cooking skill, pure heaven. "Can I have some, too?" asked Old Ling in a trembling voice. "Of course, you're my guest after all. How may I address you?" asked Li Nianfan. "My name's Ling Likun. I'm Huang Dihang's best friend and came here with him," answered Old Ling. At this, the corners of Huang Dihang's lips began to twitch. "Best friend? Pa. You've finally realized the benefit of being my friend, huh? I don't see you acting so friendly toward me in normal times. By the way, Lord Saint, the reason for our visit was to bring you a fruit tree. However, the fruit tree's condition deteriorated during the journey. We're not sure whether it's still alive." Li Nianfan was startled when he finally noticed the fruit tree they were carrying behind their backs. The tree was without a single leaf and the bark was all wrinkly. It looked like a dead tree trunk. He quickly walked up to the tree. "Let's see. It's a walnut tree." He was overjoyed at his discovery. The life force is strong in this one. There's still some hope for it to make a complete recovery. We should quickly plant it in the backyard. Dragon and Nanan rushed over and volunteered to help. "Brother Li, let us help you." "Ha ha ha, all right. Please, be careful with it." Li Nianfan was feeling on top of the world. He had some sunflower seeds before and now he would get to enjoy walnuts. He had always liked to consume seeds and nuts. Walnuts did not only taste good but they could strengthen the brain, making them more valuable than any other fruits. "Please, excuse me for a moment," said Li Nianfan. Then, to Xiao Bei, he said, "I leave this fish to you. Clean it nicely and cook up a feast for our honored guests." "Yes, my noble master," said Xiao Bei. Huang Dihang and Old Ling breathed out a sigh of relief once they had made sure Li Nianfan had gone to the backyard. The pressure of meeting the expert was too much for them. They surveyed their surroundings and were stunned by everything they saw. They found themselves to be in the perfect place for Dao cultivation. No secret border could even come close to the unparalleled opportunity for transformation here. They had no doubt they would be able to reach the top of the peak if they trained here long enough. Xiao Bei was cautiously and conscientiously removing all the scales from the fish. With every scrap of the knife, a flurry of golden scales fluttered into the air before landing sloppily on the ground. Suddenly, both Huang Dihang and Ling Likun turned their full attention on the golden scales and their breathing quickened. These scales belong to a wisdom elite and contain the essence of wisdom. "We're lucky to have come across it. It's more valuable than an ultimate treasure," thought Huang Dihang. "We could create an ultimate weapon with the scales and other parts of the fish. We'd become unstoppable with those weapons," thought Old Ling. They were staring at the fish scales with red eyes. When they saw Xiao Bei getting ready to hose away the fish scales, they quickly rushed over. "Master Xiao Bei, can you give me these fish scales? I'd appreciate it if you do," said Huang Dihang in a flattering tone. "Master Xiao Bei, you take care of your body and not bother with this kind of work. Why don't you let me clean the scales off? I'm used to this kind of work already," said Old Ling in a pleasing tone. "Feel free. Make sure you clean it properly," said Xiao Bei indifferently. "Don't worry, Master Xiao Bei. You can count on me." "You're so generous, Master Xiao Bei. Thank you so much." Huang Dihang and Old Ling bowed to Xiao Bei with huge grins on their faces which disappeared as soon as they had turned their heads. Immediately, the two of them broke out in a fight. "What do you think you're doing, Brother Ling? Is this how you repay me for bringing you here?" "I've already called dibs on picking up rubbish," said Huang Dihang with his face flushed red with anger. "Bullshit. We have a meritocracy system here. I used to be called the king of trash before I became an immortal. Therefore, "It's only right that this job goes to me," said Old Ling without backing down. He started to pick up the fish scales off the ground. "The fruit tree used to be mine. In the end, you needed me to gain favor from the expert." "You're ungrateful, man. Didn't you say I was your best friend just now?" scolded Huang Dihang. The two of them picked up the fish scales in between throwing out punches. They were well aware their first priority was to clean the area, and that was exactly what they did. The ground was so clean that they could eat off it. After a while, Li Nianfan came back from the backyard and thanked Huang Dihang and Old Ling. "Thank you for the fruit tree. Your thoughts have been well received." "The pleasure is ours, Lord Saint. We're just glad you like it," said the two of them at the same time. Li Nianfan brought out some fruit juice and snacks for the group and went into the kitchen to help Xiaobei with the cooking. He had decided to split the fish into many types of dishes, such as using the head for soup, braising the flesh, and deep-frying the skin. This way, nothing would go to waste and they would get to experience many different flavor profiles. Although the fruit juice and snacks were extraordinary and were enough to make Huang Dihang and Old Ling scream internally at their good fortune, there was no denying the dish they were most anticipating for was the big fish. After all, the big fish was a wisdom elite. Gradually, the soup began to bubble in the pot and a fragrant smell wafted into the air in their nostrils. They kept gulping down their drool and could not wait to have a taste. They finally knew what a cooked wisdom elite smelled like, which was a sweet fragrance with a hint of wisdom aura. They had not even begun to dig in but already felt their Tao leveling up. Huang Dihang and Old Ling closed their eyes and breathed in hard. A drunken expression colored their old faces, making them look a little perverted as they immersed themselves in the smell. "Brother Li, is it ready?" asked Dragon and Nanan with eyes full of desire. They were already seated at the table and in front of them were sets of bowls and chopsticks. They looked as if they were ready to start the meal anytime. "Soon. I just need to put in some coriander," said Li Nianfan. He then opened the lid and instantly, the air was filled with a thick mist rising from the pot, making the area seem a little ethereal. Under the group's watchful gaze, they saw an infinite amount of light exploding out from the pot as it kicked up a spiritual chi storm. They were sure Li Nianfan was not cooking a fish but wisdom itself. Li Nianfan threw in the spring onion and coriander he had prepared beforehand and stirred the pot. "It's done. Everybody, please, get ready." Huang Dihang and Old Ling's hearts jumped as they sat down on their chairs as if they were primary school kids listening to the teacher's instructions. They dared not even breathe. They fixed their wide eyes on the pot and only moved their gazes when their bowls were filled with the same content. "It's time to feast," said Dragon and Nanan excitedly as they shoved the food into their mouths. "Oh, nom nom nom. Oh God, this is so good. All the flavors are exploding in my mouth. This has gotta be the most tender fish I've ever tasted. I thought the flesh would be hard because it's so big but it's the total opposite." Li Nianfan whacked them lightly on the head and mock-scolded them, "Keep your mouths closed while eating." These two girls had become more talkative ever since knowing Li Nianfan. They could even be food critics one day. Dragon and Nanan stuck out their tongues and continued to eat quietly. The fish was really good, but after eating it, they felt a warm aura burst from their stomachs and fused with their mana, causing their mana to drastically increase. Not only that, the warm aura had even shot up to their brains, and instantly, they found themselves to have entered a bizarre state. Their minds went black and they felt as if they were floating in the chaos. With a wave of their hands, a planet came to them and started to revolve around them. More and more planets came and started to revolve around them as if they were the center of the universe and able to control everything with a wave of their hands. Is this how it feels to master wisdom? With the sun and the moon in my hands, with the stars only a pick away, I'm the peak of the boundless heaven. This is the perspective of a wisdom elite. The soup must be infused with the fish's Tao. Dragon and Nanan were awestruck. Their enlightenment started to overflow, and along with their increase in mana, it brought them to a higher cultivation level. Eating the fish had pushed them from early-stage heavenly realm to middle-stage heavenly realm. It was not long ago when they had just broken through to the heavenly realm. Shi Tukin and Qin Manyun picked up a piece of the fish and put it into their mouths. Immediately, they felt their bodies lighten, flowing upward gently with the wind. They floated away from the area of the gods and only stopped when they were standing in the chaos. They were witnessing the death and birthing of the countless worlds in the chaos. Qin Manyun's fingers began to jump up and down as if she was strumming the guqin to play a melody of the chaos. Shi Tukin had the same impulse. She wished she could draw everything that had occurred in the chaos with her calligraphy brush. Huang Dihang and Old Ling could not wait any longer. They picked up their spoons and dipped them into the milky white fish broth and brought it to their lips. Immediately, A shock went through their bodies and their faces became red. The strong energy nearly made their bodies burst as their tummies grew a size bigger. They gritted their teeth and hardened their hearts. They forced themselves to quickly digest the food, for they were afraid of causing a scene in front of the expert. It was impossible for them subtly handle the fish soup with their power. This just proved the amazing power of the fish soup. There was no medicine in the world comparable to this soup. Amazing. Unbelievable. The expert's able to bring out the essence of the wisdom elite and preserve it in this soup. He's the big boss of all big bosses. His Tao of cooking must be at the wisdom elite level. Needless to say, they were awestruck, too. However, they could not help but feel a little frustrated and sad, because due to their limited power, they were not able to dig heartily into the soup. It was akin to torture for them. The most excruciating thing in the world was not failing to attain something, but attaining something that one could not enjoy due to their own limitations. Dodgy and Fire Phoenix had also started eating. Gah! It's hot. They twisted their bodies and a thin layer of sweat appeared on their skin. Wave after wave of flaming hot energy traveled inside their bodies and made them feel as if they were soaking in a hot spring. They were already halfway through the stage of the heavenly realm, and the fish dish immediately pushed them to the edge of the line that separated the heavenly realm and wisdom elite. It would take them some time before they could fully digest their newfound power. Li Nianfan alone was enjoying the meal with no care in the world. The braised fish and the fish soup was the perfect combination. He felt satiated and contented with the meal. He drank some soup and said to Huang Diheng and Old Ling, "Please, help yourself and have some more of this soup." He had no idea why they were sipping soup like birds drinking from a water fountain. Thank you. We're starting to get full already and cannot have more," said Huang Diheng and Old Ling. Li Nianfan looked at the leftovers on the table. "It's a shame we couldn't finish our food. I thought we'd be able to since there are so many of us. You all should level up your appetite more. Are you sure there's no more room in your tummies?" "Yes, Master, we're really full." Dodgy and Fire Phoenix stood up and walked over to the gym equipment. They needed the help of yoga to help them digest the meal. If one session was not enough, they would practice more with Li Nianfan tonight, and that should be enough for them to advance to the wisdom level. Jiang Lu's belly was like a little mountain. "I can't take it anymore, Lord Saint," he said with some difficulty. Li Nianfan waved his hand. "Fine. Xiao Bei, dump the leftovers in the backyard. That should fertilize the plants. Oh, dump some in the pond, too, to feed the fish." Xiao Bei went to do as he said, and immediately, the entire backyard became filled with noises of the trees, flowers, and grass calling out to it. Xiao Bei, give some to me. The fish soup smells so good. Please, pour some onto me. I need some nourishment." The fishes in the pond could not wait to be fed, too. They jumped out of the water, creating arcs in the air. "Wow, the expert's cooking smells delicious. I can't wait to find out what a dish made out of a wisdom elite tastes like. A great opportunity for a great transformation. We're too blessed. Long live the expert." Chapter 660, Extermination Demon Sword. After dinner, Huang Diheng and Old Ling respectfully bid farewell to Li Nianfan and made their way down the fallen immortal mountain. Huang Diheng had tears in his eyes as he muttered, "It's such a waste to dump all that fish soup. My heart clenches at the thought of it." A bountiful feast that contained the essence of the wisdom elite was a one-of-a-kind opportunity for them, and yet, they only managed to eat a few bites. It was a feeling worse than death. They would rather eat until they burst and become hungry ghosts in their afterlife. I know, right? There was a whole pot and I only had 5 sips. Even so, it took all that I had to drink it. Huang Diheng nodded his head sadly and began to sob like a little kid. "I envy the plants and animals kept in the expert's backyard. They're so lucky. Even the leftovers can create boundless opportunities for them," said Old Ling with a voice full of admiration. Huang Diheng waved his hand and said, "We should be grateful to have a little taste of it. This meal was surely planned by the expert and he'd be disgusted by us if we're too greedy." Old Ling nodded his head. "You're right. We were able to progress to the peak of the heavenly realm and had a glimpse of the wisdom elite level. It would have taken us many years to do so if not for the meal." They realized that they would become the strongest fighters in the universe if they could finish the whole wisdom elite fish alone, but of course, that would put an impossibly big burden on their bodies. Even Dodgy and Fire Phoenix would not be able to sustain it. The stronger the fighter was, the more resources it would take to maintain their life. Naturally, this also meant that they would have stored a vast amount of energy in their bodies which would be released at the end of their lives. One just had to imagine a whale falling out of the sky to know the feeling. Just like how the death of Pang manifested the eldritch world and gave birth to the dragons and phoenixes. It was only natural that the essence of the wisdom elite, which was infinitely more high-grade than Pang, would be able to give birth to heavenly realm living beings. Huang Diheng smiled suddenly. "Brother Ling, you didn't believe me at first, so what do you have to say for yourself now?" Old Ling pressed his lips together and in a haughty tone said, "Fine, I owe all this to you. Thank you for thinking of me." "Wow, this is the first time you've ever thanked me. Ha ha ha." However, his face instantly became serious. "Since we've gained some secret information and received blessings from the expert, it'll do us well to help him in any way we can from this day onwards." "Need you remind me?" Old Ling scoffed. "I can't believe we're living in the 7th dimension. I wonder how the other dimensions are doing. Those eldritchs with their plundering ways. I bet the expert must have some plans in motion. We should follow his lead." "Let's go to the Heavenly Palace to walk off the meal," said Huang Diheng. The rest of the time passed uneventfully and the four-part architecture returned to its laid-back state. It was the usual routine for Li Nianfan: gardening, fishing, playing the guqin, calligraphy, drawing, and bringing the others on field trips. It was a simple life filled with contentment. All the influential figures in the area of the gods were filled with envy after they received news of Huang Diheng and Old Ling's blessings from the expert. They wished to receive the same treatment and thus, went to search for spiritual roots to bring to the expert. Meanwhile, in the first dimension, the eldritchs had gathered to stare at a direction deep in the Chaos Ocean, as if they were waiting for something. In front of them appeared a black vortex which cracked with wisdom elite freak currents from time to time. 4 powerful eldritchs stood at the 4 sides of the vortex and used their mana to stabilize it. Instantly, an eldritch stepped out from the group and looked deeply into the vortex. He was filled with a majestic aura as if he was the sun itself. This caused him to become the center of attention. He was one of the 7 elites who connected the river of time to their dimension. "Greetings, Elite Gu," said the others respectfully while bowing to him. Gu nodded his head. "How's the passageway across the Chaos Ocean? When can I enter the 7th dimension?" "The wisdom free currents are visibly weaker and many of the auras are waking up. In 5 years, the Tiandong Mountain will arrive, and coupled with our effort, the vortex will stabilize by then," answered someone. 5 years? That's too long. Gu knitted his brows together and shook his head. The 7th dimension not only has the area of the gods, but there are signs of a wisdom elite. It doesn't bode well for us as it means that things aren't going as we planned. 5 years might be long for a mortal, but to the immortal eldritchs, it would pass by in a blink of an eye. However, ever since signs of a wisdom elite being birthed in the 7th dimension surfaced and the incident at the River of Time happened, Gu had been feeling anxious. He could not wait any longer. "Do you mean to say? I'll go over first. Once there, I can suppress any changes. There's no room for errors this time. We must wipe out the 7th dimension," said Gu calmly. "Elite Gu, the power of the wisdom freak current corresponds to the person's power. I'm afraid it'd be hard for you to pass through. If I say I can do it, then I can do it. Mark my words when I say I'll enter the 7th dimension in 1 month, said Gu cockily. His eyes began to shine brightly while he laughed coldly. "Before that, I need to create some trouble for the 7th dimension." With a flick of his wrist, a black gold katana appeared in his hand. The katana was emitting a fierce black gas and the countless lives it had taken imbued it with a strong murderous aura. "Go forth, my friend. Extermination demon sword." He then threw the katana into the vortex. Another 3 days passed by in a blink of an eye. The katana was shooting across the chaos in a trail of black light. It was giving out a howling sound as it manifested countless terrifying and ferocious demon apparitions around it. The force of its movement shook the chaos and vortexes appeared one after another. They did not know where it came from and did not know how to stop it. Every star that it passed was exterminated with one swing of the sword, creating a tsunami of energy that spread across the chaos. Finally, it landed in a little world. The little world shook terribly with its landing and instantly, the sky darkened and the wind blew wildly. All the living creatures were shaken to their very core as they fell to the ground. Here, the highest level fighters were 3 Chaos Daluo Golden Immortals and 10 Saints. Even they found themselves quaking in their boots. What fell out of the sky and caused a scene like this? What a terrifying aura. It must be an earth-shattering ultimate treasure. The sky's been split apart by it. I'm sure I'll level up if I get my hands on it. A great opportunity to receive transformation has arrived. They quickly rushed to the side of the landing without hesitation. Once there, their pupils shrank rapidly with shock. There used to be a huge mountain there, but the black gold katana had split it in half with its landing. The two halves of the mountain were even pushed 10 feet to the side with the black gold katana standing in between them. The katana was around 24 feet and it was so black that the light it gave off was golden in color. With just one look at the katana, a vision of a mountain of bloody corpses surrounded by a black gaseous substance appeared. The katana was stuck at the top of the mountain, giving off a light of extermination that flashed before their very eyes. Immortal machine. It's got to be an immortal machine. This sword landed in my territory, so it belongs to me. No, it belongs to me. Nonsense, this is obviously the precious sword I lost yesterday. It's a good thing it turned up today. They all looked at the black katana with greed while bickering about who would be the one to get it. Suddenly, the black katana began to emit a black color gas. It flowed over like a tsunami and spread to all corners of the world. Everything the gas touched turned black. The soil turned black, the grass turned black, the mountains turned black, and even the water turned black. All the lives were sucked out of them. None could escape from it. What terrifying exterminating power. What's going on? This can't be good. This sword's imbued with the intent to exterminate all living things. It's not a blessing at all. It's a curse. It's definitely a cursed weapon to end the world. Quick, let's fight together to suppress it. Their expressions changed drastically, and with desperate howls, they attacked the katana. Soon, the katana encountered a barrage of attack from the fighters and their treasures. However, their efforts were destined to end up fruitless as their attacks were easily deflected. Their treasures immediately turned black without any resistance. How's this possible? The group was shocked as they involuntarily stepped back. The black gas began to flow faster and faster until 1/3 of the world was covered. All things, no matter whether they were alive or dead to begin with, were robbed of their vitality. A few moments passed and the whole world had been turned into a dead planet. Even the Chaos Daluo golden immortals and saints were not spared. However, the black gas did not stop there. It continued its path around the little world. From high above, this planet had become a black star with the scent of death enveloping it. In the heavenly palace, Erlang Shen's third eye was giving off a golden light. The golden light beamed up toward the chaos and shock appeared on his face. That's... Ever since the heavenly palace gained the secret knowledge about the catastrophe, they had been diligently monitoring the chaos for changes. Erlang Shen had broken through to the heavenly realm due to Li Nianfan's blessings. The leveling up enabled him to monitor the chaos for signs of changes that would affect all beings. This time, he detected a thick scent of death floating in the chaos. Without wasting any more time, he quickly reported this to the heavenly palace. Black gas of death. A planet completely engulfed by it? Who's the culprit behind this? Only an evil cultivator would do such a thing. It would require cultivation of the heavenly realm. What exactly happened there? The heavenly palace people were filled with shock. What do you think, Yang Jing? Asked the Jade Emperor. I fear this matter is more complicated than we think. Yang Jing's face was grave. The black gas of death is very thick and imbued with a fierce, murderous aura. Heck, it could even swallow a whole planet. However, judging by its aura, this isn't the first planet it swallowed. It has probably killed countless living beings before this. If that's the case, the mastermind behind all this shouldn't be underestimated. I'm afraid he might be on par with the now-defunct ministry, said the Jade Emperor gravely. This is something out of the ordinary. I'm willing to go and have a look, volunteered Yang Jing. The Jade Emperor nodded his head. Take Xiao Changfeng with you. Ha ha ha, there's nothing to fear with me around. Let's go, old Yang, said Xiao Changfeng. Yang Jing and Xiao Changfeng left the area of the gods and headed straight for the black gas. The black gas had attracted a lot of attention and many people were also on their way there to check it out. There was already a huge crowd gathered close to the black gas by the time Yang Jing and Xiao Changfeng arrived. Each of the onlookers' eyes were filled with curiosity. Yang Jing extended his hand into the black gas's edge and his expression instantly changed. What a powerful aura of death. It can suck all the life out of all things. We should stop it from spreading. Even a Chaos Daluo golden immortal would be sucked dry just by standing near it, said Xiao Changfeng. Judging by the way the gas is condensing here, it must have a source. Not to mention, the fluctuations are quite stable, so I'm sure that in the middle of this gas, you'll find an ultimate slaughter treasure, said someone. Everyone's face became drained of color at the mention of the ultimate slaughter treasure. They could not imagine the power it possessed when its aura alone was enough to manifest such horrifying visions. They needed to get their hands on the legendary Ultimate Chaos treasures. Those with a slightly higher level of cultivation immediately entered the black gas cloud in a trail of light. "Let's go, too," said Yang Jing. He and Xiao Chengfeng then activated their mana and entered the black gas cloud with others following behind them. However, some of the people that followed them realized their greed was way more than their strength. They wanted to leave from inside the black gas, but it was already too late. By then, they had all been turned into black corpses. Chapter 661, Unexpected Changes, The Divine Zombie Draws Sword. Yang Jing and Xiao Chengfeng's expressions became grave when they saw what happened to the people behind them. "What do you think, old Xiao?" asked Yang Jing grimly. "There's definitely something odd going on there," said Xiao Chengfeng. "You won't feel anything odd from the outside, but once inside, it'll show its true colors. Those without strong cultivation will instantly be sucked dry. It's like the black gas is luring us inside before hooking onto us." Yang Jing nodded his head. "This is most probably what's happening. This isn't the work of the dead." They did not need to worry as their cultivation was strong enough, and in no time at all, they arrived at the center of the black cloud. Their expressions became even grimmer and their hearts dropped to the bottom when they saw what was before them. The sky had turned completely black, as if black ink had spilled out from the heavens. It was filled with despair, frustration, and mania. They sensed that the beings of this world had coexisted peacefully together before this disaster struck them out of the blue. The beings did not fade away. They were only blackened. The black cloud must have erupted like Mount Vesuvius, because some of the corpses were found in positions of the previous activities they were doing. Some were frozen mid-laughter, some were frozen while tilling the land, and some were even drinking. However, most of the cultivators' faces were filled with fear. They could vividly feel the despair and pain they were feeling when faced with the awareness of their impending death. Even the animals and the plants, everything was blackened. This was a dead planet. Their frustration condensed into something tangible which howled in the sky. Yang Jing used his third eye to peer through the gas and saw millions of resentful spirits swirling around the black katana. The murderous aura the black katana was giving out was even more terrifying than the millions of resentful spirits swirling around it. It was so terrible that Yang Jing had pins and needles that pricked his skull, and he had to look away to stop the stabbing sensation on his third eye. "This is a cursed sword. It made this world into hell in an instant and is stained with the blood of a billion beings," said Yang Jing in a raspy voice. "This sword shouldn't exist in this universe. We need to stop it from killing more beings," shouted Xiao Chengfeng. They were saddened at the tragic state of this world. Their world could have ended up like this if the same thing had happened when it was still weak. They could not help but shudder at the thought of that. Another 7 figures had arrived, and their expressions, too, changed drastically when faced with the sword. "What abomination is this? It's as if its sole purpose in life is to kill. Why did it appear here? The blade light alone is enough to decimate this world. What's worse is, it can condense the resentment of the beings it killed and forever chain their spirits to it. It's a fate worse than death. It's a weapon to end all worlds. A heaven-defying weapon." The fact that they could get there safely meant that they had a cultivation of the heavenly realm, but even so, the oppressive energy given out by the sword made it difficult for them to breathe, and they sensed that their mana was being sucked away. "Brothers, I have a proposal to make," said Yang Jing, stepping out to face the group. "This sword's cursed and the black gas shows no sign of stopping its spread. There's no doubt that our universe will turn to ash if we don't stop it. Its existence is not good for us. We should band together and seal it away from the world." "Count me in," said a middle-aged man. He held one hand over his fist in a gesture of respect and smiled at Yang Jing. "Greetings, judicial god of the heavenly palace." Yang Jing recognized him. The man came from one of the influential forces in the area of the gods. Immediately, he returned his gesture as a sign of respect. "Count me in, too. This sword has caused boundless suffering. It's better for us to seal it away than to let it fall into the wrong hands," said an old man. Yang Jing and Xiao Chengfeng turned to look at the old man and smiled. He was an old friend of theirs, an elder from the White Cloud sect. The others, too, nodded their heads after some consideration. "This area is completely covered with resentful spirits. Those not of the heavenly realm shouldn't enter to prevent unnecessary deaths. We should seal up this area," suggested someone. "Good idea." Just when they were getting ready to seal up the area, a majestic aura came from a distance far off and swept through them like a gale. They did not even have the time to take a good look when a giant golden fist flew in from the distance, raising everything in its path to the ground. The laws of the universe were swirling around the golden fist, and it had created a gash in the chaos as it struck down from the sky with an all-consuming suppressive force. This could very well be the last thing they saw in this world. This is a small fry. Everyone present frowned and attacked the golden fist at the same time. The next moment, 4 people appeared in front of them. They were emitting an aura filled with death and resentment. It was almost the same aura as the black gas which sent chills down everyone's spine. The group was made up of 2 corpse emperors and 2 zombies. The 2 zombies had the appearance of an old man with hooded eyes. They looked as if they would fall at even the slightest breeze of the wind, which belied the fact that they were heavenly realm cultivators. The other 2 corpse emperors had green faces, long fangs, black metal skin, and green fuzz growing out of their joints. The 4 of them were holding an ancient bronze coffin which was emitting a weird aura. Yang Jing was no stranger to the green-faced men. They're from the zombie bloodline. What are they doing here? He asked with a frown. We should have factored in unexpected changes like this into our plan and brought more people with us, said Xiang Changfeng worriedly. The zombie world was an existence akin to the ministry. What was even worse was they were the ones who created the Wisdom Elite King's corpse. Although the Elite King managed to get away in the end, it all proved how sickening their powers were. You animals! Give back my ancestors' corpses now, shouted someone angrily. His eyes were all red. The people of the zombie world possessed the ability of corpse refining and would plunder graves for the corpses of strong cultivators. They were also infamous for their love of manic slaughter and were the bane of all human existence. However, the humans could do nothing to them as they knew little of the zombie world and they knew even less about their terrifying power. Come and get it yourself. If you succeed, there'll be a happy reunion. If you fail, there will still be a happy reunion. A win-win outcome for you, said one of the old men. I see that you're as reckless as ever. Why don't you stay for a while since you're here? Brothers, I trust that I don't need to tell you all about the sins the zombie world has committed. Why don't we work together to exterminate them now that they're here? Suggested another person from the group. The old man ignored them and said, I never expected a ruckus this big, and the chaos was all because of this sword. I was right to bring the divine zombie here. We're getting our hands on this sword no matter what. Over my dead body. You'll pay for ignoring our existence. Die. The sword in his hand flew up to the sky with a whistling sound and instantly a bright light exploded, instantly brightening the dark world. The sword light then flew straight at the old man. The corpse emperor behind the old man stepped out and threw out a punch at the incoming sword. Although only a corpse, his mana was still intact, making it an unassailable existence in the world. The sword light was deflected by his punch. He did not stop there as he immediately sent out an attack straight at Xiao Changfeng. Not one to back down, Xiao Changfeng went head-to-head with the corpse emperor with his sword in his hand. Come at me. God won't accept the birth of Xiao Changfeng, but my sword cultivation still historical like the long night. Swordlight poisonous dragon drill. All of the people in the zombie world deserve to die a horrible death, cried others as they attacked the old men and corpse emperors at the same time. Instantly, the sky was filled with the light of their mana and the echoes of their attacks. Although Yang Jing's group had 9 people, only 6 people joined in the fight, so it was 6 against 4. Even so, the people of the zombie world showed no sign of defeat. The corpse emperors displayed a combat power so tyrannical that they were able to overpower the heavenly realm fighters. Yang Jing and the 2 others were watching from the sidelines, ready to join the fight at the drop of the hat. The reason they did not join in the fight from the very beginning was that they could sense the people of the zombie world hiding a terrible existence in the coffin, so they chose to stay back in case they needed to deal with that. Just as they thought about it, one of the old men suddenly made a hand seal on the bronze coffin. Divine zombie, awaken, he said in a raspy voice and shiny bright eyes. Immediately, a storm blew up and the clouds parted. The ancient bronze coffin shook violently and the patterns on it began to glow bright red. The lid blew off and a black gold corpse stood up as black gas swirled around him. A terrifying aura erupted from his body which caused everybody to stop what they were doing. Is that Gozan? Gasped Yang Jing when he took a good look at the corpse. His pupils shrunk rapidly and he had difficulty breathing. Although the corpse had changed much, Yang Jing could still recognize him because the battle waged on the ancient battleground was so intense that it had been burned into this memory. Gozan was very strong, especially after absorbing the energy balls he brought with him. At that time, he was at the peak of the heavenly realm. He was shocked to discover the people from the zombie world had transformed him into a divine zombie. He never knew that they could even refine the eldritch's corpse. He thought back to the scene of when the elite king's corpse rushed over to the ancient battleground. The people of the zombie world must have chased after him and discovered Guzan's corpse, which they then brought back to their world. Guzan's combat power was not of the average heavenly realm. He was very close to being a wisdom elite after absorbing a vast amount of energy in the ancient battleground. Therefore, even his corpse should not be taken lightly. "Everyone, be careful," said Yang Jing. They did not need him to remind them, for they could already feel the infinite pressure coming off Guzan. "Pull out that sword," ordered the old man. Immediately, Guzan strode toward the sword with no emotions on his face. With every fall of his foot, boundless force rose and transformed into a gale that swept over the land. "Stop him!" shouted Yang Jing with a grim expression on his face as he attacked Guzan with a giant sword light made up of many sharp sword lights. The other two Heavenly Realm fighters moved quickly as well. With a flick of his wrist, one of them manifested a dreamlike flame and sent it shooting up the sky with the laws of the universe's fuel. It was the flame of the Heavenly Realm, and it transformed into a giant rhinoceros which rushed straight at Guzan. The other person was holding a purple gold sword and had already gathered thousands of golden purple sword chi. The sword chi, too, shot up to the sky before barreling down on Guzan's head at lightning speed. The three Heavenly Realm fighters' attacks came at the same time. Apart from the black katana, everything in the vicinity was wiped out completely. Around them were empty plains as far as their eyes could see. Guzan took a step forward, raised both of his fists to his chest, and threw out one punch after another. Powerful energy erupted from within his body and transformed into an air current that swept over the land. With that, he was able to resist their attacks. Guzan gave out a roar and his monolight exploded, sending Yang Jing and the other two flying. By the time the three of them had recovered themselves, Guzan had already made his way to the black katana. He then grabbed hold of the handle without any hesitation. Immediately, everyone's ears began to fill with the roars of the countless resentful spirits as the black cloud blocked out the sun and the sky. The fighters were shocked to their very core and stood stock still with their eyes on Guzan. How could he be unaffected by the black gas when countless living beings had been sucked bone dry just by being near it? An infinite amount of black gas ignited thunder and lightning before finally being absorbed into the black katana. Guzan became the center of the vortex and was filled with boundless black gas. The two old men from the zombie world were overcome with joy. "Ha ha ha, it worked. I knew our divine zombie would be able to handle an ultimate slaughter treasure. The sword will definitely increase his power. He might even be on par with a wisdom elite with that sword in his possession." The escape of the elite king corpse was a major blow to the people of the zombie world. In fact, they were still reeling from the loss. Although they knew of the incredible power the elite king possessed, they never expected him to come back to life. They might not be able to wield this black katana now, but it was perfect for the divine zombie. They were confident that the divine zombie would be the top fighter in their world. Chapter 662, The Eternal Palm Star Pavilion. In the chaos, a surge of black gaseous clouds were boiling over. From far away, it looked as if black gas was dancing in the air before condensing itself into a black vortex that kept getting smaller and smaller. The wind was violent, the emotions of the dead were overflowing, and everyone seemed to be able to hear the wailing of countless resentful spirits which made them distraught. Yang Jing and the others looked at the center of the vortex with dignified eyes. Guzan maintained the posture of holding the black katana. His whole body and fangs were dyed black. A wave of powerful destruction came from his body which shocked everyone to the core. The black katana was vibrating and humming softly. The ground where the black sword was stuck cracked suddenly when Guzan and the black katana finished absorbing the black gas. Subsequently, the crack spread rapidly, and at the same time, a black and bright light overflowed from the crack. In a blink of an eye, the world began to shatter and rubble shot up into the air as the whole world was turned upside down. Yang Jing's face fell and he hurriedly said, "Retreat. This world's about to explode." "How can this be? Is it really possible to gain so much power just by holding onto the sword's handle? The destructive power's too great. Who could possibly resist it?" Afterward, a violent roar resounded throughout the air, and the horrible light of destruction turned into air waves that overflowed to the surrounding area. The small world that had already had its life force sucked away could not withstand this final onslaught and immediately exploded into countless meteorites, forever doomed to travel in the chaos. Once everything had settled down, Guzan stood there silently, holding the black katana with no emotion in his eyes. "Ha ha ha, the world was destroyed with one sword only. It's a good sword. He'll be the strongest divine zombie in all of the zombie world." The two old men from the zombie world were overjoyed and threw back their heads in laughter. Then, One of the old men performed a hand seal at Guzan and ordered, "Go back inside the bronze coffin and stay there." However, Guzan simply stared at him with an expressionless face. The old man's brow furrowed and he activated his mighty mana. Chaos Promise, Royal Corpse Order, rise. He raised his hand and a freaky spell rushed toward Guzan. Instantly, Guzan started to move but not toward the coffin. Instead, he swung his sword in the direction of the old man. It was an ordinary slash but black sword light containing the power to destroy the sky and the earth easily rushed out and easily shattered the spell. It did not stop there as it continued on its path toward the people of the zombie world. How dare a stray corpse turn against his masters? The two old men's faces fell and rushed toward Guzan. Take him down. The two old men and two corpse emperors attacked at the same time. The combination of attacks from the four heavenly realm fighters caused heaven and earth to shake and terrible visions started to appear in the sky. Staring at the impending blows, Guzan suddenly opened his mouth. "I'm going to exterminate all the worlds. Kill, kill, kill." His murderous aura burst from his body and rushed up to the sky. He had been completely possessed by the black katana and his mind was filled with tyrannical killing intent which swept out across the land. The horrible blade light rushed out, annihilated all the attacks of the four heavenly realms, and at the same time, forced them to have no choice but to retreat. Guzan's movements suddenly became swift. With one lift of his foot, he suddenly appeared in front of the old man and brought his sword down on him. The terrifying force of oppression made the old man cry out tragically. He raised his hand to induce the power of endless laws and proceeded to point a finger at the black katana. Sky-holding finger. It was a simple slash but its destructive power was stronger than supernatural power. One slash formed black sword light that was 100 miles long. The neighboring planets were not spared and some of the cultivators who were observing the fight from afar were taken out with that attack, too. The old man was sent flying and a stump had replaced his arm. He was beyond shocked when he discovered he was unable to grow back his arm in the time it usually took. He quickly ordered the corpse emperors to protect him when he saw Guzan making his way over to him. "He's so strong. Who is he? I can't believe he can take down 4 heavenly realm fighters by himself. What a thick aura of destruction. Is this what it takes to shake the earth and heaven? This is beyond terrifying. Is he responsible for the black gas?" One look at Guzan was enough to make all the cultivators quake in their boots. He was a killing machine, through and through. Even a shred of his aura was enough to send them scurrying from the scent of death. The black katana is filled with slaughter and tyrannical cruelty. It can control one's mind and turn him into a killing machine, explained Yang Jing grimly. "This sword's too powerful. Where did it come from? Should we join in the fight?" asked Xiao Changfeng. Suddenly, Guzan howled and swung his sword at the corpse emperor. The corpse emperor was instantly cut into half and had his life force sucked away by the black katana. A heavenly realm fighter gone just like that. This is too scary. Each ordinary attack's akin to a supernatural power with that sword. How cruel. This is a weapon of mass destruction. I'm getting out of here. This little world never stood a chance. This is a real killing machine. They were all scared stiff and dared not make eye contact with Guzan. They could sense the maniacal energy swirling in his body, an energy that was hell-bent on exterminating all the worlds. The hair of the other old man from the zombie world was all spread out and there was an eerie light in his eyes. Gray air current was flowing from the middle of his palm which he then slammed vertically against Guzan's chest. Zombie dreamland, sleep. However, Guzan was unaffected by the spell. He brought his sword down on the old man once again. The old man did not even have time to let out a scream before his mana, life force, and primordial spirit was absorbed by the black katana. He had become one of the resentful spirits. Another heavenly realm fighter gone just like that. The wails of the resentful spirits grew louder as they became visible to the naked eye. They were all twisted together and it was truly a terrifying vision to behold. Xiao Changfeng shook his head and said, "The old man from the zombie world must be crazy to get so close to the black katana." "Greed makes people do crazy things," said Yang Jing after giving out a sigh. The more important issue on hand was how to get out of this mess. Out of the 4 people from the zombie world, only the old man with a single arm left and a corpse emperor survived. The old man with the single arm was shaking like a leaf. He sacrificed the corpse emperor to buy himself some time to escape. It was not that long ago when they were all so gung-ho about this trip but now, he could not get away from this cursed sword. Back at the scene, Guzan was still in his element as he slashed the corpse emperor. His murderous aura became thicker and crueler. Exterminate all the worlds. Exterminate area of the gods. He swept his gaze across everyone on the scene, which caused them to involuntarily take a few steps back. Guzan had done what no one ever did before, single-handedly killed 3 Heavenly Realm fighters and heavily injured 1 Heavenly Realm fighter. Only a fool would still go head-to-head with him. However, Yang Jing and Xiao Chengfeng had no choice but to engage Guzan in battle. Why would he want to exterminate the area of the gods? We can't let him do that. They would never let any harm come to the expert. Brothers, this demon's very strong. I beg of you to join forces with me to take him down, said Yang Jing with his right hand over his left fist. Of course, said the White Cloud sect's elder with a nod. Be careful of the black sword, said the middle-aged man from the area of the gods. Not wanting to risk their lives, some of the fighters quietly slinked away. There was no way they would come out of this alive. Area of the gods. Exterminate area of the gods, muttered Guzan. He then fixed his gaze in a particular direction and strode toward it. Stop him, shouted Yang Jing. Instantly, the immortal trap rope appeared in his hand. He threw the rope toward Guzan's body to tie him up. Guzan brought down his sword on the rope and it was immediately cut in half, its energy completely gone. Guzan changed his target to Yang Jing and rushed over to him. Just when Xiao Chengfeng and the others had gathered enough momentum for their attack, a beautiful light shot down from afar and landed squarely on Guzan. The beautiful light transformed into a cage, imprisoning Guzan within it. After the sun and the moon dies, sitting and watching the years pass, I'll be eternal. A misty and majestic voice sounded, startling Yang Jing and the others. When they looked up, they saw a figure walking in the distance. Everyone's expressions went rigid and they did not know what to do next. Judging from the tone, this person should not be underestimated. The meaning of the poem was older than Father Time itself, meaning whoever coming toward them was definitely an old monster. He might even be from the beginning of time. Gradually, a person wearing a white gown slowly entered everyone's field of vision. The white gown was fluttering, filled with a scent of immortality as it glowed faintly. He was wearing a peculiar mask on his face, a mask with a smile, red cheeks, and laughing eyes. The mask gave off a sense of harmlessness. My name's Yang Jing. Thank you, Senior, for helping us, said Yang Jing while bowing respectfully. The man simply nodded at him and said, I am Xing Ya, master of the Palm Star Pavilion. I came here after sensing the aura of the extermination demon sword. Alas, I came too late, for it had already taken possession of someone. So, that's what the sword's called? Extermination demon sword? What an overbearing name, said Yang Jing with shock in his voice. This sword has a master. His name's Guo and he's the wisdom elite of the Eldritch clan, said Xing Ya. It was no wonder this demon sword had a lust for endless slaughter, for its sole purpose in life was to exterminate all the worlds. At the same time, they were surprised by Xing Ya's knowledge. He even knew who the wisdom elites of the Eldritchs were. This confirmed their suspicion that he was indeed an old monster. He might even be an elite himself. Senior, why did the extermination demon sword come here? Asked Yang Jing respectfully. The extermination demon sword's only the beginning. It being here means that Guo will be coming soon, too. This is his calling card. He wanted to challenge you, explained Xing Ya. Sending his weapon first? How reckless. Surely he underestimates us. I wouldn't put it past him. He's an elite after all. His sword alone's terrifying enough. What's more to say about him? The crowd was shocked and terrified at the same time. The extermination demon sword was birthed out of the endless slaughtering. When the weak approaches, they'll be swallowed by its murderous aura. When the strong approaches, they'll be turned into a mindless killing machine. Guo planned to use this sword to cause trouble in the chaos, said Xing Ya. It's a good thing you came. We'll all be dead if you hadn't, said someone in a tone filled with unending gratitude. Suddenly, they heard the sound of the prison bars breaking. Guzan had broken free. The sword light from the extermination demon sword shot out from the crack and its terrifying aura forced everyone to step back. Then, the cage blasted into smithereens with Guzan running maniacally out of it. Kill. He swung the sword wildly at everyone. Senior, the extermination demon sword has broken free from the cage, shouted someone in a panicked tone. I'm not blind, I can see that. Besides, I never said the cage would hold him down forever, said Xing Ya serenely. You. Realizations dawned on Xiao Chengfeng. He glared at Xing Ya. Was that all an act? For a second there, I really believed you're strong. He was dazzled by Xing Ya's entrance and seemingly all-knowing aura, so it never crossed his mind that Xing Ya was faking all of it. The others were shocked as well. They thought they were out of the red. Yang Jing took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, focus. We'll attack together." They all attacked, one after another. The laws of the universe rushed toward Guzan as the supernatural power spread around them, manifesting many terrible visions. However, a single slash from the sword was enough to overpower any incoming attack. Moreover, this sword not only possessed the horrible light of destruction, but also the endless resentful spirits, howling, biting, and gnashing their teeth at the crowd. The sword was a weapon of the wisdom elite after all. Stained with the aura of wisdom, it was so unimaginably powerful that it would be better to give up all hope than to struggle against it. After a while, it was evident that even their joint attacks did nothing to Guzan. On the contrary, he was still as good as new while some of his opponents were injured. It was going to be a long and difficult battle for them. Xing Yao's body lit up as if there were thousands of stars shining behind him. The light extended past him and shot toward Guzan. Starlight Starbright. The elder from the White Cloud sect held a horsetail whisk in his hand and drew a line in thin air. A surge of lightning bolts and purple light shot down from the sky. Heaven absolute thunder. Universe-destroying bomb. Through gritted teeth, everyone gave out one attack after another. The force of their attacks distorted space. Guzan kept swinging his sword and the black sword light swallowed everything it came in contact with. 3,000 visitors are full of flowers, 14 states froze over, with one stroke of the sword. Xiao Changfeng's eyes were focused and the sword chi was flowing out like a waterfall from the sword in his hand. In a flash, the sword chi had completely blanketed the sky and its dazzling cold light stained the surroundings white. Endless sword light engulfed Guzan from all directions. He could not defend against so many supernatural powers at a time, so the sword light found an opportunity to cut across his chest. Chapter 663, The Demon Sword's Arrival in the Area of the Gods, the Power to Exterminate All Worlds. A war broke out in the chaos. The terrifying energy ripple and light of mana exploded in the galaxy like meteorites crashing against one another. The light they gave off was even brighter than the stars. A dazzling sword light slashed across Guzan's chest, leaving a deep gash. Xingya looked at Xiao Chengfeng with a stern face and his heart went heavy. He was really impressed with the poem. 3,000 visitors are full of flowers, 14 states froze over, with one stroke of the sword. I, as the master of the Palm Star Pavilion, should be the one to shout out the poem. There's certainly a lot of talented fighters in the chaos. I never expected to come across my #1 sword rival so soon. However, Guzan seemed to be unaffected by the wound which was covered by a black gas. Technically speaking, he was already dead and the only reason he was able to move was that he was controlled by the extermination demon sword which contained a powerfully destructive and murderous aura. "Die!" roared Guzan like a wild beast. He raised his sword and brought it down on the group. The sword screamed with the billions of resentful spirits. Instantly, the area was turned into a dead zone as the resentful spirits rushed toward the group and erupted into a powerful explosion that surrounded them. The resentful spirits spit and clawed at them non-stop. This isn't good. The extermination demon sword has spanned the eternal years and killed countless living beings. The condensation of resentful spirits is totally out of this world. The extermination sword can even kill fighters from the heavenly realm. At least 20 of them died under this sword. Their resentful spirits are too powerful. The sword light's full of destructive power and combined with the countless resentful spirits, it isn't something we can defend against. The group was scared out of their wits. They felt their scalps go numb when faced with the endless resentful spirits. Helpless did not even begin to describe their situation right now. "Hey, you from the Palm Star Pavilion. Aren't you supposed to be all-powerful and all that? What do you suggest we do now?" asked Xiao Chengfeng hurriedly. "Yes, it's true that this wisdom elite weapon's powerful, but my Palm Star Pavilion has been here since the beginning of time. I can easily put it under a seal," said Xingya in a cold and arrogant tone. "Wow. What are you waiting for? Do you need our help?" asked Yang Jing. "I forgot to say that I can easily put it under a seal provided it has not found a carrier yet. Now, even I can't do anything about it," said Xingya serenely. Xiao Chengfeng exploded with rage. "You should have said that in the first place? Will it kill you if you don't act cool for once? I already told you that ever since I got here. You're the one who didn't listen to me," said Xingya. "Is there anything else we can do?" asked the old man from the White Cloud sect. "This is a catastrophe for the chaos and not many people will survive this. We should call for reinforcements and use numbers to suppress it," said Xingya in a resigned tone. Suddenly, Guzan shouted and his murderous aura became even thicker as time passed. He swung the extermination demon sword once. Just once, and immediately, a terrifying black sword light ripped the sky apart, splitting it into two. It was truly a second-to-none display of power. That one swing was imbued with enough power of the Wisdom Elite to wipe out all worlds as they knew it. The all-encompassing sword light engulfed everyone in it. Instantly, they felt their blood surging in their body and it was hard to breathe. Without wasting any more time, they activated their most powerful defense technique. Singya raised his hand and his white robe became drenched in white light. The white light expanded from his back, burst out like a star in the sky, and shot toward the black sword light. World promise, universe-destroying bomb. Xiao Changfeng's sword hummed and a dazzling sword light erupted which instantly transformed into a giant sword phantom rushing to the sky. The others activated their technique and summoned their defense ultimate treasures, too. However, along with a thunderous crashing sound, a boundless energy wave swept over them like a tsunami and sent them flying to the air like a kite with a broken string. All the defense ultimate treasures and manifestations were instantly swallowed by the extermination demon sword, rendering them black and useless. Blood gushed out from Singya's mouth. "I'll certainly die if I continue with this fight. Does anyone know any experts? If not, I'll be running for my dear life now," he said, in a state of shock. The only reason the Palm Star Pavilion could span the eternal years, even during times of catastrophe, was because he knew when to run and hide as soon as things took a turn for the worse. He lived by the mantra "where there is life, there is hope." Yang Jing wiped the blood from his lips and in a hoarse voice said, "What will happen if we all run away now?" "He'll continue with his massacre until all the worlds in the chaos are wiped out one after another." Singya was shaking his head as he said this. "What's worse is this is only the beginning. The arrival of this sword means its master will be coming soon. There will be no stopping this catastrophe then. We should just lie down and wait for death to claim us." Yang Jing gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go to the area of the gods and rally all the people in the heavenly palace to suppress him. If the heavenly palace can't suppress him then surely there are other powerhouses in the area of the gods who can seal this sword up." "Area of the gods, exterminate the area of the gods," shouted Guzan as he rushed toward them after catching wind of their plans. The extermination demon sword was born to exterminate everything and the sentiment imbued by its master was to cause an upheaval in the area of the gods before his arrival. The shadows of the sword lights and the fighters shot around in the chaos, terrifying the living beings near them as if their aura alone were going to turn the heavens and earth upside down. It was not long ago that Blackie's group fought against Yanmo. The people had not even recovered from that but now, they had to deal with Yang Jing's group fighting against the extermination demon sword. The recent events of the chaos were truly cause for concern. What happened? Why is there one catastrophe after another? Is this the will of heaven? Have we angered the gods? I have a premonition that our peaceful era has come to an end. Even the more powerful fighters were shaken to their very core. The entire chaos is going to the dogs. I should find a safe place to hide. Yang Jing and the rest of the group were backed into a corner. No one dared to fight Guzan head-on. Even so, they could not escape the backlash of the sword. Each of their origins of life was injured and the wounds on their bodies were healing slower than ever. They were truly in a pitiful plight. However, they had their speed going for them and soon arrived in the area of the gods. "Quick, call for reinforcements," cried Xiao Changfeng. Yang Jing quickly pressed on his third eye and immediately, a red light beam shot out into the air, staining the entire sky red. He had unlocked a new ability for his third eye, sending a signal. Every one of the people's faces in the heavenly palace blanched when they saw the red sky glow. This isn't good. The signal's sent by Yang Jing. It's an emergency. Something big must have happened. I can feel a powerful energy ripple coming from there. It's an aura of extermination. All the people in the area of the gods will be burned to ashes should it come here. The Jade Emperor's face was grim. All the heavenly realm fighters, gather there. He, Cultivator Junjun, and Goddess Nuo immediately made a move. The entire area of the gods was already thrown into a state of chaos. Although Yang Jing and the rest of the group did not lure Guzan inside the area of the gods, the people in the area of the gods could still feel the force of the battle from the outskirts. Apart from that, the movements made by the heavenly realm fighters were not to be scoffed at either. Countless manifestations of fire, lightning, and others surged through the sky and collided with the black gas. How could anyone not panic when faced with this sight? After seeing this, the powerhouses did not waste time in joining in the fight. Guzan, with the extermination demon sword still in his hand, stood mid-air with the black gas swirling around him. He ignored Yang Jing and the rest and focused his attention on the area of the gods. His extermination aura became even wilder to the point of mania. Area of the gods, exterminate the area of the gods. He muttered as he swung the extermination demon sword in that direction. Stop him. He plans to stick the sword into the area of the gods to swallow everything up just like the previous world, shouted Xing Ya. Stop, shouted Xiao Chengfeng and Yang Jing as they chased after him while ignoring the pain racking through their body. Mountains and river boundaries locked. Immediately, scenes of mountains, rivers, shrines, the sun, and the moon appeared in the sky, which then created a barrier around Guzan, effectively preventing him from taking another step forward. Looks like we've made it in time, said the Empress with a smile. Behind her stood the Jade Emperor and others who were all looking at Guzan with grim expressions on their faces. Is that Guzan? Didn't he die in the ancient battleground? Asked Cultivator Junjun with surprise. He's not Guzan but the extermination demon sword. The sword belongs to an eldritch wisdom elite and it was sent here to exterminate all the worlds here. We must stop that from happening, said Yang Jing in a heavy tone. At this, everyone's heart began to beat wildly against their chests and their eyes filled with fear as they looked upon the demon extermination sword. How arrogant of him! Is this his way of challenging us? The murder sword is so thick. How many souls did it have to kill to be so thick? It's truly incomprehensible. How dare a measly wisdom elite weapon come to the area of the gods to cause trouble? Guzan raised his sword and brought it down on the barrier. Although the ultimate treasure, the land of mountains and rivers painting, was imbued with Li Nianfan's power which made it level up drastically, it was still no match for the extermination demon sword. The barrier was immediately broken by the sword and the painting could have been rendered useless if it was not for its leveled up abilities. Cultivator Junjun gasped. He's very strong, indeed. Let's work together to suppress him. He raised his hand and a few treasures floated to the front. There was a golden purple sword, a black stick, and a golden bowl. Those three were the ultimate heavenly spiritual treasure that were obtained after the fight between Blackie and another wisdom elite in the area of the gods. The golden purple ultimate light sword was an ultimate slaughter treasure. Its sharp aura contained enough power to split open the sky, and not only that, its speed could pierce through anything. The sky-stirring stick could either break the sky into a million pieces with its earth-shattering power or hold up the sky. The sky-devouring bowl could suck everything under the sky and imprison them inside of its body. Three different types of ultimate treasures, three different abilities, all rushed toward Guzan at the same time. Goddess Nuwa joined the fight, too. She held up her lotus lantern and immediately a light as white as snow flowed out from within and condensed into a divine lotus which then shot toward Guzan. The lotus lantern, after going through many merit refinements, had grown into a heavenly merit spiritual treasure from its previous status of a heavenly spiritual treasure. It was able to attack and defend at the same time, making it an incomparable piece of treasure. The Jade Emperor and the others gave out one attack after another and the powerful force erupted like a volcano, staining the sky in a rainbow hue of colors. If this was any other ordinary world, it would have already exploded under the impact. The extermination sword seemed to have detected the danger as it started to vibrate a little. Ah! Roared Guzan with anger. Black gas began to stream out of all his 7 orifices and the black gas became even thicker when his skin started to split apart. The black gas erupted and turned into rolling black clouds, blanketing the sky. The billions of resentful spirits shouted maniacally and their intertwined bodies made them seem unstoppable as if they alone could swallow up the thousands of worlds in the chaos. The powerhouses in the areas of the gods went numb with shock when they saw this. What terrifying power! How is this even possible? Where did all these resentful spirits come from? There seems to be an infinite number of them. The areas of gods is doomed to be a dead zone once they're all unleashed. The Luotian dynasty, the 100-Flower sect, the Empath sect had arrived to help the Heavenly Palace people. Kill! 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 Guzan, or to be more accurate, the extermination demon sword, had gone mad with the intention to kill. It was hell-bent on engulfing the entire area of the gods in the black cloud and turning it into a dead zone. The billions of resentful spirits were not only from the 7th dimension but also from the other dimensions it desecrated. Thus, it made the sword even more powerful. There were not only spirits of mortals but saints, Chaos Daluo golden immortals, and even of the heavenly realm. Guzan's body began to expand with the black cloud until it stopped at a width of 50 feet. The resentful spirits never stopped their wails and with a raise of his hand, a sword light shot toward the group. Meanwhile, back at the 4-part architecture, Li Nianfan was organizing a spring cleaning. The 4-part architecture has become bigger ever since the change in heaven and earth, making it such a hassle to clean. Maybe this is what it feels like to have a first world problem, muttered Li Nianfan to himself. Then, to Nanan he said, Nanan, don't forget to sweep the corners and under the table. Make sure you pay more attention when you clean the chicken coop. Wait a minute, you're not even holding the broom right. Dragon, the mop isn't for playing. Are you drawing or are you mopping? Don't mop the areas that haven't been swept yet. Miss Shi, that's a toilet brush, not a glass scrubber. Chapter 664, Spring Cleaning, the Ultimate Existence in the All of the Dimensions. Suddenly, they heard a wailing sound coming from somewhere. They furrowed their brows, stopped what they were doing, and looked around for the source of the cries. Then, they saw somewhere far in the distance, the sky was completely stained dark by the rolling black gas. They had found the source of the wailing cries. Man, that black fog sure is thick. What could it be? Li Nianfan was shocked. No matter how he looked at it, the scene seemed to be taken out of a movie where the biggest boss appeared. Could it be that a big demon had appeared here? Little Daji, what do you think? He asked. There's a high probability that an evil presence with high cultivation appeared there. Only countless killings can bring about such a large number of resentful spirits, replied Daji. It'll be a disaster to the mortal realm if that thing appears here, said Fire Phoenix. How can we eliminate that? Asked Li Nianfan. Brother Li, let me do it. Let me do it, cried Nanan, putting up her hand. I can go. I hate anything evil the most. The memories of being captured by the evil cultivators before she became immortal were still fresh in her mind. I wanted to go, too, volunteered Qinmanyun bravely. Dragon punched the air and in a voice filled with anticipation, she said, I wanted to go, too, Brother Li. Let us go together and drive away the evil cultivator. What kind of monsters are they? He wondered. Anyone would have ran for their lives when faced with a disaster, but they seemed to be the opposite, for they were actually looking forward to a good fight. However, there was no denying he felt an immense sense of security by having them around the house. This must be what it feels like to have the protection of Bigshots. All right. You all have my permission to go, but be careful, all right, said Li Nianfan with a smile. Don't worry, Brother Li. We'll be sure to complete our mission, said Nanan with a mischievous grin before she immediately shot out of the yard. Meanwhile, back at the scene of the fight. The black gas had spread into more areas and the sky above the area of the gods was completely covered by it. The hearts of Cultivator Junjun and the rest of the people became heavy and they found it difficult to breathe with the immeasurable pressure on their shoulders. Their combined attacks were enough to bring down the heavens and purify all evil, and yet, it did nothing to the black gas. On the contrary, they were suppressed by it. Their fire and lightning attacks were futile against the black gas. The boundless aura of death swallowed everything in its path and enveloped the group within it. They found themselves trapped inside, no matter what attacks or treasures they threw out at it. The billions of bloodthirsty resentful spirits swirled, laughed, wailed around them, and if they were not careful, they would be instantly swallowed by them. The aura of resentment is so thick. Are you sure this is only a Wisdom Elite weapon and not something stronger? Even a Wisdom Elite weapon shouldn't be this powerful. It must have something to do with the resentful spirits imbued in the Extermination Demon Sword. I can't believe our combined attacks didn't even make a dent in the black cloud. They were all frightened and gritting their teeth. The black gas kept getting thicker and thicker. The area of the gods seemed to have been completely covered by it. This can't go on, or else the area of the gods will completely fall under the Extermination Demon Sword, said Goddess Nuwa worriedly. Yes, we need to stop that from happening at all cost. What should we do? Amitabha. The Buddha says, if I don't go to hell, who will? Suddenly, a Buddha chant sounded from somewhere. Jiki, with his palms together in front of his chest and bathed in a golden light, had arrived with his monks. Each of their heads was enveloped in a golden halo and countless golden lights manifested into a giant Buddha phantom. Without hesitation, they walked into the black gas and sat down in cross-legged positions. Their golden light burned like flames. They were sacrificing themselves to appease the resentful spirits. Charge! We, alone, are in control of our fate. Countless figures rushed toward the black gas fearlessly, as if death was nothing to be afraid of. They were not even of the heavenly realm fighters, some of them were only Chaos Daluo golden immortal realm, and yet they did what they could to not live with regrets. I've come, do, your majesty, said Juling Shen in his familiar rough voice. Behind him were many heavenly soldiers and guards. Even Tai Bai Jingxing, the civil servant, was there. You guys. Good. We'll overpower him with our numbers. The group was deeply touched by them and became even more determined to take down the black gas. With red eyes, they condensed their mana into a boundless ocean. The extermination demon sword gave out a low hum and increased its power after detecting the threat. Suddenly, without any warning at all, Gozan's enlarged body exploded. Instantly, the endless black gas fell from the sky like a waterfall, and the force from the explosion pushed the black gas out to a few hundred feet. There was no stopping the black gas as it shot toward the area of the gods like a demon's claw. No. Is there nothing we can do? How is it possible for it to be so powerful? It's game over for us. No one can stop it now, said Cultivator Junjun with deep sorrow and despair in his eyes. My. It sure's lively here, said a familiar young voice suddenly from behind them. Instantly, they all turned to look at the speaker, eyes filled with hope, for there stood Dragon, Nanan, Chinmanyun, and Shitukan. Their red eyes became even redder as if tears could fall any time. Miss Dragon, Miss Nanan, you're finally here. They're here. The expert must have sent them here to save us. Ha ha ha, we're saved. We're saved. We have nothing to worry about anymore. They were all shouting excitedly, for they had seen the light at the end of the tunnel. Singya, who was about to run for his life, stopped where he was as he was curious about who could they possibly be to give the others so much hope. Could they be wisdom elites as well? He took a good look at them and realized there were 2 little girls and 2 women, and what was that they were holding in their hands? A broom, a mop, a brush, and a cloth. He could not believe his eyes. Were they here as reinforcements or as a cleaning crew? Oh no, Nanan. I forgot to bring my ladle, cried Dragon suddenly. The ladle was her most handy tool, as she frequently used it to water the plants in the backyard. I forgot my hoe, too, cried Nanan, but then she looked at the broom in her hand and her eyes twinkled. I guess we can use whatever we have with us right now. Oh, yeah. Brother Lee asked us to do spring cleaning. That black gas is very dirty, so we should sweep it away, too, said Dragon in an epiphany. What are we waiting for? Let's begin, said Nanan. She immediately jumped into the black gas and started sweeping around. It was as if the black gas had met its match as it melted away like snow under the harsh glare of the summer sun. Dragon, Chinmanyun, and Shitukan joined her and used the techniques they had learned during the spring cleaning to easily clear away the black gas. Dragon mopped away the black gas in a Z formation, and wherever her mop passed, the sky instantly became clear, almost as if the mop was an eraser and the black clouds were the pencil marks. Shitukan went straight for the deepest core of the black gas with the toilet brush in her hand, cutting through the black gas until it collided against the extermination demon sword. The resentful spirits parted ways for her as if she was the most terrifying existence in the universe, and just like that, the extermination demon sword stopped spewing from the black gas. Scrub-a-dub-dub, sang Shitukan happily while she vigorously scrubbed the sword with the toilet brush. In a blink of an eye, the black gas had subsided almost by half. It did not even make any resistance at all. Everyone was struck dumb and rubbed their eyes in disbelief. No way. The black gas disappeared just like that? Are they spring cleaning? Are they fighting against the same extermination demon sword we were fighting against? How is it possible for these cleaning equipments to suppress an extermination demon sword? Are they not wisdom elite weapons? That broom and sweep belong to the expert. Oh. Everything makes sense now. Long live the expert. I knew we had nothing to worry about with them here, but I never expected them to win against the extermination demon sword so easily. Singya's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His jaw had fallen to the ground. How is it possible for her to suppress the sword so easily? Suddenly a light flashed in his eyes, and in a trembling voice, he said, "This is too terrifying and unbelievable. Their existence must be born out of disaster. This is where our hope lies." Suddenly, the black gas began to spew out of the extermination demon sword's handle again, along with a bone-chilling voice. "Very commendable indeed for being able to suppress my wisdom elite weapon. 1 month, and I'll be there in person." Huh? Did I miss a spot? Said Shitukan as she vigorously scrubbed the extermination demon sword again. The extermination demon sword landed on the ground with a clang. They went to surround it and were instantly filled with mixed feelings when they saw it lying there uselessly on the ground. Were they really bested by a useless-looking sword like this? Cultivator Junjun and the others flew to where Dragon and the rest of the group stood. "Thank you for saving our lives. We're deeply ashamed we could not even win against a weapon." "You're welcome. It just so happens we were doing our spring cleaning, so we might as well help you guys out." Cultivator Junjun and the other people's mouths began to twitch and they felt as if their hearts had been stabbed with a sharp sword. They could not believe that taking out the extermination demon sword was like spring cleaning to them. Born out of disaster, your existence must be, shouted Singya excitedly at Dragon and the others. He was obviously too flustered to speak properly. Do you know your chaos last hope? I can foresee you all becoming the most powerful fighters in the universe. Nanan looked at the masked man curiously. That goes without saying because I have Brother Li. However, even so, I'll forever be number 2 and he number 1. Singya's heart nearly jumped out of his mouth. Brother Li? Is he even more powerful than you? Of course. He's so powerful that I don't even know where to begin. We were helping him with the spring cleaning earlier before we rushed out without a thought when we saw the black gas. Hence, the cleaning equipment, said Dragon. Singya looked at the broom and the mop in their hands and exhaled deeply as his mind began to buzz with the surrealism of it all. Who's this Brother Li they're referring to? Why are there no records of him in the Palm Star Pavilion? He thought. Singya, didn't you say the Palm Star Pavilion had been here since the beginning of time? Does it have any records of the expert? Asked Xiao Changfeng. There's nothing the Palm Star Pavilion doesn't know. However, you have to first tell me more about the expert, said Singya haughtily. Immediately, they shared their stories of the expert with him. The more he heard, the more restless he became. His face was shocked again and again. Could he be? He muttered to himself. Well, spit it out now, will you, said Xiang Chengfeng. Singya took a deep breath and in a heavy tone said, if my deductions are correct, he might be the ultimate existence in all of the dimensions. Things like this are recorded in the Palm Star Pavilion as a legend. There's never been a confirmed case and not to mention, the legend came from stories from other dimensions. What exactly do you mean by the ultimate existence in all of the dimensions? Asked Cultivator Junjun. Well, it's really hard to explain, began Singya. The chaos we're in right now belongs to the 7th dimension, so apart from here, there are 6 other dimensions. The eldritch are from the first, and while it's hard to verify the division of the 7th dimension, the first dimension was indeed the first to have a living being in its world. Are you referring to the eldritch? Asked Goddess Nuwa. Yes and no, answered Singya with a shake of his head. Can you tell the difference between our dimension and the first dimension? Everyone furrowed their eyebrows at the question. They had never been to the first dimension, so they did not know what he was talking about. I've always found it odd that there's only the eldritch race in the first dimension, whereas our dimension has the human race, demon race, and others, said Qin Manyun suddenly. Chapter 665, The Eldritch's Atrocious Ambition, Wisdom Dictator. After Qin Manyun had said that, everyone realized she was right and their eyes began to fill with puzzlement. No one had ever heard of other races being in the first dimension, but what did that have to do with the eldritch? Singya looked at Qin Manyun and the cleaning cloth in her hand with admiration. These 4 girls certainly made a splash with their entrance, and the way they wiped out the extermination demon sword was truly awe-inspiring. Not to mention they did all those with simple cleaning equipment. I wish I was the one who wiped out the extermination demon sword. I would have come up with some cool lines after that, thought Singya. He trembled with excitement at the thought that everyone would surely know of the Palm Star Pavilion's existence then. Enemies. They're my enemies. He snapped back to the present and said, yes, you're right. However, there used to be more races than that, even if they're the only ones left right now. Everyone was shocked at his words and their hearts went cold. They were not stupid and could think of all the possible explanations for that to happen. The other races were either wiped out from forces of the other dimensions or their own dimension. In other words, the eldritchs had wiped out all of the living creatures in their own dimension. How cruel did one have to be to do this? How could they do such a cruel thing? I can't believe they'd do such a thing to the beings in their own dimension. They must be crazy in the head. How's it possible for them to still exist in this universe? Aren't they scared of being punished by the heavens? They were all filled with rage. Why did the eldritchs do all that? Asked Cultivator Junjun with twinkling eyes, getting straight into the heart of the matter as usual. Why, you ask? Singya closed his eyes. Because one would possess the power to control all 7 dimensions and become the true god of creation when one becomes the ultimate existence in all of the dimensions. In other words, the eldritchs were aiming to become the master of all 7 dimensions. They were all shocked by their ambitions. To them, the goal was infinitely beyond their abilities. Heck, it was not long ago when they just found out there existed 7 dimensions in the universe. The eldritchs must have been a race older than time itself. Without waiting for another question, Singya continued with his explanation. The total amount of energy in the universe will never change, therefore, one can easily differentiate between a person who holds all the power and two people who have the power split equally among them. Take our chaos for example. How many strong fighters would there be in the human race if the human race possessed all the energy in the chaos? Everyone's pupils began to shrink rapidly and their breathing began to come out in short bursts. The question sounded simple enough, but no one had ever given it much thought before. To be more accurate, no one dared to give it much thought, for how could they comprehend the impossible? Can the eldritch even absorb all the spiritual chi in the whole dimension? Nanan asked the question that had been on everyone's minds. Singya smiled. His bragging power was certainly stronger than his cultivation level. The spiritual chi of a dimension is nothing. The higher one's cultivation level is, the more spiritual chi one would need. A cultivator of the heavenly realm requires the spiritual chi of a little world, and a wisdom elite needs the spiritual chi of 10,000 little words. By that calculation, how many wisdom elites do you think the chaos can support? Everyone had their epiphanies. Yes, the spiritual chi in the chaos was limited. The birth of a strong fighter meant the births of many weak fighters, for the resources would always go to the strong until an impasse was reached. Besides, there's an existence higher than the wisdom elites which requires unimaginable spiritual chi to support, so do you all still think that the spiritual chi of a dimension is a big deal? Asked Singya. Well, they were still trying to process all the new information. The fewer beings there were in the dimension, the more resources they would be for the rest of them. That means the eldritch are trying to create a god. They had dominated the first dimension and plundered the other 6 dimensions, surely they must have created countless strong fighters already. I wouldn't even be surprised if they had created a fighter above the wisdom elite level. However, they still show no signs of stopping until they've completely absorbed all the spiritual chi in the 7 dimensions. What kind of terrifying existence would they create if they really did that? Asked Cultivator Junjun in a grave tone. All the spiritual chi in the 7 dimensions absorbed by one person, what kind of existence would that be? It was beyond their imagination, just as a mere mortal could not process the power of a heavenly realm fighter. We're all heavenly realm fighters, so it's natural for us to understand that our numbers are fixed by the heavens. Whether it's a little world or a big world, the number of fighters for each level is fixed to maintain the ecological chain of the universe, said Singya. This was akin to the prehistoric times where the number of saints was fixed at the number 7. Singya waited for them to nod their heads before continuing. Therefore, there's also a limit to how many wisdom elites could be born in each dimension. Any more than the fixed number would cause the spiritual chi to become unsustainable. However, there was one wildly ambitious eldritch who wasn't satisfied with this and managed to find a way to break through this limitation. And that was to kill all the other beings in the first dimension to monopolize the spiritual chi? Asked Goddess Nua. Since the numbers are fixed, wouldn't the eldritchs be punished for breaking the laws? Asked the Jade Emperor with a frown. Singya sighed and said, I have no idea how they did it, but there's no denying that they had succeeded in their plans. Now, they have their sights set on the other 6 dimensions. Everyone was silent after that. They could all feel immeasurable pressure in their hearts. The eldritchs were the epitome of those who went against the will of heaven and did not get punished for it. They could not even begin to imagine what kind of power they possessed to be able to get away with it. Cultivator Junjun felt his heart was as heavy as a rock. That means the eldritchs have within them many terrifying wisdom elites, and the eldritch who wiped out all the other beings in the first dimension must have gone beyond the wisdom elite level already, he said in a hoarse voice. The level above wisdom elites called the wisdom dictator, said Singya. The name alone sounded cool. Wisdom dictator, a person with the ability to dictate wisdom. Anyone standing before a wisdom dictator was akin to a speck of dust in the universe. Xiao Changfeng felt all his confidence flowing out of him. There's no hope for our dimension if a wisdom dictator comes. If, said Singya with a smile, he would have been here by now if he could come. Although it's true he possesses the ability to wipe out the other beings in the first dimension, it doesn't mean he can willy-nilly travel between the other 6 dimensions. There's no guarantee he can survive the trip, and that's why he only sends his subordinates for plundering. Wow. You really know a lot, huh? Said Xiao Changfeng with pure admiration on his face. Singya waved his hand and said lightly, this is nothing. After all, I've been here since the beginning of time, so it's only natural I know about all this. His pretension oozed out of his every pore. Never would he let an opportunity to act cool slip through his fingers. Then in a worried tone, he said, we'll only appear when a huge catastrophe is about to happen to ensure all the living beings have a fighting chance. Dragon pouted and in a confident tone said, HMMPH. I'm not afraid of no eldritch. I have brotherly. Yes, there's nothing to fear as long as the expert's in this dimension. You're right. The expert might be a wisdom elite, too. They should be scared of us instead. Do you guys think that the expert might be a physical manifestation of our 7th dimension? Like, he manifested himself to help us fight off the eldritch? They were all giving their own 2 cents. Brother Singya, you haven't answered our question. What does the ultimate existence in all of the dimensions mean? Asked Cultivator Junjun. The other 6 dimensions have been suppressed by the eldritchs for countless years, and hence, it's not surprising that many strong fighters were born because of this. There was one ultimate fighter who connected with wisdom and discovered that there was only one way to defeat the eldritchs, and that was to become the ultimate existence in all of the dimensions. The forces are intangible, wisdom is rootless, just as the day becomes night, and night becomes day, along with the changes of the season. All of these aren't imbued with any intention of emotions. The universe will be thrown into chaos if that were to happen. The ultimate existence in all of the dimensions belongs to a very unique realm. In theory, it's akin to a person being one with wisdom, making it possible to do anything in the universe. To put it more simply, it's as if the person has forgotten about himself or his cultivation and only has the will of the wisdom, putting him in a state of flow, explained Singya. Nanan was confused. How can one complete their tasks if they have forgotten what they need to do? That's why it belongs to the stories of legends only. No one could possibly reach that state. It's akin to being a puppet of wisdom. Truly impossible, said Singya. It was like a person had set up a program with the ultimate goal to eliminate a demon, and then he merged with the program, effectively wiping out his own will. Therefore, every decision the person made would be heaven's will. They were beginning to understand. Just like how the expert could not create ultimate chaos treasures no matter how much he wanted to, but once he had forgotten about his aim, he could easily create them. However, there's a big flaw in all this, said Singya with a grimness they had never heard before. He then took a deep breath before continuing. There shouldn't even be a tiny hint of the person's will while wisdom operates in their soul. Once the person's will is awakened by something, all the work done before would be rendered useless. Not only that, the person would be completely wiped out by wisdom. That's horrible, said the group with shock. Their hearts suddenly felt 50 pounds heavier while the respect toward Li Nianfan grew by leaps and bounds. It did not require much thought to understand how difficult it was to enter a state of the ultimate existence in all of the dimensions. It must have required unimaginable power, and with so many variables on the path, the risk could be said to be ridiculously high. One careless mistake and Li Nianfan would be completely wiped out by wisdom. Even one casual remark from the others could take him out of the state. They were deeply moved by his sacrifice. Both Nanan and Dragon had tears in their eyes as they said, "Brother Li must have done this to save us from the eldritchs. We can't even imagine the danger he's in right now. No wonder the Soul Master warned us not to wake Brother Li up. We need to go back now to protect him. The expert did this for us. We must make sure nothing disturbs him. I knew there was a reason behind all his doings, though I never expected the reason to be this. He's truly a blessing for our dimension. We need to be more careful in the future." They were all determined to help out the expert in any way they could. He must have been born to prevent a catastrophe from happening in the 7th dimension. I feel deeply honored to be in a time where I could meet with the ultimate existence in all of the dimensions. I have no doubt the 7th dimension will come out of this catastrophe unscathed, said Singya sincerely. By the way, what are we going to do about Gua? Asked Cultivator Junjun suddenly. They all went silent at the same time as they looked toward the extermination demon sword lying on the ground with worried expressions on their faces. The sword was already so powerful, meaning to say the master would be even more powerful. A wisdom elite was not someone that could be easily defeated by just anyone, and what was more, he would arrive in 1 month. Gua's no ordinary wisdom elite. He has led many countless massacres and catastrophes in the universe. He's a force to be reckoned with, said Singya. His words made everyone fall into the depths of their despair. Don't worry. Both Sister Daji and Sister Fire Phoenix have already become wisdom elites. I'm sure they'll be able to drive him away, said Dragon. Wisdom elites? Cultivator Junjun and the rest of the people gasped. They were instantly filled with envy at their good fortune of being married to the expert. We should head back now, said Qin Manyun, who was in a hurry to go back to protect the expert. Please, hold a minute, Miss Qin. This extermination demon sword belongs to Gua, so I'm sure he'll be drastically weakened if you suppress this sword. Why don't you bring it back with you? Asked the Jade Emperor. Goddess Nuwa smiled at his idea. Gua was very proud of his own power to send the extermination demon sword to the 7th dimension. They should make sure he would never get the sword back to frustrate him. They could not wait to see the expression on his face once he discovered his sword's fate. The Empress's eyes also flashed mischievously. What a great idea! Goddess Dodgy, Goddess Fire Phoenix, Lord Dog, Old Dragon, and many others are all strong fighters. They would have no problem suppressing the sword, she said with a smile. Qin Manyu nodded and said, all right, let's do that then. With that, they brought the extermination demon sword home. As for the others, they wished they could visit him but were afraid that they would bring him out of his state. Thus, they controlled themselves. Aren't you tired of wearing that mask? Why don't you show us what you look like underneath? Asked Xiao Chengfeng when his gaze fell on Xingya. Xingya waved his question away and looked up at the sky. I admit that you guys are strong and we fought together as comrades, but forgive me for saying this, you're not worthy enough to gaze upon my face. Chapter 666, Suppressing the Demon Sword, the Eve of the War. I'm not worthy enough? Asked Xiao Chengfeng with wide-opened eyes. He was so angry that every hair on his body was standing on end. Do you wish to die? I can help you with that. This punk's full of it. Who does he think he is? Can I punch him? Everyone, don't hold back. Let's all punch him. Even the usual peace-loving cultivator Junjun was pissed at Xingya. This man was definitely more full of it than Xiao Chengfeng. Immediately, the group surrounded him. However, Xingya did not think he was at fault. He shook his head and said, I was right to think you're uncivilized people. You might look cultivated, but the truth is, your level's too low. It's sad to think how shallow you all are. Juling Shen was rubbing his two axes together. Old Xiao, looks like you're not the king of smack anymore. Xiao Chengfeng pulled out his sword. Not if I can help it. Everyone, beat him up. You shouldn't act cool. Those who do will get struck by lightning. Juling Shen's lightning attack rushed toward Xingya with a roar. Hit him, shouted the others as they attacked him as well. The people of this world are truly stupid. Each of them is a sinner. It's so lonely at the top. Oh well, it's not like I want to team up with you all anyways. With that, Xingya immediately shot out into the distance in a trail of light. The crowd went crazy and chased after him. They had never been humiliated like this before. We should tear off his lips once we catch him. Make him cry. I'm going to stab him in the throat. The whole sky echoed with their threats. Meanwhile, back at the four-part architecture, it was as peaceful as ever. Dragon, Nanan, Qin Manyun, and Shi Tukan entered the yard and found that Li Nianfan, Daji, and Fire Phoenix were at the tail end of the spring cleaning. We're back, Brother Li, said Dragon happily. I hope you didn't get hurt, said Li Nianfan in a concerned voice. He had been monitoring the black gas and felt relieved when it disappeared from the sky. We're fine. It was an easy-peasy task, said Dragon. Finally, Li Nianfan noticed the black katana in her hand. The design of the katana was weird but nonetheless very eye-catching. It was imbued with a domineering aura as it shined brightly. Li Nianfan raised an eyebrow and asked, What loot have you brought back home? Brother Li, this is a demon sword which has killed countless souls. It's stained with an ocean of blood and filled with boundless resentment. We brought it back to prevent it from taking anyone's life again, said Nanan. Li Nianfan furrowed his brow. That means this is an extremely ferocious weapon filled with the unknown, he thought. Initially, he was considering using this katana to chop wood or vegetables, but he now knew it would be a bad idea. He shook his head and said, You should have asked the Buddhist monks to purify it instead of bringing it back. Seeing Li Nianfan's unhappy face, Qin Manyun bit her lips and asked, Should I bring it over to them now then? Forget it. Let's just keep it in the corner now that you've already brought it back. I'll go look for something to suppress it with. With that, he entered the storage room. Sister Manyun, don't worry about it. I'm sure Brother Li will be able to find something to suppress the sword, said Dragon excitedly. Qin Manyun smiled and said, You're right. I bet Guo will be speechless once he sees what we've done with his sword. However, we should not waste any more time and train harder. He's a wisdom elite after all. Dragon, where did the sword come from? Asked Daji. Sister Daji, that sword belongs to a wisdom elite and is imbued with a terrifying murderous aura, said Dragon. Yeah. It's a written challenge for war. Its master sent it over first to cause some upheaval, and its master will come to the area of the gods in a month, said Nanan. Fire Phoenix laughed coldly. A written challenge? How arrogant. Don't worry, I and Sister Daji will fight the wisdom elite off when the time comes. Goddess Daji, Goddess Fire Phoenix, we learned a secret of the expert, too, said Sycophancy. What secret? Asked Daji and Fire Phoenix hurriedly. Li Nianfan was the only person they cared about in this world. Their whole world revolved around him and thus, they needed to know everything about him. Sycophancy took a deep breath and started to explain, the Master's in a state of the ultimate existence in all of the dimensions. Her voice was filled with admiration and respect. The more Daji and Fire Phoenix listened, the more solemn they became when finally, tears appeared in their beautiful eyes. Daji's eyes were completely red and she was shaking like a leaf. A chilly aura began to flow out of her body as a giant ice lotus bloomed behind her. Even the sky had to bow before such a strong aura. The powerful aura, accompanied by a murderous intent, spread across the area. Anyone within the vicinity could feel it, just like the might of heaven. Anyone and everyone, even the fighters of the heavenly realm, in the area of the gods shuddered involuntarily as a shiver ran down their spine. The people who were chasing after Singya stopped where they were immediately and looked toward the four-part architecture fearfully. This aura seems to have come from Goddess Daji, said the Jade Emperor in a trembling voice. What could incite Goddess Daji to unleash such an aura? They might be in danger. We should go check it out, said Yang Jing. There's no need for that, said Cultivator Junjun. His eyes were filled with mixed feelings. This is a warning from her. Warning? Who's she warning? Asked Juling Shen quizzically. Everyone. Goddess Nuwa exhaled gently before continuing. Goddess Daji must have heard about the state the expert is in. That's why she unleashed her aura as a warning. I'm afraid she might have killed us if it wasn't for the sake of our friendship. I can understand if she's doing this to protect the expert's secret, said Jade Emperor in a low voice. The Empress nodded as well. The expert will be in danger if the eldritch know about his secret, or if someone purposely leaked it to them. I don't blame Daji for doing this at all. Yes, I understand her sentiment. She's willing to do anything to ensure the safety of the expert, said Cultivator Junjun somberly. However, she couldn't bear to kill us, so this is her warning to us to make sure we don't do anything stupid. If not, I fear a fate worse than death awaits us. In any case, we only have the expert's safety in our minds. I'll use my sword to protect him at all costs. This is where my Dao heart lies, said Xiao Chengfei in a determined tone. The powerhouses had the same sentiment. The expert's risking his life for the good of this dimension. I won't allow anything to happen to him. Me, too. Me, too. Meanwhile, back at the four-part architecture, Nanan and the rest of them were looking fearfully at Daji. Sister Daji, are you okay? She asked in a trembling voice. Daji's aura nearly froze them to death. At the same time, both of her pupils had turned icy blue. Yes, I'm fine, said Daji, and she deactivated her aura. Then, she muttered to herself, no matter what happens, even in death, I will protect the Master. Tears were flowing down Fire Phoenix's face. The Master must have been an unassailable existence before this for him to willingly sacrifice himself for the countless beings in this dimension. To think he was willing to give up his mana for us. I can't even comprehend his compassionate heart. She could not comprehend it because it brought a stabbing pain to her heart whenever she thought of the heavy burden on the expert's shoulders. It's fate that brought us together. I won't disappoint him, said Daji determinedly. The Master has created endless opportunities for our transformation with his state, and he's entrusted his safety to us so he can focus on eliminating the eldritch. She spat out the last word vehemently. Nana nodded her head and was filled with a fighting spirit. Yes. I'll carry some of Brother Li's burden. Suddenly, Li Nianfan walked out of the storage room with a piece of yellowed paper in his hand. On the yellowed paper, there was a picture of a bald monk sitting cross-legged. On both sides of the monk were the words "Put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha" standing on the ground, and on the top was the horizontal script Amitabha. Daji and the others quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of their eyes, composed themselves and walked toward him. "What's this, Master?" asked Daji. "It's a piece of rune paper to ward off evil spirits. It doesn't matter whether it works or not, since the key benefit of it is to provide psychological comfort to the user," said Li Nianfan as he was sticking the rune paper on the extermination demon sword. In just a moment, Daji and others could clearly feel that the resentment and killing aura on the extermination demon sword had completely disappeared. Its demonic nature was completely suppressed. "I remember I had a black sword for chopping wood. This would make it a pair," said Li Nianfan in amusement. Then, he put the demon extermination sword and the fallen demon sword together. A golden light flashed on the fallen demon sword and a skeleton dressed in a robe slowly emerged. It looked at the extermination demon sword with kind eyes, and said, Amitabha, the newcomers here. Let this old-timer tell you the true meaning of life. The following days became especially peaceful in the four-part architecture. However, all the powerhouses in the area of the gods were filled with anxiety, fearing the strength of Gua. After all, he was a terrible existence that had spanned several calamities, and no one could imagine how powerful he truly was. They all felt as if a great calamity was about to be wrought upon heaven and earth. Daji and others seized the time to improve their strength. Every morning they woke up early to exercise before practicing yoga, not daring to relax at all. In the heavenly palace, the Jade Emperor was sitting in the Linksao Palace. "Yang Jing, have you found the Soul Master and the Elite King?" he asked in a serious tone. There was undisguised anticipation in his eyes. They were last seen in the River of Time, and the Jade Emperor had no doubt they would come to their aid once they received news of Goa's impending arrival. Although they had not recovered to the peak of their power, they were still valuable fighters in the battle against the eldritch. Yang Jing sighed and said, "I regret to tell you that I have not. I've walked along the River of Time for a long time and still, there are no signs of them." There was no end to the River of Time, and he was afraid of being stuck in it, so he could only return without success. The Jade Emperor shook his head. "I don't blame you. Everything has its time and place. The Soul Master and the Elite King must have their own plan. It looks like we can only do what we can. We've already joined forces with the major sects in the area of the gods. We can learn from each other's strengths and make up for each other's weaknesses. Thus, I'm sure we'll be able to create a joint attack formation that greatly enhances our combat power," said Yang Jing. "Well done. We shouldn't be too reliant on Goddess Daji and Goddess Fire Phoenix. We should also demonstrate the value of our existence," said the Jade Emperor. "After the sun and the moon dies, sitting and watching the years pass, I'll be eternal," said a young man with a mask mysteriously as he walked to the throne gracefully with his hands behind his back. Everyone in the Linksao Palace was rendered speechless. They were tired of this poser's tired old line. "Do you have any advice to give us?" asked the Jade Emperor with a frown. "I've seen your Joe Heavenly Stars formation. It's a good formation, but there's a limit to it. My Palm Star Pavilion's known to be in charge of the stars. There's a Chaos Star formation that complements the Joe Heavenly Stars formation. Together, they'll create the strongest combat power in the world," said Singya arrogantly. The Jade Emperor was overjoyed. "That's great." "It's nothing," said Singya with a smile. Gu is one of the 7 great lords of the ancient clan. They're called lords because their strength is far above the average wisdom elite. These 7 lords arbitrarily crossed the 7 dimensions and killed countless beings. Gu, especially, fought against the Soul Master who was at the peak of her power at that time. However, he was no match for her and was forced to retreat. Now, I'm afraid they're much stronger than they were in the past. All of you need to be careful, work harder, and don't let me down." "Don't let you down? Can't you talk like a normal person? Do you have to act cool all the time?" shouted Yang Jing angrily. Once again, Singya arrogantly waved his questions away. "What do you know? This is called class. Someone like you will never understand it in a million years." "Class? More like asking for a beating," said Xiao Changfeng. "Beat him up." On a planet in the chaos lay the Empath sect. A bamboo raft was drifting in the suffering sea. On it, Taishang, elder of the Empath sect, was fishing quietly. His voice was hoarse as he muttered to himself, "Is the Eldritch Wisdom Elite coming? Oh suffering sea, what do you think the catastrophe this time will be like, and can the chaos stop it? I've been fishing here for 10,000 years and it seems like I'm running out of leisure time." At the White Cloud sect, a group of elders gathered together to look up at the sky, as if they could penetrate the starry sky and see the entire chaos. One of the elders sighed and said, "Unless there's a really strong person with great perseverance, there will be no chance of victory in this catastrophe. I'm afraid that the 7th dimension will be completely destroyed then." His tone was filled with fear. Since the last catastrophe, the foundation of the 7th dimension had been weakened so much when the aura was absorbed by the eldritch. There was even a power ban. There would not have been new wisdom elites and consequently the power to fight back if it was not for the expert. Another elder nodded and said, "I agree. The eldritchs have planned this for countless years. They must have planned this to be the last catastrophe to wipe everything out. It's a good thing we have the expert on our side." "Are you talking about Gua? So what if he's a wisdom elite? We just need to hit him with everything we have," said someone full of battle spirit. "Besides, it's not as if we'll lose for sure when we have Goddess Daji and Goddess Fire Phoenix." Chapter 667, The Heavenly Palace's New Night Scenery, Singya's Ultimate Enemy. The days passed. The news of the impending attack of the Eldritch Wisdom elite was naturally not known by ordinary people, but it had started to spread among the bigger sects and powerhouses. Some of the powerhouses mobilized all their followers, preparing them for a war of their lifetime, while some of the powerhouses began to search for secret borders to make their hiding place until the catastrophe had passed. The Heavenly Palace had united some of the powerhouses in the area of the gods. They stepped up their patrol of the chaos to look for any signs of Gua crossing the boundary. Back at the four-part architecture, Li Nianfen was drinking his tea in a relaxing manner. He alternated between watching Fire Phoenix and Daji practice their yoga and Qin Manyun and Shitukan practicing on the Guqin and calligraphy. Even Blackie was running on the treadmill. He could not help but be puzzled by what he was seeing. What are they doing? Why did they suddenly become so hard-working? They're making me seem lazy. He had noticed their determination for a while now. He coughed lightly and said, "Little Daji, it's good to practice yoga, but you must rest, too. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. The same goes for you, Miss Chin and Miss Shi. You only need to practice for 2 hours tops. Any more than that would hurt your body." He was afraid they would injure themselves if they practiced non-stop. "Master, it's hard for us to stop. I think we're all a little addicted to what we're doing," said Daji. Li Nianfen shook his head and said, "That won't do. We've been cooped up here long enough. Let's go outside for some fresh air and relaxation." "As you wish, Master," said Daji, never the one to disagree with him. She was deeply moved by his concern for them. "Where are we going?" asked Fire Phoenix with curiosity. Li Nianfen contemplated for a while and said, Let's pay the Heavenly Palace a visit. I remember I have a house there, so let's stay there for a while." The house he was referring to was of course the palace of the deluxe Merit Saint. He felt blessed to have so many accommodations to choose from. The group was happy with his suggestion. They all nodded their heads in agreement. Immediately, Daji called for Dragon and Nanan to join them. They all packed up quickly and made their way to the Heavenly Palace. The southern sky gate was guarded by Zhuling Shen and 2 men dressed in golden armor. They towered majestically from each side of the gate with stern expressions on their faces. At that moment, Xiao Changfeng was also there, and he was sitting somewhere not far from the southern sky gate with Zhuling Shen. Between them was the Xiangqi board. They were happily playing against each other. Xiao Changfeng moved a pawn forward and said, "This Xiangqi invented by the expert is so fun. The chessboard might look simple, but there are 1,000 moves to make against the opponent. Each of the pieces here has its own weakness and strength. This game has brought me much joy." Zhuling Sheng moved his knight and nodded. "I couldn't agree more. This is easier than Go. Even a rough guy like me finds joy in this. Long live the expert." Xiao Changfeng shook his head and sighed. "It's a pity a catastrophe's coming soon. If not, we could have enjoyed more peaceful days ahead of us." Zhuling Shen's eyes began to fill with nostalgia. "There's nothing we can do about it. It has always been like this, even during my days of being a divine general in the heavenly court during the prehistoric time. The times of catastrophe will always be more than the times of peace. What's more, the catastrophe this time involves the whole universe." "You're right. Wise words indeed from an old-timer. I heard that Gua had killed at least 2 wisdom elites. How horrible is that? Do you think we can stop him this time?" asked Xiao Changfeng respectfully. "Ha, don't think I don't know you're trying to distract me with your question. I saw you stealing my bishop. Are you afraid to lose?" asked Zhuling Shen. Suddenly, one of the heavenly soldiers guarding the gate came rushing over. He was red in the face and filled with agitation. Reporting to the 2 divine generals, "There's a golden merit cloud making its way here. It seems that the expert's coming." His nervousness made him stutter the words out. This was shocking news, indeed. Both Xiao Changfeng and Zhuling Shen's expressions immediately changed and they stood up without hesitation. Then, at the same time, they turned to look into the distance and saw that the merit cloud had come close enough for them to make out the figures on it. "It's really the expert. Quick, come and welcome him with me." Xiao Changfeng and Zhuling Shen strode quickly to the southern sky gate and craned their neck with anticipation at the expert's arrival. "Greetings, Lord Saint, Goddess Daji, and Goddess Fire Phoenix," they said and bowed respectfully when the group arrived at the gate. "Hello, General Changfeng and General Zhuling Shen," said Li Nianfen with a smile. He sneaked a glance at the Xiangqi board and was amused by the fact that the 2 of them were slacking on the job. Both Zhuling Shen and Xiao Changfeng noticed the amusement in his eyes and were instantly embarrassed at being caught. They were scratching their eyes and cheeks and their heart was beating wildly. They quickly put away the Xiangqi board. "Lord Saint, "May I know the purpose of your visit?" asked Juling Shen. "Oh, I was afraid that the palace of the deluxe merit saint would lie to waste, so I came to visit it," said Li Nianfan. Then, he waved his hand and continued, "At ease, men. I'll take myself there." "Let us take you there since we have nothing to do," said Xiao Chengfeng sincerely. The opportunity to serve the expert did not come by very often, so there was no way he would let this chance slip through his fingers. Li Nianfan took him up on his offer and the group immediately made their way to the palace of the deluxe merit saint while chatting along the way. Xiao Chengfeng and Juling Shen regaled Li Nianfan with the stories of all the recent happenings in the heavenly palace and the recruitment of new immortals. Suddenly, a figure appeared on top of the roof of the hall not far from there. His white robe was flapping in the wind as he said, "After the sun and the moon dies, sitting and watching the years pass, I'll be eternal." Li Nianfan was startled by him and thought him to be odd. He looked toward Xiao Chengfeng and asked, "Is he one of the heavenly palace's new recruits as well?" Xiao Chengfeng's expression was green with rage. "No. His name's Xingya. Lord Saint should just ignore him." "Why is he wearing a mask?" asked Li Nianfan. "Our appearance is the lowest level of expression. It's blasphemous for me to show the public my face. I won't bring about such disdain to myself," said Xingya. "I'm sorry, Lord Saint. This guy's a little bit." The hair on Xiao Chengfeng's head was standing on end. He managed to calm himself down after exerting all the effort in his body. He then pointed to his head to imply Xingya was a little cuckoo there. "Just ignore him and continue on our way," said Juling Shen. The group walked past Xingya. "What's his exact situation? How long has he been like this?" asked Li Nianfan in a low voice. Xiao Chengfeng shook his head and said, "I suspect he's been like this since forever. There's no cure for him anymore. To tell the truth, we tried to use brute strength to take off his mask and it wasn't till later that we found out he spent countless years creating a spell on the mask. The spell allows it to be forever stuck on his face until the day he willingly takes it off," said Juling Shen. "Does such an odd spell truly exist?" asked Li Nianfan with shock. "Yes, and the most stupid thing is, the spell's useful for nothing else but that," said Juling Shen. Li Nianfan was momentarily rendered speechless. Time was precious, for it was directly related to the improvement of power, so how was it possible that someone would spend all those countless years to create a spell with only a stupid function like that? Li Nianfan did not know whether to admire or pity him for paying such a high price for class. "What an oddball. I'm really curious to know what he looks like," said Dragon. "Do you all really want to know?" asked Li Nianfan. Nanan immediately nodded her head and said, "Yes. Do you think you can take his mask off, Brother Li?" Daji was also looking at Li Nianfan. "Can you really do it?" Li Nianfan's eyes twinkled mischievously. "Well, it's quite difficult, but leave it to me. I'll reveal his face to you all tonight," he said with a mysterious smile. They all could not wait for nighttime to come any faster. They were sure Li Nianfan would be able to take Xingya's mask off. Xiao Chengfeng was especially excited. He really looked forward to the expert showing who's who to Xingya. Soon, they arrived at the palace of the deluxe merit saint. After the prehistoric era was upgraded to the area of the gods, the heavenly palace was expanded as well. The changes were big and the celestial spirit was like a tide washing over the building and enveloping them in a white mist. Coupled with the merit clouds in the sky, the scene was truly breathtakingly beautiful. The palace of the deluxe merit saint was situated at the observatory. It had the best view out of the whole heavenly palace, for next to it was the galaxy. Compared to last time, the galaxy had also expanded several times. An infinite amount of stars dotted the sky and flowed like a river, shining their light on anyone who gazed upon it. Nothing could be more beautiful than that. Gazing into the distance, one could see the mountain ranges, dense forests, and endless sky. Huh? Li Nianfan had discovered something odd while looking into the distance. There was a mountain that seemed to tower above the rest of the mountains, and from his perspective, he could clearly see that the mountain, though not as high as the heavenly palace, was high enough to act as a tunnel between heaven and earth. "Lord Saint, that mountain's similar to Mount Bugyo in the prehistoric times, so we decided to call it Mount Bugyo, too. It's a divine mountain formed in the area of the gods and many followers frequently go there to look for opportunities," explained Juling Shen. "It's indeed a grand mountain," said Li Nianfan with a nod of his head. Then, he looked elsewhere. The scenes before him were all very special. With one glance, one could already feel their magnificence and extraordinariness. A temple shone brilliantly while being enveloped in a misty aura. "That's the flower ocean border where the 100-flower sect is. That's the kingdom of the Luotian dynasty, and you can see their divine temple there. That over there's the ice snow sacred land. Both Xiao Changfeng and Zhuling Shen acted as tour guides to Li Nianfan. All the sects there had erected fancy temples in their name to outdo one another. Even the materials they used in their buildings were the best of the best. Some of them chose to build at a place higher than the heavenly palace to display their superiority. The observatory was truly the best place for one to see the area of the gods in all its gloriousness. Xiao Changfeng called for a heavenly soldier at the next opportunity and discreetly instructed him to send a message to all the sects telling them that the expert had come to the observatory to enjoy the night scene. They should know what to do to make him happy. The heavenly soldier left immediately to carry out his order. The sky gradually darkened. Li Nianfan, Daji, and the others were sitting on the largest and highest balcony in the palace of the deluxe merit saint. Under the endless night sky, under the shine of the stars, and with a soft breeze in the air, they had prepared a table full of food and had set up a grill for a barbecue party. The day scenery had transformed into night scenery. All the major sects were lit up. Some of their lights shot up to the sky like fireworks, some manifested fire dragons hovering into the sky, some also manifested fire lotuses blooming. As for the 100-flower sect, they manifested countless flower phantoms that twinkled in the sky. Each of the flowers was a different color and they were arranged in an orderly manner. The lights reminded Li Nianfan of the fireworks he had seen in the city before he transmigrated here. However, the fireworks were truly incomparable to what he was seeing before his eyes. He sighed and praised, "The sects really don't hold back when it comes to recruiting for followers, huh? The night scene is certainly made attractive by their lights. I guess this is what it feels like to be able to do whatever one wants when one reaches a high level of cultivation." The Jade Emperor and the Empress arrived at this moment and they smiled at Li Nianfan. "Greetings, Lord Saint." After that, the 7 princesses, Goddess Change, Goddess Nuwa, Cultivator Junjun, the Food God, Yil Yuyun, and the rest of his old friends came to meet him, too. Now that he was back at the palace of the deluxe merit saint, it was natural of him to invite everyone for a meal. He smiled and said, "I made a new wine called Dragon Blood Wine. It's very strong and I've specially brought some for you all to try. It's good to pair with a barbecue. I hope it's to your liking." Immediately, the princesses poured each of them a glass of wine while Xiao Bei was in charge of the grill. The charcoal was burning bright red while sparks flew around. The smoke hissed as Xiao Bei turned the skewers. Soon, another figure appeared before the group. "I've come. Thank you for inviting me, Lord Saint." "Please, have a seat," said Li Nianfan with a smile. Xingye shook his head and said, "I'm sorry but my status doesn't allow me to dine with others. Please, allow me to take away the food." He then looked up at the sky coldly. "Quick, hold down my sword, Brother Zhuling," said Xiao Changfeng, red in the face. "What? It's itching to kill Xingye. I can't control it anymore," said Xiao Changfeng between gritted teeth. Li Nianfan coughed lightly to suppress their impulse. "Brother Xingye, can you please take off your mask? In return, I'll teach you some cool lines." "Lord Saint, I can't believe you're so obsessed about appearances, too. I've already gone beyond that and cannot turn back, so I advise you to give it up. With the sun and the moon in my hands, with the stars only a pick away, there's no one like me in the world," said Li Nianfan serenely. Xingye opened his eyes wide. His blood rushed to the bottom of his feet as his mind buzzed. "Wow. Now, this is what I call class. It's 1,000 times better than my lines. Only a line like this is worthy of me. I've got to hand it to the expert. He's so cool. Fine, you have my approval to become my ultimate enemy. Wait, hold on. Calm down. I must not overreact. Who will reach the peak at the end of the immortal road? Behold it's Xingye with his immeasurable wisdom," continued Li Nianfan. "The line has my name in it," thought Xingye. This brought him immense satisfaction which caused his body to tremble. He wished he could scream out loud. The line was too good. His head was about to explode at the thought of how cool he would look when he said those lines. Chapter 668, Gua Crossing the Dimension. Who will reach the peak at the end of the immortal road? Behold it's Xingye with his immeasurable wisdom. Who will reach the peak at the end of the immortal road? Behold it's Xingye with his immeasurable wisdom. Xingye kept repeating the line in his mind as his eyes glazed over. The subtlety of the line was out of this world. It was as if this line had been tailor-made for him. He had always thought that he was the classiest person alive, but compared to the expert, he was but a drop in the ocean. To him, the importance of having one's own signature line was non-negotiable. It was a total failure if a wisdom elite did not come with their own signature line. It was akin to not having a business card. No one would ever remember a business without a card. The expert's lines were 100, no, 1,000 times better than his. Was this the difference in their levels? No, I shouldn't be taken by him, thought Xingya. He stood with his hands behind his back. He was bathed in moonlight as he looked up at the night sky, unmoving. Fine, have it your way. Xiao Bei, pack up some food for brother Xingya, said Li Nianfan. Is he really letting me go like this? Isn't he acting a bit too hasty? Thought Xingya as his eyes burst with light and his body stiffened. There must be more. I might even change my mind if you say a few more lines. He stood where he was and refused to leave. Finally, he turned to look at Li Nianfan with big sad puppy dog eyes. Lord Saint, is there more? Li Nianfan nodded. Yes, and I can guarantee the lines are better than the previous two. It's just that. He smiled at Xingya, giving him a you-know-what-to-do look. Although Xingya was not the brightest crayon in the box, he still got what Li Nianfan meant. He raised his hand and took off his mask, showing everyone the full glory of his ordinary face. His face was so ordinary that he could be mistaken for any Tom, Dick, or Harry. It was so ordinary that everyone present had already forgotten what he looked like once he put his mask back on. Li Nianfan finally understood why Xingya had to wear a mask. If he did not, he would have faded into non-existence as soon as he walked out of the room. Everyone's admiration for Li Nianfan was overflowing. He was just too powerful. The expert really made Xingya take off the mask, and he did it with just a few words. That was definitely a miracle. Ha ha ha, I bet you all are astonished by my good looks, said Xingya cockily. Xingya, I really respect you. Not everyone can still act cool with a face like that. I'm really curious where you get your confidence from, said Xiao Changfeng. I'll take it that you're jealous of me and I accept your jealousy. After all, having people jealous of you is part and parcel of being an extraordinary human, said Xingya serenely. Then, he turned to Li Nianfan and in a voice filled with anticipation asked, Lord Saint, what are the other lines? The others were looking at Li Nianfan with anticipation, too. The previous two lines shocked not only Xingya but the rest of them as well. A signature line reflected one's level and was akin to the saying the bigger one's heart was, the bigger one's world would be. Only the expert could have come up with lines that made one's blood surge with the awesomeness of it all. They could even feel their Dao hearts benefiting from the words which would no doubt help in their future cultivation. If I want it, heaven will shower me with it. If I don't want it, heaven will wipe it out from the universe, said Li Nianfan. What high-handed lines! Only a dictator could utter these heaven-defying lines. Everyone's heart started to thump wildly against their chest. Never in their lives would they have the privilege to hear these lines if it was not for the expert. The lines made them feel as if all their sins had been washed away. They were in awe of the expert's mentality and they felt insignificant compared to him. Xiao Changfeng and Xingya were overcome with excitement and seemed to be possessed by the lines. They treated the lines like an ultimate treasure and seared the words into their minds so they would never forget it. After that, they continued to enjoy the barbecue party on the balcony. The scene was very lively with everyone eagerly scrambling around for fun. After eating and drinking, they all went home to have a good night's sleep. In the following days, Li Nianfan took Daji and the others on a tour around the Heavenly Palace as if the place was a must-see tourist destination. The group got to experience firsthand how the Heavenly Palace managed the three realms and even helped them out from time to time. It was a fun time indeed. They only went back to the four-part architecture after they had their fill of fun. The Heavenly Palace sure is an interesting place. I should go there again, thought Li Nianfan. However, not everyone was having as much fun as Li Nianfan for they were all under tremendous pressure to train constantly. Some of the monks became so nervous that their blood vessels were about to pop. How could they not be nervous when the day of Goes, a genuine wisdom elite of the Lord grade, arrival was getting closer and closer? Meanwhile, Yang Jing was patrolling with a team of heavenly soldiers in the chaos. They did not limit themselves to the outskirts of the area of the gods but also the edge of the Chaos Ocean, where Gua was most likely to appear. Suddenly, a loud crashing sound came from the Jiao Ocean and it rang in Yang Jing's ears, causing his pupils to shrink rapidly. A strong light beam shot out from his third eye and locked onto the source of the noise. In his mind's eye, he could see the spiritual chi in that area had already become wild and disorderly. The upheaval formed a turbulent flow of air current which arbitrarily spread across all directions. In addition, a crack seemed to be forming as if the void was determined to create a black hole. The tunnel connecting the dimensions has appeared, shouted Yang Jing. His skull went numb and his forelimbs went cold. He immediately sent out an emergency signal toward the area of the gods with his third eye. After that, he rushed to the crack. The space was splitting apart as thunder and lightning crashed around it. Yang Jing took a deep breath and clenched his three-pointed double-edged blade tightly. His mana and aura condensed themselves into a point before all the power was unleashed into the space between the crack. He planned to stop Gua's arrival by stitching up the crack. It was the best thing he could come up with in such a short time. He did not doubt that Gua was very, very strong and only a handful of fighters in the chaos were a match for him. He thought that he should stall his arrival as long as possible to buy some time for the rest. However, just as his attack was about to land on the crack, a hand appeared from the other side. The appearance of the hand was accompanied by an aura of a wild beast waking up from its slumber. A powerful air wave erupted and immediately neutralized Yang Jing's attack. The hand then pushed open the crack bit by bit. "Oh no, I was too late." Yang Jing's eyes were filled with shock. He gritted his teeth and rushed toward the crack while sending out one attack after another. The heavenly soldiers and some monks rushed toward the crack with their attacks. Everybody worked together to stop him from coming out. However, it was at this time, a sudden strong suction force erupted from the crack, and even though the force had to cross 2 dimensions, it was still powerful nonetheless. The heavenly soldiers and monks never stood a chance against it. They were sucked into the crack. The sound of being swallowed followed soon after. It took Yang Jing all the effort in his body to not be sucked into the crack. His eyes went red and he gave out a loud roar as he attacked the crack with all that he had to no avail. Soon, a leg stepped out from the crack. Meanwhile, everyone in the area of the gods had received Yang Jing's emergency signal. They had prepared for this day and rushed toward the crack without hesitation. The Jade Emperor's face was grave as he sped along the chaos. "So, this day has finally come. We should head there as soon as possible to help Yang Jing," he said worriedly. "This is the first cross-border battle of the Great Catastrophe. My sword has been waiting for this day," said Xiao Chengfeng coldly. He was filled with battle spirit. "Let's give the Wisdom Elite the welcome it deserves to not let them underestimate us. I hope Yang Jing's okay." At this time, the area of the gods was just about to enter nighttime, but the countless light trails racing in the air illuminated the sky so brightly that one would be forgiven to think that it was still daytime. Back at the four-part architecture, Daji and Fire Phoenix quietly opened the door and looked toward a particular direction in the chaos. Their beautiful eyes were filled with coldness and graveness. "The Eldritch Wisdom Elite's here. We should head over there, too. Miss Chin, Miss Shi, Nanan, and Dragon, we'll leave the master to you. Please, take care of him while we're gone. Don't let anybody near him," instructed Daji and Fire Phoenix solemnly. The expert was at his most powerful and also most vulnerable state once he entered the state of the ultimate existence in all of the dimensions. Daji and Fire Phoenix had taken the position of pure offense against Gua, though they vehemently wished they did not have to do so, for they did not want to leave Li Nianfen's side. "Don't worry, Goddess Daji, Goddess Fire Phoenix. Master will be fine as long as we're here," said Qin Manyun in an equally solemn tone. Daji and Fire Phoenix nodded and immediately shot across the sky. Their red and white dresses disappeared into the distance in no time. At this moment, the chaos had been shaken to the core by the force coming out from the crack. Wave after wave of pressure rippled out across the void, creating countless windstorms, which then wiped out some of the planets. Even Yang Jing was defenseless against a force like this and was sent flying with blood spewing forth from his mouth across the void like a kite with a broken string. He initially thought that crossing the dimension would consume much of Go's energy, and coupled with the suppression from the 7th dimension, he would be able to close the crack. However, the truth could not be further than that. Go was much more powerful than he thought. Go did not even need to reveal his full body to kick up a boundless airwave with enough power to suppress everything. Yang Jing felt that his bones were about to break by the vortex's pressure. He forced his eyes open to look at the space between the crack where a giant figure was stepping out. He stood there like a black hole, sucking everything in. The spiritual chi was instantly infused into his body while at the same time giving off an all-consuming aura. Even a fighter of the heavenly realm had to bow down at his feet. Countless chaos thunderbolts struck his body as if he was bathed in lightning. A layer of silver enveloped him, making him seem majestic and terrifying at the same time. Gu swept his gaze lightly across Yang Jing, which immediately caused the latter to lose consciousness. Yang Jing's body started moving toward Gu and was about to be swallowed by him when suddenly, a layer of ice surrounded him and brought him away from Gu's body. A red figure and a white figure appeared in the chaos. One of them was burning with the flames of wisdom and the other was freezing everything around her with the ice of wisdom. Gua looked at Daji and Fire Phoenix with shock. I never expected the area of the gods to have two wisdom elites with both of them being women to boot. The two of you remind me of the Soul Master, but it's a pity there's still some difference in power between the two of you and her. We have more than enough power to deal with you. Daji and Fire Phoenix adjusted their aura and went head-to-head with Gua. Gua stood in the void and laughed coldly. Fools. I'm the most powerful wisdom elite in the universe. I, alone, get to decide the fate of the 7 dimensions. Who will reach the peak at the end of the immortal road? Behold, it's Singya with his immeasurable wisdom, said a faint voice from afar. A man wearing a mask and white robe appeared while emitting an extraordinary aura. After saying his lines, he stood there with his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. Even Gua was suppressed by the words. His expression turned ugly when he discovered his lines to be inferior to the one that was just uttered. Who's this Singya you're referring to? He asked in a low voice. Singya was doing cartwheels in his heart when he realized that his level of class had increased to the point that even a wisdom elite wanted to know who he was. It is I, he replied haughtily. Then die you shall, said Gua. Immediately, he pointed at Singya intending to wipe out his existence. That one point caused countless laws of the universe to shake across the chaos before condensing into an all-powerful attack. The terrifying force of the attack was more powerful than any of the ultimate spell attacks the Heavenly Realm fighters had ever seen. Even a shred of its force was enough to wipe out Singya. At this, Daji scoffed and her pupils turned ice blue. Pieces of snowflakes flew around the void as the ice-cold energy spread across it, freezing even the laws of the universe. Immediately, Gua's attack was frozen into an ice sculpture, forever fixed in the void. Chapter 669, Fight to the Death, Plunder, and Slaughter 7 Styles. Singya never stood a chance against Gua's attack, but luckily, he was saved by Daji. He did not dare to tempt fate again and quickly left the area. However, he could not calm the storm in his heart. This is who I am. No one can stop me from acting cool in front of them. This battle will go down in the history of chaos, so I must let them know just how awesome I am. He stopped where he was, and with the wind blowing his clothes, he said in a haughty voice, with the sun and the moon in my hands, with the stars only a pick away, there's no one like me in the world. Gua's aura instantly exploded. He narrowed his gold and purple eyes and attacked Singya with his palm print. His body was filled with murderous intent. Never had he vehemently wished to squish a bug. Eldritch Wisdom Elite, the chaos isn't a place for you to do whatever you please, said Daji coldly. She neutralized his attack with another wave of her hand. The aura around her body flourished like an Empyrean fairy as the layer of ice on her twinkled like the night sky. The snow around her grew more and more, which drastically decreased the temperature in that area. Chaos Wisdom Elite, I'm willing to come back in another month's time if you let me kill him, said Gua in a deep voice. He must have hated Singya to the core if he was willing to give Chaos another month. When the people of the Heavenly Palace heard this, the expression in their eyes began to change. Never had they thought that Singya would become so valuable to them one day. Even Xiao Chengfeng had to admit that Singya definitely had a knack for making people hate him. He was the epitome of the saying one should not fear death and do whatever one wants. Who are you to humiliate me? I'm worth way more than a month, said Singya unhappily. Daji did not agree to Gua's deal. Her face was cold and her eyes the iciest blue. She adjusted the force around her and her murderous intent was wrapping itself around Gua. She was prepared to deal an attack at any moment. Li Nianfan had sacrificed so much for them. She wished she could carry some of his burdens, so all she could think about right now was how to eliminate the Eldritch Wisdom Elite in front of her. She had no time to discuss irrelevant issues with him. Explosive ice, she said lightly, and immediately, a divine aura appeared in the surrounding air. It was the aura of wisdom. The people of the Heavenly Palace felt a boundless fear. They knew resistance would be futile. Her power had mutated to a level that surpassed the power of heaven. The snowflakes in the sky exploded and bloomed. No one expected those snowflakes to contain such terrifying power in them. A layer of ice blanketed the void, freezing everything in its path. Gua was immediately imprisoned within a thick slab of ice. Way to go, Goddess Daji. I can't believe she's been laying down traps for Gua ever since she got here, said Cultivator Junjun with admiration. Singya nodded. Yeah, I thought she was pretending to be strong. I never expected her attack to be so powerful. However, the worries remained on their faces, for they knew Gua would not be so easily defeated. Their expressions became puzzled when there was still no movement from within the ice. Did the great Gua really just get eliminated? Did we make a fuss out of nothing? Just as they were thinking that, a grating sound came from within the ice which then turned into a loud booming noise as the ice exploded. Gua stood there, unscathed. I wanted to experience what it's like being trapped in ice. It's a shame the temperature inside is only passable. Is that all that you've got? This is just the beginning, said Daji coldly. The void around her started to crystallize into a giant dragon made purely out of ice. It rushed toward Gua with a roar. Beside her, Fire Phoenix had unfolded the wings on her back, carrying her to the other side as she pointed her finger at Gua. A ball of flames appeared beside her with a screech. The ball of flames then transformed into a flaming phoenix which rushed toward Gua. An ice dragon and a fire phoenix attacked from each side of Gua, causing the void to be frozen on one side and flaming hot on the other. However, they remained separated as they suppressed Gua. No one else but Daji and Fire Phoenix could have done what they did. The combination of the different elemental wisdom attacks created a force so powerful that no one was unimpressed. Gua in the middle of it all felt half of his body burning while the other half was freezing. Two different sensations caused his mana to go haywire and the vast temperature difference caused his body to crack. He had to be careful as he pulled his fist back for a punch. The Ice Dragon and Fire Phoenix collided with his fist and shattered, inch by inch, leaving a layer of flame and ice on his fist and making him slightly disoriented. He swept his gaze across Daji and Fire Phoenix, not daring to underestimate them again. He never expected their combined attacks to create a yin-yang path. Even he had to admit he was slightly taken aback. Generally speaking, their elements were the total opposite and it would be better if they did not combine their attacks, but the current situation proved this theory wrong. They were no ordinary wisdom elites as well. "I've underestimated both of you," shouted Gua. A mighty energy erupted from his body and shattered all the ice and flames around him. He then stepped out with a grim face. His next target? Daji. He threw a punch at Daji. The punch did not have any visions accompanying but it managed to distort the void as it shook the sky. The simplicity of the attack made it even more horrifying. The attack of the Wisdom Elite was 10,000 times more terrifying than any ultimate spell attack. That punch contained enough power to wipe out many little worlds. Absolute Zero Field. Daji performed a hand seal. The mana surged up like a tidal wave as countless laws of the universe gathered into a wisdom vortex. A layer of ice appeared around her and anything, including the air, that got near to the ice would be instantly turned into ice sculptures. Therefore, with Daji in the center, everything in the radius of 100 feet had been turned into ice and there was still no sign of it slowing down. The layer of ice could not be compared to ordinary ice. Daji's ice was the ice of wisdom. Even a Heavenly Realm fighter would be easily frozen. Its defense system was top-notch, too, as it could even freeze fire. Gua showed no signs of slowing down as he shot straight for Daji's absolute zero field. With the power of wisdom surrounding him, he landed a punch on the thick layer of ice. The ice shattered and the pieces exploded in all directions. Gua's punch had made a path to Daji and in a blink of an eye, his punch was about to land on Daji, too. His eyes were cold, knowing that this punch would make him victorious. Daji and Fire Phoenix had caused him some trouble but no matter, for with his power he could suppress any of them anytime. Thus, he would take down one of them first. Although he did not use his ultimate spell attack, the previous punch already contained 80% of his power. There was no way Daji, who had just entered the realm of the Wisdom Elite, could neutralize it. Suddenly, he saw Daji taking a small step forward as she stood in a weird stance. Is she really going to try to neutralize the attack? Wondered Gua in disbelief as he raised an eyebrow. Ha! Her confidence will be the cause of her downfall. In the next moment, Daji had already made a move. Although her speed did not look fast, Gua could still feel a weird energy enveloping his fist. It was a very subtle energy as if his fist attack had been wrapped in a ball of cotton which halved its power. What kind of ultimate spell attack is this? Asked Gua with eyes wide open. His face was filled with disbelief. Only a wisdom ultimate spell could neutralize his power of wisdom and yet, something was definitely off about it. He wanted to take a step back but discovered that Fire Phoenix was already behind him, cutting off his path. She also used the same ultimate spell attack on him. Their movements were like the blowing breeze, light, soft, and gentle. However, just like the blowing breeze, their attacks had blanketed every area, trapping Gua within and neutralizing all of his attacks. This made him unbelievably frustrated. The people from the area of the gods were filled with excitement. They're using moves from the experts Tai Chi. This wisdom ultimate spell so powerful. Goddess Daji and Goddess Fire Phoenix have learned well under the tutelage of the expert to be able to maximize their ultimate spells like this. They might even be able to win against Gua. Fire and ice, yin and yang. The experts' Tai Chi's perfect for the two of them. Their talks were filled with both nervousness and anticipation. At this moment, Daji's two hands were covered with a layer of ice, and wherever the two hands passed, the area would immediately be covered in a layer of ice as well. As for Fire Phoenix, her two hands were covered in flames. They had Gua surrounded and neutralized all his attacks with their Tai Chi moves. To the outsider, Gua seemed to be inside a majestic Tai Yitu. One half of him was in the layer of ice, and the other half in a layer of fire. Even Gua could not hold on any longer under the alternating attack of fire and ice. Cracks began to appear on his body and he seemed as if he could explode any moment. "Ah!" roared Gua suddenly. His long hair was flying and his murderous aura was pushed to the limit. A wave of blood-red aura rose and covered his body. He was beyond mad. He raised his hand and with a voice that sounded like it had come from the deepest depths of hell, he shouted, "Plunder and slaughter, 7 styles. Indiscriminate killing." The void where he stood immediately crumbled as if the whole of the chaos could not bear his energy. The blood-red aura transformed into beams of energy that could split everything apart, which was what happened to Daji and Fire Phoenix's Tai Yitu. It did not stop there as it continued spreading to all 4 directions. Daji and Fire Phoenix were sent flying through the sky by the immense energy with blood gushing out of their mouths. Gua's ultimate spell was enough to shatter all of their attacks and heavily injure them. They had underestimated him. He might have looked to be losing at the beginning, but once he had induced his full power, there was no stopping him. Plunder and Slaughter, 7 styles was an ultimate spell he had developed through the years. It was created through the killing of countless beings and could be said to be the peak ultimate spell of the Tao of Slaughter, for it could annihilate all his enemies easily. Plunder and Slaughter, 7 styles. Targeted killing, continued Gua as he pointed at Daji with one finger. Immediately, terrifying energy descended upon Daji without any warning as a giant finger phantom pressed down on her. Even a wisdom elite would be turned into dust by the pressure exerted by the finger. "Goddess Daji, look out!" cried everyone. Their eyes were about to pop out as a chill ran down their spines. Gua's counterattack was swifter and fiercer than they could ever have expected. Was this what it meant to be the strongest of them all? They began to panic. "Hurry, lay down the Chaos Star formation." Daji had been completely engulfed by the cold aura and the scent of death. However, she did not panic. She rubbed the ring on her 4th finger and her eyes went soft. She then wiped her hand across her face and shouted, "Eternal Ice Crystal." A layer of ice crystal appeared before Daji, and though it did not look thick nor heavy, it was the most solid shield anyone could have wished for in these circumstances. The giant finger phantom collided against the ice crystal shield with a terrifying force. It nearly split the sky apart, but just as suddenly as it appeared, the whole chaos went quiet as the giant finger phantom disappeared. The cracked ice crystal shield, too, disappeared with the wind. Daji trembled delicately before falling from the void like a kite with a broken string, leaving a trail of blood wherever she passed. Her energy had all been spent. "Huh? Is that a wisdom ultimate treasure?" muttered Goa to himself. His eyes flashed with puzzlement, for this was the first time anyone had successfully neutralized his Plunder and Slaughter, 7-style ultimate spell head-on. He had once again underestimated the beings in the 7th dimension. Just when he was about to send out another attack on Daji, the people from the area of the gods exploded with an energy he could not ignore. "Die, Eldritch Wisdom Elite!" shouted Yang Jing loudly with red eyes. "Die, Eldritch Wisdom Elite!" chorused Xiao Chengfeng and the others. The chorus of their shouts rang through the air non-stop. They performed a hand seal at the same time and induced all the mana in their bodies. Each of them were shining brightly like a star, and the light connected them before converging into the middle of the formation with Jiang Lu in it. Chapter 670, Gua, Where's My Sword? A vast aura spread from Jiang Lu to all 4 directions in the chaos. The Chaos Star formation was provided by Xingya, and it had the similar function as the Zhou Heavenly Stars formation, although it was purer. This formation connected the billions of stars, condensing their light to one point before erupting on their target. When Jiang Lu was fighting against the resurrected master of the Palm Sword Cliff, he received perfusion from the willow branch in the backyard of the 4-part architecture, allowing him to withstand tremendous pressure. Thus, he was chosen to be in the middle of the formation. There was, of course, another more important reason for him being in the middle. He was the personal woodcutter of the expert and had received much guidance from him. The energy formed through the connecting power of a billion stars was truly terrifying. Cultivator Junjun, Goddess Nuwa, Yang Jing, Xiao Chengfeng, the Empath Sect, the 100 Flower Sect, the White Cloud Sect, and many other Heavenly Realm fighters, Chaos Daluo golden immortals, and saints combined their power just like 100 rivers flowing into an ocean. The energy combined was mighty, ferocious, and synergistic. God won't accept the birth of Zhang, but my sword cultivation still historical like the long night. Come to me, sword. Zhang was completely bathed in a glow. His powerful mana was imbued with a terrifying force that induced the wisdom aura to swirl around him. The power he had now was akin to the combat power of an elite. He let out a loud roar and the sword on his back took flight. The sword chi spread within a radius of 30,000 miles, transformed into an arc of rainbow light, shooting toward Gua. Zhang nearly spewed blood from all the effort. Damn man, this is using more energy than I thought it would. I should get all the credit for all this awesomeness. Gua furrowed his brow and was attracted by Zhang line. He had never expected the tiny 7th dimension to have two fighters who liked to act cool. He was actually both impressed and frightened at the same time. However, he soon reminded himself that they were nothing but ants, so how dare they act cool? They would pay with their lives for this. He fixed his gaze on Zhang and the boundless sword chi rushing toward him. His eyes flashed purple and gold as terrifying energy erupted. Plunder and slaughter, 7 style. Gaze killing. Indescribable high-handed energy moved wherever Gua gazed and immediately neutralized the sword chi. It continued to sweep over Zhang. Ah! Screamed Zhang painfully as his blood sprayed everywhere. However, he had the support of wisdom and his wounds were immediately healed by the boundless wisdom light swirling around him. The others connected to him in the Chaos Star formation did not fare better than him as the attack was divided between them. Even Cultivator Junjun went pale in the face as blood gushed out of him. Some of the heavenly soldiers and heavenly guards who had not even reached the quasi-saint level were immediately turned into fine mists of blood. The sight of blood and lumpy flesh floating in the chaos was eye-piercing and pitiful. It was a tale as old as time, survival of the fittest. Zhang eyes suddenly became red. They had entrusted their power to him and yet, he did not manage to protect them. He felt deeply ashamed about it. If only I was stronger. If only I can attain an ultimate spell that could defeat Gua, he thought. 3,000 visitors are full of flowers, 14 states froze over, with one stroke of the sword. His sword chi formed into a terrifying force as he possessed the power of a wisdom elite. The poem held deeper meaning for him and the light from his sword could light up the whole chaos. His mind kept replaying the scene of Li Nianfan writing this poem. Every brushstroke overflowed with sword intent, capricious, domineering, murderous, arrogance, and more. He had always known that there was something extraordinary about the poem, but it was not until now that he discovered he had far underestimated the value of the poem. It was as if he had not even stepped across the threshold of the door. The poem was filled to the brim with the aura of wisdom, meaning it was attached with a wisdom ultimate spell. Under the fine spray of blood, his heart filled with anger and murderous intent. His sword hummed lightly and started to vibrate non-stop. A wave of power of wisdom gathered in his sword, distorting the chaos. "Big Bang Extinction," shouted Zhang. Wherever his sword light passed, everything in its path, including the laws of the universe and space itself, was instantly annihilated. There was nothing left to see except for the high-handed sword light. Its destructive power caused the void to be distorted as if wanting to break Gua into a million little pieces. Ah! Plunder and slaughter, 7 style. Fist killing, roared Gua with a grim face, though there was still no sign of fear in his eyes. Instead, there was a maniacal glint in his eyes as he raised his fist against the sword light. The sword light blanketed the sky and shot down from the void like a pillar of light, colliding against Gua's iron fist and disappearing with a blink. At the same time, Daji and Fire Phoenix attacked Gua from both sides. Their fire and ice attacks were imbued with the terrifying aura of wisdom and the intention to kill. Is that all your dimension has to offer? 3 measly wisdom elites? Ha! I can't wait to see how you all try to kill me. Gua seemed to become more excited when surrounded by the 3 of them. His gold and purple eyes flashed with bloodlust as a demoniac aura overflowed from his body. Isn't the Soul Master on your side as well? Where is she? Why don't you call her here so I can devour all of you together? He was very confident that he alone could take out all of the wisdom elites in the 7th dimension. One could not say he was delusional, for his power was evident. He still held the upper hand when it was 3 against 1. There was a madness to him, as if the more he was backed into a corner, the more powerful he would become. You don't know the meaning of a massacre. When I was still a fighter of the heavenly realm, I had already devoured all the beings in the 1st dimension. I devoured their blood, their flesh, and their bones, and thus, entered the realm of the wisdom elite. I've gone on a crusade against the 7th dimension for countless years. Every time, I was on the brink of death, but in the end, All of my opponents were devoured by me. Soon, you'll all know what it feels like to have your blood, flesh, and bones to be devoured by me." He laughed maniacally. His heart of slaughter had been awakened, making him even more maniacal and increasing his combat power. Devour heaven and earth. His body became like a black hole and a wave of terrible aura descended. Everyone's hearts jumped at the same time, for they all had the premonition that Gua was about to unleash a terrifying ultimate spell. Daji, Fire Phoenix, and Jiang Lu were about to fall back. However, they discovered that they were bound by 3 chains made up of a gray gas that was flowing out from Gua's body. The chains wrapped around their bodies at lightning speed and suppressed their energy, dragging them toward Gua. Gua's hair flew all around him and green veins popped out all over his body. He was laughing sinisterly and one could see his fangs glinting with the anticipation of devouring them. Cultivator Junjun and the others' faces fell when they recognized the attack. The attack was a signature move of the eldritch. They remembered when the eldritch brought out a sky-swallowing idol in their previous battle which could devour everyone in its path. Gua was probably going to use the same domineering attack which viewed everything between heaven and earth as its prey. Eternal Ice Age. Daji's face was icy cold. She raised her hand and an icy blue light beam shot out from the ring on her 4th finger and landed straight on Gua. Immediately, a layer of frost appeared over his body and got thicker by the second. Big Bang Extinction. Jiang Lu induced all of his power and used the same Wisdom Elite ultimate spell again. A mighty sword light immediately shot down from the void on Gua's head. Gua was not deterred. He raised both of his hands and pointed each at Daji and Jiang Lu. Plunder and slaughter, 7 style. Fist killing, he shouted majestically. However, before he could finalize his attack, a dazzling golden light imbued with an aura of destruction shot across the border and pierced through his heart. He did not even have the time to deflect the attack before he knew what was going on. The dazzling golden light was immediately followed by 2 more dazzling golden lights. They, too, pierced straight through his chest and stomach. It was a very fancy way of slaughtering someone and Gua was indeed heavily injured. The attacks came from Fire Phoenix who had used the jewelry given by Li Nianfandor on the night of their wedding. Gua could not believe that he had been injured by a wisdom ultimate treasure. He was trembling all over though his origins of life was still intact. He had been careless. He was so focused on taking down Daji and Jiang Lu that he had forgotten about the existence of Fire Phoenix. He did not expect her to have the trick of wisdom ultimate treasure, a treasure that could decimate the origins of life of a wisdom elite, up her sleeves. His body began to split open from the 3 wounds that were dripping with blood. Jiang Lu and Daji were determined not to give him a chance to retaliate, so they sent out another sword light and ice attack to freeze every part of his body. "Don't even for a second think you can kill me, for my body's unkillable." Gua's body became battered under the non-stop attack, but he was right, he could not die. He let out a loud roar and the wounds on his body were instantly healed by his mighty energy and aura from his origins of life. Seeing this, everyone's hearts fell to the bottom. Is he really unkillable? They thought with shock. "I'll make you pay for this," shouted Gua maniacally. He dragged his battered body away from the battleground, and ignoring the pain shooting his body, he raised his hand and shouted, "Extermination Demon Sword, where are you? Come forth to me now." His tone was very confident and his aura showed no signs of weakening, nor did his murderous intent. He knew he would be able to turn things around with his trump card, the Extermination Demon Sword. This sword had a murderous intent thicker than Wisdom Ultimate Treasures. It was his go-to sword for conducting a massacre, for it could unleash the ultimate potential of his ultimate spell to cut down all enemies with a single stroke. It was a demon sword second to none. However, he furrowed his brows when there was still no response from the sword after a while. This had never happened before in all the years he had been using it. Daji, Fire Phoenix, and Jiang Lu were in no mood to wait for his sword to appear, so they rushed forward to attack him again. "Extermination Demon Sword, come forth to me now," he shouted as he dodged their attacks. Still, the sword did not come. He began to panic. "Where's my sword?" He shouted his question at Daji and the rest. "Where's my sword?" The only response he got from them was their merciless ultimate spell attacks. Gua's face darkened as he tried to escape with difficulty. He closed his eyes to better sense the Extermination Demon Sword's aura. Once sensed, his eyes shot open and shone brightly. "I've found it. It's there." He then flew toward the direction of where the Extermination Demon Sword was without skipping a beat. It did not matter what the Extermination Demon Sword was suppressed by, for there was no stopping them once they had been reunited. The distance was nothing to him as he flew toward the area of the gods at the speed of light. "Oh no, he's going in the direction of where the expert is. We must stop him. He's going to cause a disturbance to the expert." Everyone was panicking wildly. Daji and Fire Phoenix quickly sent out all their attacks at their disposal, even at the expense of burning their power of blood, to try to stop Gua. One terrifying attack after another was aimed at Gua, which caused the chaos to shake. However, their attacks were futile, for Gua showed no sign of slowing down. He just kept going and going. Ha ha ha, you can't stop me. You'll know the meaning of true despair once I'm reunited with my extermination demon sword, he said maniacally. Shit. Hurry. Daji and Fire Phoenix's anxiety level had reached its peak. They hated themselves for being so weak, even as blood was already trickling from the corners of their lips. The rest of the group was worried as well. They were not worried about Gua reuniting with his sword, for death was a better alternative than Gua causing a disturbance to the expert who was in a state of the ultimate existence in all of the dimensions. They could not imagine the consequences they would need to face should the expert be forcibly taken out from his state. Even dying 100 times over would not be able to assuage their guilt. They would have given Gua his sword when he asked for it if they knew things were going to turn out like this. They should not have left the sword at the expert's place. At the thought of this, they were immediately filled with regret. It's all our fault for being so useless. Expert. Please, forgive us. Nighttime had completely descended on the area of the gods. In the sky, a brilliant light was shooting down like a falling star. Back at the four-part architecture, Chin Man-yun, Shi-Tukan, Nanan, and Dragon were standing in the yard with determined faces. We might not be Gua's match, but we should do our very best to stall him so Goddess Daji and Goddess Fire Phoenix can take over from us. It'll be our life's greatest honor if we succeed in that. Let's go. We shouldn't let Gua get any closer. Immediately, the four girls shot up to the sky in a trail of light. At the same time, the extermination demon sword which had been left at the corner was moving slightly. It slowly floated up in the air, spun around one time, and shot to the sky as well. Extermination demon sword, come forth to me. Come forth to me, shouted Gua excitedly when he sensed their distance from each other closing in. He laughed coldly when he saw Chin Man-yu and the other three girls coming toward him. More fools who think they can stop me. He was about to attack them when he saw another light beam coming toward him. It instantly overtook the four girls. Ha ha ha, finally my sword's coming to me. He was overjoyed as he looked at the sword with the expression of one looking at their own child. He opened his arms wide to welcome his sword. Arg! The sword did not stop when it neared him. Instead, it continued on its path until it pierced through Gua's chest. He gave out a low groan as he looked down at his chest, unable to process the sight of his sword buried deep in his chest. That was until he saw a yellowed paper with a picture of an old monk sitting in a cross-legged position attached to it. The old monk lowered his eyes and with an expression of mercy, he said, Amitabha, benefactor, I've come. Chapter 671, Cross-Border Transcendence, The Passage Between Dimensions. Gua split apart. He could not believe he would one day die by his own sword. He had always treated the demon extermination sword as his friend, so how did this happen? Was it because of the old monk? What was so good about him anyway? The great eldritch wisdom elite's mind descended into chaos and he started overthinking. Ah! This can't be happening, shouted Gua with despair. Blood began to spew from his mouth and eyes as his body glowed with the light of death. His mana was surging, making the sky darken as if it was about to fall at any moment. His wisdom origins of life was flashing madly, trying to heal his wound to no avail as it continued to split open. No. I'm unkillable. No one in the 7 dimensions can kill me. He was panicking and struggling. Stop your useless struggling. You should know that there's no way to escape death if the expert wants you dead. Unkillable? That's because you haven't met the expert yet. Everyone was watching him quietly while they said those words. Their heavy hearts began to lift as they watched the scene before them. They were initially worried that Gua would cause disturbance to the expert, but it looked like their worries were unfounded. At the same time, they were shocked by the fact that the extermination demon sword had turned on its own master. They became even more shocked when they discovered the sword could actually kill Gua. Once one had entered the heavenly realm, they would discover their origins of life to be nearly unassailable. As long as there was still a shred of it, one would be able to come back from the dead, making it very difficult to kill a fighter from the heavenly realm. Therefore, a wisdom elite, especially one of Gua's grade, was really, as he said, unkillable. The Soul Master Sealing Yanmuop was the perfect example of just how impossible it was to kill a wisdom elite. However, judging by Gua's dwindling aura, his origins of life was definitely being wiped away second by second. They could not even imagine what the extermination demon sword had gone through in the 1 month he had been in the expert's home to have this terrifying change of attitude. No. This isn't how it's supposed to end. Guo's voice was very weak by now and his face was all twisted as he was on the verge of death. His last vision was of a figure dressed in a white robe standing with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky, with the starry night sky as his backdrop. Who will reach the peak at the end of the immortal road, behold its singer with his immeasurable wisdom. Go now, said the figure arrogantly. Damn, you, shouted Guo weakly with his last dying breath. His body turned into dust and was scattered by the wind. A first-generation wisdom elite, gone. Everyone was staring at the place where he was just a few moments ago with complex looks in their eyes. Their emotions began to surge up and down in their hearts. It was so surreal how an above-average wisdom elite was taken out just like that. The experts do, awesome. The power one gains while in the state of the ultimate existence in all of the dimensions is truly terrifying. Being one with wisdom allows one to do anything one wants. It's only natural for the demon sword to turn against Guo when it has been purified by the expert. A thought by the expert is more powerful than all the laws under the heavens. Only with his existence can we stand against the eldritch. Suddenly, they were filled with another fear. It's a good thing that things turned out this way. If not, even our deaths wouldn't be enough to atone for the sins of disturbing the expert. Yeah. We need to train harder so we can better protect him and prevent this kind of thing from happening again. We need to make sure the Eldritch clan doesn't get wind of the expert's state of existence, too. They were sure that if the Eldritch clan knew about the expert's situation, they would have done everything in their power to try to break him out of his state. Everyone summarized what they had learned from this battle and set up new goals with determination in their eyes. Huh? Look! What's that over there? Cried someone suddenly. All around them, they could see spiritual plants growing at unimaginable speed from the ground. Not only that, but the existing trees were also imbued with spirituality. Even the previously parched ground had transformed into a huge lake as the rocks were turned into heavenly spiritual treasure. Everyone sensed a change in the air, too. The spiritual chi in the air seems to be thicker than before. I can sense the number of treasures increasing in the area of the gods. Cultivator Junjun's pupil shrank rapidly. Is this the meaning of pillaging? No wonder the Eldritchs would stop at nothing to get their hands on more spiritual chi, even to the extent of slaughtering every being in all of the dimensions, he said with awe in his voice. There's an order to wisdom and a balance to energy. The death of a being brings life to 1,000 other beings. Does this mean we have pillaged the spiritual chi of the first dimension? The death of Pang brought about the birth of the prehistoric world and countless other beings, meaning the energy never disappeared. It would always return in one form or another, so it was only natural for the death of an Eldritch wisdom elite, especially of Guo's grade, to bring forth a deluge of spiritual chi. Previously, there had been other deaths of heavenly realm fighters from the Eldritch clan in the chaos, but their energy was too little for anyone to detect. However, Guo's energy was so massive that they could visibly feel the spiritual chi becoming thicker. There was no doubt there would be many new strong fighters in the future. The wisdom elite fish that was caught by Li Nianfang not long ago did not have his energy spread over the chaos, for his energy was consumed by Daji and the rest of the guests in the form of a fish soup. That was the reason why Daji and Fire Phoenix immediately became a wisdom elite after drinking the soup. Suddenly, the extermination demon sword vibrated crazily while emitting a wave of weird aura which made everyone stand guard again. The yellowed paper attached to it was giving off a glow while emitting a sacred aura. Everyone became calm when they saw the yellowed paper. After that, a layer of black gas burst from the extermination demon sword again and blanketed the sky, which made the already pitched black sky even darker. Everyone turned up their heads to look at the countless resentful spirits floating up above them and realized there was something different about them. They were resentful no more. In fact, they were calmed by the relief of their release. They're the resentful spirits in the extermination demon sword. What's happening? Why did they appear again? Are they going to go berserk again? No. The black gas this time's very peaceful. There's not even a hint of their usual murderous aura. Amitabha. The experts releasing their souls from suffering. Jiki's usually expressionless face was filled with excitement as he led his monks to where the others were standing. This extermination demon sword carried with it the destruction of the worlds, countless catastrophes, and countless souls. However, the resentful spirits were released from their suffering when the sword killed Guo after it was influenced by the expert, explained Jiki with deep respect toward the expert. Ah, so that's what the expert's doing. Everyone looked at the black gas flowing through the sky with awe and sincerity in their eyes. However, they soon discovered a problem. Where would the condensed cloud of black gas go? The black gas was floating further and further away until it had totally left the area of the gods. It floated in the chaos with no end in sight. Yes, indeed, where would it go? They all took flight to the sky at the same time and chased after the black gas, wanting to find out the answer to the question. Soon, they discovered that the black gas was not going in one direction. Instead, it split into smaller bits that went in different directions. "Everyone split up and chase after them," said Cultivator Junjun gravely. He had an inkling of what was happening. The black gas continued floating in the chaos, and some of them even floated inside of the chaos ocean. Under their watchful gaze, a majestic and absolute aura surged from the chaos ocean, as if wanting to tear apart the whole chaos. Even the aura of wisdom was trembling with the laws of the universe. Countless vortexes began to form where the black gas had entered. They did not feel much power coming from the vortexes, but the space around them had begun to distort nonetheless. "The feeling of the vortexes is the same one I got when Gua was crossing the dimension," said Yang Jing cautiously. "They must be the passage to another dimension," shouted one of the monks with shock. Yes, the expert must have wanted to send the black gas back to where they came from. Meaning to say the vortexes are portals to another dimension? How terrifying. The expert not only released the resentful spirits from their suffering but also made sure to send them back to where they came from. How's it possible for him to do this alone? Incredible, and terrifying at the same time. They were shocked and could not imagine how the expert managed to do this. Once again, the expert had shown them the meaning of if one could think it, then one could do it. Even the eldritchs had to go through a painfully long preparation process and wait for the resistance in the chaos ocean to lessen before crossing to another dimension. It was a restriction that could not be easily overturned. However, the expert had made it seem so effortless to open up portals here and there to send the resentful spirits back. That was even harder than what Gua had done when he went from the first dimension into the seventh dimension. Record all this down. The exact location of the portals to another dimension will surely come in handy in the future, said the Jade Emperor in a hurried tone. Meanwhile, compared to the chaos, the fifth dimension was a blood-red universe filled with slaughter and cruelty. In this dimension, the true meaning of battle was enacted vividly and incisively. Everyone, including all mortals, had to fight each other as soon as they were out of their wombs. This was because the spiritual chi in this dimension was so thin that it was only downhill from there as the scent of death and utter failure filled the air. The eldritchs had pillaged their spiritual chi too many times and had caused too many catastrophes. The fighters with higher levels of cultivation would go on a hunt for anything, even mortals, when they could not get enough spiritual chi. They would even devour a mosquito if need be. That just showed how much spiritual chi was lacking in the fifth dimension. Consequently, they would also kill all the geniuses and weaklings for fear of them taking up their resources. In a nutshell, the fights were never ending in the fifth dimension. There was no justice to speak of and only one law, survival of the fittest. Currently, somewhere on a planet in this fifth dimension, was a pit where the Blood Clan lived. If one were to view the planet with X-ray vision, one would discover that the entire planet was connected by lines of blood vessels intertwining here and there, giving the planet an evil vibe. In the middle of the pit was a huge pool of blood, and in the middle of the pool stood a blood-red being with a pair of wings on his back. The being was emitting a terrifying aura that had even surpassed a heavenly realm fighter. He might even be a wisdom elite. Compared to the chaos, the fifth dimension was in a state of dilapidation and still withering away, so it was to everyone's surprise how a wisdom elite could be born in this dimension. Even the chaos would find it hard to give birth to one wisdom elite. An underling of the Blood Clan walked into the pit and courteously said, "We've finished gathering the blood food. Would the master like to have a taste?" "Yes, let's begin." A sacrificial altar etched with a weird pattern stood on the surface of the planet. In the middle of the altar were the souls of 1,000,000 beings trapped inside a hole. They were from different races, humans, demons, and cyclops, captured from all over and with different levels of cultivation. At the sound of the order, the cruel massacre began. In a blink of an eye, millions of souls turned into an ocean of blood, soaking and staining the altar. The altar began to glow bright red as it absorbed the blood and traveled along the blood vessels underneath the planet's surface, with its final destination being the blood pool in the middle of the pit. The wisdom elite standing in the middle of the pool became redder as the blood flowed in. However, he was furrowing his brows. The quality of the blood food had gotten worse over time. The fifth dimension had gone through too many catastrophes and had never recovered from them. All the beings there had descended into a state of hopelessness. However, he had to continue doing what he needed to do for the sake of developing the Blood Clan into its rightful glory. The infinite slaughters brought on by the catastrophe was the only reason the Blood Clan got to where they were right now, though there was no denying he found it much harder to be satisfied with the energy in the fifth dimension. Suddenly, a tremor shot out across the fifth dimension as a unique air ripple spread over, making his heart jump. Did the spiritual chi in the fifth dimension just increase? Chapter 672, Portal to Another Dimension, Little Fox's Determination. It increased. It has absolutely increased. I can feel the spiritual chi of many, many beings. The master of the Blood Clan closed his eyes in enjoyment, then abruptly opened his eyes again, excitement and glee flowing out of them. Is someone trying to stabilize the fifth dimension, or maybe that someone's laying down a plan? No matter what it is, I'll benefit from it for soon. The entire fifth dimension will be mine. He smiled and said to his underling, "Send out all the Blood Clan members to look for the source of the increase of spiritual chi." He was born as an ordinary blood bat. He had survived all the catastrophes in the fifth dimension even when the Heavenly Realm fighters and wisdom elites were all eliminated. The catastrophe did not discriminate when it came to slaughtering. To the eldritch, each of them was akin to an ant. Therefore, it was a miracle for him to survive. As a blood bat, he relied on consuming the blood of others as his cultivation. The environment created by the catastrophe meant that he could enjoy the endless essence of blood. It was during the time of chaos that he advanced through the levels, step by step. There was even this one time a Heavenly Realm fighter dropped right in front of him, ready for him to consume. Now, he was even more unstoppable than ever. His cultivation had advanced at a lightning-fast speed. He was sure he would be able to survive another catastrophe at his current cultivation. Another reason was also that he liked to stay in dark places. He was not worried about the fact that the eldritch had pillaged much of the fifth dimension's spiritual chi, for the condition created by them was the perfect environment for him alone to thrive in. "Oh, eldritch, do you think you're the only clan capable of what you're planning?" muttered the master of the Blood Clan to himself. His red eyes were glinting sinisterly. "I already caught a glimpse of why your clan continuously pillages the other dimensions. Two can play at your game." His evil laughter then floated out of the pit. There were two ways people would deal with a catastrophe. Group number 1 would take up arms and fight off the eldritchs and return home with glory, while group number 2 would find a place and wait out the catastrophe. No prize for correctly guessing which group the master of the Blood Clan belonged to. However, the master of the Blood Clan was not the only one doing so. Countless other beings took the opportunity to get what they could while laying low somewhere dark, gradually strengthening themselves. That was how the zombie world and the chaos came to operate, too. The third dimension was a place of mist, fog, and haze. There were ruins as far as the eye could see, and apart from a meteorite floating through the void, there were no other planets. This dimension had been completely destroyed by the eldritchs. A black hole would even appear out of nowhere from time to time. It was as if this dimension had returned to its original form at the beginning of time. The state of the dimension belied the fact that this dimension contained the most skilled fighters. Thousands of figures were traversing across the void, with most of them being cultivators of the heavenly realm. There were many wisdom elites from the Eldritch clan, human race, demon race, and cyclops race, too. It seemed the sole purpose of this dimension was a place of exile for the wisdom elites. What's that aura? Is it spiritual chi? Or the spirits of those fallen in battle? Where did it come from? Ah, how I wish I could get out of this god-forsaken world. Finally, some new aura. This dimension might be salvageable after all. I think I'm about to go crazy. I regret coming here. After countless years, there's still no sign of the origins of life in this dimension. They all put in their 2 cents worth. The ex-resentful spirits previously contained in Gua's extermination demon sword was just too much after spanning across so many catastrophes. It had killed indiscriminately, not caring whether it was a life of mortals or warriors. Now that the spirits were sent back to their dimensions, it more or less made up for the losses caused by the catastrophe. Their return had certainly caught the attention of the other beings in the dimension. The black gas continued to cause quite a stir in the chaos. After following the black gas around, they discovered that the black gas not only crossed the chaos ocean to get to other places, but the portals to other dimensions had also appeared. One of the portals led them to a place where there were so many stars in the sky, it was more like an ocean of stars. However, each star seemed to be dead, floating in the chaos without an energy ripple at all. However, in the middle of the galaxy were 7 stars arranged in a line, and their auras were covered by mana, creating a barrier that isolated the area from the outside world. They would have never discovered this place if it was not for the black gas. Everyone gathered at the star in the middle and stared at the black hole with a grim face. Someone used their mana to arrange the stars in this formation to seal up the hole in the middle, said Cultivator Junjun with surprise. Goddess Nuwa nodded. This hole must be the entrance to the other dimension, though it's hard to tell which one. However, I really want to know what happened in the past here. She scanned her surroundings with furrowed brows. All around the hole were corpses imbued with the scent of death. Not only that, the 7 stars' surfaces were blanketed with bones, too. There were at least 1,000,000 beings who had died there. Isn't it obvious that this was some kind of ritual? Said Xingya. They need to sacrifice 1,000,000 beings to open the portal to another dimension. Everyone was filled with shock. That means someone tried to open a portal to another dimension here. 1,000,000 beings. Who could have done such a thing and when? Why did that person want to go to another dimension? I wonder if the beings in the other dimension discovered the portal on their side, too. If they did, would they have caused another catastrophe here? 1,000,000 beings sacrificed proved that some wisdom elites could be cruel, viewing all beings as numbers or tools. Yang Jing, bring some heavenly soldiers here to guard the portal, said the Jade Emperor. Yes, sir, said Yang Jing. Daylight's breaking. We should head back now, said Daji. Fire Phoenix nodded and said, yes, let's go, Sister Daji. The Master will worry about us if he can't find us after waking up. They quickly left the area and headed back to the 4-part architecture with the extermination demon sword in hand. When they reached home, they saw a white fluffy figure waiting for them. Little Fox's eyes shone brightly and she quickly ran over to them when she saw Daji. Sister Daji, she cried happily. Daji embraced her, stroked her fur, and asked, what are you doing here? Little Fox batted her eyelids and in a worried tone, she said, Sister Daji, I heard that a very powerful bad man traveled to our dimension to kill us all and that you were injured in the fight. Are you okay? I was so worried about you. There's no need to worry about me. Nothing bad will ever happen to me, okay? The bad man's gone now, said Daji with a smile. However, she suddenly felt a lurch in her heart as her mana trembled in her body. Blood began to trickle out of the corner of her lips. Little Fox had just heaved a sigh of relief and was about to behave in a coquettish manner when the sight of Daji's spewing blood stopped her from doing so. She went into a state of shock and her fur was standing on end. Tears trailed down her face as she said, Sister Daji, how can you say you're okay when there's blood coming out of your mouth? What should I do? What should I do? It's only a minor injury. It'll heal soon enough. I should really count myself lucky that I'm still alive, said Daji with a pained smile on her face. Then, as if she could not control herself anymore, she puked out more blood. Ah! Sister Daji, you're puking blood. Little Fox's panic shot through the roof. She did not know what to do and started to sob loudly. Daji smiled and stroked her fur. There. I'm okay. Don't worry. I'll protect you no matter what, she said in a gentle tone. I want to protect you, too, Sister Daji, but I'm too weak, said the little fox while sobbing. Her 2 ears drooped down as she held on to Daji tightly, afraid that Daji would leave her alone. As someone who worshipped her sister, Little Fox wished she could avenge Daji, especially after seeing her like this, but alas she was too weak. Sister Daji, I've decided to go through the cross-tribulation so that I can transform, said Little Fox. Are you sure you want to transform? I mean, I won't force you to transform if you're not ready for it, said Daji. Yes, I'm sure. I'll transform so I won't be a burden to you anymore, said Little Fox in a determined tone. Chin Manyun and the others were looking at Little Fox with pity in their eyes. They thought that Little Fox was very naive to have fallen for Daji's trick. Not to mention, they never expected Daji to have such a mischievous side to her. Daji smiled secretly and said, I won't stop you then, since you're so determined. I'm sure you'll transform in no time if you stay by the Master's side. Yes, I can attest to that, Little Fox. I went through my cross-tribulation here. With Brother Li by your side, the natural tribulation won't be too harsh on you. In fact, dare I say it was a very comfortable experience, said Nanan with a smile. They entered the 4-part architecture while continuing the conversation. At that time, the sky was beginning to lighten when Li Nianfan walked out of his room. He was startled when he saw Daji and the rest of the group gathered in the yard. You're all very early. I guess that makes me the latest, then. Nanan pointed to Little Fox who was being carried by Daji and said, Brother Li, look who came for a visit. Hey, Little Fox, said Li Nianfan, his eyes shining brightly with happiness. It had been a long time since he saw this sister-in-law of his. Come and give me a hug." He walked over to her, picked her up from Daji, and kept stroking her. This is so nice, he thought. The feeling was just as he remembered. "Huh? Did you slim down? The food over there mustn't have been as good as the food here," said Li Nianfan. Little Fox started to drool and in a voice filled with anticipation said, "Yes. I missed you so much that I couldn't eat nor sleep." "As if I'd believe you. You would have come to visit me sooner if that was really the case," said Li Nianfan with a laugh. "There are many new dishes since the last time you've been here. We have dragon fruit, dragon blood wine, sunflower seeds, and the walnuts should be ripe now. You can eat to your heart's content." Little Fox kept nodding at him as he listed out the food, which was all she could think about right now. "Let's do some morning exercise together before having our breakfast," said Li Nianfan. It had become a habit of theirs to do the morning exercise with him every day. "The rest of you join in, too. The morning exercise is especially good for cultivating your sentiments. Xiao Bei, music, please." After finishing a set of Tai Chi moves, Li Nianfan instructed Xiao Bei to prepare a rich breakfast spread for them while he went to the backyard to pick some fruits for Little Fox. Due to Little Fox's visit, their breakfast was richer than normal. There was honey milk cake, soy milk, fruit platters, and many other snacks. Little Fox dug in happily and had her cravings satisfied. After breakfast, she lay down on the table and gently rubbed her bulging tummy with her eyes closed. As for Li Nianfan, he was eating the recently ripened walnut. He peeled the walnut shell and said, "Walnuts really good for the body, but they're so hard to peel. Wouldn't it be great if there's some kind of specialized tool for peeling walnuts?" "I can go look for a tool if you want, Master," said Daji. "That'll be great. Look for something that can easily crack open the walnut," said Li Nianfan. Daji and the others nodded their heads and reminded themselves to look for a tool like that as soon as possible. Being the ultimate existence in all of the dimensions meant that one was always following the trajectory set up by wisdom and that one could even decide the fate of all others. Therefore, Daji and the others concluded that Li Nianfan must be looking for a very unique tool to use on the walnut. Moreover, their search for the tool was made more difficult by the fact that the walnut had come from a spiritual root, meaning to say that only a handful of items would be worthy enough to be used on the walnut. They would need to alert the people of the Heavenly Palace of this special mission since Li Nianfan had personally requested for the tool. "Master, my sister wants to go through the cross-tribulation and transform," said Daji. "Cross-tribulation and transform?" repeated Li Nianfan with surprise. Suddenly, Little Fox jumped up, all the colors drained from her face. Her eyes were filled with anxiety, making her seem pitiful and weak. She had totally forgotten about her previous determination to go through the cross-tribulation. For a demon to transform, they would need to go through the cross-tribulation, which had the added benefit of increasing their cultivation. The power of the natural tribulation correlated with the demon's cultivation level, and Little Fox, being a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal, would need to face a natural tribulation that was more powerful than the average. Li Nianfan picked up Little Fox. "Why do you suddenly want to transform?" he asked with curiosity. He was stroking her non-stop as he spoke to her, for he would not be able to do this again once Little Fox had transformed. He had to enjoy it while he could before she transformed into a human. Chapter 673, Little Fox's Transformation, Shocking Change. Li Nianfan hugged Little Fox close to his chest and only let her go after a while so she could go through her cross-tribulation. He was actually curious what Little Fox would look like after her transformation. He realized he had never seen a demon transform before and was looking forward to the experience. "Sister Daji, I'll go for my transformation now," said Little Fox anxiously with big sad puppy dog eyes. Now that it was really happening, she suddenly felt really scared and wished she could take her words back. "Go. You're the one who suggested it yourself. There's no turning back now," said Daji sternly, leaving no room for negotiation. There, Little Fox. I'm sure you'll be fine," said Li Nianfan comfortingly. They all went to a mountain somewhere in Fallen Immortal Mountain. Under everyone's watchful gazes, Little Fox gradually found an open field. "Sister Daji, you must save me if you see I'm not able to handle it anymore," said Little Fox in a pitiful tone. Daji nodded and said, "Okay." Little Fox looked up at the sky as her aura flowed out like tidal waves. Her usually white fur was blanketed in a white sheen, making her look holy. Her 9 tails were standing erect and swaying in the air, kicking up a thick demon wind which made the plants around them bend and whip around wildly. Up above in the sky, a thick layer of dark clouds appeared, making the whole Fallen Immortal Mountain as dark as the night. Thunder and lightning were brewing within the storm and they jumped around in the sky like silver snakes. The sight was not for the faint of hearts. Although the lightning did not strike yet, its majestic power rolled down the ground, suppressing everything in its path. Li Nianfan was shocked by the force. He began to worry about Little Fox and said, "Little Daji, is she really going to be alright?" Daji's eyes were grave and there was panic in them, but she said, "Her talent's the strongest amongst the nine-tailed foxes, so this shouldn't be a problem for her." If Little Fox, who had been granted countless opportunities by the expert, could not pass this cross-tribulation, then no one in the world could. "Master, it's good for a demon to undergo the cross-tribulation. The lightning can help her reconstruct her body, which will pave a bright future ahead for her." Li Nianfan nodded and fixed his gaze on the sky. The lightning was about to strike Little Fox, who was standing under the tribulation cloud. Her fur was blowing with the wild wind and her posture was slightly bent as if she was being pressed down by tremendous pressure. From time to time, she would anxiously turn her teary eyes up at the sky. "Let's make a deal. I'll go back if you go back," she said to the clouds. The only response she got was a low lightning rumble. Following that, dazzling lightning cut through the sky and shot down, striking Little Fox's head. Whenever the lightning passed, distortion would appear in the air, making their surroundings seem surreal. Even the laws of the universe had to give way to the terrifying lightning power that could split the skies apart. "It's even more powerful than the laws of the universe. Is that Chaos Thunderbolt?" asked Shitukin with shock. "Chaos Thunderbolt for her cross-tribulation? Even if Little Fox's cultivation is high, isn't this a little too much?" asked Qin Manyun with worried eyes. A Chaos Thunderbolt was the most powerful electrical power in the whole of the universe. It would have no problem striking a heavenly realm fighter dead. Even a little hint of its power would be too much for Little Fox to handle. Daji's expression was incredibly solemn and she had already activated her mana, ready to come to Little Fox's rescue at any moment. Li Nianfan was also furrowing his brows with worry. As a deluxe merit saint, he was very familiar with how terrifying the Chaos Thunderbolt could be, for it was his go-to method for punishing people. Wild thoughts started to race through his mind. "I'll go talk to the natural tribulation if Little Fox can't handle it anymore. That should be relatively easy since the Chaos Thunderbolt's under the jurisdiction of a deluxe merit saint. I'm sure it won't do anything to me." Little Fox was in such a state of shock that she felt her soul about to leave her body. Her fur was standing stiff as a porcupine's quill. She stood stock still where she was, waiting for the lightning to strike her. "You fool!" shouted Daji loudly as she shot out. However, she was too late. The lightning struck down on Little Fox and a bright light exploded all over her, making the others turn their eyes away from her. Then, when the light faded away, they were dumbfounded by the person standing in front of them. Little Fox blinked, looked around, and then looked at herself with a lost look on her face. I'm still alive and not hurt at all?" She moved her limbs, shook her body, wagged her tail, and jumped. "I don't feel any pain at all." The others were struck dumb, not believing what they were seeing before their eyes. That imposing lightning which seemed as if it could split the sky open. Its destructive power was only so? Who was it trying to impress? Daji, who was floating mid-air, quietly made her way over to the others. Little Fox was standing on her two legs and waving to them excitedly. "Sister Daji, I'm okay. I'm actually okay." Daji was speechless. "As if. You would have been toast if it wasn't for the master." Li Nianfan heaved a sigh of relief. "That's great. I was so worried about you," he said with a smile. Qin Manyun and the others sneaked a glance at him and thought, "Of course, she's okay. The Chaos Thunderbolt wouldn't dare to do anything to her when you're here." Then, under everyone's watchful gazes, the glow around Little Fox became thicker and thicker while a milky white light surged out from her joints as her body became taller. They were all signs of a transformation happening. Her body was being shaped by the lightning, or to be more exact, a Chaos Thunderbolt. Qin Manyun and the others were rendered speechless at the Chaos Thunderbolt's blatant favoritism. It should be stripped of its name, for how was it possible for Little Fox to come away unhurt? It was more like a blessing than a tribulation. All that ruckus was just for show. This must be one of the benefits of knowing the expert. Next, the second lightning struck down on Little Fox with more force than the first. The pitch-black sky lit up as if the lightning had devoured the air. However, Little Fox still stood there, unscathed. The glow around her body became even thicker as the fur on her body slowly disappeared. Signs of fingers and toes started to grow. "Wow, I never expected my defense to be so powerful," said Little Fox in awe. She still had not realized that the real reason she was not hurt was because of Li Nianfan. She smiled, raised her two upper limbs, and said, "Shape my hand more. Be sure to make them beautiful." The lightning landed on her hands, which then instantly transformed into a pair of elegant hands with slender fingers. One look at the pair of hands would make people understand the meaning of perfection. The Chaos Thunderbolt's force was as majestic as ever. All the demons in the radius of 1,000 miles dropped down to the ground and covered their heads with their hands with fear. It must be a Bigshot going through the cross-tribulation. How terrifying. She must have done many bad things in her life to attract a punishment such as this. This has got to be the most terrifying cross-tribulation I've ever experienced in my life. I fear the worst for the person going through this cross-tribulation. There's no way that person would come out alive. Aye, cruel heaven. Never in a million years would they have thought that heaven was just putting on a show. Little Fox's cross-tribulation finally ended after being struck 9 times by lightning. The dark clouds dissipated and the sun shone down on them once again. Standing at the place where Little Fox used to be was a woman with a beauty that was out of this world. Her brows were as refined as the willow leaves, the corners of her lips were turned up in a perpetual smile, her black eyes overflowed with temptation, and her lips were as soft as rose petals. All these features combined to create a face that could launch 1,000 ships. Her skin was like translucent white jade and her body. Oh, her body. No one could find a hotter body than hers. She was like a work of art created by heaven and earth themselves. How could they be so sure of her hotness? Well, it was because there were no clothes on her after the cross-tribulation, so they were all caught off guard by her nakedness. Her new appearance was not what Li Nianfan expected. He had thought that Little Fox would be transformed into a body similar to the childlike dragon. Her body carried within itself a natural seductive aura, and Li Nianfan had to take a few deep breaths to compose himself. Ah! She's a true vixen all right. She's even prettier than Little Daji. She's so seductive, thought Li Nianfan with shock. He had never come across a vixen as beautiful as her. "Sister Daji, I've succeeded. I've succeeded," cried Little Fox, having no clue about her new charm. She ran over to her excitedly and struck some poses to show off her new body. "How do I look? Am I pretty?" Daji's face had turned dark. She quickly threw some clothes over her. "Put on some clothes now and be mindful of your aura," reminded Daji solemnly. Little Fox possessed the strongest mind control ability amongst all of the 9-tailed foxes, and Daji feared that her mind control ability had become even stronger after her transformation. Even if Little Fox did not mean to, her every word and every action could cause anyone to lose themselves. "Okay," said Little Fox, not really sure what she was talking about. "Sister Daji, how do I put on these clothes?" Blood nearly shot out from Li Nianfan's nostrils, for Little Fox was unknowingly emitting an extremely seductive aura which was further enhanced by her innocent behavior. This had the miraculous effect of making it hard for anyone to not be attracted to her. Therefore, how could anyone stay composed when she asked for help when putting on clothes? He coughed lightly and said, "We'll meet you back at the 4-part architecture." He quickly turned to leave. He was a bit saddened by the fact that he would not be able to stroke her fur anymore. However, Little Fox did not get the hint. She rushed over to him and said, "Brother Li, now that I've successfully transformed, how about treating me to a meal?" Daji was on the verge of breaking down when she saw how her little sister was behaving. "Little Fox, you shouldn't stand so close to Master. Come back here and put on these clothes now." Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Palace, Xiao Changfeng and Zhang Lu were fighting each other. "Zhang Lu, you disappoint me. How dare you steal my lines?" said Xiao Changfeng with a sword in his hand. To him, his lines were a symbolism of his status, and stealing someone's lines was akin to stealing someone's wife. The lines belong to whoever makes it sound the coolest. God won't accept the birth of Zhang Lu, but my sword cultivation's still historical like the long night. "See, I can make it sound cooler than when you say it," said Zhang Lu with his sword in front of his chest. Xiao Changfeng's face turned red with anger. "Bullshit. The expert gave me those lines. You'll need to win against me in a sword fight to be worthy of those lines." Zhang Lu was high with battle spirits. "Fine with me. Let me show you what real swordsmanship really is." The Jade Emperor and the others had arrived at the scene, eager to see a sword fight between these two. Xiao Changfeng and Zhang Lu were facing each other off as the sharp sword attacks collided between them. However, just when they were about to reach the peak of their power, a figure slowly walked up to the space between them. Who will reach the peak at the end of the immortal road? Behold its signal with his immeasurable wisdom. Yes, it was none other than the king of acting cool, Sing Ya. Shit. Let's beat him up. What an attention wh. I can't take him anymore. Even the onlookers joined in the fight. Brothers, let's eliminate him. However, the peaceful days did not last long because in the chaos, where the many stars had gathered, a powerful change was happening. Terrifying energy accompanied by a ferocious roar surged out of the portal and caused the air in the chaos to tremble. It was as if some kind of energy was awakening deep in a portal. Yang Jing, who was in charge of guarding the entrance of the portal, could feel energy so terrifying on the other side that his heart jumped as his face darkened. Someone's trying to cross through the portal, he thought. Chapter 674, Preparing a Feast, The Arrival of the Beings from the Fourth Dimension. The fourth dimension was full of oddly shaped broken mountain walls, making it a desolate place. A group of demons, some with wings and some with scales, were standing on top of the mountain cliff. They were all staring at the pitch-black portal above them. Below them were a group of weak humans and small animals with faces filled with fear and despair. Suddenly, a giant tail swept across the group of humans and animals, flicked them up to the portal with dazzling mana, causing the poor victims to immediately explode once they came into contact with the portal. The fresh blood blanketed the sky and swirled around the portal, which was expanding at a rate visible to the naked eye. My king, it's working. The universe of the law and space is trembling. There's no doubt that this is a portal, said a demon excitedly. Ha ha ha, yes. This must be the legendary portal to another dimension. Never in a million years would I expect a portal to appear in a desolate world like this, said a dark man with a pair of alcantlers on his head. The pair of alcantlers were washed in dazzling golden light, making it seem as if the dark man was wearing a majestic crown on his head. Continue with the sacrificial ritual until the portal's fully opened. This shall be our clarion call to another dimension. Oh no! Someone's trying to open this portal from the other side, thought Yang Jing with an ashen face. The third eye on his forehead immediately lit up as it sent a signal to the area of the gods. What's happening? Why did Yang Jing send another signal? Is the chaos under attack again? He's guarding a portal somewhere. Could someone be trying to cross through the portal? I fear that might be the case. We should go over quickly. There's a very high chance the other dimension's making their move. We should be prepared for the worst. The group who was beating up Singya stopped what they were doing and went to prepare themselves to take up arms. Both Cultivator Junjun and Xiao Chengfeng flew over to where Yang Jing was as quickly as they could. Meanwhile, back at the four-part architecture, Li Nianfan was in a little bit of a dilemma. He could not help but frown when he realized the pantry was empty. Little Fox had been nagging him about wanting to have a big feast as a reward for completing her transformation, but how was he supposed to cook up a feast when there were no ingredients to cook with? They had finished all the dragon meat at the last party and did not have the time to replenish their meat stock. It would not be called a feast if there were no meat dishes, right? Brother Li, feast. Feast. Feast, said Little Fox coquettishly while swinging his arm. She still acted like she was a little fox and Li Nianfan found this to be very hard on him. I'm just an ordinary man. It's impossible for me to resist the temptation, he thought. He swallowed a few times and coughed gently. Don't you worry, there's definitely going to be a feast, so why don't you put on your clothes first? However, we've run out of meat. He turned to look at Blackie, who was sunbathing on a rock. Blackie immediately jumped up and in a trembling voice, he asked, Master, surely you're not thinking of eating me? I can go hunting instead if you'd like. Don't be such a coward. Don't worry, I won't eat you. Li Nianfan rolled his eyes and turned his gaze to the chickens in the corner. Immediately, their feathers stiffened at the thought that Li Nianfan might be thinking of turning them into poultry meat. Suddenly, each of them laid 3 eggs in one go at the same time, as if wanting to remind Li Nianfan of their usefulness in providing eggs for him. How can I possibly slaughter the chickens when they're working so hard to provide eggs for us? Said Li Nianfan with a soft sigh. He was planning to slaughter one of the chickens since there were so many of them, but found himself unable to when he thought about how long they had been with him. There must be something I can use in the backyard, he thought to himself. Cows, no. Peacocks, no. Bees and butterflies, definitely no. Old turtle, no, too. That leaves the fishes in the pond. Brother Li, let me go on a hunt. I promise I'll bring back some delicious game meat back, said Dragon bravely. Little Fox's eyes began to twinkle. Yes. They should go on a hunt. Only then can it be called a feast. What a good idea, said Li Nianfan with a nod, for who did not like game meat? He was sure this would be an easy task for Dragon. Besides, the taste of demon flesh was 100 times tastier than ordinary game meat. "We'll take off then. Get ready to prepare a feast for us, Brother Lee," said Nanan. "All right, be careful out there. If possible, bring back some game meat that we've never tried before," said Li Nianfan with a smile. "Master, we wanted to join them, too," said Qin Mingyun and Shi Tukan. "Sure," said Li Nianfan. He was resigned to the fact that this group of people was addicted to fighting demons. Soon, everyone including Little Fox all went out on a hunt, leaving only Daji and Fire Phoenix to accompany Li Nianfan. "Now that they're all gone, how about we take a nap?" asked Li Nianfan. "A nap?" Both Daji and Fire Phoenix were a little startled and their cheeks immediately became red, making them seem like blossoming spring flowers. It was obvious that they understood his euphemism. "As you wish, Master," they answered softly. Hee, let's go in quickly then. I'm so tired." Li Nianfan held both of them in each arm and walked into their room. He needed an outlet for his lust after all that had happened with Little Fox. Why should he force himself to tamp down his burning desire when he had two beautiful wives with him? He had to love the one he chose and choose the one he loved. It was as simple as that. Meanwhile, back at the entrance of the portal, the bizarre aura was still coming out from it like tidal waves, making the cultivators anxious with the thought of an impending force coming their way. The surrounding space around the portal was distorted as if a door was being opened while the beings from the other side were madly devouring the spiritual chi in the chaos. Yang Jing and his group of heavenly soldiers were doing their best to suppress whatever was happening, but to no avail. By then, Cultivator Junjun and the rest of the people from the heavenly palace had arrived and were shocked by what they were seeing. "Yang Jing, what happened?" "The laws of the universe are trembling, which means someone's trying to open the portal from the other side. Opening the portal requires sacrificing 1,000,000 beings. That must be what's happening on the other side now. The beings from the other dimension must have been attracted by the energy here when the expert opened the portal to send the ex-resentful spirits back to their own dimensions. It never crossed anyone's mind that a portal could appear anywhere else other than in the Chaos Ocean. No matter what, we should try to close the portal." They attacked the portal with everything they had, but it was obvious that it was too late. A being had already appeared from the portal. The being was a man who was completely covered in black feathers. He had a pair of black wings on his back. He was holding an ancient spear and giving off a ferocious aura. He calmly scanned the crowd like a hawk as if they held no importance for him. Wow, the spiritual chi in this dimension so thick. Not to mention the pure laws of the universe. The wisdom seems to be as good as the beginning of time. He then turned toward the portal and excitedly shouted, "My king, we've definitely come to a very good place. The spiritual chi here's amazing." "How impetuous," shouted Cultivator Junjun sternly. His eyes were glinting dangerously. "Who are you and how dare you come here? Go back to where you came from if you don't wish to die." He could feel a murderous aura coming off this demon and for the sake of caution, wanted to avoid a fight if possible. The demon laughed coldly. "Let me make an official announcement. From this moment on, you'll all become our slaves. Kneel and surrender if you don't wish to die." He had already assessed the power of the people there and found there was nothing to be frightened about. "Die!" shouted Xiao Chengfeng, his murderous intent targeted at the demon. "Kneel, slap yourself on the face 100 times, and shout 'I'm stupid' while doing that and I might leave your corpse intact." "You'll regret ever saying that to me," said the demon. He narrowed his eyes and unfolded his wings, kicking up a windstorm that rushed straight for Xiao Chengfeng. His force was very impressive, and though he did not manifest a huge vision, they could still feel the all-consuming suppressive energy in the air. Cultivator Junjun and the rest of the group's faces darkened. They never expected a lone demon to be so cocky. They were just about to attack him when another energy ripple rushed through the air. This time, 3 figures appeared, and all of them were outstanding Heavenly Realm fighters. "This must be another dimension. We're struck gold." "A new dimension? It must be the 7th dimension. We'll definitely be able to become a wisdom elite once we've pillaged this dimension. Even heaven favors us. Are these people here to stop us? They seem useless. Oh well, let's kill them all." Without further ado, the 3 figures rushed toward Cultivator Junjun and the rest of the group. Behind them, the portal to another dimension seemed to have stabilized, and a horde of demons began to pour forth from the pitch-black hole. They followed the lead of the 3 demons before them and thus, a battle had broken out. Yang Jing was trying to fight off a 3-headed canine demon. "Where did all these crazy demons come from? They didn't even hesitate to fight us," said Yang Jing with his brows furrowed. We've come from the fourth dimension. Surrender to us and we might even spare your life. Oh, save it and hit me with all you've got. Let me show you what real power is, said Xiao Chengfeng with a cold smile as his sword chi swirled around him. The fierce battle broke out without any warning and the forces it created shook the universe. All the demons from the fourth dimension were skilled fighters. There were at least 10 heavenly realm fighters and more than half of the other demons had cultivation levels that were on par with Cultivator Junjun. What made this information terrifying was that Cultivator Junjun, with the opportunities given by Li Nianfan, had reached a stage of cultivation that made him incomparable to most of the other heavenly realm fighters in Chaos. Therefore, the fact that the first wave from the fourth dimension alone contained 8 fighters who were stronger than him was a difficult thing to come to terms with. Our dimension sure is popular. First, there were the eldritch, and now, even the beings from the fourth dimension have come, thought Cultivator Junjun. Suddenly, the space around them became momentarily distorted again as a giant body slithered out of the portal. It was a giant python with 9 different colored heads. Apart from the 7 colors of the rainbow, there was also a white head and a black head. It was a terrifying sight to behold and the cold aura it was emitting made everyone involuntarily shudder. Don't delay any further. Quickly kill them all. We need to take over this world as soon as possible. Our king's waiting for us, said the black snakehead in a raspy voice. Goddess Nua's pupils shrank rapidly and her heart was filled with shocking bitterness. She could sense that the giant 9-headed python's power was on par with Old Dragon, but judging by what it had said, there was a king who was even more powerful than him. He might even be a wisdom elite. She had always thought that the Eldritchs were the most powerful clan in existence, but the beings from the fourth dimension had obviously proved her wrong. She was even beginning to wonder if the Chaos was the weakest dimension out of all 7 dimensions. Each of the python's 9 heads symbolized the 5 elements, yin, yang, and more. Meaning to say that each head could conjure different elemental attacks such as fire, ice, lightning, and others. With its arrival, Cultivator Junjun and the rest of the people from the Heavenly Palace found it increasingly harder to fight against them. Most of them had become seriously injured. Wow, there's so much game meat we've never eaten before here. We've made the right choice by coming here, said a clear voice suddenly. The familiar voice made the people from the Heavenly Palace rejoice. Look, it's Goddess Nanan. And Goddess Dragon, too. We have a chance at winning now. Goddess Qinmanyun and Goddess Shitukan came as well. The expert sent them here to rescue us. Cultivator Junjun heaved a sigh of relief and a smile broke out of his face, but soon, his expression transformed into one of puzzlement. Did they just say they're here for some game meat? Dragon wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. Look, Sister Nanan. That python has 9 heads, each of them a different color. I wonder what they'll taste like. That 3-headed canine's a rarity, too. The master has instructed us to bring back new game meat and it looks like we've hit the jackpot, said Qinmanyun. Shitukan nodded her head sagely. Yes, we're really in for a feast. I'm sure the master will be delighted with our haul. Chapter 675, The Battle for Game Meat. The people from the Heavenly Palace were all rendered speechless when they heard what they said. They were astonished by the audacity of their tone, for no matter what, these beings from the fourth dimension all possessed high cultivation. Was it not a little bit too much to call them game meat? However, they quickly changed their minds. The fact that they called these intruders game meat just showed what little importance Dragon and the rest of her group bestowed on them. In fact, even the term game meat was too high of a status for them when compared to the expert's existence. Qinmanyun and the others' words had reached the demons' ears and this caused their faces to turn beet red with anger. The 9-headed python and 3-headed canine were their team's little demon kings or captains, so how could these people be so impetuous as to call them game meat? They were the ones with the upper hand now, and Qinmanyun and the rest of her group did not seem to have a higher level of cultivation than them, so there was no way they were going to take this lying down. You'll regret ever uttering those words. Kill them all, shouted the 9-headed python with a dangerous glint in all of its 9 pairs of eyes. Leave them to me, said a middle-aged black lion demon with a ferocious roar, itching to dig its sharp black claws into their flesh. With that, he rushed toward Qinmanyun and the others with a black mace in its paws. Its movement kicked up an endless black windstorm which ripped apart the space as it made its way to Qinmanyun. Leave him to me, said Shitukan as she bravely stepped forward with her dress flapping in the wind. She was emitting a gentle bookish aura that seemed to hold no pressure at all. In her hand, she was holding a calligraphy brush. Do you seriously think you can stop me with a mere brush? Said the black lion demon with surprise. It then laughed coldly and clenched its mace even tighter as it continued to make its way toward Sycophancy. Sycophancy remained calm in the face of it all. She started to write words in thin air. As soon as the pen fell, even the wind and rain were shocked. This simple line caused an upheaval in the laws of the universe as if they had been summoned. They began to swirl around Sycophancy as one terrifying vision after another manifested in the air to suppress the Black Lion demon without warning. "What is this power? It's so strong," cried the Black Lion demon who was being thrown around wildly in the storm. It could not move an inch at all as its power had been suppressed. The next moment, lightning struck down like a silver dragon on it. What kind of ultimate spell is this? That brush is too terrifying. How is it possible the words written with that brush can summon such an attack? Ah, no. The Black Lion demon felt that its life was threatened and started to scream out in fear. It raised its mace high and induced all of its mana to form a barrier around it. However, lightning struck down on its mace before it could do that and it was instantly enveloped in a shock of endless lightning that came from all directions. Its mace was instantly shattered to a million pieces as it was puked white foam. It had been turned back to its original form sans fur. Its fur had been completely singed off its body, giving off a burnt smell as the smoke came off its body. "Sister Sycophancy. You'll need to go easier on the game meat. We don't want to bring back burnt meat to the expert now, do we?" said Nanan with panic. She then waved her hand and the Black Lion flew straight toward her. It was chopped into many pieces in a second. "We should eat it while it's still hot. I bet it'll taste delicious if we add a little cumin to it," said Nanan, who then proceeded to start a fire and sprinkle some cumin on the Black Lion. "Who wants thigh meat and who wants breast meat?" "Goddess Nanan, I want some. Thanks. I want the lion tail. That's my favorite part." "Is it a male lion or female lion? I want its whip." The people from the heavenly palace were all putting in their orders with bright shiny eyes. Soon, they were all feasting on the lion meat while fighting off the intruders at the same time. "Oh wow, this tastes delicious even though it's a little burnt. Goddess Nanan's such a good cook. The meat's a little tough but it still tastes good with a little cumin." Looking at the scene before them, the demons from the fourth dimension had all turned black with rage. Just what kind of spell did that woman use? Her brush must be a weapon of unimaginable power. Looks like the seventh dimension does have some skilled fighters after all, but they're still no match for us. Ah! I can't handle their cockiness. How dare they eat grilled meat in front of us? They shall all pay with their lives. What's this thing they call cumin? Is it really as delicious as they make it out to be? I want to try some, too. The demons were both shocked and angry. They could not believe that the Black Lion demon had been taken out with a single attack and turned into grilled meat. This was a humiliation they would never recover from. "That woman's out of the ordinary. We need to attack her at the same time." Immediately, 6 demons murderously rushed toward Sycophancy. At that moment, Sycophancy wrote another line. Comma and the finished poem made the demons and gods cry. As soon as the last word was written, the chaos began to quake wildly as wave after wave of terrifying energy rippled toward the demons. The aura was like a mountain weighing down on the 6 demons, suffocating them and making them shudder with the majestic power of it all. "No, this can't be happening. I feel as if my Tao heart's on the verge of having a nervous breakdown. We need to stop her from writing. Her calligraphy enables her to use wisdom aura as she pleases. We should quickly request for backup," cried the demons in a state of panic. The aura of wisdom was on a whole other level from what they were used to. They could not believe that a heavenly realm fighter was able to induce that aura of wisdom and feared that a shred of her verve was enough to take out a being of the same level as she was. "Looks like I have greatly underestimated the 7th dimension. Where did this group of people come from? I should let my subordinates find out the depth of their power," said the demon emperor who was calmly watching the battle from the cliff wall in the 4th dimension. Then, his eyes suddenly flashed with remembrance. This heavenly realm fighter must have consumed a heaven-defying thing or was blessed with a heaven-defying opportunity to be able to comprehend a hint of wisdom aura. I must get my hands on this secret of the 7th dimension. All demons, cross the dimension and kill all of them. The group of demons, a mix of both heavenly realm fighters and Chaos Daluo golden immortals, who were still in the 4th dimension did as they were told and surged toward the portal. The sound of them chanting "kill, kill, kill," echoed through the galaxy. "We cannot let Sycophancy have all the fun. We need to make a move, too," said Qin Manyun, who was dressed in a long green dress and enveloped in a holy misty light. She was sitting down in a cross-legged position with her dress flapping around her ankles. She quietly scanned her beautiful eyes at the incoming intruders, smiled, and started playing her guqin. The graceful music that floated from her guqin kicked up wave after wave of energy toward the demons while the laws of the universe danced and harmonized with wisdom. The wave of energy enveloped the demons and they immediately stopped where they were. They started to look around themselves with a lost expression on their faces. Who am I? Where am I? What was I doing? The music is so beautiful. I feel as if my soul's been cleansed of all sins. I remember now. I'm a cow and it's an honor for me to offer myself as food. The goddess playing the guqin so gorgeous. I was born to be eaten by her. The demons all turned back into their original forms and stood dumbstruck mid-air. In a blink of an eye, the scenario had changed to a concert party for the animals. Stop. The music's poisonous. Don't get too close to it. This is terrifying. This music is evil, I tell ya. It makes one stupid. It's evil music that can induce the aura of wisdom. The demons were quaking in their boots and were on the verge of pissing their pants. The geniuses of the seventh dimension were truly terrifying. Is this what hunting's like? What fun, said Little Fox as she watched everything unfold with wide eyes. This was her first time joining an official hunting party and she became excited at all the game meat before her eyes. Some of the demons had noticed her and discovered she was a heavenly realm fighter. Quick, kill her. She's an easy target, said one of them excitedly. I'm so scared. Please, don't kill me, said Little Fox pitifully with tears in her eyes while lightly patting her own chest. She was also emitting a seductive aura which happened to be the nine-tailed fox's strongest ultimate spell, mind control. Shame on us. How can we hurt a beauty like her? You'll need to walk over my dead body if you want to hurt her. Don't worry, pretty lady. I'll protect you. She's from the demon race, too. I'm so blessed. For her, I can even cut off my relationship with the fourth dimension. Hey there, gorgeous, do you want to eat some game meat? Why don't you give my delicious meat a try? Bullshit. Everyone knows donkey meat's the best. She should choose me instead. All the demons had descended into madness. Some of them with lower cultivation started to fight amongst themselves while some started to cut out their own flesh for grilling in a bid to see who had the best tasting flesh in the universe. As for those with higher cultivation, even they could not resist her charms and did not attack her. I can't believe the seventh dimension has such a high-grade nine-tailed fox. The demon emperor's eyes nearly popped out from their sockets. Ha ha ha, not bad at all. This is a nice surprise for me. I'll make her my empress. Leave her to me, said a metal black giant centipede demon who had just crawled over. This centipede demon was one of the 4 little demon kings. It enjoyed the same status as the heavenly realm nine-headed python. Its combat power was frightfully powerful and currently, it was emitting a cold murderous aura. The centipede demon made its way toward Little Fox while leaving a trail of venom in its wake. Those demons who had been dazzled by Little Fox's charm were instantly turned into a pool of jelly before they even got near the centipede demon. Ha! There's no way I'll fall for your charms for I'm dead inside. I can't wait to see the pretty face of you melt under my venom. Its eyes were blood red with the thirst for blood. Suddenly, a shovel fell from above and smashed onto the centipede demon's head with a loud clanging noise. It was instantly rendered catatonic for a moment. When it recovered, it saw a little girl with a shovel in her hand standing in front of it with a disgusted look on her face. Die, you ugly bug, said Nana as she hit the centipede demon with a shovel again. The centipede demon wanted to move away from the attack but found itself to be suppressed by a force. It seemed as if the shovel was the bane of its existence. Ah! What kind of weapon is this? How is it possible for it to be so powerful? He thought as the shovel came down on it again with another loud clang. The force of the impact caused its skull to be smashed in. It became furious and started to spew a cloud of black fog from its mouth. The black fog was so venomous that it could even melt the laws of the universe. Toxic world. The black fog rushed toward Nanan like a tsunami and the venom it contained could melt away a heavenly realm fighter. However, just when the black fog was about to reach Nanan, a vortex appeared out of nowhere and devoured the black fog. The centipede demon was dumbfounded and its worldview completely toppled. Impossible. What kind of devouring power is this that even my venom's ineffective against it? Does such a terrifying ultimate spell really exist in the universe? Nanan raised her shovel angrily and said, I'll make your world toxic. Ah. It hurts. No. Have some mercy. The seventh dimension's too terrifying. As for Dragon, her weapon of choice was a ladle that could summon a tsunami with a raise of her hand. The tsunami was unstoppable as it washed over the demons before transforming into a water prison, imprisoning them all inside with no way of getting out. Dragon was very impressed by her own work. "The meat will stay fresh this way," she said with a smile. "Where did they come from? They're so powerful. Their cultivation's too bizarre, and not to mention the unpredictability of their treasures. How can a guillotine, a calligraphy brush, a shovel, and a ladle be so terrifyingly powerful? It's not logical at all. The seventh dimension must possess a huge secret. A demon emperor, please, save us." Chapter 676, The Seventh Dimension That All Demons Feared. "They're so powerful," cried the Heavenly Palace people with awe. All this while, they had been watching the battle from the sidelines. The intruders had more skilled fighters than they did, but with Chinmanyun and the rest of her group joining the battle, it did not matter how many skilled fighters the demons had, for they would still be no match for them. Although Chinmanyun and the gang were all Heavenly Realm fighters, it was obvious they had pushed through the usual limit of the Heavenly Realm and had entered a state where any opposing ordinary Heavenly Realm fighter could never win in a fight against them. One of Chinmanyun was equal to hundreds of them, and not to mention the unpredictability of their attacks using the treasures given to them by the expert. "Is it me, or are they holding back a little? They seem to be more concerned about trapping the demons than killing them," said Juling Shen. "What demons? Those are all game meat. The reason they're holding back is to preserve the freshness of the meat," said Xiao Chengfeng with a smile. "The expert must have requested for them to replenish their meat stock. We should be ashamed of ourselves. How could we let the expert's meat stock go empty? When was the last time we went on a hunt? Let's make it up to him now. Look, that cow looks good. We can make it into a steak. We should definitely bring back the three-headed canine since it's rare for us to eat dog meat on account of Lord Dog being there. We can make it into a dog meat hot pot. Oh no, even thinking about it makes me drool." By then, the centipede demon had been put into a coma by Nanan's shovel attacks. She threw it over her shoulder and said, "We can soak this centipede in some liquor to make centipede wine. Did you know that drinking centipede wine's really good for the body? I'm sure Brother Li will like it. I don't think anyone would like to eat this rat demon. It doesn't seem to have much meat anyway. Oh well, let's just eliminate it." The battleground had become a supermarket. The sound of Nanan and the others evaluating the intruders for their meat caused the demons' faces to turn black with rage. How dare they? Suddenly, a powerful energy surged from the portal and caused it to expand as endless spiritual chi and laws of the universe raged on. All kinds of laws of the universe gathered in the middle of the portal before transforming into a bridge made of rainbows, laying in wait for the arrival of a Bigshot. The energy was so forceful that they could even catch a glimpse of wisdom being manifested into something tangible. "He's coming. He's coming. Our demon emperor's coming. I bet you won't be so cocky now. Our demon emperor will show you the real meaning of terror. Ha ha ha, did you really think you could bully us? You're all dead, I tell you. Quick, let us welcome the demon emperor with the respect he deserves. His boundless mana will surely suppress the seventh dimension." All the demons became excited at the prospect of their savior coming to save them. So sure was their belief in the demon emperor's power that they had even become cocky. Cultivator Junjun and the rest of the people from the Heavenly Palace's faces changed drastically. "Oh no! Here comes a wisdom elite. What should we do? We can't win against a wisdom elite." It was at that moment, they saw a muscular body stepping out of the portal and onto the rainbow bridge. His majestic aura caused the portal to distort as if it was unable to bear the pressure. "You should all kneel and await your death if this is all the combat power the seventh dimension has to offer," said the demon wisdom elite as his figure became clearer. Before them stood a middle-aged man with a high nose bridge and a pair of golden elk antlers on his head. The glow of the golden antlers was so dazzling that one could not look straight at it. He scanned his sharp eyes across the crowd and laughed coldly. "Hunting for game meat? I can say the same for you. Men, we'll be having a feast today. Long live the demon emperor. Should I roast them or boil them? Oh, I know, I can even steam them. Deep fry. We should deep fry them." The demons were laughing and staring at the Heavenly Palace people ferociously as they were saying that. They had truly become cocky with the arrival of their demon emperor. "Hey there, gorgeous, my original form is a rainbow deer and I have the noblest of bloodlines running through me. You shall never want for anything if you agree to be my empress," said the demon emperor to Little Fox. Then, he turned to his subordinates and said in a laughing voice, "Men, bow down to your new empress." "Greetings, empress," chorused the demons at the same time. "Pa, cried Little Fox, who was red in the face. "Why don't you take a good look in the mirror first, you disgusting old man?" "There's no need to be shy, my empress. Men, bring her back," said the Demon Emperor. "Who will reach the peak at the end of wisdom? Behold, it's Blackie with his immeasurable wisdom." A voice echoed through the sky, sounding near yet far at the same time. It did not contain any detectable terrifying aura, and yet, it made the demons quake in their boots. "Show yourself," said the Demon Emperor with a slight tremor in his voice. He squinted his eyes and scanned the sky for the culprit. The words were imbued with the sound of wisdom and were surely a force to be reckoned with, making it impossible for any ordinary person to say it. Could there really be so many hidden talents in the seventh dimension? "It's Lord Dog. Lord Dog has come to help us. We'll win for sure now that he's here." The Heavenly Palace people were jumping for joy. Singya, especially, could not disguise the awe in his eyes, for Blackie's entrance was the entrance of his dream. The lines were uttered just when everyone was thrown into the deepest depths of danger, which had the effect of strengthening the group's courage, while Blackie himself effortlessly fought off all enemies. How could anyone not be awestruck by this? Therefore, it was such a shame he was beaten to the punch by Blackie. And wait a minute, did Blackie just use the lines the expert specially came up for him? Everyone turned their eyes in the direction of the speaker at the same time and saw a figure making his way towards them as if on a catwalk. The figure was a completely bald mutt dressed in patched-up short leather pants. The expression in the figure's eyes was as clear as a spring pond, as deep as the ocean, and as cold as Arctic ice. Did little Bambi just hit on Little Fox? "How cute," said Blackie with a mocking grin on his face. Little Fox breathed out a sigh of relief and said, "Lord Dog, I'm so glad you came. This old geezer's pure evil. We should turn him into a hunting trophy." "I had no choice but to come here, for the master was this close to turning me into dog meat," said Blackie with a roll of his eyes. "Don't you worry. I'll make sure to use every part of the steer, his antlers, his blood, his whip, his tail, all of them are good stuff for nourishing the body." "Do my eyes deceive me? I can't believe I'm looking at a wisdom elite dog demon, but what happened to your fur? Can you even fight like this?" asked the Demon Emperor. "I can beat you with my pants alone," said Blackie calmly. He stood where he was while a powerful aura rushed toward the Demon Emperor and pressed down on him. Mosaic light. A bright light exploded from Blackie's pants and a wave of mosaic as deep as the ocean shot toward the Demon Emperor. Initially, the Demon Emperor thought there was nothing to the attack, but then discovered that he had been blinded by the effect. There was nothing he could do about it. "Huh? What's this? What's going on? My power and wisdom has been suppressed. Impossible." Surrounded by the mosaic light, the Demon Emperor felt as if he had lost everything, and this drove him mad. He began to attack his surroundings maniacally with all that he had. In the meantime, Blackie had taken Nanan's shovel out of her hand and crept silently behind the Demon Emperor. He raised the shovel and forcefully slammed it down on the Demon Emperor's skull. The Demon Emperor's body went slack and collapsed to the ground. It could be said that this was the shortest fight in all of the universe, and the unpredictability of it all shocked everyone. Did the dog just take out our Demon Emperor with a single attack? The Demon Emperor fainted and is being held captive. This dog's too terrifying. Everyone, run. Someone, please, wake me up from this horrible dream. To say that all the demons were in a state of shock was an understatement of the year, for it was closer to say that they had their worldviews turned upside down. They quickly tried to escape with their lives. Cultivator Junjun's eyes began to glint with excitement as he shouted to his group, "Hurry! Don't let them get away." The corners of Blackie's lips began to turn up at the sight of so much game meat. "Catch as many of them as you can. We have to make sure that the master has enough meat to last forever." He was hoping that by making sure Li Nianfan had enough meat, his master would give up the idea of eating him. Soon, all the demons were held captive. However, Yang Jing did not stop there and led a group of heavenly soldiers and heavenly guards into the portal to the fourth dimension. There was still a group of demons who did not cross over because their cultivation was not high enough. Yang Jing had no choice but to kill them all in order for the portal to remain a secret. "This sure is a big haul, and looking at the quality, the fourth dimension mustn't be such a bad place after all," said Ching Manyun with a satisfied smile. "Let's go back now. We shouldn't let Brother Li wait," said Nanan. With that, they started to make their way back to the four-part architecture, eager to present the big bundle of game meat to Li Nianfan. "Yang Jing, what's the fourth dimension like?" asked Cultivator Junjun. "There are cliff walls everywhere with no grass in sight. It was a very desolate place. I asked a lowly demon for the name of the place and he said it's called the Tiandong Mountain. The spiritual chi's really lacking there, which makes it hard for the laws of the universe to manifest. That place is one of the many desolate places in the fourth dimension. Cultivator Junjun nodded his head. This is good news for us since it means that news of the portal won't spread in the fourth dimension. Goddess Nuwa pondered about something for a while and said, I'm curious as to why they would call our dimension a new dimension and why they're so hell-bent on coming to the seventh dimension? I might be able to answer that, said Singya as he took a step forward. As I've mentioned, every dimension has a limit to their spiritual chi. Going by that vein, let's say that the fourth dimension has given birth to many wisdom elites while our seventh dimension hasn't given birth to even one wisdom elite. Which of these two dimensions would you choose to be in? Even a fool could answer that question. It was obvious that the seventh dimension could offer more opportunities to those who wanted to cultivate themselves, not to mention the lack of strong fighters made them an easy target for pillaging. That means the fourth dimension has a lot more wisdom elites than the one we saw in battle, said Cultivator Junjun with a frown. Not to mention, there's the mystery of who opened the portal before this and what happened after that, added Yang Jing. We must guard this entrance properly and go to the fourth dimension to look for answers, said Cultivator Junjun. Meanwhile, Qin Manyun and others had arrived back at the four-part architecture with the game meat in their hands. Brotherly, we're back, shouted Nanan and Dragon excitedly. Come and check out our big haul. You won't believe just how much game meat we've brought back. Oh, really? Asked Li Nianfan with curiosity as he walked out of his room. Brotherly, where's my sister? Asked Little Fox. She and Fire Phoenix are resting in their rooms. They're still tired from their morning exercises, replied Li Nianfan. Then, he walked up to them and gasped when he saw the mountain of game meat. This is a little too much. When will we ever finish it? It's true, it's gonna take us a long time to finish all the meat, but look. Some of them are still alive. We can keep them in a cage until we're ready to eat them. Don't worry about them creating a ruckus, for I've already sealed them up, said Dragon. Ha, that's a genius idea, Dragon. I knew I could count on you, said Li Nianfan happily. He then swept his eyes over the game meat, which just increased his shock even more. No way. Is this a three-headed canine? This is my first time seeing this rare beast. Nine-head python? Could it be a hydra? I can't believe I'm seeing a live one before me. Wow, that centipede's huge. It's making me break out with goosebumps, but I bet it'll taste great once soaked in liquor. This deer's so cool. He must be one of a kind with his golden antlers. We should use up every part of its body to nourish ourselves. Did we do good, Brother Li? Asked Nanan while looking at him with a please, praise me expression on her face. Yes, better than good. This is a really good haul. I'm especially impressed by all the new types of meat. Our feast will surely be a success with all this meat, said Li Nianfan with a smile. Then came the question of which meat to use for the feast first. In the end, he chose the rainbow deer. As for the three-headed canine and nine-headed python, he would leave them for later. It was general knowledge that every part of the deer could be used to strengthen their bodies. Its blood could be used to make deer blood wine, which had the benefits of curing anemia, strengthening one's chi, and stabilizing one's overall health. He could not wait to find out the difference in taste between the dragon blood wine and deer blood wine. Apart from that, he could steam the antlers, deep-fry the tail, and braise the meat. Each of the dishes was a delicacy of its own right. He did not doubt that they would come away with a healthier body after this meal. Let's bring the deer in first. The rest of them could be kept outside here until we're ready to slaughter them, said Li Nianfan. He paused for a while before continuing, by the way, bring in the dead game meat, too. We shouldn't waste them. I'll make them into delicious cured meat. Chapter 677, Body Strengthening Venison, A Bizarre Sensing. Li Nianfan touched the golden antlers and with a smile said, these are incredibly high-grade antlers. We're so lucky to get this. Thinking about it, although he had eaten many kinds of game meat since his transmigration here, he had not eaten much venison meat. Therefore, he could not wait to use up every part of the deer. In his previous life, a deer's existence was akin to a divine beast for its pure ability to extend one's lifespan and clear the body's meridian points. Not to mention, its diet was made up of beneficial plants and thus, making its meat and antlers highly sought after for traditional Chinese medicine. Brother Li, how are we going to cook the venison? Asked Nanan, who was helping him carry the deer into the yard. She could not stop drooling at the thought of the feast. The others, too, could not wait for the feast to begin. The deer was another wisdom elite and would surely provide them with another opportunity to advance in their cultivation after they consumed it. There are many dishes we can make with this venison meat. We can even have an all-venison feast. Venison meat's known for its tenderness, good taste, and lean meat. It's not only nutritious but easily digestible by our bodies. It's truly one-of-a-kind meat, said Li Nianfan. In fact, the strongest effect of venison meat was to invigorate the spleen and qi, warm the kidneys, and invigorate yang. It could be said to be the most potent of all yang food. Not only that, it could invigorate 5 internal organs, moisturize the blood vessels, promote good body fluid, and protect against yang deficiency. It was especially good for newlyweds, elderly people with deficiency in their kidneys, and those who were prone to coldness in their extremities. Of course, Li Nianfan would never admit that he had chosen to eat venison for these reasons, simply because he did not need it. At this moment, the rainbow deer was slowly waking up and making cute sounds as if it was scolding them. "Oh! It's awake," said Li Nianfan, flashing a friendly smile at the rainbow deer. "Please, stop struggling and just enjoy the last moment of your life. I hope you can maintain a happy feeling in your heart so the dish can turn out better that way." "Who's this guy? Is he going to turn me into a dish? Maintain a happy feeling? He must be joking," thought the rainbow deer as it stared at Li Nianfan with a lost expression on its face. Li Nianfan's words did not calm it at all and made it struggle harder instead. "I remember now. I was put into a coma by that stupid bald dog. Ah! I won't let this guy make me, a wisdom elite demon emperor, into a dish. He must be out of his mind if he expects me to not struggle. Don't be so cruel." It thought it was speaking the words out loud, but all the others could hear was the grunts of a deer. Thus, he was carried into the 4-part architecture. As soon as it was brought inside, it could feel the aura of wisdom swirling around every inch of the yard, causing it to shudder involuntarily. Not only that, its eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What a thick aura of wisdom! It's so thick that it seems as if it had become a tangible existence playing in the yard. What's this place? Are all places in the 7th dimension like this? It wondered before its mind went blank. The people here are the people who attacked me. Even that bald dog's here. Is this where they got their shovels and brush? Wait a minute, is that pond made up of chaos spiritual water? And what's that black sword in the corner? My, the murderous intent sure is strong in that sword. I don't think I'll survive an attack from it. How is it possible for so many chaos divine firefinches to be here? Holy SHT, are those eggs coming out of their buttholes? I must be hallucinating. No way a place like this exists in the universe. The rainbow deer was beginning to doubt whether it was still alive. It quickly picked up an important point as it rested its gaze on Li Nianfan. Although this person in front of it looked as ordinary as anyone could get, the others seemed to revolve their will around him. There was only one explanation for this: his level of cultivation was the highest amongst them all. He must be monstrously powerful, thought the rainbow deer after combining everything it had seen since being brought inside the yard. It was in such a state of shock that it felt its heart nearly explode. What had it done to offend a person such as Li Nianfan? If it had known it was going to end up like this, it would not have come to the 7th dimension. It wished it could travel back in time to tell its past self not to come here no matter what. It cried out in despair as the tears flowed out of its eyes. Li Nianfan, who was sharpening the kitchen knife, turned around and smiled at him. There, little dear. I'll make sure the knife's sharp enough so you won't feel any pain." At this, the rainbow deer could only curl up in a trembling ball of fur as despair wormed its way into its heart. It took a peek at the hot pot bubbling not far away. They had even brought out some soy sauce, cooking wine, spring onion, ginger, garlic, and other seasonings. Is that where I'm going to end up later? Are those side dishes made from spiritual roots? Again, what kind of place is this? Well, I guess I can always comfort myself with the thought that they deem me worthy enough to be taken with spiritual roots. At the last moment of its life, it could not control its thoughts anymore. Li Nianfan passed the sharpened knife to Xiao Bei and said, "The knife's sharp enough now. Go let out the deer's blood and make sure you don't spill any of it." The only reason he did not do it himself was that he could not bear to take any creature's life. "As you wish, my beloved master." Xiao Bei took the knife and walked over to where the rainbow deer was. The rainbow deer attempted the last struggle as it looked at Xiao Bei with those big sad deer eyes, hoping against all hope that it would not slaughter it. Those eyes might have worked on Li Nianfan but not on Xiao Bei, for it was dead inside. Xiao Bei raised the knife and slit the rainbow deer's throat with a practiced move. The rainbow deer's blood gushed out instantly into a wooden bucket that Xiao Bei had prepared beforehand. Xiao Bei's hands did not stop there. It continued to butcher the deer into many pieces until all that was left to do was to rinse the chopped pieces in water before cooking. "I'll cook 4 types of dishes for you all this time: braised venison, steamed velvet antlers, deep-fried tail, and stewed ginseng venison soup," said Li Nianfan as he prepared the dishes. "Actually, there's a lot of things we shouldn't take with venison, such as abalone and pheasant. If taken together, it would produce a bad chemical reaction in our bodies which won't be good for our well-being." His movements were extremely natural, and every step was like the moving clouds and flowing of water. It was very pleasing to the eye. The often extremely complicated cooking process was made to seem effortless when he was the one doing it. With the help of Xiao Bei, he cooked the 4 dishes all at the same time using the mise en place method, which made his work easier. Now, they only needed to wait for the dishes to be fully cooked. The soup began to bubble as if wanting to remind everyone that they would soon be digging into a feast. The aroma of delicious food drifted into their nostrils, causing them to drool involuntarily. It made them more excited for the feast. Li Nianfan watched speechlessly as a long trickle of drool dripped down from Little Fox's chin to the ground. "Little Fox, go tell your sister that it's time for the feast." It was such a shame that a beautiful lady like Little Fox did not care about her own image at all. "Okay." Little Fox reluctantly pulled her eyes away from the hot pot. "Don't start eating without me," she said before turning to leave. Then, with a speed as fast as light, she went to get Daji and Fire Phoenix from their rooms. When everyone was seated, Li Nianfan finally said, "Dig in, everyone." "Yay! Thank you for the food," said Nanan and the others with their chopstick already in their hands. Nanan picked up a big piece of braised venison and shoved it into her mouth, which immediately made her cheeks bulge. Thick shiny oil rolled down her chin. She experienced foodie fireworks as soon as the venison was inside her mouth, and the taste became better the more she chewed, making her close her eyes in enjoyment. Moreover, she could feel the warmth seeping through every pore of her body as the venison worked its magic. Her mana began to spin crazily with the speed of growth, while her mind rang with the resounding sound of wisdom. Although the Wisdom Elite venison lacked the punch of the Wisdom Elite fish, its effect was nonetheless still very powerful. Nanan's aura began to increase step by step until she had reached the peak of the heavenly realm, only a tiny step away from being a Wisdom Elite. Hee, dibs on the tail. Dragon was the first to pick up a piece of the tail, which she proceeded to quickly shove into her mouth. A crisp crunching sound could be heard with every bite she took. The deep-fried tail was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, making it incredibly satisfying to eat. "Yummy," cried Dragon more than a few times as she chewed and chewed. As for Little Fox, she had her eyes on the golden velvet antlers. The antlers had softened after the steaming process and were emitting a slight medicinal fragrance. Her face instantly turned red after a single bite. First, it was because it was very delicious, and second, because she could feel her body being expanded by a powerful energy. She did not even have time to ponder what was happening before energy like a tsunami broke through her bottleneck and pushed her into the heavenly realm. Both Daji and Fire Phoenix had advanced in their cultivation, too, although it was not obvious to an outsider, for they were already Wisdom Elites. Even a little improvement in their cultivation was terrifying enough. "Don't forget about me, too, Master," said Blackie. He rushed out from where he was and made circles around Li Nianfan. Li Nianfan bent down and patted him adoringly on the head. "Don't worry. I've kept some for you. By the way, give some of the stewed ginseng venison soup to the chickens as a reward for providing us with many eggs." The chickens became excited when they heard that and started to flap their shiny wings wildly while clucking at the sky. While Li Nianfan was watching everyone enjoying the feast, the Heavenly Palace people had already entered the 4th dimension to conduct an investigation. They did the investigation in pairs and kept their auras under wraps for fear of being detected by the beings in the 4th dimension. Goddess Nuwa and the Empress, who were both on a merit cloud, were making their way to Tiandong Mountain. The area they were in was bigger than they expected. Behind Tiandong Mountain was a dense forest, and the wild beasts and demons there seemed to have been frightened by something as they were maniacally running around. "They must have been frightened by the battle we had with the rainbow deer and are now running for their lives," said Goddess Nuwa, not taking the scene before her to heart. "The 4th dimension looks a bit similar to our dimension." The Empress nodded her head and furrowed her brows. "I find it a little more suffocating though." "It must be because we're still in a desolate area where the spiritual chi's the thinnest," said Goddess Nuwa. They continued forward, and just as Goddess Nuwa had guessed, Tiandong Mountain was a completely desolate and barren place with little to no spiritual chi. Most of the people living there were mortals. Suddenly, Goddess Nuwa's expression changed as she looked toward a particular direction with confused eyes. "What's wrong, Goddess Nuwa?" asked the Empress. "I sense something calling me there," said Goddess Nuwa in a confused voice. She knew she could trust her intuition, for she had reached a level of cultivation where her intuition was always correct. However, she found it hard to believe that she would have anything to do with the fourth dimension. It could not be a treasure, for how could a barren land like this give birth to one? "Let's go check it out," said the Empress in all seriousness. Meanwhile, in a village somewhere, a group of people was fighting off a tide of demons with arrows and other weapons. There were heavy casualties on both sides as blood sprayed into the air and the corpses blanketed the ground. "Kill! Kill all these animals! We mustn't let them set one foot into the village no matter what. Damn it! Something must have happened for them to go berserk like this. There's no end to them." None of the demons nor the humans were of high-level cultivation, making those at the foundation stage the strongest. Most of the beings there were made up of wild beasts and mortals. Among them was an elderly man, coldly slaughtering as many opponents as he could with the sword in his hand. The elderly man was so old that his hair had become pure white, his face was full of wrinkles, and it seemed as if he could be blown over by the slightest breeze anytime. However, his eyes were cold and stern as he held his sword tightly, and every time he swung the sword with his seemingly weak hand, a demon head would inevitably roll off as he complied with the laws of the universe. Among the humans, he was the one who had the most demon corpses lying around his feet. Chapter 678, The Laments of Tung Tong. Although the elderly man looked to be in his twilight years, the sword in his hand still shone with its previous glory. However, there was still a limit to what he could do now, and one could see his hands starting to tremble as he raised his sword once again to slay a wolf demon. The expression in his eyes was not one of panic but lament. "Is this the end of the road for me? Well, I guess it's better to die while fighting. It's just that. I'll never be able to go home now," thought the elderly man. He turned up his face to look at the sky and found his vision being blurred by the tears in his eyes. "Grandfather Tung Tong, Grandfather Tung Tong," chorused a wave of young voices, each filled with panic behind him. There were slightly older kids who had taken up arms, too. They looked at his figure from behind and their eyes, too, started to get red. "Grandfather Tung Tong." The others joined in the chorus, adding their worry to the voices. Their tears were crashing down like a waterfall. Grandfather Tung Tong was the most elderly person in the village and also the most prestigious. Everyone there had benefited from his guidance at least one point in their lives. He had been living here ever since someone carried his unconscious body back many years ago. No one knew about his past, but soon, they gradually discovered that this elderly man was not an ordinary elderly man at all. He started to teach the youth in the village cultivation, and thus, it could be said that everyone in the village was his follower. As time passed, the villagers from the older generation started to pass away one after another. That was, except for Grandfather Tung Tong. Even though he seemed to have reached the end of his lifespan, he continued to go on strongly. Everyone started to guess that he may possess extraordinary powers, except he could not use them because of the heavy injuries he had sustained. There was some basis to their theory, since every time Grandfather Tung Tong got drunk, he would start to swing his sword around in a dance under the moonlight and shout to the sky about how glorious his past used to be. Apparently, he stood at the peak of the universe with his power, and one swing of his sword could take out a saint. He also mentioned he had countless worshippers. So, was this really the end of the road for him? Kill. Kill. Even in our death, we need to make them pay. The villagers were raging with a thick murderous intent, even though they knew their battle power to be weak and they were about to be backed into a corner. However, dying in a battle was definitely better than waiting for death without doing anything. Woo. The sound of the wolf's cry was accompanied by the entrance of a wolf with fur so red that it looked to be burning with fire. The wolf demon, who was in the foundation stage, stared coldly at Grandfather Tung Tong as his aura swirled around him. The wolf demon seemed as if it wanted to send Grandfather Tung Tong on his road. It opened its jaws slightly and a giant fireball shot out at Grandfather Tung Tong. Magical power? It's a good way to die, too. A smile broke out of Grandfather Tung Tong's face as he once again looked up at the sky in the distance with his tear-filled eyes. Wait a minute, who are those two people there? They seem kind of familiar. Am I hallucinating? He was about to close his eyes when he saw one of the figures raise her hand and point one finger in the direction of the village. Instantly, it seemed as if time had stopped. An irresistible bizarre aura blanketed the whole area. The feeling was something akin to a god descending from heaven. The stuff of fiction, but it was exactly what happened this time. The tide of fierce beasts turned to wasted dust and disappeared from the face of the world like snow being melted away by the summer sun. The din of the battle was no more. It was a good while before the villagers came back around, and when they did, they fell to the ground in worship. It's a miracle. A miracle has occurred. Thank you, Lord Gods. Thank you for saving our lives. Grandfather Tung Tong, however, stood where he was without moving, as if a paralyzing spell had been used on him. He looked at the two figures in the sky and his mind went blank. He did not know whether to laugh or cry, and so, he did both with his trembling lips. His sword fell to the ground with a loud clang. He was actually at a loss about what to do. The two people who had come were, of course, none other than Goddess Nu and the Empress. They, too, were looking at him with complicated looks in their eyes, for they would not have believed him to be the man they used to know if it was not for the familiar aura he was exuding. Yes, that was how much his appearance had changed. It was a good thing they came in time. "Do you have anything to say to us?" asked Goddess Nua with a smile. Grandfather Tung Tong quivered and he immediately lowered his head. "I'm sorry for not kneeling immediately and deserve to be punished for offending your excellency." He did not dare to reveal that he had recognized them, for he feared that this might just be a coincidence or a trap laid by someone. He would rather die than offend an existence of the seventh dimension. "Tong Tian, it's really me, Nua. You don't have to be so cautious around me. We've come to bring you home. Make your round of farewells and come with us," said Goddess Nua. Then, she left with the Empress to go wait for him in a forest not far away. The villagers were still kneeling on the ground in worship and calling out to them. Tong Tian looked at them and smiled proudly. "Ha ha ha, they've finally come to get me. Now, do you all believe me when I say I can communicate with the gods?" "You're so awesome, Grandfather Tung Tong. Please, accept my reverent worship." The villagers bowed a few times from both fear and reverence. Tong Tian looked at them and exhaled deeply. "I must go now. Maybe we'll see each other again." "We reverently bid you farewell, immortal," said the villagers. "Bye-bye, Grandfather Tung Tong," cried the kids with reluctance in their voices. Tong Tian entered the forest and there were complications in his eyes when he saw Goddess Nu and the Empress. "Are the two of you really?" He was still unsure if they were truly Goddess Nu and the Empress. "Is it that hard to believe that we've crossed the dimension to come here?" asked Goddess Nu with a mischievous smile. Both she and the Empress suddenly felt a roller coaster of emotions while looking at him. Back in the days, the two of them, Goddess Nu and Tong Tian, were both one of the few prehistoric saints. Tong Tian, especially, had created a whole new religion and was able to kill any other saint with a swing of his sword, thus making him the strongest fighter in the whole prehistoric era. They had never expected to bump into him here after he had left the prehistoric era 10,000 years ago. "Of course, it's hard to believe. Why are you here? You shouldn't be here," said Tong Tian with a frown. His tone was filled with worry and panic. "This dimension isn't some playground. The two of you should go back immediately and not expose your identities." "Something must have happened to the great founder Tong Tian for him to turn into a coward," said Goddess Nua. "I was young and stupid then. I didn't know just how big the universe was. That Tong Tian of the yonder years is dead. I'm but an elderly man called Tung Tong now." His tone was one of loneliness and regret. "Don't worry, I'm sure we can find a way to restore you to your previous glory," said the Empress. "There's no need for that. I doubt anything can do that since my body has become crippled, my Tao vessels damaged, and my primordial spirit broken." Tong Tian shook his head bitterly as he was saying that. He had come to accept his lot in this life. Then, he snapped himself out of his reverie and said, "That's not the main issue right now. It's dangerous here. I hope you didn't create too much of a commotion on your way here. This area belongs to a very powerful demon emperor whose original form used to be a rainbow deer. He possesses the power to turn heaven and earth upside. It'd be the end of the seventh dimension as we know it if he finds out you two are here." The more he said, the more his blood ran cold. Demon Emperor? Rainbow deer? All these sounded very familiar. Goddess Nu and the Empress exchanged a glance and immediately broke out in smiles. "How can you still smile at a time like this?" asked a dumbfounded Tong Tian. "If I guess correctly, Tung Tong, the rainbow deer you've mentioned, has probably been turned into a meal by now." "Huh? Into a meal? What's she talking about?" Tong Tian thought he had heard wrongly. "Founder Tong Tian, the rainbow deer was already slain before we came to this dimension," explained the Empress. "Ha! Impossible. You must have mistaken another demon for the demon emperor." Tong Tian kept shaking his head in disbelief as he was saying that. It's not that I want to bring you down, but remember when we thought we were the most badass saints in all of the prehistoric era? Well, I found out that there are infinitely more beings stronger than the three of us combined. Above the saint level, there's Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal, and above that, there's Heavenly Realm, and above that, there's Wisdom Elite. So, how could the Demon Emperor, who is at the Wisdom Elite level, be slain by the people in the 7th dimension? Now that his cultivation had been lost, he could not sense what level Goddess Nuwa and the Empress were. However, he could guess that Goddess Nuwa was most probably still stuck at the saint level or at most, a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. That was only if she had come across a huge opportunity. As for the Empress, well, she might not even be a saint. The difference of power between them and the Demon Emperor was like heaven and earth. A weird expression suddenly flashed across Goddess Nuwa and the Empress's face. "Tung Tong, we know all that, but guess what cultivation level I'm at right now?" asked Goddess Nuwa. "Judging by the way you're asking, you're probably a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal now. It must have been quite a perilous journey for you," said Tong Tian with a smile. "How about me?" asked the Empress. "You? A saint, perhaps?" said Tong Tian. Goddess Nuwa shook her head and smiled. "You've guessed wrongly on both counts. I think you should mentally prepare yourself for what I'm about to tell you." Tong Tian was dumbfounded. "Don't tell me you're a Heavenly Realm cultivator now?" Goddess Nuwa smiled and nodded. "Yes, that's exactly where my cultivation level is at. I got lucky though." Tong Tian let out a sharp gasp and the corners of his lips began to twitch. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and nearly fell to the ground. "Heavenly Realm? Is she really at that level now? I've been suffering here all this while and she's already at the Heavenly Realm level? Our powers are at the extreme opposite of each other," thought Tong Tian. Then he looked at the Empress and asked, "And you, too?" "I'm only at the Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal level but will soon advance to the Heavenly Realm level," said the Empress. "Soon?" He took a few involuntary steps back and felt suffocated. His brain was about to explode as his world was turned upside down. What kind of situation is this? What did they do? How did they get so powerful? How was it possible for them to advance so much in a mere 10,000 years? He was suddenly ashamed of himself and felt like he did not deserve to be alive at all. By the way, Hongjin, the Jade Emperor, and Yang Jing are all at the Heavenly Realm level. Juling Shen will soon be at our level, too. Most of the people from the prehistoric era have made vast advancements in their cultivation levels, said Goddess Nuwa. Tong Tian could not take it anymore. His brain went haywire and he wished he could wake up from this horrible nightmare. How could this be? Even Yang Jing's at the Heavenly Realm level? And Juling Shen, nothing but a pawn, will soon be at that level? She must be pulling my leg. It's not as if she's talking about the Foundation stage. She's talking about the Heavenly Realm stage, for crying out loud. Doesn't she know it's impossibly hard to advance at that level? Tong Tian tried to digest all the new information and finally said, "I get it now. The two of you must be joking. Ha ha ha. No way can this kind of thing happen. Ha ha ha." However, when he looked at their faces, he knew they were not joking. He gulped and in a shocked voice, he asked, "Tell me exactly what happened. How did you do it?" "Nothing, really. Only that we were lucky enough to become friends with the expert. Somehow or rather, before we knew it, we reached the level we're at just by following him around." "Somehow or rather? Before you knew it? Is she even speaking English?" Tong Tian suddenly felt a piercing pain in his heart. He had been trying to find opportunities in the chaos for 10,000 years. Each time, he became worse after coming across danger. Then, things became even worse for him when he was brought to the 4th dimension by chance. Through all that, he finally reached the level of Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal, but the good days did not last long for he was heavily injured by an opponent and barely escaped with his life. "Do you know what I've been through all these years?" He suddenly felt like crying. However, something they said had caught his attention. "What expert?" he asked quizzically. Both Goddess Nuwa and the Empress's expression turned reverent as they said, "An existence who's at the peak of the universe, deserving to be worshipped by all beings. The demon emperor you so feared was subdued by a pet dog of his and was turned into game meat for the expert. I can't think of a more honorable death than that for a demon." Then, they begin to regale him with all the stories about the expert. Listening to all those stories, Tong Tian's jaw dropped lower and lower until it reached the ground. Treating chaos spiritual water as everyday drinking water, spiritual roots as everyday fruit, dishes imbued with essences of wisdom elites, upgrading the prehistoric era to the area of the gods. The most shocking thing for him was he could not believe that in the expert's eyes, wisdom elites were nothing but game meat. That's illogical cruelty at its peak. Where's the law in that? Is he not afraid of karma? It was a good while before he came back around. He looked at Goddess Nu and the Empress with complicated eyes. I got the gist of it. Just as you said, the two of you really didn't do anything. It was mostly the expert's doing. The Empress and Goddess Nu nodded, both feeling slightly embarrassed. They did do some things, but compared to what the expert had done for them, the things they did were mere insignificance. Tong Tian, who did not back down even in the face of death, started sobbing huge tears at the unfairness of it all. Heaven's been unfair to me. I should have just stayed in the prehistoric era and followed the expert. Chapter 679, A Gift from the Expert. When you've reached rock bottom, the only way is up. Goddess Nu, the Empress, and Tong Tian were on their way to the portal. All along the journey, Tong Tian tried, albeit unsuccessfully, to calm the emotional roller coaster that was raging through him. I can die without regrets once I'm back in my hometown. I wonder what the seventh dimension's like right now and how different the prehistoric era is now that it has become the area of the gods. He did not dare to think about healing his injuries, for he clearly knew that was impossible. Even if the expert could heal him, why would he do so when Tong Tian was a stranger to him? He was not the Tong Tian of before, one who was afraid of dying. The three of them did not talk much along the way, for Goddess Nu and the Empress could feel Tong Tian was not in a mood for conversation. Soon, the three of them arrived at the portal. "Greetings, Empress and Goddess Nu," said Yang Jing. His pupils shrank rapidly when he saw Tong Tian. You're. He thought he was hallucinating as he stared intently at Tong Tian. Back in the days of the prehistoric era, the mighty saints had brought about countless catastrophes. There was the catastrophe of the dragon and phoenix, the catastrophe of the investiture of the gods, the catastrophe of a journey to the west. The investiture of the gods was especially harrowing, for it was a time when all the saints and their followers fought amongst themselves. The elderly man before him was the one who suffered the most during that time. Founder Tong Tian was not only banned by Hongjin but had his religion destroyed as well, which instantly plummeted him into the bottommost rung of the ladder status. Yang Jing himself remembered the times when he fought against Tong Tian's followers. The catastrophe only ended when everyone decided to stop fighting amongst themselves after much reflection. Now, all those grudges and hatred they held against each other faded into a dreamlike state as if it never happened. He's founder Tong Tian, thought Yang Jian as he looked at Goddess Nu and the Empress for confirmation, which they gave with a nod of their heads. He then turned back to look at Tong Tian with a complicated look in his eyes. Tong Tian, too, was looking at him with a similar look, for he could not believe that Yang Jing, whose existence was like an ant to him, had progressed so much in his cultivation that his level had far surpassed his own. Such was the lot of his life. They stared at each other for a while without saying anything. Finally, Yang Jing was the first to speak. "Hello, little Tong, it's been a while. How did you end up like this? You don't seem to be doing too well." "Did he just call me little Tong?" Tong Tian felt his pride crashing down. "I came from the same generation as you and Shi Tianzun, and you, being a grand follower of his, dares to call me little Tong? You should be treating me with the respect deserving of a grand uncle of your master. You beastard. Is this how you address your master's brother? Where are your manners?" scolded Cultivator Junjun with a red face. By then, the Jade Emperor, Cultivator Junjun, and Juling Shen had arrived as well, and they all became shocked when they saw Tong Tian. "Little Tong. Is that you?" Tong Tian nearly vomited blood. He hated himself for being so weak. He pointed at the group with a trembling finger, trying to get the words out of his mouth. "What have you all got to be so proud about? You all just got lucky. Do you know what I've been through all the years I was away from the prehistoric era? All those experiences made me who I am now, and that's something all of you would never understand. Are you seriously comparing your experiences with ours? Have you ever drank chaos spiritual water? Have you ever eaten spiritual roots? Have you ever eaten the flesh of a wisdom elite? Have you ever eaten the dishes made by the expert? Have you ever fought against a wisdom elite?" The questions pelted Tong Tian incessantly. He felt a stab in his heart with every new question. He wiped away his tears, and in a voice that was meant to sound strong but inevitably failed, he said, "You only got to where you are by undeserving means, whereas I've earned everything with my own two hands." He was so incensed that he would rather die by the hands of a demon than suffer through the humiliation he was being subjected to. "Have you looked at yourself in the mirror? You're one step away from being put into a coffin," said Yang Jing while shaking his head. Then, His face turned serious while he said, "Jokes aside, let's quickly go back to the heavenly palace and find a cure for you." Tong Tian first nodded his head before shaking his head. "I'll go back to the heavenly palace, but I don't want to be treated. I'm fine leaving my injuries as they are." "Are you afraid that there won't be a cure?" "Don't worry, I'm sure we'll find a way." The group could not help but sigh when they saw how much his appearance had changed. Without saying anything further, they all quickly left for the area of the gods. "Is this the area of the gods?" asked Tong Tian as he looked down at the familiar and yet unfamiliar area around him with years in his eyes. "It looks awesome. The prehistoric era sure is lucky to have the blessing of the expert. There's no need to fear the fourth dimension now that all of you have advanced so much in your cultivation." Then, the happiness in his voice turned to sadness. "It's such a pity that I won't be able to join your future battles." His previous acceptance of death was shaken by the scenes before him. The heavenly palace did not know what to say to this, and so, they simply kept quiet. Suddenly, Cultivator Junjun offered a peach to him. The peach looked similar to the flat peaches from before, but this one was more ethereal and contained a more majestic aura. "Is this a spiritual root?" Tong Tian brought the peach to his nose for a sniff. He did not bite into it immediately for fear that the influx of spiritual qi would put too much shock on his heavily injured body and thus, hasten his death. "It's enough for me to smell the legendary spiritual root," said Tong Tian with a smile. "How did you get so heavily injured anyways? Who did this to you? When did you enter the fourth dimension?" asked Cultivator Junjun, which caused everyone's eyes to flash coldly. The injuries Tong Tian had sustained were very serious and very odd. It was not caused by ordinary means, and only a person of the utmost cruelty could do something like that. Tong Tian's eyes flashed with fear as he thought back to what happened. "Many years ago, it was by chance that I came across an earth-shattering secret." Here he hesitated and was about to speak again when a pink-cheeked heavenly soldier rushed over. "Goddess Nanan and Goddess Dragon are coming," he shouted loudly. "What? They're coming? Quick, get ready to welcome them." The group was thrown into a state of chaos as they all positioned themselves to welcome the two girls. Tong Tian froze, for he had heard all about these two girls and their powers. Soon, the two arrived with a heavenly guard who had shown them the way there. The Jade Emperor and Empress bowed courteously and said, "Greetings, Goddess Nanan, Goddess Dragon." "Hello, everyone," said Dragon and Nanan with a smile. "Brother Li requested us to deliver something that he had made for you all as thanks for helping us with catching the game meat." Instantly, everyone's expressions turned into joy and they could not wait to see what the delivery was. However, they did not forget their manners. "That's very kind of the expert. Actually, we didn't do much, and to be more accurate, we would have been dead if it wasn't for you all." "Oh, does that mean you don't want it?" "Just as well, since Dragon and I are still a little hungry." "We'll go now," said Nanan with a mischievous grin. Everyone's face went rigid and they were filled with panic when they saw Nanan and Dragon turning to leave. "Shit, I shouldn't have said that. Why did I have to act all cool?" The Jade Emperor chased after them and cleared his throat. "Ahem, however, we dare not refuse his kindness and promise to serve him better in the future. We won't let him down." Cultivator Junjun quickly made his way over to them, too, and in a sincere voice, he asked, "What did the expert give us this time? Can you show it to us?" He, I hope you learn the lesson to not be so fake next time," said Dragon and Nanan, who seemed as if they had horns growing out of their heads. Nanan held a wine cask up high for everyone to see. "Brother Li made this wine from the blood of the rainbow deer, and I can testify that the alcohol content's very high." "Blood of the rainbow deer? That means it's the essence of a wisdom elite. I can't even imagine the kind of transformation this will bring after the blood has been fermented by the expert." Everyone was looking at the wine cask with drool coming out the corners of their mouths. "This wine's valuable. Brother Li said that deer blood's very good for the body and has astonishing medicinal properties. It can invigorate the kidney with its yang energy and heal all damage to the 5 organs, said Dragon. "Well, if the expert says it's valuable wine, then who are we to say it isn't?" Everyone could not wait to drink the wine. Suddenly, both Cultivator Junjun and Goddess Nua's pupils shrank rapidly. Good for the body? Medicinal properties? Invigorate the kidney? They quickly turned to look at Tong Tian with an odd expression on their faces. "Tong Tian, there's hope for you," said Cultivator Junjun excitedly. "This wine might just very well heal your injuries," said Goddess Nua. "Really?" asked Tong Tian in disbelief. He was unsure whether the expert would allow him to drink the wine, too. "The chances are definitely high," said Xingya enigmatically, suddenly appearing at the scene standing with his hands folded behind his back. "You all have been chosen by the expert to protect him while he's in his state of the ultimate existence in all of the dimensions. That means that in return, you'll all be protected as well. Therefore, it makes sense that he'd abolish all your obstacles at the most critical points, just like how the wine appeared when you needed it most for your injuries. All this has already been put into motion long before this." "Is what you say really true? The expert delivered the wine here just to save me?" asked Tong Tian as a hint of hope started to grow in his heart. Cultivator Junjun popped open the wine cask and the place was immediately filled with the fragrance of the wine. The smell alone was enough to make them drunk and their throats began to roll up and down with the anticipation of drinking the wine. "Well, Tong, why don't you give the wine a taste and find out for yourself?" asked Cultivator Junjun. The best case scenario was he would be healed by the wine, and the worst case? He would explode from too much spiritual qi. "Why not?" said Tong Tian without hesitation. "Pour me some." This might be his only chance to recover from his injuries, and it was a risk he was willing to take. Besides, drinking such fine wine would be a better way to go than to wait for old age to claim him. Everyone smiled and was not surprised by his answer at all. Cultivator Junjun poured out the wine and passed the glass to Tong Tian. The wine was not the usual red but was the palest of pink, which was a sign of its medicinal properties. Cultivator Tong looked at the wine and wild thoughts started to race through his head. Is this fine wine really made from the blood of the rainbow deer? The demon emperor from the fourth dimension? Even hearing his name alone used to make me quake in my boots, and now I'm holding a glass of wine made from his blood in my hands? I can't believe it. He's a wisdom elite after all. Is this the epitome of survival of the fittest? Well, if that's the case, screw it, I don't want to be weak anymore. I want to return to my former glory. Then, with determination in his eyes, he gulped down the glass of wine in one go. Immediately, the wine spread through his body and the spiciness of it all made his throat hurt. He felt his whole body burning and his skin started to shed off in flakes. At the same time, he could feel an indescribable terrifying energy seeping through his every pore as a wave of new refreshing energy awakened within him. The new energy was like the first shoot of the spring, insignificant at first but possessing immense potential for vitality. His new layer of skin was flushed with the pinkness of health, his white hair shone brightly, his face became childlike again, and even his bent body had straightened up. A heavy aura exuded from his body, getting stronger and stronger before gradually condensing into a storm. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. His strength is recovering. The wine worked. His aura's still getting stronger. I guess when you've hit rock bottom the only way left to go is up. Once again, I'm amazed by the expert. Joy consumed Tong Tian and he started screaming happily. He could clearly feel his strength returning and he could not get enough of the feeling. Gradually, things began to die down and he realized that he had even surpassed his old saint status and was now a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. I'm healed. I'm really healed and I'm now stronger than ever, cried Tong Tian in a trembling voice. He could not believe that with a single glass of wine, he had proceeded to a new level. Pipe down. It's only the level of Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. There's no need to make a fuss about it. Save it for when you've reached the Wisdom Elite level, said Yang Jing jokingly. Why, the cheeky little beastard, thought Tong Tian. Then, he laughed coldly and said, the only reason your level's higher than mine is that you met the expert sooner. Just you wait. I'll definitely surpass you one day, and when that day comes, I'll teach you some manners. Chapter 680, A Mysterious Stamp, Behold it is Singya and his immeasurable wisdom. This happy turn of events made Cultivator Tong extremely excited. Previously he was at the lowest point in his life and had planned to live out the rest of his life awaiting death. He never expected the wine from the expert not only healed all his injuries but pushed him to become a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. The expert has brought many blessings to Prehistoric, and the Heavenly Palace must have done a lot of good deeds in the past to be able to become friends with him, he thought. Then out loud he said, the expert is more amazing than what you've told me. He has given me a new life, just like my parents, so from here on onwards, my life belongs to him now. Hold up. Stop. Everyone was looking at him as if he was crazy. The expert doesn't belong only to you. Go to the back of the line, little Tong. I will fight anyone who dares to steal the expert from me. All of you shut up. The expert belongs to me. Dragon and Nanan, who was watching all these from the sideline, began to giggle happily. Then, they excused themselves and got ready to leave since their mission was accomplished. Goddess Nanan, Goddess Dragon, thank you for everything. said Cultivator Tung Tong with deep sincerity. "Please let me know if the expert needs anything done. I will make sure I accomplish whatever mission he gives me, even if I have to give up my life." Dragon waved her hand and in a voice filled with curiosity said, "Don't worry about it. By the way, how come I've never seen you before, and how did you get so seriously injured?" "I only have my weakness to blame. I entered the fourth dimension by mistake and nearly died while crossing the dimension," replied Cultivator Tung Tong. "Oh, so you came back from the fourth dimension. What is that dimension like?" Nanan asked with surprise. Cultivator Tung Tong laughed and said, "It's quite similar to our dimension. It's just that the beings there might look a little different from us and their cultivation method is different too. The most stark difference is they have many more skilled fighters than we do. I can write down all that I know for you if you're interested." The Jade Emperor and the others were really impressed by his Tao of Sycophancy. "Cultivator Junjun, did he ever act like this towards you back in the days?" Nu asked in a sidebar whisper. Cultivator Junjun shook his head. "Never. I guess I was just not worthy enough." "Really? That'll be great. I'm sure Brother Lee would love to read it as well since he likes weird and interesting articles," said Nanan happily. "It's my honor then. I will make sure to write everything as soon as possible," said Cultivator Tung Tong excitedly. Then, Dragon suddenly remembered something and asked, "By the way, Brother Lee is looking for a tool that can make cracking walnuts easier. Please let me know if you ever come across a tool like that." "Crack walnuts? A hammer, perhaps? What else can it be?" No. It must be something else if the expert specially requested it." Instantly, everyone became deep in thought. "Something that can crack walnuts?" Cultivator Tung Tong was frowning, for he vaguely remembered coming across a tool like that in the past. Suddenly, he had a light bulb moment. "I know the exact thing the expert is looking for." All eyes turned to him. He took a deep breath and his face turned serious. "The only reason I could go to the fourth dimension was because of a stamp." "A stamp? I mean, it makes sense to use a stamp to crack open a walnut, but what kind of stamp enables one to travel between dimensions?" Cultivator Junjun asked with surprise. "I don't know where the stamp came from. All I know is I felt a strong force pulling me to the area where the portal is, and there were others there too. Then I saw the stamp near the entrance of the portal." His eyes were glazed over as if he was reliving the moment again. The stamp was truly extraordinary and it was giving out a dazzling light. One look at it and my Tao heart was about to explode. At that time, I even felt like the stamp was the origin of the world. Then, the people around me started to fall dead one by one. Some of them were even heavenly realm fighters. I was lucky to have survived, and when the portal opened, I was sucked into it by the mysterious force again." Everyone was shocked by the story. "What kind of level does the ultimate treasure have to be able to travel between dimensions? A wisdom ultimate treasure? It must be. Only an ultimate treasure of that level is worthy to be used by the expert. It might be at a level higher than that if it could easily kill heavenly realm fighters. No matter what, the most important thing is to get our hands on it so we can give it to the expert." "Do you know where the stamp is now?" Nanan asked. "The Morong clan from the eastern wasteland in the fourth dimension has it," answered Cultivator Tung Tong. Suddenly a fierce expression flashed across his face. "Apart from me, there were others from the seventh dimension who were sucked into the fourth dimension by the stamp as well. Therefore, everyone who was sucked in understood the power the stamp holds, and so a battle broke out with everyone to get their hand on the stamp. The commotion attracted the attention of the Morong clan, and in the end, they were the victor, and that was also when I received the injury on my bodies." "Morong clan? How convenient. We can kill two birds with one stone. One, to get the stamp, and two, to make them pay for what they did to you," Cultivator Junjun said. Everyone nodded in agreement with his words. What the expert wants, the expert gets, and woe to those who dare to cross one of theirs. "What's the battle power of the Morong clan?" Nu asked. "Very strong. Stronger than the Demon Emperor. The Demon Emperor might be the most famous demon there, but the Morong clan's battle power is the strongest." Here he paused for a second before continuing on in a fearful tone. "The Morong clan have in their possession a mirror that can decay anything or anyone it shines on, and that was what happened that day. All the people who the mirror shined on became like me, and those who didn't die immediately will soon waste away to nothing." That day, he only caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror, and his body immediately started to decay. He would have become one with the dirt on the ground if he had not run as fast as his legs could carry him. The people of the Heavenly Palace were furrowing their brows. Stronger than the Demon Emperor? That means they will at least have one wisdom elite amongst them. This new information dampened their spirit a little. Forget about the stamp, how would they even win against a wisdom elite? Nanan and Dragan, however, were excited at the thought of another battle. There's nothing to worry about. We'll ask Blackie to go with us. Everyone's eyes flashed brightly and they all heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, you're right. Things will surely turn out well if Lord Dog goes with us. We'll wait for you here while you go get him. Nanan and Dragan immediately made their way to the fallen immortal mountain, and in no time at all they flew out of the four-part architecture with a drunk Blackie in their arms. He had drunk so much wine that his bald skin had become beet red and he hiccuped all the way to the heavenly palace. "Greetings, Lord Dog," said the heavenly palace people when the three of them arrived there. "Cheers," replied Blackie as he raised his paws. In the eastern wasteland, everyone knew who the Morong clan was. One would only need to ask around and surely someone could point them the way. This time they purposely kept the group small so as to not attract too much attention to themselves. Apart from Nanan, Dragan, and Blackie, there were also Cultivator Junjun, Cultivator Tung Tong, Xingya, Xiao Changfang, and Nuwa. Currently, they were staring intently at a city not far from them. "It's so majestic. Is it an immortal city? It looks so different from ours. They must have spent a lot. I wonder if the powerhouses in this dimension had come together to create this central city. It is very amazing indeed." The majestic city was floating in the sky and its walls were made from divine jade which shone with rainbow hues. The spiritual chi around it was out of this world. All the beings living in that city were all immortals and each of the buildings they were living in was as big as a mansion. The things their shops have to offer were no ordinary things as well, all of them were immortal dan, spiritual treasures and many more. It was indeed an immortal city and all the sects there had opened a shop as a gathering place for everyone. This alone made it different from the seventh dimension. Entering the city was like entering a new country, a country where only immortals exist. It was an eye-opening experience. As soon as they were inside the city, they made a beeline toward the Morong clan's mansion. However, when they arrived there, they discovered that there was already a line of people with gifts in their hands waiting to meet with the Morong clan too. "It seems like we're just in time to join the Morong clan's banquet. We should prepare a special gift for them. Let's go and check out the banquet." Meanwhile, the Morong clan's mansion was already crowded with people. The main courtyard was crammed full of tables with an abundance of food laid out for the guests. However, all the guests' attention was not on the food but on the fighting ring set up in the middle of the courtyard. In the ring stood a fresh-faced young man wearing a green robe who was cupping his hand in salute to the audience around him. "Thank you all for coming to support me. I, Morong Badian, was lucky enough to have broken through to the heavenly realm and would like to invite those who are interested to have a spar with me up to this ring. I hope that by doing this I can learn more from the seniors with more experience than me and come away as a better fighter." This explained the reason for throwing a banquet. The Morong clan not only wanted to celebrate one of their own breaking through to the heavenly realm but also to highlight their own strength. "Young Master Morong is too humble. You're already a great fighter," someone said. "He's right. Let's all raise a glass to him," another cried. "Thank you," Morong Badian said and proceeded to down his glass in one go. "I still have many things to learn. Would anyone like to volunteer themselves?" "I will," a poised old man said, then jumped in the ring. "My name is Shunwo Daun. Forgive me, young Master Morong, if I caused you any offense during the spar." "No, it's an honor to spar with you. Shall we begin?" A magical barrier had already been cast around the ring to prevent errant attacks from flying out. However, even with that knowledge, the audience still felt terrified by the harrowing visions, and countless lights from the laws of the universe. Wow, did Morong Badian really just neutralize Shunwo Daun's divine fire attack? Yes, but I find it hard to believe also. After all, it was only recently Morong Badian entered the heavenly realm whereas Shunwo Daun had already been at the heavenly realm for 30,000 years. Look, it looks like Shunwo Daun is showing signs of being suppressed. You've really got to hand it to the Morong clan for producing another powerful fighter. Have you all noticed how, in the previous 1,000 years, the Morong clan had already produced 4 heavenly realm fighters? I wonder what their secret is. I heard that the Morong clan has the ability to break through their bottleneck at the speed of lightning. Wow, no way. They would definitely become the #1 clan in the Eastern Wasteland if this continues on. Reaching the heavenly realm level was truly a milestone to be admired. What was more impressive was the Morong clan could produce 4 heavenly realm fighters in the span of 1,000 years, for it was general knowledge that it would require at least 100,000 years of cultivation to even reach that level. Suddenly, a loud thunderous boom came from the direction of the ring. Morong Badian had punched through Shunwo Daun's flaming fireball and sent him flying out from the ring. Morong Badian had won. The audience gasped and rubbed their eyes in disbelief. "Good game," said Morong Badian with a smile. "Indeed. I am very much humbled by your talent," said Shunwo Daun. Then, facing the audience once more, Morong Badian said, "Who would like to go for the second round?" This time, there was no response from the crowd. "You've already proven yourself, young Master Morong. There is no need to continue on like this," said someone. Hearing this, Morong Badian became satisfied at the thought of having reached his goal of displaying his strength for all to see and thus, did not push for anyone else to come up. He was about to walk out of the ring when he heard an ethereal and enigmatic voice up in the sky said, "Who will reach the peak at the end of the immortal road? Behold, it is Singya in his immeasurable wisdom." Instantly, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Morong Badian jumped with fright when he heard the voice and started to search for the speaker. It was then he saw a masked man dressed in white robe already standing in the ring. The masked man was sideways to him and with his hands folded behind his back. His profile was one of cold arrogance. "He's so awesome!" everyone thought. His line, especially, made them want to prostrate themselves in worship. However, Morong Badian's face was solemn. "Since you're standing here, does that mean you want to spar with me?" "Wrong. The only reason I'm standing here is because I want to show off my awesomeness." "Ah, so this is what it feels like to be the center of attention," thought Singya. He was really basking in the glow of the crowd's attention. "Spar? Don't you think you're thinking a little too highly of yourself? Don't you know that in my eyes, you're nothing but an ant?" "Oh, burn!" the crowd cried. "What do you think you're doing? Do you want to make an enemy out of the Morong clan?" Morong Badian asked in a threatening tone. Singya stood where he was and threw a sideways glance at Morong Badian. "You've misunderstood me. I wasn't directing those words at you but at the audience around us." Chapter 681, Cultivator Tung Tong, Every day will have its day. How impetuous! Who do you think you are? Who is this guy? What gives him the right to be so cocky? He's either crazy or has some bigwig backing him. He's totally mad. We should teach him a lesson or else we'll never live this down. He's shitting on us. We need to make him pay. Everyone was shouting over each other and looking angrily at Singya. Singya nodded at them. He was very satisfied with their reactions. "Wow. Look at him. I sure can work the crowd. I must keep up the good work. Everyone will surely know my name in the future." Morong Badian stared at Singya with cold eyes. "It looks like you're determined to cause trouble here. I will not forgive you for that." "Morong clan is a bunch of pathetic ants too," Singya said arrogantly with a wave of his wand. "Die!" Morong Badian shouted. He activated his mana and immediately a vision of a blood-red fireball appeared behind him. The terrifying glow from the fireball was stronger than the sun and it transformed into a flaming ultimate spell attack as it rushed towards Singya. It has appeared. Morong clan's Grand Day Tantra, the mountain-burning, ocean-boiling ultimate spell. It's so powerful. It's no wonder Morong Badian could break through to the heavenly realm. His Grand Day Tantra could create a whole new planet. Looks like that guy had really angered Morong Badian. If not, he wouldn't have used this spell from the very get-go. Heck! He didn't even use it on Shunwo Daun. As if Shunwo Daun could ever neutralize this attack with his divine fire. Well, no matter what, this guy deserves what's coming for him. I would have done the same thing if he had humiliated me like that. To the audience, there seemed to be another sun hanging above the fighting ring. The temperature of the fireball distorted the surrounding space and cast ripples of shadow all around them. A divine fire with the power to refine all the things in the universe was burning around the perimeter of the ring. Morong Badian looked coldly at Singya and in an extremely arrogant tone said, "I'll spare your life if you apologize and beg for forgiveness now." How can a small flame be comparable to a starlight? Singya was not planning on stopping his act. He slowly waved his hand around to cast his ultimate spell. Starlight Starbright. Immediately, a vision of a silvery Milky Way appeared and countless stars began to fall down to the ring, putting out the fire. The light of the galaxy shot toward Morong Badian and collided against the red sun. Even with the protective barrier around the ring, the audience could still feel the terrifying force given out from the impact and this made their blood in their veins run cold. However, Singya pretended to be unaffected by it and kept up his act of an all-powerful being whereas Morong Badian seemed to be hanging by a thread. Seeing this, the audience dared not underestimate Singya anymore. There's no point in being the strongest person in the universe if you don't even know my name. Yes, it's true that my words can be a little bit offensive, but then again, what I say is only the truth," said Singya. "You impudent fool." An elder from the Morong clan said, "Someone, get him off the stage even if you have to resort to carrying his lifeless body away." There was no way the Morong clan would take this humiliation lying down. How dare this party crasher steal their limelight? Immediately, two figures jumped into the ring, sending out one terrifying visions after another at Singya. "Is that all?" Singya said as he raised his eyes to meet the incoming ultimate spell. His demeanor was one of calmness, as if those attacks were only trifling matter. "Behold my summoning power. Come, minions, protect your master." Tong Tian, who was in the crowd, was about to jump up to save him but was stopped by Xiao Chengfeng. "What are you doing?" Xiao Chengfeng said. "Rescuing him," said Tong Tian honestly. "Whatever for? He deserves what's coming for him. In fact, I will beat him up myself if they don't beat him up." "Yeah. This is what he gets for trying to act all cool. He shouldn't even think for a second we'll clean up his mess," added Zhang Lu. "Did you hear what he called us and what he called himself? Who does he think he is?" Nuwa said. She was about to explode from rage. "As much as I want to show off my power, this really isn't the best time for me to go into the ring," said Blackie. "I'm so glad to hear you all say that. I wasn't actually that keen on helping him," said Tong Tian, finally at ease. However, everyone else in the audience was waiting with bated breath for Singya's minions to appear, for they really believed he possessed the summoning power he thought he had. It was a good long while before they realized that no one was going to come. "Die!" the men from the Morong clan screamed. "Hold up! Hold up! Where are my minions?" Singya was beginning to panic. He quickly scanned the audience's faces and came away empty-handed. Those sellouts. He had been abandoned by Blackie and the rest of the group. Morong Badian and the two men did not waste any more time, and they surrounded him from three sides before casting their ultimate spells. Judging by Singya's expression, he finally realized that he was in deep SHT, and judging by the audience's expressions, they were really enjoying seeing him like that. "I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die," the pale-faced Singya thought as he ran around the ring trying to avoid the spells. His robe already had a few burned holes in it and his hair was flying around wildly. "Lord Xiao Changfeng, Lord Zhang Lu, Lord Dog, please save me. God would not accept the birth of Xiao Changfeng, but my sword cultivation is still historical like the long night." A voice echoed in the sky. Xiao Changfeng had appeared. A dazzling sword light arced through the air and the sky seemed to be splitted into halves while the terrifying sword chi blanketed the sky. The air became so sharp that even the laws of the universe had to bow down to it. Anyone who was carrying a sword would have discovered their sword vibrating with the same frequency. The impressive entrance made everyone gasp. 3,000 visitors are full of flowers, 14 states froze over, with one strike of the sword. Another voice echoed through the sky and seemed to have illuminated it. This time, the sword light fell down from the sky like snowflakes, and the temperature instantly fell below freezing point. The terrifying sword lights from Xiao Chengfeng and Zhang Lu's attack rushed toward the three Heavenly Realm fighters, neutralizing all of their ultimate spells along the way, and swept them up like fallen leaves before sending them flying up to the air. The sword light then rained down on them, creating a million cuts on their body, which set a fine mist of blood spraying into the air. However, their organs of life were not damaged and so their wounds were quickly healed. "You must have a death wish if you dare to pick on my little brother," Xiao Chengfeng scolded. "So he's not lying about having comrades here. Do you really think we'll let this matter slide? Kill them!" The Morong clan screamed coldly. All around them was the eruption of terrifying aura as those who were itching to join in the fight rushed toward Xiao Chengfeng, Zhang Lu, and Singya. 5 other Heavenly Realm fighters joined them in the ring, bringing up the total number they would be going against to 8. "Just as well," Xiao Chengfeng said with a roar of laughter. He was high with battle spirits and this just made him even more excited. Immediately, the fighting ring was filled with countless sword lights, terrifying visions and the sound of metal hitting metal. "They're all so strong. The 2 sword cultivators are so powerful. They can even cut through the 1,000 laws of the universe. Where did they come from? They must be the alpha amongst the Heavenly Realm fighters. I can vaguely see the wisdom vein in their swords. They must be close to reaching the wisdom elite level. I'm actually more impressed by their lines. They must be geniuses to be able to come up with such cool lines." The more they watched the fight unfold before them, the more amazed they were at Xiao Chengfeng and Zhang Lu. It was obvious the two did not have the advantage of numbers on their side, and yet they seemed to have the upper hand. Their high-handed sword skills were easily suppressing the Morong clan, and the audience had no doubt that they could easily take them out if they wished to. Even the Morong clan could not disguise their shock. The master of the clan came rushing to the fighting ring with a grim expression on his face when he received news that there were two skilled sword fighters causing trouble for their clan members. He had heard that they might even become a wisdom elite. Where did they come from, and who in the world is their teacher? There were only two ways to deal with people like this: 1. Kill them, or 2. Win them over. However, on this day of celebration, it would be better if no blood was shed, and so after some contemplation, the master of the clan shouted at his men to stop. He walked up to the ring when they had ceased fighting. "Welcome, friends. So kind of you all to join us on this day of celebration. I am Morong Yicheng, head of the Morong clan. And how may I address the two of you? I have searched all over the world for somebody that could defeat me but came away empty-handed. It is I, Xiao Chengfeng. One feels lonely at the top," said Xiao Chengfeng arrogantly. "My victory is as guaranteed as how the sun rises from the east every morning. It is I, Jiang Lu, one who has never tasted defeat," said Jiang Lu coldly. The audience was, once again, awestruck by their unmatchable force. They muttered the lines over and over again under their breath, hoping to sear it into their minds so that one day, they would be able to use it for their own entrance. "Ah. So it's Brother Lonely at the top and Brother Never Tasted Defeat. Welcome to my humble abode. The sword fight you've put on for us is very entertaining indeed. I do apologize if the banquet is not to your liking and ask for your kind forgiveness. Please have a seat near me," said Morong Yicheng in a friendly tone. Might as well, thought Xiao Chengfeng and Jiang Lu as they strode cockily to their seats, with Xingye silently following behind them. He let out a small sigh as he tended to his own wounds. Unlike him, both Xiao Chengfeng and Jiang Lu were not trying to act powerful, but were in fact, really powerful, as they had received many pointers and blessings from the expert. "Attendants, pour everyone a cup of enlightened immortal wine," ordered Morong Yicheng to the joy of everyone. Every immortal sect in this city has a specialty immortal item they made themselves to sell in their shops, and the Morong clan's specialty just happened to be the enlightened immortal wine. Every year only a limited quantity was produced, and it could only be bought with treasures instead of money. The enlightened immortal wine not only has the effect of washing away all the sins from one's Tao heart, but it could even aid those below the Chaos Daluo golden immortal break through their bottlenecks. Most of the people who came to the banquet only attended with the hope of being able to drink the famed brew. In no time at all, the servants all came out with the brew bottle and started to make their rounds with the guests. Instantly, the whole air was filled with the scent of the brew, which had the effect of making one feel refreshed. "The Morong clan sure is generous. I'm so glad I came. Yay! I've been waiting for this day since forever. Everyone, let's toast in celebration for the Morong clan gaining another heavenly realm fighter. This wine has heaven's spiritual rice as its base and many other spiritual roots and spiritual herb as its flavoring. Please have a taste," said Morong Yicheng to Xiao Chengfeng with a smile. "Heaven's spiritual rice? What kind of rice is that? Oh well, I'll soon find out after I get my hands on everything they own," thought Xiao Chengfeng and Jiang Lu. They nodded their heads at each other and each took a sip from their glasses. Their faces instantly changed and they quickly spat out the wine. "You call this wine? It tastes freaking horrible. Even water tastes better than it. This wine belongs to the dumpster." They were not acting like this out of spite but out of basic instinct. Compared to the wine the expert made, this was worse than scum. A sour taste lingered in their mouths and they could not believe that Morong Yicheng dared to serve this kind of wine to his guests. They suddenly remembered they had not drunk the dear blood wine given by the expert and reminded themselves to make it happen as soon as they returned from this mission. The smile disappeared from Morong Yicheng's face and his eyes went cold. The other guests were shocked into silence, but not for long, as they began to whisper amongst themselves. "This wine is wasted on them. I can't believe they spat it out. They must be mad. If you look up the word in the dictionary, you'll see their faces peering out at you. Those ungrateful bastards. Who do they think they are? I bet they're faking it. You don't believe us? A dog will not even drink this if you put it in front of him. Look, I'll prove it to you," said Xiao Chengfeng nonchalantly to the guests. He then proceeded to put the wine glass in front of Blackie, who did not even glance at it before turning his head away in disgust. "You see. Is this the kind of thing you serve to your esteemed guests?" Xiao Chengfeng asked. Morong Yicheng's face darkened and he laughed coldly. "I get it now. You're only here to cause trouble." Suddenly, Tiantong stood up and in a cold voice asked, "Members of the Morong clan, do you still remember me?" Everyone turned to look at him, and judging by the question marks on their face that they did not. Tiantong was a little embarrassed by this. "Of course, I don't expect you to, for after all, back in the days I was nothing but a helpless ant under your foot. However, every dog will have its day, and today it's my day for revenge." Chapter 682, Morong Clan, one backup after another. Revenge? Morong Yincheng squinted his eyes to take a good look at Tiantong, but he still did not remember who he was. No matter who he was, it was of no importance to him. How dare an average Joe like you seek revenge from the Morong clan? Do you have a screw loose in your head? Morong Yincheng scoffed and slowly got up from his seat. "I was being kind to you because I admire your talents. However, it seems like you don't appreciate that, and also you can't blame me for what my men are going to do to you all next," he said to Xiao Chengfeng and Zhang Lu. "Men, kill them." Immediately, a wave of terrifying murderous intent exploded and swept across the crowd. A strong wind was kicked up and made the temperature drop to a freezing point, and the crowd's skin began to burn. One figure after another gracefully air-stepped across the sky, and their appearance sent chills down everyone's spines. "You will pay for humiliating the Morong clan. Tell me, how do you wish to die? Where did you even get the courage to do all that in the first place?" The fighters' words echoed through the air, sounding like a bomb exploding. 10 new figures had joined the previous 8, making the total of the Heavenly Realm fighters surrounding them to be 18. The lineup was certainly impressive. Not even a complete world could boast so many Heavenly Realm fighters. "They're so scary. They must be the elite team of the Morong clan. That's Morong Hao Chen. He entered the Heavenly Realm 3,000 years ago. I was there for his celebration banquet. That's Morong Jinhao. He entered the Heavenly Realm 2,000 years ago. Those 3 are dead for sure. They must be the first people who dared to make trouble for the Morong clan. I bet they're regretting their actions now." Everyone in the crowd was scared and amazed at the same time, and they started to shuffle their bodies away from Xiao Chengfeng and the others. Morong Yincheng smiled. He could use this opportunity to show off his Morong clan's power. He looked at Xiao Chengfeng and the 2 others with an expression that showed he had the winning card in his hands. "I'll give you all one more chance to save yourself. All you have to do is kneel down before me, offer me your origins of life, and swear your allegiance to me." Xiao Chengfeng roared with laughter. "Master Morong, your fart sure is loud," he said in a mocking tone. "It's not only loud, but super smelly as well," Zhang Lu added. Morong Yincheng's face turned ugly. "Drop dead. Kill them all." He then rushed towards Xiao Chengfeng. Morong Yincheng threw out a punch, and the impact created a terrifying black hole, sucking everything inside. "Sword that breaks 1,000 attacks, instant slay." Xiao Chengfeng's eyes were crackling with electricity as he brought down his sword and cut the black hole into 2. Grand Day Tantra, Fire Sky. Forbidden Skill, Ancient Seal. Yin-Yang Reversal. The other members of the Morong clan had also cast out their attacks, and the visions they manifested blanketed the whole sky as the power of the attacks filled up the place. Each ultimate spell was more powerful than the one before them, and under the hands of the Heavenly Realm fighters, their power was fully unleashed to the point that the spells could wipe out the origins of life of others. Die. The sight of 18 Heavenly Realm fighters casting out their ultimate spells seemed to spell doom for their opponents. Suddenly, a group of people rushed out from the crowd and toward the 18 Heavenly Realm fighters. They were bathed in a golden light, and their energy was swirling around them like a rainbow. Nanan's eyes were glinting with a black light, as if they were a pair of black holes, and a mysterious aura was being emitted from her body. She stood facing 5 of the Heavenly Realm fighters and cast out her spell. Demon Devouring, 10,000 Rivers 1 Ocean. The next moment she seemed to have transformed into a black hole, isolated from space, and all the ultimate spells in the skies were sucked into the black hole, which caused the space around them to distort. How is this possible? What kind of demon magic is this? What a bizarre spell. Even the eldritch could not suck in ultimate spells. Demon Devouring? It sounds like it can even devour wisdom. Capture her alive and we'll interrogate her later. Nanan frowned slightly and said coldly, "As if you could ever learn the spell." She took a step forward, her devouring power still swirling around her, making it impossible for anyone to stop her. Even catching a glimpse of her eyes would make one momentarily dazed. Suddenly, she appeared next to the Heavenly Realm fighters who wanted to interrogate her, and with the point of her finger, her ultimate spell exploded. The original nothingness. "Ah, dash!" The man screamed pathetically. He was shaking like a leaf and sensed with horror that his magic power was quickly leaking away. He violently jerked away from Nanan while screaming out, "My magic power! You've devoured 10,000 years worth of my magic power!" Nanan blinked innocently at him and said, "It's only 10,000 years. There's no need to make such a big fuss about it." Everyone was shocked to the core and quickly backed the hell away from her, all the while keeping a fearful eye on her. On the other side, with a flick of her hand, Dragon had summoned countless dragons made from droplets of water. These water dragons were spinning in the sky, giving out one roar after another, and acting as a shield against Morong clan's ultimate spell. Even the divine fire casted out by the Morong clan's Grand Day Tantra spell could not break through the barrier. Both Nanan and Dragon's power had improved even more after the all-venison feast, putting them at the peak of the heavenly realm and only a tiny step away from being a wisdom elite. Couple this with the fact that both their comprehension and ultimate spell were formed under the influence of Li Nianfan, made them unassailable. Cultivator Junjun and Nuwa had joined in the fight as well. Although they were not as powerful as Dragon or Nanan, taking 2 or 3 heavenly realms at once should not pose any problem for them. After all, they had benefited greatly from Li Nianfan's blessings as well. Xiao Changfeng was engaged in a one-on-one battle with Morong Yancheng. His long hair was flying around, his black robes were flapping wildly, and his sword intent was indomitable. First sword, with a single turn I battled for 3,000 miles, with one sword to rule millions. Second sword, even the 3 million sword immortals in heaven, would need to bow their heads to me. Third second, God would not accept the birth of Xiao Changfeng, but my sword cultivation is still historical like the long night. This was the first 3 levels of swordsmanship that Li Nianfan had taught him, which then became his 3-way sword ultimate spell. Even till now, it contained the power to wipe out everything in the universe. Each strike of the sword could cut down countless other spells and break the dimension of space and time itself. Morong Yancheng was sent flying as his body was ripped apart by the countless sword lights. Half of his body had been completely grinded into mincemeat and his origins of life was blinking in and out. His face was one of disbelief. He could not believe that he had lost to a smooth-talking punk like him. It must be because he was not good at talking smack. That must be it. One had to be good at talking smack to become this strong. No one could believe their eyes either, and they thought they were hallucinating. It was a good long while before they came to for how could the great Morong clan with their 18 heavenly realm fighters be beaten to a pulp like this? No one would have believed it if they did not see it with their own eyes. Does my eye deceive me? Where did the world become so crazy? They're so strong. Where did this group of monsters come from? They must be the representative of the peak power of the heavenly realm fighters. It's amazing how all of them have the aura of wisdom. I wonder who their master is. It's not over for the Morong clan though. Many of the guests had left the banquet and were watching the fight from a safe distance. Xiao Changfeng rushed toward Morong Yancheng with his sword again. "Where's the cocky attitude of yours now, Morong Yancheng? I'll give you a chance to save your life too. You'll have to kneel down and scream on top of your lungs the words, 'Grandfather Xiao, I'm sorry. I'm nothing but a stupid pig. And I'll spare your life.' Don't underestimate the Morong clan," Morong Yancheng said coldly. The next moment, a few powerful auras surged up from deep within the Morong manor and in an instant, appeared in the battlefield. There were a total of 3 people this time. All of them had long beards, salt and pepper hair, and half-closed eyes, as if the elderly man were pretending to be asleep. However, one could feel the violent heavenly realm power flowing out of their bodies, and there was no denying the fact that all 3 of them were also on the peak of the heavenly realm. Their power put them way above Morong Yancheng and a little below Xiao Changfeng. "Please save the Morong clan," Morong Yancheng shouted desperately. The 3 elderly men smiled and said, "Don't worry. Leave them to us." Instantly, the first rushed toward Nanan, the second toward Dragon, and the third toward Xiao Changfeng. They needed to take out the first 2 because they were the most powerful and the last because he was the craziest and thus the most unpredictable. The first elderly man raised a hand and a black spear with a terrifying destructive aura appeared out of thin air and rushed towards Nanan, whose face remained impassive. She only moved her hand when the spear was nearly about to hit her and a shovel appeared in her hand which she used to whack the spear away. She then raised the shovel high above her head and rushed towards the elderly man. The first elderly man did not expect his spear to be whacked away by a shovel and was caught off guard when the shovel slammed down on his head. Instantly, blood gushed out from the top of his head and he saw stars in his eyes. "How is this possible? What kind of monster shovel is this?" the shocked first elderly man questioned. He angrily backed away and induced his origins of life to heal the wound of his head but discovered that he could not. Could it be that this shovel is a wisdom ultimate treasure that could restrain the heavenly realm and suppress the origins of life? At this thought, his eyes went wide with horror. "Hey, come back, you old bugger. I'm not done with you yet," Nanan shouted as she chased after the first elderly man with her shovel. On the other side, Dragon had taken out her ladle too. She raised her hand and an infinite amount of water ripple appeared to suppress all kinds of ultimate spells. The second elderly old man began to back away from her too. This ladle is a wisdom ultimate treasure too. He wished that this was all a dream. How could an everyday item like a ladle be a wisdom ultimate treasure? How was it created? All the spectators' expressions changed drastically when they saw Nanan and Dragon with a shovel and ladle respectively in their hands. Ladle and shovel? Is this how a wisdom ultimate treasure is supposed to look like? Is wisdom a minimalist? What's their origin story? How did they get their hands on wisdom ultimate treasures? As if they're not strong to start with. No wonder they dare to behave so rudely towards the Morong clan. They had come prepared. At that moment, Nanan was whacking away all the other fighters' treasures from their hands and even their ultimate spells were instantly wiped out with a strike from her shovel. Next, the sound of the shovel knocking against the members of the Morong clan skull could be heard. Some of them did not get away from her fast enough and were struck 3 times consecutively till they fainted and plummeted from the sky. The appearance of the 3 elderly men did nothing to change the tide of the battle and in fact, made the Morong clan seem even more pathetic when one of the elderly men was found to be bleeding on the ground with a huge bump on his head. Neither their power nor their treasures are what ordinary people can possess. Our Morong clan is no match for them at all. They must have discovered some sort of secret to be this powerful. Our Morong clan will be the most powerful clan in the universe too once we discover their secret. Only the Morong clan is worthy enough to possess wisdom ultimate treasures. Even at the face of their impending defeat, the 3 elderly men and other members of the Morong clan did not panic. In fact, the expression in their eyes was one of greed and lust for the treasures. They were from the Morong clan after all. A clan that was known for their indefatigable spirit. Well done. You all have shown us that we should take you all seriously. You should feel proud of being able to do that, said Morong Yuncheng arrogantly even though his body was full of holes and the blood was still spewing forth from his mouth. He took a deep breath, sincerely prostrated himself, activated his magical power, and in a clear voice said, "I, Master of the Morong clan, respectfully invite our ancestor to come out of his isolation to drive away our enemy." We respectfully invite our ancestor to come out of his isolation. The other members of the Morong clan chorused fervently. Suddenly, the aura of wisdom appeared in the air and a bizarre wave of energy rippled across the surroundings. The powerful aura blanketed the sky and even a shred of it made the crowd suffocate. It was as if the sky was about to fall on top of them. The ancestor of Morong clan is coming out? He's a wisdom elite. I'm so glad I'm not their enemy. No matter how strong those people are, they can never be comparable to a wisdom elite. All of them were waiting with bated breath. A tidal wave of terrifying visions began to gather at the Morong Manor's backyard, staining the sky red, as if the sun was setting and in that red skyglow stood a figure with his hands folded behind his back. The way he was looking down at the crowd made them feel as if they were nothing but worthless bugs to him. Chapter 683, Lord Dog's Human Pet, The Origin of the Third Dimension. The figure was shrouded in a mist of red glow, making it difficult to see his features. Not to mention, the wisdom aura swirling around him acted as a kind of barrier, forbidding anyone to look at him. Everyone on scene could feel that their mana was suspended while the laws of the universes in the surroundings were worshipping the figure. Everything and anything was filled with fearful respect for the wisdom elite. The ancestor stayed unmoving as he swept his piercing eyes across the crowd. The feeling was akin to having one's soul stared deeply into, hair-standingly creepy. "I, Morong Yuncheng, respectfully greet Morong ancestor," Morong Yuncheng said, touching his forehead to the ground. The other members of the Morong clan were also kneeling on the ground. "We respectfully greet Morong ancestor." Morong Yuncheng pointed at Nanan and the rest of the group, and said, "It's my fault for being too weak that we have to disturb Morong ancestor's meditation retreat. However, we have no choice for they are too powerful for us and dares to challenge the Morong clan." "Yes, I'm aware of all that," said the Morong ancestor calmly. His voice was not loud but seemed to boom throughout the air. He looked at Nanan and the others and his gaze became curious when he saw the shovel and ladle. How did they come to possess not one but 2 wisdom ultimate treasures? They should be as rare as wisdom elites due to the difficulty of birthing them. Not to mention these people's cultivation are truly extraordinary and have a profound comprehension of wisdom. They must have come across some heaven-defying opportunities. I must get the treasures for myself. I'll try to subdue them first, and if they don't hand it over, I'll forcefully take it from them." The Morong ancestor thought without revealing anything on his face in order to prevent anyone from finding out his plans. "I think you're all unparalleled in talent, and the cultivation must not have been easy. For that, I'm willing to give you a chance for me to spare your life. All you have to do is kneel down before me, offer me your origins of life, and swear your allegiance to the Morong clan." The Morong ancestor said. "Ha ha ha ha." Xiao Changfeng could not hold back his laughter anymore. "Like grandfather, like son. Can't the two of you say anything else apart from the tired old line? Or is this some kind of joke?" He became even bolder when dealing with the wisdom elite. "Do you know what happened to Morong Yincheng after he said that to me? He nearly had to kneel down and call me grandpa. He could behave like this because he was immune to the suppression of the wisdom elite after having observed the battle between the eldritch Daji, Fire Phoenix, and the eldritch wisdom elite. So what if there was another wisdom elite standing before him? Why, the expert could kill him with a thought. You fool! Even granting you death would be too much of a mercy now," the Morong ancestor said. He was prepared to wipe out Xiao Changfeng's existence, but, to his surprise, Xiao Changfeng had already disappeared from where he was standing and was hiding behind a dog. "What the HLL is happening? What can a mere wisdom elite do about us?" Zhang Lu said cockily. As soon as he said that, he too, quickly hid behind the dog. Then, a man wearing a white robe and mask went to stand behind the dog with his hands folded behind his back and said to the Morong ancestor, "Who will reach the peak at the end of the immortal road? Behold, it is Singya in his immeasurable wisdom. Today will be the day you become emptiness." Everyone thought they must be crazy. Totally crazy. Their cockiness seemed to know no bounds. The scene was deathly silent now. Everyone either had their eyes wide open, or jaws dropped to the ground, as they looked at Xiao Changfeng and others in shock. They must have been prepared to behave so impudently to the wisdom elite. Is this their last act of defiance before dying? What's the use of hiding behind the dog anyways? The Morong ancestor remained calm and did not say anything else. However, without even moving his hand, he had already summoned an all-consuming powerful aura to sweep across Xiao Changfeng and the group. With one thought, he had gathered all the wisdom aura and millions of laws of the universe, to wipe away Xiao Changfeng and the others from the face of the world. However, he quickly realized something was not right. The power he had just summoned was enough to suppress a heavenly realm fighter, therefore, it stood to reason that even if Xiao Changfeng and the others did not die from it, they should at least be heavily injured, and yet, nothing happened to them. They were still looking at him with eyes as innocent as a babe's. The Morong ancestor's heart sank and he scoffed. Heaven and earth seemed to have sensed his fury and immediately sent down lightning and thunder. The terrifying laws of the universe gathered themselves again, and this time there was no doubt about the murderous aura they contained. They transformed into a destructive beam of light as they shot towards Xiao Changfeng and the rest of the group. He's so powerful. Only a wisdom elite could summon 10,000 laws of the universe with a thought. My strongest ultimate spell is not even as strong as one of his thoughts. Not only that, the laws of the universe were imbued with the power of wisdom. This must be the end of the road for them. The crowd trembled and felt chills running down their spines when they felt a shred of the aura. They all turned to look at Xiao Changfeng and the rest of them, but discovered, to their shock, they were not affected by the impending attack. Instead, they were giving the dog a massage while saying, "Please save us, Lord Dog." They didn't play fair at all. "It's time for you to take the stage, Lord Dog. Take him out. Who will reach the peak at the end of the immortal road? Behold, it is Lord Dog in his immeasurable wisdom. Lord Dog's power is boundless and unassailable." What are they doing? Have they gone crazy? The crowd thought. The destructive light beam, like a hand of God blanketing the sky, was getting nearer and nearer to them. However, just when the light beam was about 1.5 meters away, it began to silently and slowly dissipate until it had completely disappeared and the world returned to its previous peacefulness. Everyone thought that what happened before must be a dream. All the members in the Morong clan could not believe their eyes too. As for Morong ancestor, he turned to look at the dog who was lying peacefully on the ground and his eyes were instantly filled with disbelief too. Wait a minute, is that dog a wisdom elite too? Only a wisdom elite could suppress the attack of another wisdom elite. Blackie slowly stood up from the ground and pointed his paw at Xiao Changfeng, Zhang Lu, and Xingya. "Who gave you the right to play with my human pet?" he asked the Morong ancestor coldly. "No, it can't be. This ugly-looking bulldog in short leather pants is actually a wisdom elite? Everyone felt their worldview to be turned upside down as a chill intent blanketed the sky, which made them all break out in goosebumps. How is this possible for this mongrel to be a wisdom elite? It might be a mongrel. Maybe it's some sort of divine beast that we have not come across before. Ah, I get it now. They're all the human pets of the wisdom elite dog. That's why they dare to act so cocky before. They have been shocked again and again today and have started to question their lives. They saw Blackie doing the catwalk and suddenly felt him to be very majestic and deserving of respect. Only Xiao Chenfeng, Zhang Lu and Xingye felt differently. The three of them were all red in the face and wished they could fight Blackie now for calling them his human pets. My eyesight must be getting bad. How could I not notice this dog is a wisdom elite? The Morong ancestor muttered. His face became serious as he gazed fixedly at Blackie. Even so, you'll still need to pay for causing trouble in the Morong clan. Blackie ignored him and said, hand over the heaven spiritual rice and the stamp. Then, kill yourself. He had no idea what kind of rice it was, but whatever, he would just bring it back to his master. Everyone became even more shocked when Blackie opened his mouth. They never expected those words would come out of him, and this had the effect of making them feel as if a hammer had slammed down on their heads. No one had ever dared to speak like this to the Morong ancestor before. Ha 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 ha. The Morong ancestor was so furious to the point there was nothing to do but laugh, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the universe. My, you're nothing but a crazy dog. You can't seriously expect me to take your words seriously, right? He then activated his force and his murderous aura stained the whole sky red. He had displayed the peak of a wisdom elite's killing intent, and it was truly terrifying. Everyone thought that he was absolutely incensed by what Blackie had said, but it was not like that. What really happened was that he would have to kill them all to prevent them from getting their hands on the stamp, for that stamp held the secret to all the seventh dimension. Ever since the Morong clan had gotten their hands on the stamp many thousand years ago, Morong ancestor had been secretly refining it. As the time passed, he discovered more and more horrible secrets about the stamp, and even he as a wisdom elite found it getting more difficult to control it. It was due to the stamp that Morong clan was able to produce so many heavenly realm fighters, and also the reason for his ever-increasing power. After reading as much materials as he could about the stamp and asking around, he finally came to the conclusion that the stamp might be the third dimension's origins of wisdom. The reason the eldritch kept on waging wars against other dimensions was because they wanted to force out the origins of wisdom from each world. Out of the 7 dimensions, only the third dimension was completely destroyed. That was why many fighters were willing to risk their lives to go into the broken third dimension to look for its origins of life, for there would be no stopping them from skyrocketing to the wisdom dictator if they got their hands on it. He had no idea how the stamp got here, but why should that matter when he had already gotten his hand on it? There was no way in HLL he would hand over the stamp or let anybody in on the secret, but if there was a threat of losing it, he would do everything in his power to eliminate those threats. At that thought, his killing intent exploded even more. He was prepared to kill everyone on scene to be on the safe side. With a cruel expression on his face, he raised his hand, and immediately a mirror appeared out of thin air, reflecting the dazzling sunlight. Although the mirror did not look large, it felt very large, as if it could blot out the whole sky. It's the Tao disintegration mirror. Everything the mirror shines will have their Tao disintegrated, and then they will eventually turn to dust. Even a spiritual treasure would not be immune from decay. Morong ancestor must be really angry to use the mirror. Everybody was quaking in their boots when they saw the mirror. Suddenly, waves of painful screams could be heard from all around. Ah! My cultivation is disintegrating. Why did the Morong clan attack me? Oh no! The Tao disintegration mirror had engulfed us in its light too. Morong clan, I'm the elder of the Immortal Wind Pavilion. Are you planning to make an enemy out of all of us by doing this? Have mercy. I don't know anything at all. Don't kill me. Run. Run for your lives. The screams kept coming and coming. Once the mirror light passed over them, they felt their mana quickly flowing out of them, and in a blink of an eye, turned into dried up old people before turning into dust. Those who were further away from the scene were not spared from the mirror light too, but were luckier, as they only suffered heavy injuries akin to the one Tongtian had before. Morong ancestor did not fear any revenge, for there were only a handful of heavenly realm fighters amongst them, and the others were made up of quasi-saints which posed no threat for him. Besides, the Morong clan could also come up with a plausible reason for their deaths, which was exactly what they did. Morong Yincheng smiled and with a voice filled with mock regret said, "A wisdom elite dog attacked the Morong clan during the banquet and there were many casualties. It was a good thing Morong ancestor appeared on time to kill the dog as a way of avenging those who were killed or hurt by it. After the dust has settled, we will send you some of the dog meat to your sects. You are welcome." The Morong ancestor ignored everyone's screams. His main target was still Blackie. The mirror was shining directly on Blackie and others, but, no matter how the mirror light shined on them, they still maintained an air of serenity, as if the mirror light did not affect them at all. He could not understand how this was possible and went to check on the mirror. What he saw shocked him, for reflected on the mirror was not Blackie and the others but a bunch of mosaics. "How is this possible? What is this thing blocking my mirror?" the Morong ancestor asked in a shocked tone. Jiang Lu laughed gloatingly, "Ha ha ha, we have the protection of the mosaic. Your mirror is useless against us. Nothing in this universe can wipe out the mosaics. Not even your mirror light. So don't even think you can hurt us with it," said Xiao Chenfen cockily. Blackie licked his paws and slowly lifted it. He then looked fixedly at Morong ancestor as he was bringing his paw down. Immediately, a giant dog paw apparition, imbued with unparalleled force and wisdom, peeked out from the sky and rushed down to the ground. The dog paw apparition did not even have to reach the ground before the Morong manor collapsed to the ground in the shape of a giant dog paw. All members of the Morong clan were pale in the face and gushing out blood, and this was only a shred of Blackie's power. Those who did not possess high cultivation instantly exploded, and even the Heavenly Realm fighters found it difficult to stand after that attack. Morong ancestor ignored the life and death of his clan members and looked up at the dog paw apparition with narrowed eyes. He swished his robe and terrifying visions began to appear around him. He then raised his hand and with a flick of his wrist, a golden stamp appeared in his palm. Chapter 684, The Most Despairing Thing in the World. The sky began to shake violently as soon as the golden stamp appeared. It seemed as if the world had splitted from the universe and became another dimension. Even the wisdom was resculpturing itself. Every law of the universe, wisdom, symbiosis, power, ultimate spell were nothing compared to the golden stamp. What is this treasure? It's so terrifying. I can't believe the Morong clan has this in their possession all along. I get it now. They're wanting to kill us all. The stamp even has wisdom swirling around it. It must be a level higher than a wisdom ultimate treasure. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this stamp can create and suppress wisdom? The Morong clan possesses a huge secret. Those who were still alive were scared shitless when they saw the golden stamp in the Morong ancestor's hand. They finally understood how it was possible for the Morong clan to have so many of the members breaking through to the heavenly realm in the past few thousand years. It was all because of the stamp, which contained unpredictable power. The Morong ancestor smiled coldly at Blackie, and without even moving at all, he released a hint of the stamp's aura, which immediately neutralized Blackie's dog paw apparition. This caused all of the members of the Morong clan to look at the stamp with fervent eyes. Most of them there had the help of the stamp to break through their bottlenecks. The stamp was the Morong clan's guarantee to the peak of the power. Nanan and others were also shocked. So that's how the stamp looks like. It's even more powerful than I imagined. You're right, the stamp is definitely very powerful. I can't believe Lord Dog's paw attack was neutralized just like that, said Xiao Chenfeng with eyes wide open. The Morong ancestor might not be stronger than the Demon Emperor, and yet he was able to neutralize Blackie's attack with the help of the stamp, meaning to say that the stamp was definitely very powerful. I'm afraid there's only one reason for that, and it has something to do with the origins of the dimension, said Xingya. They were starting to worry because it seemed as if Lord Dog would not be able to handle it. You should feel proud that I have to resort to using the stamp. Now tell me the reason for your powers and I'll make sure to grant you a quick death, said the Morong ancestor majestically and condescendingly. He looked greedily at Blackie and the rest of the group. He had nothing to fear now that he had the stamp in his hand. The shovel, the ladle, and the leather pants on that dog, all of the wisdom ultimate treasure would belong to him soon. It would be cherry on top if he could find out the reason for their power. Then, no existence in the whole of the 7 dimensions could stop the rise of the Morong clan. Even with his cultivation, he could not help but smile a little at this. Blackie shook his head and in a cold tone said, "You want to know the reason for our power? Ha! That's not something for the likes of you to know. If that's the case, you leave with no choice but to kill you all," the Morong ancestor said with a cruel smile on his face. He infused the stamp with his mana, and immediately a holy secret energy imbued with wisdom surged up and exploded in the sky. There was no way a heavenly fighter could handle this wisdom ultimate spell when even a hint of the power of wisdom was enough to destroy them. One look at the spell was enough to cause their Tao heart to break down from the indescribable pressure. Cultivator Junjun and others, who were sweating profusely, stood behind Lord Dog and cheered him on. "Go, Lord Dog, go. Singya gulped and said worriedly, "Should we back away a little more?" Blackie bared his fangs and barked madly at the Morong ancestor. There was a serious expression never seen on his face before. His leather pants had detached from his butt and was floating in the sky, and with the rise of the wind, began to expand itself like a flag until it became a barrier big enough to shield them from the Morong ancestor's attack. The mosaic patch was giving out an eye-piercing glow and exploded, too, with a wave of terrifying power of wisdom, and an endless mosaic light swirled around the barrier. "Go!" the Morong ancestor scoffed as he threw down the stamp at Blackie. The stamp shot down the ground like a mountain, and the sky was instantly filled with the angry roar of wisdom. Before the stamp even reached Blackie, it had already wiped out the mosaic light with its golden glow. "Huh. As if your pathetic mosaic would be able to resist my stamp," the Morong ancestor said gloatingly. The stamp continued to make its descent on the leather pants. From the third-party point of view, they admitted the barrier created by the leather pants was truly extraordinary, but compared to the stamp there was still a huge difference in power, just like comparing a hammer to a paper. Nuwa took a deep breath and said, "This stamp is too odd. We can't let Lord Dog handle it by himself. We should fight too." Xiao Chenfen gripped his sword tightly in his hand. "Okay, ready whenever you are." The rest of the group also prepared themselves by activating their mana as they stared fixedly at Blackie and the stamp, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Finally, the stamp made contact with the leather pants, but it did not cause a big explosion. Instead, it seemed as if everything was frozen in place. "How? What's going on?" The Morong ancestor was shocked. He did everything he could to activate the stamp but received no response. He could even sense that the link between the stamp and him had been somewhat broken. This was not surprising since he had never completely mastered the stamp at all. He began to panic. Cultivator Junjun and the rest of the group became overjoyed at the development, for they were already prepared to fight to the death but now had no need to. "We're saved. We're saved. Yay! Long live the short leather pants made by the expert." Are they befriending each other? It feels so weird. It seems like the stamp and the leather pants are friends. At the same time, the shovel and ladle in Nanan and Dragon's hands started to vibrate and flew toward the stamp. Immediately, the leather pants, shovel and ladle surrounded the stamp while blinking furiously. Suddenly, the shovel and ladle slammed themselves down on the stamp. A ringing sound echoed through the sky and everyone's soul nearly flew out from shock. The stamp drooped its head as if it was being chastised like a kid who had done something wrong, and yet the shovel and ladle kept on beating it with the leather pants joining in after. The sound of the beating sounded like a demon screaming, and everyone's eyes were about to pop out as their jaws fell to the ground. All the colors had drained out of the Morong ancestor's body and he was trembling violently. A gurgling noise came out of his opened mouth as if his words were stuck in his throat. Tears began to flow from his eyes, and that was not the only liquid coming out of his body. How could the origins of dimension, with the power to suppress wisdom and whose existence he must humbly revere, be acting like a kid getting a beating from his parents? A chill ran down his spine. Impossible. This can't be happening. He started wailing like a banshee, unable to process everything that was happening before him, and was questioning his very existence. What could be more despairing than one's ultimate weapon going over to the enemy's side? "Come back. Come back this very instant," he shouted as he used his mana to pull the stamp back to no avail. Finally the stamp deigned to give him a response, but it was one of killing intent as it flew towards it with a majestic force. "No, you can't do this to me. I'm your master." "Why? Tell me, where did I go wrong? Ah. Have mercy. I'm sorry. No." The Morong ancestor was instantly killed by the stamp. He did not die peacefully and felt someone had cheated him out of all his glory. Is the ancestor dead? All the members of the Morong clan were trembling with disbelief. "I can't believe the stamp defected to the shovel, ladle and leather pants just like that. It's totally crazy. How did they do it? What kind of people are they? Oh no, this is surely the end of the Morong clan. Spare us, Lord Dog. Please spare us." Everyone was breaking down and quickly fell to their knees to beg for their lives. "Wasn't it just a moment ago you were all talking about making me into dog meat? You dare to beg for your lives now?" Blackie said with a cruel smile on his face. Then he waved his paw and said, "Human pets, kill them all." "Shit you, Lord Dog. Don't force me to turn my sword against you," Xiao Chengfeng said in despair. "We know we can't win you in a fight, but that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want to us," Zhang Lu said. "I would rather die than suffer through this humiliation," Singya said. They were all stomping their feet in anger but could do nothing to Blackie, which made them even more furious, so they decided to vent their anger on the Morong clan. After that, they seized possession of the heaven's spiritual rice and happily made their way back to the 7th dimension. Singya exhaled deeply and said, "Phew, I was really scared headless. I thought I was a goner for sure. We should have more faith in the expert. He wouldn't have sent us to a fruitless mission. In the end, the stamp came with us out of its own free will." "Yeah, I never expected the stamp to obediently follow us back after seeing the expert's treasures. The expert sure works in mysterious ways. I shudder to think what would happen if the Wisdom Ultimate treasures didn't save us in time." "Oh, save it. It's only us that thinks this stamp is powerful. Have you all forgotten that the expert treats this stamp as a mere walnut-cracking tool?" They all went silent at that, for the truth hurt. On the way back, they kept on reliving the battle before for self-reflection and for finding more ways to praise the expert. Soon, they could see the fallen immortal mountain in the distance and their eyes began to burn with passion. They could not wait to see how the expert would reward them when they honorably offered him the stamp. However, there was the matter of who would go, since they knew they should not all barge in to disturb him. "How about letting Tong Tian come with me?" Cultivator Junjun asked. Tong Tian had only just come back and he was the one who told us about the stamp. Therefore, it makes sense for him to go visit the expert. They all agreed with his reasoning, but that did not make it any easier to accept, so they could not help but sigh. Cultivator Junjun told Tong Tian some of the things he should take note of, and after that the two of them landed in the fallen immortal mountain to make their way up to the 4-part architecture. "Remember to mind your manners when visiting the expert," said Cultivator Junjun. "Don't worry about it. I will behave courteously and reverently, but I must say I'm a little nervous and excited." They were progressing at lightning speed, but when they reached halfway up the mountain, Tong Tian suddenly jerked around as all the hairs on his body stood on their ends. His pupils shrank into a needle line as he looked toward the demons in the forest. All the demons there had their power suppressed, but their heavenly realm aura was still swirling around. Being a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal, he could only sense a terrifying power. He gulped and in a trembling voice asked, "Are they all heavenly realm demons?" "What demons?" "Be mindful of your words when in front of the expert," said Cultivator Junjun with a wave of his hand. "Those are nothing but game meat to the expert. They'll be slaughtered to satisfy the expert's craving." "They used to be the Demon Emperor's subordinates but have all become game meat now," Dragon explained. "Is that what being an expert means? That one can keep a bunch of heavenly realm demons around for game meat? Does that mean I'm even worse than a game meat for being a mere Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal?" Tong Tian suddenly felt ashamed of himself and decided he was nothing more than useless junk. Soon, they saw the simple 4-part architecture within their field of vision. Nanan quickly walked up and knocked on the gate. "Brother Li, we're back." "Coming," Li Nianfan said. Then, the gate opened with a creaking sound. "Did you get it?" Li Nianfan asked with a smile. "Brother Li, we not only found something for the walnut but something else too," Nanan said excitedly. "Oh? And what might that be?" "It's something edible. Some kind of rice." Nanan showed him the heaven spiritual rice. Li Nianfan took one glance at it and became filled with joy. "This is glutinous rice." It was easy to tell the difference between glutinous rice and normal rice. Although they were both oval in shape, glutinous rice was thinner and longer while normal rice was a little fatter and rounder. However, that was not the point. The point was, compared to normal rice, one could create any more dishes from glutinous rice, such as rice dumplings, sweet rice wine, pumpkin cake, osmanthus cake, fried chop rice cake. Chapter 685, The Expert's Favorite, Tong Tian's Epiphany. Good rice. Good rice, indeed. Li Nianfan grabbed a handful of the glutinous rice and was satisfied with the coolness of the grains against his hand. Glutinous rice is not only delicious but also possesses high nutritional and medicinal value. It can supplement the human body with calcium and strengthen digestion. The group breathed a sigh of relief and felt very proud of themselves when they saw Li Nianfan smiled. Getting their hands on the rice was a happy surprise and they were only glad that Li Nianfan was overjoyed with it. Nanan brought out the stamp and said, "Brother Li, maybe you can use this for the walnuts?" "Oh. This looks very fancy." Li Nianfan accepted the stamp and found the weight and hardness to be acceptable. It could definitely be used for cracking walnuts, but somehow it felt a little over the top. He initially thought that they would bring back a hammer. He wondered where they managed to get their hands on the stamp. It looked very well made and holier looking than an imperial jade seal. In his previous life, He had heard somebody say that they use imperial jade seal to crack walnuts, never would he have expected he would do the same one day. At the same time, he was moved by their thoughtfulness. They must have gone through a lot of trouble to get him to stamp. Li Nian Fan stroked Nanan's head and with a smile said, "Thank you for this. This is perfect for cracking walnuts." "Brother Li, the Heavenly Palace people helped out a lot during this mission," Nanan said, not forgetting to give credits where they were due. "Oh yes. We have guests. Come in, Li Nianfan said when he saw Cultivator Junjun and Tong Tian outside. He kinda guessed that the intel must have come from the Heavenly Palace, for how could the two little girls know where to get the Heaven's spiritual rice and stamp when they were always in the four-part architecture? "Greetings, Saint Lord. Sorry to disturb you," Cultivator Junjun and Tong Tian said courteously and with a bow of their head. "You're not disturbing me at all. In fact, I should thank you for bringing me these two awesome items," Li Nianfan said. "Those are small matters. We didn't really do much," Cultivator Junjun said honestly. The two of them felt like they were only there to make up the numbers and to act as cheerleaders. "Sigh, our cultivation is too low. We need to train more in order to better serve the expert." Li Nianfan looked at Tong Tian and curiously asked, "I don't think I've ever seen you before. Are you a new member of the Heavenly Palace?" "He's actually an old member of the prehistoric. Saint Lord had mentioned the gods list before and he was the one who suffered the most," Cultivator Junjun answered on behalf of Tong Tian. Li Nianfan searched his memories for Tong Tian's identity. "Are you perhaps Tong Tian, the founder of anti-teaching sect?" During the period of the investiture of gods, all of Tong Tian's followers ended up dead, and from then on, he was controlled by others, and no longer showed his face around. However, Li Nianfan had heard all the stories about his powerful combat power and how he was willing to do anything for his followers. This alone made him admire him, and he was glad he could meet him at last. "Those are all stories of the past. After traveling around the chaos, I finally realized how little I know of this world. The experience has truly humbled me, so if Saint Lord doesn't mind, you may call me Tong Tong or Little Tong." Li Nianfan was surprised. It seemed like Tong Tian had suffered a huge blow during his travels. He quickly shook his head and said, "Please don't say that. The world is as big as the heart is. Even if a frog jumps out of a well, how will it know for sure it didn't jump into another well? The only person limiting you, is you. Yes, it's true the world is big, but that doesn't mean that you're not important. It's important to stay grounded throughout all this." Tong Tian and Cultivator Junjun's body shook, and it felt like a volcano had exploded in their minds, which kicked up a boundless windstorm. The line, "The world is as big as the heart is," gave them a new understanding of the world and themselves. Tong Tian, especially, broke out in cold sweat and his soul was trembling. He was so used to lowering his head that he had forgotten what it was like to raise his head. He always felt that he did not deserve the name Tong Tian, but if he did not deserve it, then who deserved it? He was afraid that once he completely erased his name, he would never get it back. Yes, it was true he had gotten back his body and power but had lost his original dream. He would always be Tong Tian, and then and there swore to make this name famous across all 7 dimensions. As for Cultivator Junjun, the epiphany he had gotten solidified his Tao heart even more. Then, as if he had thought of something, he gasped and became even more shocked. "The world is as big as the heart is." Did the expert say this line specially for him? When one wants something, all the universe conspires in helping one to achieve it. The expert must be really enlightened to be able to come up with a line like that. Tong Tian's eyes were all red. He bowed deeply and said, "Thank you for guidance, Saint Lord. I will keep what I've learned today close to my heart." Based on that exchange a lot, he should call Li Nianfan his master. Li Nianfan laughed and humbly said, "I was only saying what I feel to be true. Take it however you will." He was just glad that all the motivation stories he had read proved to be useful here. He really wished Tong Tian would not change his name, for it was part of his childhood. "Come and have a seat. Xiao Bei, bring out some juice for the guests," Li Nianfan said. Then he asked Ji to bring some walnuts so he could try out the stamp on it. Tong Tian sat down carefully and discreetly took a deep breath. He felt unbelievably comfortable there due to the thick spiritual chi floating in the air. There were no other places in the world better than there. He then looked around his surroundings and was almost blinded by all the treasures there. Yes, he had heard all of the stories about Li Nianfan, but listening and seeing proved to be a different experience. After that, he looked at the juice in his hand and felt a tightening in his heart. This is the juice of spiritual root. I can't believe he's serving it out to guests. It's no wonder everybody wants to come here. There's just too many opportunities for advancement, thought Tong Tian. A word, some snacks, and some drinks were all opportunities that the others who had not been here could not imagine. Suddenly, he heard a clear cracking sound. Li Nianfan was using the stamp on the walnuts. Judging by the perfect walnut coming out of its shell, the stamp was the perfect tool for cracking walnuts. Li Nianfan was overjoyed. He laughed and said, "Ha! This stamp is perfect for cracking walnuts." Cultivator Junjun and Tong Tian were looking at him with astonished eyes. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves for this to happen, they still found the corners of their lips to be twitching. They could not believe that the origins of wisdom with the power to suppress wisdom itself was being used to crack walnuts. People might have called them crazy if they told anyone else about it. Heck, even the Morong ancestor would be turning in his grave if he knew about it, but of course, those are not the main points. The main point was the seal seemed to be very cooperative and enjoying its new role of cracking walnuts. They could not help but wonder where its previous overbearing force and unparalleled power went. Li Nianfan was enjoying cracking walnuts so much that it was a good long while before he stopped. He then passed the walnuts to them. "Cultivator Junjun, Founder Tian Tong, please help yourself to the walnuts." "Thank you, Saint Lord," said the two politely. "Founder Tian Tong, it's a shame you've missed out on a lot of interesting events during your travels in the chaos," said Li Nianfan. Tian Tong had missed out the changes in the prehistoric to the area of the gods, and the gathering of different sects, and all the feasts they had. "Make sure you don't miss out on the walnuts too." Tian Tong nodded his head and put a walnut into his mouth. A thunder crashed inside his brain as soon as he bit down on the walnut, as if something was awakening in his mind, like a walnut coming out of its shell. He could feel his brain was transforming at a rapid pace. No longer was he a fool but a genius, for he had gained 1,000,000,000 years of knowledge. He had never felt so one with everything between heaven and earth. It felt as if he could touch the laws of the universe with his very hand. At the same time, he could feel his mana spinning wildly, harmonizing with heaven and earth, and elevating his Tao heart. Suddenly, his body became lighter and unbelievably comfortable, as if a barrier had been pierced through, which then allowed the spiritual chi to roll in, thus increasing his power. It was not long ago he had become a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal, and now, because of a walnut, had immediately broken through to the heavenly realm. No, this is not some ordinary walnut but a spiritual root that can help one to reach enlightenment. Not to mention it was personally peeled by the expert himself, and it was cracked by the origins of wisdom. The expert reminded me not to miss out on anything from now on. He must have been hinting at me to make up for all of the opportunities that I've missed. He's helping me to catch up to the rest of them," thought Tong Tian with red eyes. He was unbelievably moved by Li Nianfan's gestures. He was on the brink of death and was only saved when he drank the dear blood wine, and now he had even advanced to the heavenly realm after eating the walnut. He must have done a lot of good deeds in his past lives to reap the good karma now. He would never be able to repay the expert, not even if he had 1,000,000 lifetimes. "How's the taste of the walnut?" Li Nianfan asked. "Delicious. Absolutely delicious." Tong Tian took a deep breath and in an all-sincere tone said, "This is the most delicious thing I've ever eaten." Li Nianfan laughed heartily and said, "You still have a long life ahead of you to try out more yummy food. I'll make sure to send something over to the Heavenly Palace once I create a new dish with the glutinous rice." Cultivator Junjun became excited at that. "Lucky us. We thank the Saint Lord in advance." Li Nianfan waved his hand and said, "You're too polite. It's only food." Cultivator Junjun and Tong Tian did not want to overstay their welcome, so got up to excuse themselves. Tong Tian's whole body felt unbelievably pleasant as he walked out of the four-part architecture. He felt as if he had become a whole new person who could do anything in the world. Nu and others were waiting for them at a place nearby and immediately surrounded the two of them when they saw them. "Little Tong," Juling Shen said. He did not get to finish his sentence because a sword bursting with boundless sharpness appeared in front of him within seconds. "Where's your manners? My name is Tong Tian. Make sure you remember it," Tong Tian said coldly. This shocked everyone, and they could sense he had gone back to his previous personality in the prehistoric. "Brother Tong Tian, have you broken through the heavenly realm? And, you're not going to change your name anymore?" Nu asked with surprise. "No, I'm not going to change my name anymore." He shook his head and smiled gloatingly. "Thanks to the expert's guidance, I had an epiphany and remembered my original dream. The expert approves of my name and has given me some walnuts to help me break through to the heavenly realm." "Lucky you. Gah. I'm so jealous. The expert is so good to you." "I knew it. I knew that the expert will reward you richly. I should have fought for the chance to visit him." No wonder you're acting so arrogantly now. Tong Tian smiled and said, as a sword cultivator, I think that the Lion God would not accept the birth of Tong Tian, but my sword cultivation is still historical, like the long night is perfect for me, so I'll be using it from now. Xiao Chenfeng and Zhang Lu immediately exploded. As if. Have you asked the sword in my hand for its permission? You shameless prick. You don't want to make an enemy out of me. Looks like the three of us need to fight it out for the right to use the line. Meanwhile, back in the fourth dimension, where the Morong clan were, two figures were standing in midair and looking at the giant dog paw print on the ground with a serious expression on their faces. It looks so terrifying. The remnant aura tells me this dog is a wisdom elite with unimaginable power. Cut the crap. The dog paw is not the most important thing right now. Tell me what you people from the Heaven Mystery Pavilion know now. Chapter 686, The Heaven Mystery Pavilion's Plan, Origins Devouring Bug. One of the old men was dressed in black brocade. His gaunt face sported a goatee and his eyes were like dark pools of inky black hole that would draw anyone in. His name was Sycophancy, master of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. The other person wearing a linen shirt looked like an ordinary old man with nothing eye-catching about him. However, this old man possessed a deep and profound mind that even Sycophancy had to be careful around him. His name was Yi Xuan, head of the Yi clan, who was as prominent as the Morong clan in the eastern wasteland. Yi Xuan smiled at Sycophancy and in a clear voice said, although the Morong clan tried to hide it, I could still sense a terrifying power in their clan, and the day their clan was destroyed, the destructive power appeared again. This is really a cause for concern. Do you know what that is? The Yi clan and the Morong clan were equally famous, but in the past few thousand years, the momentum of the Morong clan had surpassed the Yi clan. It was only natural for the Yi clan to pay close attention to their rival, and so was able to detect something out of the ordinary. Sycophancy's expression was impassive. Brother Xuan, do you still want to know if I tell you, you won't be able to handle the power? Yi Xuan was startled. He furrowed his brows and stared deeply at Sycophancy. He had thought that Sycophancy would give him some perfunctory replies, so he was surprised at how easily he was about to give up the answer. He knew there was a risk he would not be able to handle the power, but it was overshadowed by his burning desire to get a hold of that power. I do, and I hope you can answer me honestly, Yi Xuan said. Suddenly, they both heard the sound of lightning coming from some distance away. Soon, a man with azure eyes, galloped through thunder and lightning, and appeared in front of them. Brother Lei Bao, you've come too, said Yi Xuan with a raised eyebrow. How could I not come when something this big had happened? Lei Bao swept his eyes across the ruin that was Morong's manor. The Morong clan have been getting more and more arrogant to the extent they had plans to suppress the other wisdom elites. I was planning to show them who's the real boss, but now this has happened unexpectedly. He paused for a while and said, the eastern wasteland will definitely descend into chaos if we don't find out who the perpetrators are. Then he looked at Yi Xuan, waiting for him to say something. The Morong clan is not the only victim. On the way here, I noticed the demon emperors and his subordinates aura had disappeared too. I fear they have ended up the same way as the Morong clan, said Yi Xuan. The 5 wisdom elites in the eastern wasteland symbolizes the 5 powerhouses in the area, and it was to anyone's shock how 2 of them could be eliminated just like that. Sycophancy closed his eyes and said, the perpetrators are from another dimension. Another dimension? Lei Bao's eyes flashed. Could it be the eldritch who would come again? Sycophancy shook his head. No, they're not the eldritch. However, this might be beyond us. Are you sure the 2 of you really want to know? He said hesitantly. The fact that they're from another dimension gives you all the more reason to not ignore this matter. After all, you're the leader of the 4th dimension, said Yi Xuan. He's right. Could it be anything more serious than when the 4th dimension was about to break apart? You've got to show them what you've got, Lei Bao said loudly. The eldritch had waged war on the 4th dimension before. At that time, under the catastrophe, all the beings were turned to ashes, and the 4th dimension was near the edge of destruction. At a critical juncture, the heaven mystery rose from the sky, and overnight, the old pavilion master became enlightened from the destruction, which caused his combat power to skyrocket, and successfully drove the eldritch away. Later, he stole heavenly secrets, seized good luck, and led the rapid rise of the 4th dimension. However, after the catastrophe, the old pavilion master also suffered indelible damage. Coupled with the backlash of heaven, he finally died. For this reason, although Heaven Mystery Pavilion likes to be low-key, it nonetheless enjoys a very special position in the 4th dimension. Actually, this matter has something to do with the origins of the 3rd dimension, said Sycophancy. Origins of the third dimension? Even hearing Sycophancy mentioning that was enough to make their heart beat wildly. They could vaguely sense that this origin thing would prove to be very beneficial to them in the future. What is that? They asked with anticipation. In addition to plundering the resources of 7 dimensions, the ultimate goal of the eldritch is to swallow the origins of all dimensions and become the dictator of all 7 dimensions. Now that the third dimension is broken, the origins of the dimension was lost, and a part of it had flown into the fourth dimension, which was acquired by the Moron clan. In fact, I only knew about this after their clan was destroyed, Sycophancy said. What? The origins of the third dimension was acquired by the Moron clan? No wonder they could rise up through the ranks so quickly. Anyone would have if they had come into possession of a heaven-defying opportunity. The eldritch wants to rob all origins of the 7 dimensions. If they really did it, then they would become unimaginably powerful. What wild ambition they have. The Moron clan is useless. How could they let beings from another dimension steal the origins of the third dimension? Sycophancy, is there any way we can get it back? They must get it back. It was not every day any of them could come across an origin of a dimension. Lei Bao and Yi Xuan felt excited after thinking about it. This was definitely the road to the strongest, with the power to control the world. Yi Xuan quickly curbed his greed, and said with extreme caution, how is it possible for the Moron clan to be annihilated when they have the origins of the third dimension in their hands? The other party must have had an origins too, said Sycophancy. What? They have one too? Lei Bao and Yi Xuan were shocked and envious. With so many origins of dimensions, what a fortune it must be. Do we have a chance to seize it? Lei Bao asked. Well. Lei Bao and Yi Xuan looked at each other, their eyes flickered, and they could not help but feel ecstatic. It looked like they had a chance. The value would be incalculable if they really got their hand on an origins of a dimension. Tell us, Sycophancy, what do we need to do? Lei Bao asked. Today, the 3 of us are the strongest in the Eastern Wasteland. The whole 4th dimension will belong to us once we get an origins on our hands, said Yi Xuan. Fine, things had already progressed to this point. There's no use keeping it under wraps anymore. To be honest, the Heaven Mystery Pavilion had cultivated a kind of bug, called the Origins Devouring Bug. This bug can sneak into heaven without being noticed. It can even devour the origins of wisdom. We can sneak the spy into where the origins of the dimension is so it could devour the origins of wisdom. Sycophancy paused before continuing, and if we refine this bud, the origins of wisdom would be absorbed into our bodies. I gotta say, the Heaven Mystery Pavilion sure is smart to create a bug like this. Can we trust what you say? It sounds too good to be true. Lei Bao and Yi Xuan were secretly frightened. Even a wisdom elite would do best to avoid this kind of bug. A faint light flashed in Sycophancy's eyes, and he said, my Heaven Mystery Pavilion is exploring the secret of heaven. I'm already entangled with wisdom and we are mutually restrained. Therefore, after death, I will be transformed into Origins Devouring Bug. This is the top secret of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Yi Xuan immediately said, what are we waiting for then? Let's go and put our plan in motion. Yes, this is the origins of the dimension we're talking about. Lei Bao added. Sycophancy nodded and said, follow me. Immediately, the 3 of them arrived at Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Please wait for me here while I go get the Origins Devouring Bug, said Sycophancy before leaving for the backyard. He walked to the deepest part of the place and headed down to the secret room underground. In this secret room, the light was dim and empty, with only an old man sitting cross-legged in the center. Around him, the space seemed to be overlapping with each other, making the old man look a little erratic. Not only that, the ground where he was sitting was actually connected together, as if he had grown from the ground. An incomparably strange breath radiated from his body, majestic and vast. Sycophancy's eyes suddenly became extremely enthusiastic, and he respectfully cupped his hand in salutation. Greetings, Master. If Lei Bao and Yi Xuan were here, they would surely exclaim in shock because this old man was none other than the old Pavilion Master of Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Not only did he not die, but the aura on his body had become even more unpredictable. The old Pavilion Master opened his eyes. His eyes were completely black. These were not a pair of eyes, but 2 black holes, which were extremely deep and seemed to be all-encompassing. A hoarse voice came from the old man's mouth, I've seen everything you did. It's pretty good. Let's use them to test the strength of our opponent. Master is fused with the origins and deliberately pulled the origins of the third dimension here. Why didn't you devour it then? Why would you wait until now to devour it? Sycophancy asked. This question had been floating around his mind for a long time. The old man opened his mouth and said, "That is only a small of the origins of the third dimension. It doesn't mean much to me for the time being. I left it in the hands of the outsiders to attract more origins. However, things went better than I expected. Something seems to have changed in the seventh dimension. Maybe I can use this opportunity to devour the origins of the seventh dimension." "A truly wise and brilliant plan," said Sycophancy. No one knew how the Heaven Mystery Pavilion was able to turn the table when the fourth dimension was on the brink of destruction. Only a few knew the reason to be the old pavilion master mistakenly fused with the fourth dimension origins when he was calculating the fate of the fourth dimension, which caused his power to skyrocket. However, the original origins of wisdom was originally desireless, but after merging with the old pavilion master, an inevitable change took place and its desire began to emerge, the desire to devour the origins of the other 6 dimensions. One of his plans turned the Moron clan into cannon fodder, and now he planned to use Yi Xuan and Lei Bao as pawns to test the strength of the other dimensions. "Go, the stamp contains my aura. You'll be able to find the other origins once you've found the seal," said the old pavilion master indifferently. He raised his hand and a group of origins devouring bug flew towards Sycophancy. The origins devouring bug possessed the ability to devour origins, but if they succeed the origins would naturally be absorbed by the old pavilion master, and if it failed, it would be Yi Xuan and Lei Bao would have to pay the price with their lives. Sycophancy saluted and exited the secret room. He returned to the hall and smiled at Yi Xuan and Lei Bao. "Brothers, I have prepared the origins devouring bug. Next, let me teach you the refining method. After refining, these insects are equivalent to your clones. As long as one of them is alive, you will not have to worry about your life." Lei Bao and Yi Xuan did not realize that they had fallen for Sycophancy's trick and so looked at the origins devouring bug with eyes burning with excitement. They were already thinking up ways of how to use the bugs to help themselves absorb more origins of dimensions. Inside the main hall of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, the 3 of them were sitting in a cross-legged position, not moving an inch. The origins devouring bugs began to fly around them before taking off together, with their destination being Tiandong Mountain. These origins devouring bug flew in the air. Their bodies gradually disappeared as they became invisible, seemingly having blended into their surroundings. Not long after, they came to the portal to the 7th dimension. Yang Jian was guarding here with a team of heavenly soldiers. Even though he had a third eye, he did not notice anything at all. "Ah, so this is where the portal to the 7th dimension is. It would have taken us a long time to find it if it wasn't for Heaven Mystery Pavilion. Is this the 7th dimension? It's really a good world. I thought that this dimension would be suppressed by the eldritch, but it's even better than I imagined. Let's plunder the resources here after devouring the origins." They flew all the way, followed the guidance, and went straight to the area of the gods. When they reached there, they could not help but whisper. "What's going on? Why is the 7th dimension so weak? I don't even sense a wisdom elite here. Can anyone in this dimension really destroy the Moron clan? When we go back, we will immediately gather our men to plunder the resources in this dimension. If the eldritch can do it, then so can we." They were excited and felt that this trip was too worthwhile. Gradually, they saw a mountain range. There, a strong attraction came, filling their hearts with desire and invigorating their spirits. The origins of dimension must be there. They quickly flew into the fallen immortal mountain and immediately felt some powerful aura. "That's the Demon Emperor's 3-headed canine. It must have been brought here after being captured. And that is a 9-headed python. All the Demon Emperor's demon team leaders have been captured. The Demon Emperor must have lost his life here too. I wonder why they brought the demons here. The secret to the destruction of the Moron clan should be here. I have a hunch that this is the most unusual place in the 7th dimension, so be careful." The origins devouring bugs continued to move forward silently. A 4-part architecture slowly came into view. The moment they saw the 4-part architecture, they began to tremble, as if they had seen a great horror, and a chill came from the bottom of their hearts, which nearly made their heads explode and their souls to leave their body. "Danger! Run! Get the HLL out of this place!" Inexplicably, those were the only thoughts left in their minds, which acted as an alarm bell for their fate. Just as when they were about to retreat, a boundless and powerful force suddenly landed on them, suppressing them so that they could not move. Immediately afterward, they began to see stars around their heads as an irresistible force pulled them into a new space. When they came back to their senses, they were already in a green meadow with vegetables and fruits planted not far away. These plants were all exuding a majestic spiritual chi, and in the surrounding sky, there was even a boundless aura of wisdom rippling through the air. This was undoubtedly an unimaginable wonderland. However, they were not at all happy, because the inexplicable horror in their hearts was sharply deepening. What is this place? Did I just become a bug of this place? Chapter 687, Bathing Water for the 5 Girls. They were in a place where good fortune is everywhere, but they still panicked. It was so extraordinary there, but their arrival caught them off guard. What terrible power was it that sucked them into such a terrifying secret place? The big unknown, the big horror. They stayed in place and did not dare to move. The grass under them were all spiritual roots, and a single blade of grass seemed to contain boundless power, which can cut the sun, moon and stars. In the distance were clusters of colorful vegetables such as carrots, leafy green vegetables, and Chinese cabbage, all neatly arranged, all spiritual roots. Farther away, were big trees covered with seemingly glowing delicious fruits. They too were surrounded by a boundless wisdom aura. All of them were so visually striking. What terrifying world had they stumbled into? At this time, one of Yi Xuan's Origin's devouring bug clones noticed the soil under its feet was flowing with waves and waves of Origin's power, and it was actually emitting wisdom aura. It gasped with shock and its body began to tremble violently. This soil was the source of the earth. One grain can fill the sea, and a handful can shape a small world. The Origins of wisdom was right under his feet. Jackpot! I'm going to devour as much as I can. Greed had overwhelmed its sanity. At this time, it did not care about others at all. All it wanted to do was to consume the soil beneath its feet. However, just when it opened its mouth, a small ant suddenly burrowed out of the soil and glanced at it. With just this glance, Yi Xuan felt that his whole body was frozen, and a boundless fear enveloped him. This was a tremor from the deepest part of the soul. The two were not at the same level. It seemed that this ant's single thought was enough to annihilate his clone. At this time, the other Origin's devouring bug also felt the same fear he was feeling, and without exception, they were almost scared to death too. Oh my god, what kind of existence is this cabbage bug? It's like I'm staring death in the face. No, I'm dying. There is a nest of ants next to me. They treat me as food and they're going to tear my body apart. Ah, what's the matter? My spells have been inexplicably suppressed. Run, run. There's definitely something weird about this place. Nanan and Dragon, who were watering the backyard, darkened their faces when they saw so many bugs suddenly appeared in the backyard. Ah, why are there suddenly so many bugs? They're jumping everywhere, Nanan cried in surprise. Dragon thought for a moment, and then said, these must be pests that destroy vegetables. We gotta catch them before they eat the vegetables. They immediately ran around the yard with their hands raised to catch the Origins devouring bugs who were swarming around the backyard like headless flies, trying to find an exit and escape. Cow, quickly block them. Don't let them get away. Miss Peacock, bite the bug, go bite the bug. Nanan and Dragon shouted loudly as they ran across the yard. Soon, all the animals in the backyard were jumping up and down, trying to catch the bugs. The 2 cows began to spread joy on the grass. The peacock fluttered its wings and pecked at the bugs. Bees and butterflies also danced wildly, flying all over the sky. Fortunately, the existence of the great horror in this yard had not shown itself yet. We still have a chance of escaping. The 2 little girls, the cows and the bird are only in the heavenly realm. What gave them the right to be in this yard? We wouldn't have been chased by them if our spells weren't suppressed. The 7th dimension is too terrifying, and it hides a great secret, but the opportunity is also unimaginable. We should quickly fall back and come up with another plan. Meanwhile, in the inner courtyard, Li Nianfan was making sweet rice wine with the glutinous rice. Sweet rice wine was definitely his favorite thing to eat during childhood, and it was one of the few wines that children were allowed to drink, so it was only natural for the taste to be seared into his brain. It was best eaten in the summer where the street vendors sold them chilled in ice. There was only 2 words to describe the experience, DM and satisfying. When Li Nianfan first saw glutinous rice, he instantly thought about making sweet rice wine. Although it is a kind of wine, the alcohol content is not too high. The taste is sweet and mellow, and it is suitable for all ages. The smoke, accompanied by the scent of glutinous rice, was rising from the dozen or so holes of the rice pot, and floated all around the 4-part architecture. Daji, Fire Phoenix, Qin Manyun, Shi Tukin and Little Fox watched Li Nianfan curiously with their beautiful eyes widened. Master, are you steaming the glutinous rice? Daji asked curiously. Yeah, but it's for making wine, said Li Nianfan with a smile. This wine is mixed with rice, and it is called sweet rice wine. It has the aroma of wine and the sweetness of rice. It is definitely a unique delicacy. While talking, he lifted the rice pot from the fire, placed it on top of a wooden frame, and evenly sprinkled a few tablespoons of cold water to cool it down, so that the rice would not continue cooking. Li Nianfan suddenly remembered something, and said, "Bring a big wooden barrel over." Fire Phoenix immediately dragged a wooden barrel over. Li Nianfan poured some liquid into the wooden barrel, and explained with a smile, "This water is called drenching wine water and it is very good for the skin. It can moisturize the skin very well. If you take a bath with this water, your skin will feel more instantly become soft and moist. The water is milky white, with a scent of glutinous rice." Really? The 5 girls' eyes suddenly lit up. No woman would ever refuse the chance to become more beautiful, for there was no such thing as the most beautiful person in the world, as one could also become more beautiful. "Ah, Brother Lee, I want to take a bath, I want to take a bath," Little Fox shouted. In addition to becoming beautiful, she also found it fun, and asked expectantly, "When can I use it?" Li Nianfan did not give it much thought and casually said, "The water just happens to be still hot right now. Scientifically speaking, this is the best time to use it." "Well, I'm jumping in then." With a splash, Little Fox had jumped directly into the barrel, with only the top of her head exposed, protruding above the water. She moaned happily, and her slender hand came out of the water, rubbing her body. The snow-white jade skin was soaked in the milky white liquid, as if glowing. It was extremely dazzling to see. Li Nianfan was dumbfounded. What should I do about a sister-in-law who doesn't seem to have common sense? This water is really smooth. It's a bit sticky, but it's very comfortable. Little Fox was flushed in the face and looked very excited. She invited Daji by saying, "Sister, come on, come in, let's bathe together." "Gah. I am filtering water into the wooden barrel while you're taking a bath. Do you think I'm invisible? Have you considered how I feel? This is almost too sinful," Li Nianfan thought. He sneaked a glance at Daji and Fire Phoenix and saw the desire in their eyes. Even Qin Manyun and Seekan were eager to try. Are they seriously going to bathe together? Then should I stay and make the wine while watching you all take a bath, or watch you all take a bath while making the wine? Suddenly, the commotion from the backyard reached Li Nianfan's ears. "Ahem, why don't you all bathe here while I go to the backyard to have a look?" Li Nianfan said. Then, he pretended to be calm and walked toward the backyard slowly, and vaguely heard the sound of splashing water behind him. Qin Manyun sneaked a glance at Li Nianfan's retreating figure, shyly took off her clothes, and entered the barrel. As soon as she entered the wooden barrel, her beautiful eyes widened, and she said in surprise, "Wow, this water is really smooth, so comfortable, I really like it." Shi Tukan nodded and said, "Well, I feel that my skin has become smoother, Sister Manyun, let me see if your skin has become smoother." "Ah, don't touch me." The sound of splashing water suddenly became more intense, and there were bursts of gasps and laughter. After the water fight, they could clearly feel the endless aura in the void beginning to converge toward themselves. At the same time, even the illusory atmosphere of wisdom seemed to linger in their hearts, surrounding their bodies, and stroking their skin. They clearly felt that their pores all over their bodies opened up, breathing in the water, absorbing the wisdom between heaven and earth. This, our body has become a peerless Taoist body, perfectly harmonizing with wisdom. I can feel the breath of wisdom, the beating heart of wisdom, and the will of wisdom. The bathing water that the Master prepared for us is really precious. We should use this opportunity to cultivate ourselves. The 5 girls stopped fighting immediately and focused their minds on attaining enlightenment. Shi Tukan suddenly felt the world she was in had become a painting. She was in the painting as well, drawing out the whole world stroke by stroke, as if she was the creator of the world and could make it however she wants. Every stroke she made was the composition of the world and was the will of wisdom. Not long ago, Li Nianfan saw that her calligraphy had improved a lot, so he began to teach her drawing, but she had no foundation in that and so found it hard to learn. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she saw the nature of the world and knew how to express it in her paintings. A trace of the power of wisdom integrated into her body, and at the same time, her body was filled with spiritual qi, which pushed her to a whole new height. A powerful aura burst out from within her and the formless shackles on her body exploded. Since then, there was no longer a bottleneck and she had finally become a wisdom elite. Beside her, was Qin Manyun, whose eyes were closed tightly, and in her ears, there were waves of low hums. There was the sound of wind, the sound of water, and the sound of insects and birds. These voices whispered in her ear, forming a unique melody, which is the song of wisdom. She slowly raised her hand and placed them against the air. At her fingertips, there seemed to be invisible strings composed of wisdom. Plucking the strings, she began to play a silent tune of wisdom. At this moment, the sky was silent, and everything was silent, which was the true sound of wisdom. A smile broke out of her face and her whole body was shrouded in enchanting, flickering lights. A holy and sacred aura overflowed from within her as she, too, entered the realm of a wisdom elite. Little Fox had just broken through to the heavenly realm not long ago. At this time she was enjoying the bathwater so much that she was wagging her 9 tails which had involuntarily popped out. Her exquisite face was so ravishingly beautiful that she could easily charm the pants off anyone. Endless laws of the universe and spiritual chi wrapped her up in egg-shaped colorful light which allowed her to advance by leaps and bounds. Although she could not break through to the wisdom elite in one fell swoop, she had caught up with Cultivator Junjun just by taking a bath. Dazzling white light soared into the sky from Doji's body in the extreme ice and cold froze time and space. The power of wisdom that had originally flowed around her was also frozen. Fire Phoenix's body was brilliantly red, and even the wisdom had been lit by her. Now, if they were to go head-to-head with Gua, even with his extermination demon sword, he would probably come out the loser. Meanwhile, Li Nianfan was already standing in the backyard. Although he was physically there, mentally he was still thinking about the 5 girls bathing. Brother Li, hurry up and help us catch the pests. Gah! These bugs are so annoying and there's so many of them. The voices of Nanan and Dragon pulled Li Nianfan's thoughts back, and when he saw the scene in front of him, he was immediately stunned. He frowned and asked, "What happened? Why did so many locusts suddenly appear? Is this a plague? How dare they come here to eat my vegetables?" As a farmer, Li Nianfan naturally had no affection for the locusts. If these locusts were not eliminated, then he could kiss his vegetables goodbye. Seeing that even the cows and peacock had become manic because of the locusts, Li Nianfan immediately went to the storage room to get a bug-catching net. When passing by the barrel, he glanced at the clothes beside the barrel and stopped himself from looking into the barrel. Under no circumstances should he look inside the barrel. He had an image to uphold after all. The bug-catching net was made up of a bamboo stem and a small net on one end. It was the perfect tool for catching all kinds of bugs. "Nanan, Dragon, watch me as I get rid of these pesky bugs." Li Nianfan rushed into the vegetable patch with the bug-catching net in his hand and immediately started to wave it around. "No, what kind of net is this? I can't even avoid it." Yi Xuan screamed in his heart. He was horrified and found himself unable to move inside the net. Who is this man? Why can't I feel the slightest wave of mana from him? The net in his hand is our nemesis. Where is the exit? How can we escape? It's over, there are restrictions on the walls, we can't fly out at all. Sycophancy, think of a way, it's your fault we're here. Yi Xuan and the 2 others were struggling in the yard and jumping wildly around in panic. The walls around the 4-part architecture were not really that high, however, no matter how powerful the mana in their bodies are, they could not fly out at all. The walls were like Mount Everest, so high they could not see the peak. Run. We'll survive this as long as one of the bugs gets out. Everything is so weird here. What exactly is that net? He's coming. The man with the net is coming. Ah, no. Li Nianfan calmly walked around the backyard with the bug-catching net in his hand. With a slight flick of his wrists, just like the most professional hunter, he immediately captured a few of the locusts. Chapter 688, The Heaven Mystery Pavilion's New Plan, A Dangerous Situation. In the backyard, Li Nianfan was showing off his awesome bug-catching skills. "Wow, Brother Li's so awesome! Quick, that one's getting away. Go, Brother Li, go." Nanan and Dragon's eyes were full of excitement, and they kept cheering him on from the sidelines. Li Nianfan was running across the vegetable patch with the bug-catching net in his hand. He could catch at least 1 locust with each wave of the net. At this time, more than 30 locusts had been captured, but a dozen were still flying around. Dragon and Nanan's cheers greatly satisfied Li Nianfan's ego, and because of that, he strived to work harder. Zero in on the bug and catch it quickly. The locusts will have nowhere to hide as soon as the net of heaven-earth is out. There, I caught it. Li Nianfan laughed, and with practiced movement, he caught another bug. Nanan and Dragon looked at Li Nianfan earnestly. In their eyes, Li Nianfan seemed to be following the will of wisdom whenever he raised his hand. Even time and space had to bow their heads to him. No matter how extraordinary the locusts were, they could do nothing about the cage and could only helplessly stare out from the net. They did not doubt that Li Nianfan was casting a kind of ultimate spell. In a blink of an eye, 4 more locusts were caught. No, it's not just the net. There's something odd about that man, too. It's terrible. What kind of place is this? I wanted to go home. When did the 7th dimension become so scary? Who exactly is this man? I want my mummy. Spare me. Yi Xuan and Lei Bao were desperate and scared to death when they saw that most of their clones had been caught. They would be dead once all their clones were caught. Sycophancy, this is all your fault. You said that we'd be fine as long as one of our clones escaped. The problem now is that none of them can escape. Li Nianfan ran toward the remaining bugs with the bug-catching net in his hand. His momentum could even suppress the heavens. The bugs never stood a chance. You're so cool, Brother Li. Catch them. Don't let them go. Nanan and Dragon continued to cheer him on. Ha ha ha, watch me closely now. I'll show you some cool tricks, said Li Nianfan proudly as he rushed toward the remaining locusts. Soon, all the locusts were trapped in his net. That's the last of them. Li Nianfan smiled and started to count the locusts in the net. There were close to 50 of them. Nanan and Dragon peered into the net and instantly felt disgusted at the sight of them. Nanan frowned and said, "These pests are so ugly." "These pests are called locusts," said Li Nianfan. "Locusts? Should we feed it to the peacock or chickens? I bet they'll like it," suggested Dragon. Having heard that, the peacock flew over and looked at them with eyes filled with anticipation. It looked at this swarm of locusts with longing eyes in its eyes. It could feel that this swarm of locusts contained strong power that would greatly benefit it. Li Nianfan shook his head and said, "The peacock can have some and we can have the rest." "Huh? We're going to eat the bugs, too? Is it even edible? It looks so disgusting," asked the wide-eyed Nanan and Dragon with shock. Li Nianfan laughed and said, "Did you know that locusts are a rare delicacy, especially when they're fried? Their taste far surpasses any ordinary delicacies." "Really?" asked Nanan and Dragon doubtfully. The two of them found it hard to accept what Li Nianfan said. Locusts are high in protein and low in fat. They are not only nutritious but good for those who want to lose weight. They're much healthier than ordinary meat, said Li Nianfan with the locusts in his hands. "Let's head back. Little Dajia and the rest of the girls should be done with their bath by now. I'll cook up a feast for you all." Fried locust was very easy to make. Step 1 was to heat the oil. Step 2, one needed to remove its head, wings, and organs. Step 3 was to deep fry it in the oil, and Step 4, one could finish it off with a sprinkle of some cumin or chili powder. The dish would then be done. The outer texture should be crispy and the inside should be soft and fluffy. It really was delicious and it was the perfect snack for drinking. "Xiao Bei, go prep the locusts," ordered Li Nianfan. "Yes, my honorable master," said Xiao Bei and proceeded to carry the locusts to the chopping board. The locusts were struggling and panicking. "No, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. I saw the kitchen knife just now. It's over, we're gonna be chopped into a million pieces." The origins devouring bug of the Heaven Mystery sect is SHT. We're nothing but food to them. We might as well serve ourselves up on a golden platter. Soon, the sound of frying echoed through the yard, and at the same time, there was a fascinating smell of meat permeating the air. "Wow, I didn't expect this ugly thing to be so delicious." "Well, it's hard on the outside and soft on the inside. The master said it has a lot of protein in it." "It's so delicious. More, please." "Hey, save some for the chickens and peacock. Feeding them this will make their eggs healthier." Meanwhile, at the Heaven Mystery Pavilion in the 4th dimension, the vitality of Lei Bao, Yi Xuan, and Sycophancy were rapidly diminishing. Even their primordial spirits were diminishing. This was because they would lose a part of themselves whenever a single origins devouring bug was dead. At a certain moment, Yi Xuan began to tremble violently, as if all the energy in his body had been sucked dry. He collapsed to the ground and with a soft poof, he turned into a mound of yellow dust. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Immediately afterward, the same thing happened to Lei Bao, and another wisdom elite was wiped out just like that. "It's a good thing I sent them to do some reconnaissance first. Things are really strange over in the 7th dimension," said the old pavilion master. In the depths of the Heaven Mystery Pavilion, a whirlpool appeared in the old pavilion master's eyes like a black hole. He raised his hand and slashed at the void. This slash seemed to have broken some kind of cause and effect. Sycophancy's body jerked and blood sprayed out of his mouth. All the colors had been drained out of his face and he was trembling as if he had lost all strength. "Thank you for saving me, Master," he panted fearfully. If the old pavilion master had not cut off his connection with the last Origin's devouring bug, he would have ended up with the same fate as Yixuan and Leibao. It had never crossed his mind that one day, as a wisdom elite, he would ever feel this vulnerable. Death had never been so close to him. The seventh dimension was truly terrifying. The old pavilion master's voice echoed in the air. "What happened? What did you see? Tell me everything." "Master, there's a big secret hidden in the seventh dimension. There's an extraordinary four-part architecture there." Sycophancy told the old pavilion master everything he saw and heard. His voice became shaky whenever he mentioned Li Nianfan. "There really isn't any spiritual chi fluctuation in that man, but there's no doubt he's really powerful. He's probably a level higher than a wisdom elite." The old pavilion master had a gleeful glint in his eyes and in an amused tone, he said, "Ha ha ha, I've got to hand it to the seventh dimension. A four-part architecture with infinite possibilities and the will of wisdom? Only the origins of dimension could do that." "You're right. That man's definitely above a wisdom elite and is probably in the state of the ultimate existence in all of the seven dimensions. Looks like there isn't a lack of talented fighters in the seventh dimension. He must have entered the state of the ultimate existence after sensing the impending catastrophe that's going befall the seventh dimension soon." Sycophancy was slightly surprised. The seventh dimension's wisdom? No wonder the four-part architecture is so powerful. There are a lot of restrictions after a person enters the state of ultimate existence. There's only one ending if a person who's brought to that state is disturbed, and that ending's death. "It's a very risky move," said the old pavilion master with a cold smile on his face. He paused before continuing, "This is akin to exposing the location of the seventh dimension's origins to me. How can I ever forgive myself if I don't devour it now? Ha ha ha." His tone was full of joy. He did not expect to catch such a big fish with the stamp as bait. Yes, there was no denying one would be very powerful once entered the state of ultimate existence, but correspondingly, it would be extremely dangerous if one was exposed. The old pavilion master need not fear the eldritch anymore once he had devoured the seventh dimension's origins. By then, the other dimension's origins will be as good as mine. I'll be the ultimate winner. The intel gained during this reconnaissance proved to be very useful. Yixuan and Leibao should rest easy knowing their deaths had been worthwhile, said the old pavilion master. Then, he ordered, "Sycophancy, go to the Yi clan and lightning sect and come up with a new plan with them." After a while, Sycophancy left the Heaven Mystery Pavilion. At this time, the Yi clan and lightning sect were thrown into chaos, for they could not sense Yixuan's and Leibao's aura anymore. All wisdom elites possessed the amazing ability to enshroud their homes or sects with the aura of wisdom. There were only two possibilities to explain the disappearance of the aura: 1, the wisdom elite removed the aura themselves, and 2, the wisdom elite was dead. How could this be? Go to the temple of the ancestor. The members of the Yi clan were panicking and they quickly went to the temple where their ancestor had isolated himself, with Master Yi leading the way. It was usually forbidden for them to go without the ancestor's permission, but these were dire times. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they opened the door. The jade bed where the Yi ancestor was meditating had split in half. The jade bed had been baptized by the wisdom elite and was connected to the chi of the Yi ancestor, so how could it be split in half? A monstrous chill ran up all of their spines, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. Ancestor. How could this be? This cannot be happening. It must all be a mistake. No, the ancestor's a wisdom elite. There's no way he could die so easily. What the HLL's going on? What does the annihilation of the Murong clan have anything to do with our ancestor? They could not accept that all had been lost. Master Yi immediately made a decision. Go to Morong's house to investigate. We must figure out what happened, he said solemnly. However, Sycophancy arrived at Yi Manor just as all the members of the Yi clan were about to leave. Master Yi, great calamity has fallen on the fourth dimension. I'd like to express my deepest condolences on the death of your ancestor, Yixuan, said Sycophancy. His words crushed the last glimmer of hope of the members of the Yi clan. Is our ancestor really dead? How could this be? What happened? Asked Master Yi hoarsely with red eyes. The seventh dimension's to blame for his death. Your ancestor isn't the only one who has fallen. Even Leibao from the lightning sect, the whole Morong clan, and the demon emperor died at the hands of the people from the seventh dimension, said Sycophancy gravely. What? DMN those people from the seventh dimension? What's going to happen to the Eastern Wasteland now that all the wisdom elites are gone? Everyone was feeling fearful and furious at the same time. Senior Swansea, how did the people from the 7th dimension come here? Asked Master Yi. There's a portal connecting the 4th and 7th dimension located in the Eastern Wasteland. We should be very cautious of the 7th dimension for they possess a terrible and strange secret, replied Shen Swansea. The members of the Yi clan's hearts fell. They knew Shen Swansea's words to be true, for how was it possible for so many wisdom elites to be killed in such a short time? Master Yi pondered for a moment and asked, what's the Heaven Mystery Pavilion going to do? As far as I know, the people from the 7th dimension are guarding the portal's entrance. We need to join forces to capture them and interrogate them. Shen Swansea's eyes seemed to be staring into the distance. Don't worry, that group isn't that strong. Master Yi nodded and said, we'll join you. We need to avenge our ancestors' death. Subsequently, Shen Swansea went to the Lightning Sect and in the same way, invited the members of the sect to join forces with him. The atmosphere of the entire Eastern Wasteland suddenly became depressed and solemn. That day, at the Tiandong Mountain, Yang Jing and the heavenly soldiers were guarding the portal as usual. Everyone was well aware of making sure no one entered the portal without their permission, so they made sure to keep themselves motivated so no one dared to slack off. The third eye on Yang Jing's forehead blinked from time to time, sending out signals of uneasiness as a warning. However, he did not detect anything unusual after scanning his surroundings. Gu Yuan came over to him and in a concerned voice asked, General Yang, what's wrong? Gu Yuan was the grandfather of Gu Changcheng that Li Nianfan knew in the mortal world when he was still in the prehistoric era. He was the first to give the expert the flock of firefinches that were in the expert's yard. He kept bragging about it to anyone within earshot. He still remembered when he told the firefinches he would be giving them good luck. They initially ignored him, but now they could not be more grateful to him. It was also because of his relationship with Li Nianfan that every time the Heavenly Palace came across an opportunity, he would always receive some part of it. Due to that, he had become a saint as well as Yang Jing's deputy. Yang Jing frowned and said, lately, I keep having this feeling like something big's going to happen soon. Instruct the others to be more vigilant. As soon as he said that, a surge of powerful auras rushed out like tidal waves. Then, a group of figures shot out from a distance and appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Yang Jing and his men were completely surrounded. There's really a portal to the 7th dimension here. Are you all from the 7th dimension? Asked Master Yi as he shot daggers at Yang Jing and his men with his eyes. His voice was filled with killing intent. Yang Jing and Gu Yuan gasped and glanced at each other. We've been discovered by the 4th dimension. The leader of the Lightning Sect was a blue-faced muscular man. He waved his hand and shouted, you'll pay for killing my master. I'm going to raise the 7th dimension to the ground. Lock this place up and spare no one. Chapter 689, Soul Peak, Yang Jion's Cursed Contamination. In the Eastern Wasteland, the 5 powerhouses were Heaven Mystery Pavilion, Lightning Sect, Yi Clan, Morong Clan and the Rainbow Deer Demon Emperor. Both the Morong Clan and Demon Emperor had been wiped out. The remaining Lightning Sect and Yi Clan joined forces and had summoned many skilled fighters to gather there. Although Yi Clan's ancestor and the Lightning Sect's master had been killed and even without the existence of their wisdom elite backing them, they were still a force to reckon with. They were not bold enough to cause chaos in the 7th dimension. They could, however, avenge the fallen. Besides, they had the backing of the entire 4th dimension. Today would be the day they get a little payback. Yang Jian took a deep breath and in a low voice said, looks like you discovered us long ago and came prepared. In a blink of an eye, they were already surrounded by 10 Heavenly Realm fighters, whereas the only Heavenly Realm fighter on his side was Yang Jian himself. There was no way he was going to come out of this alive. Master Yi narrowed his eyes at Yang Jian and with a cold scoff said, we've not only discovered you but know all about the 4-part architecture in your dimension. At this, Yang Jian's pupils shrank rapidly and the other heavenly soldiers' breath also quickened to the extent their mana became messed up. The existence of the expert in the 4-part architecture was the biggest secret in the 7th dimension, and no one lived to see another day once they discovered this secret, so how was it possible for this group of people to know about it? The exposure of the existence of the expert was definitely not a good thing, for God knows what the enemies would do to him. It looks like the intel is true. An inexplicable color flashed in the eyes of Yi Qingshan and Lei Tang, chief of the Lightning Sect. Shen Swansea was the one who told them that a terrifying, strange, and unimaginable opportunity for transformation existed in the backyard of the 4-part architecture. The opportunity would even enable them to be the most powerful existence in the whole of the 7 dimensions. The reason they came to the portal entrance was to get more information out of Yang Jian and the others. Lei Tang's blue hair fluttered, his body flashed with thunder, and he spoke very oppressively. "We'll consider letting you live if you tell us more information of your dimension and everything about the 4-part architecture." Very funny. Do you really think we'll do that? Yang Jian's mana surged around his body, holding a 3-pointed two-edged sword. His robe flapped around wildly as he shouted, "All the heavenly soldiers, listen to me. We shall fight to the death." There was no fear on everyone's faces, and they all replied in unison, "Fight to the death." Deploy Joe Heavenly Stars formation. Following Yang Jian's order, everyone raised the weapons in their hands, turning their mana into dots of stars, blending them into the formation, and embellishing the sky. Formation of the 7th dimension? Ha! Useless. Yi Qingshan and Lei Tang laughed disdainfully even when they were in the middle of the formation. In their eyes, Yang Jian was just struggling before his death, which was extremely ridiculous. Asking you to surrender is a mere courtesy. What I really want to do is capture you all alive and peek into your soul. Ha ha ha, capture them all. Their subordinates charged toward them at the same time, whether it was the great power of the Heavenly Realm fighters in the Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal, their mana washed over the formation like a tidal wave. They chose to use brute strength, and in the face of absolute power, the so-called formation could only be crushed. The endless starlight converged into a shadow of Yang Jian. His face was extremely solemn. He was holding a lantern and the colorful brilliance lit up the surrounding area. A stream of holy white sacred fire spewed out from the lotus lantern, transforming into a giant white lotus, resisting against the infinite mana. He was responsible for guarding here, so it was naturally he came prepared with a few tricks up his sleeves. The lotus lantern was the treasure that Nu will lend him. The lotus lantern was originally an ultimate heavenly spiritual treasure, but coupled with the innumerable merits given by Li Nianfan, it was stronger than the ordinary ultimate heavenly spiritual treasure, and it was also a very powerful magic weapon in the hands of the great heavenly realm fighter. This treasure is not bad at all. I want it. Lei Tang's eyes lit up slightly, and he also joined the battlefield. He raised his hand and pointed. The terrible thunder came from all over and gathered into a lightning spear. The laws of thunder converge into a world-destroying force, emitting a cold thunder light, illuminating the surroundings. Without warning, the lightning spear came crashing down on them, and its speed was much faster than ordinary lightning. The lightning spear directly pierced through the formation as if hell-bent on ripping the air and starry sky apart. Even the lotus lantern's sacred fire was finally unable to endure the attack much longer and was instantly shattered. Gah! Ah! All the heavenly soldiers flew out, blood spraying from the countless wounds on their body. Yang Jian's battle robe was torn in half, his face was bloodless, but he still held a 3-pointed two-edged sword, and stared coldly at his opponent. General Yang. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Yang Jian's hand. It was Gu Yuan. His hair was disheveled, he was squatting on the ground, blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth, and his hands were shaking. He solemnly said, "General Yang, we can die, but you must go back and report the situation." While speaking, Yang Jian felt Gu Yuan stuff something into his hand. "I drank half of deer blood wine given by an expert, and saved the remaining half. I now entrust it to you now, so remember to visit me at my grave. Run." Gu Yuan pushed Yang Jian abruptly, then rushed forward and said loudly, "Deploy the formation again." The wounded heavenly soldiers did not hesitate, they desperately activated their mana with a roar and sacrificed their lives to ignite the last star spark. The Joe Heavenly Stars formation lit up and shone its lights toward everyone from the 4th dimension. Drop dead. Lei Tang's eyes sank, and with a wave of his hand, the endless thunder covered the starry sky like a tide. The starry sky shattered, scarred all over, and the starlight became dimmed. Many heavenly soldiers could not hold on anymore, and their bodies miserably burst into a mist of blood. Yang Jian's eyes were red, tears blurred his vision, and even the eyes on his forehead were crying. He yelled and vented, gritted his teeth, turned and left. Gu Yuan was right, he could not die here. He must report back to the Heavenly Palace. Obviously, this group had come prepared. How did they know the existence of the 4-part architecture, and what were they going to do about it? He could not let his brothers die in vain. "Don't even think you can escape." Yi Qingshan smiled sarcastically and chased after Yang Jian with Lei Tang. With a raise of their hand, 2 ultimate spells immediately shot towards him. There were also 2 heavenly realm fighters who hurriedly joined in the pursuit and blocked Yang Jian's escape route. Yang Jian raised his hand and drank the deer blood wine. Then, His aura surged and his injury recovered in a flash. "Get out of my way," he roared. The Lotus Lantern felt his anger, and the sacred fire roared, and the terrifying flames raged around like a meteorite. The powerful force made the two Heavenly Realm fighters overwhelmed. However, the ultimate spells of Yi Qingshan and Lei Tang crashed down on him in that instant. The defense of the Lotus Lantern vibrated, and Yang Jian spewed blood out again. Without looking back, he fled towards the distance at a faster speed. It's amazing how he still has this kind of holy medicine hidden up his sleeves. At this moment, a misty voice suddenly sounded in the void. The law of heaven and earth became turbulent with the sound, and the pressure of the great wisdom also came suppressing down. A wisdom elite had arrived. Yang Jian could not believe it. His heart sank to the bottom. He burned everything he had almost instantly, and at the same time, he refined all the power of the deer blood wine and urged the Lotus Lantern to the extreme, so that the speed and defense reached the peak. In the void, the power of wisdom gathered, and a palm phantom charged straight at Yang Jian. This palm penetrated the space, containing the power to suppress everything, and the law was annihilated, and it slapped Yang Jian in an instant. The Lotus Lantern trembled violently. Numerous cracks instantly appeared on the lantern's surface and the aura was lost. Yang Jian's body was also ruthlessly torn, and his blood vessels burst, exploding countless blood mists. If it was not for the fact that he focused on cultivating the flesh, he would have definitely become minced meat. However, he was actually dead. The whole body was eroded by the power of wisdom, contaminated with the cause and effect of death, and was shrouded in uncertainty. "No, I can't die yet." He clung onto his last breath forcibly, suppressing the scattered spirits with his amazing will, and desperately headed toward the heavenly palace. Shen Xuanzi looked at the direction in which Yang Jian had disappeared from the portal entrance, but in the end he did not pursue him. He still had lingering fears about the strange power in the seventh dimension. He understood manipulating everything from the dark was the way to go when dealing with a terrifying opponent. Had it not been for the fact that Yi Clan and Lightning Sect had not been able to stop Yang Jian, he would definitely not have made a move. He said indifferently, "A strike from me and death is for sure." Lei Tang was full of greed, and said, "Sure enough, as Shen Xuanzi said, there are really many opportunities in the seventh dimension. The lantern or the magic medicine are definitely good treasures." Shen Xuanzi smiled slightly, and said, "Ha, that's not all. You'll soon see for yourself that even a blade of grass in the backyard of a four-part architecture is a spiritual root. We would become invincible once we occupied the place." Yi Qingshan and Lei Ting's eyes flashed brightly, and they had a hunch that place could definitely help them break through to the level of a wisdom elite. "Shen Xuanzi, what should we do with these three who we've purposely captured alive?" Yi Qingshan asked. Gu Yuan's breath was weak, and he stared at Shen Xuanzi and gasped, How do you know about the four-part architecture?" Yi Qingshan slapped Gu Yuan's face and sneered, "We're the ones asking the questions around here. You'll only speak when spoken to." "We'll peek into the other two souls first," Shen Xuanzi said. "Ah, soon," the other two heavenly soldiers screamed. "These two don't know much information, but it seems like there aren't that many skilled fighters in the seventh dimension. The only strange thing is the four-part architecture. The seventh dimension used to be an unbearable place but underwent a shocking change when the four-part architecture appeared. It contains infinite opportunities and possibilities. Even the area of the gods in the seventh dimension has something to do with the four-part architecture. Inside, there seems to be an unimaginable expert living in it." Yi Qingshan and Lei Tang were both excited and anxious. The excitement was because of the good fortune in the four-part architecture, and the anxiety was because of the expert. Shen Xuanzi waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't panic, the Heaven Mystery Sect already has a way to deal with the so-called expert." Gu Yuan trembled and with a sneer toward Shen Xuanzi said, "Impossible. There's only death waiting for you if you dare lay a finger on the expert." "Shen Xuanzi, this person seems to know more, shall we peek into his soul?" Lei Tang asked. "It is precisely because he knows so much that ordinary soul-peeking methods are useless to him." Shen Xuanzi looked at Gu Yuan and said, "I can feel that there is cause and effect linking this person to the four-part architecture. This kind of cause and effect cannot be looked at directly, and special means are needed. Take him away and I'll deal with him personally." "You dogs, kill me if you have the ability." Gu Yuan struggled and yelled, unable to commit suicide. Whether it was voluntary or not, he could not rest in peace with the knowledge that he had betrayed the expert. At this moment, he could not help but admire Xiao Chengfeng and Xing Yue a little. With their ability to garner hate, they would be able to inspire the other party to kill him. Meanwhile, The dying Yang Jian managed to make it back to the heavenly palace with the help of the remaining deer blood wine. In the southern sky gate, Zhuling Shen was standing, frowning, and looking into the distance. He faintly felt something that made him uneasy. Suddenly his eyes focused on something and his expression changed drastically. He quickly moved his feet in a particular direction. When he saw Yang Jian, his eyes instantly became red, and he said in anger, "Yang Jian, what happened? How did you become like this?" "The people from the fourth dimension did this to me. I don't know how they know of our and the four-part architecture's existence," said Yang Jian weakly. "Help! Quickly send some help!" Zhuling Shen shouted anxiously as he returned to the heavenly palace as quickly as possible. Soon, the entire heavenly palace was alarmed. Everyone's eyes became red the moment they saw Yang Jian. They could sense his death was imminent and this time even his soul would not be spared. "Who is it? Who on earth dares to hurt my nephew?" Tian Tong shouted angrily as a murderous roar erupted from him. "Uncle Tong Tian, I was only joking with you when I called you Little Tong. Congratulations for breaking through to the heavenly realm." Yang Jian spoke with difficulty, and then quickly explained everything that had happened. "Obviously the fourth realm came prepared, but how did we discover us? They actually know about the four-part architecture? And still dares to make a move against us. Their plan must be very ambitious. Could it be because of the stamp? Wouldn't the expert be put in danger if they knew about his state?" The people of the heavenly palace were suddenly shocked, and their hearts grew heavy. These changes were unexpected to them. "Yang Jian! Yang Jian!" the Jade Emperor shouted as he watched Yang Jian's breath become weaker and weaker. His vitality was already dissipated, and his soul was passing like flowing water. "Get a grip of yourself, Yang Jian. Quick, bring some deer blood wine over. It's no use. Don't waste it. Goodbye friends." Yang Jian's voice was already becoming inaudible. "No, you can't die. The expert has always valued your service. He won't let you die. Go tell the expert. He might be able to save him." "Yes, hold on just a little longer, Yang Jian. I'll go ask the expert for help now." Chapter 690, A Sending Off Befitting Yang Jian. Back at the four-part architecture, Li Nianfan was grinding the glutinous rice with the others. By grinding it into glutinous rice flour, he would be able to make a lot of snacks, adding to his repertoire of delicacies. At this moment, everyone was around the stone mill, watching Blackie, who had a rope tied to his body, pulling the stone mill with difficulty and moving around the stone mill, step by step. "Blackie, how can you still be so weak when you've already become a demon? I should have kept a donkey as a pet instead," said Li Nianfan. Blackie was already at the end of his rope. He was sweating profusely, whimpering, and his eyes even nearly rolled back into his head. It was no ordinary stone mill he was using. It was more like he was grinding wisdom instead of glutinous rice, for each turn of the mill would absorb some power of wisdom. Even with his strength, he had to use all the power he had in his whole body to push the stone mill. Moreover, around this stone mill, there seemed to be endless wisdom. Blackie was completely immersed in it, making his work cut out for him. "Go, Blackie, go!" cheered Nanan and Dragon while adding more glutinous rice to the stone mill at the same time. Under the stone mill, a wooden barrel had been positioned to catch the glutinous rice that had been grounded into liquid. It would then be left to dry under the sun. After that, the glutinous rice flour would be ready to use. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Excuse me, is the Lord Saint home?" "Xiao Bei, go open the door," ordered Li Nianfan. Soon, the Jade Emperor and Tong Tian walked in and bowed to Li Nianfan. "Greetings, Lord Saint." "Hello, Your Majesty and Founder Tong Tian. Please, have a seat," said Li Nianfan with a smile. He then said to the exhausted Blackie, "Blackie, stay here and finish grinding the glutinous rice. Don't slack off, okay? You can rest when the wooden barrel's full." "Yes, Master," said Blackie tiredly as his two ears flopped down. Although he was acting like this on the surface, he was actually determined not to let Li Nianfan down. He grit his teeth and strained every muscle in his body as he moved his limbs to turn the stone mill little by little. Under his impetus, the power of wisdom ran along with the stone mill, nourishing his body, allowing him to clearly feel that his physical body was rapidly becoming stronger. "This is so I can use the power of the great Tao to temper myself. It's a cultivation method specially prepared for me by the Master. I have to work hard, I want to become stronger, and I want to become the strongest dog by my Master's side." "Yes, that's it. Work harder. "Your strength is certainly lacking, but at least you have a high consciousness," said Li Nianfan with a laugh. With that, he got up to be a host to the Jade Emperor and the Tongtian. The Jade Emperor and Tongtian could not help but glance at Blackie, and when they saw that he was so tired, their hearts trembled, shocked after hearing Li Nianfan's words. Even a Heavenly Realm fighter was incomparable to Lord Dog, and yet, he could not even push the stone mill prepared by the expert? They could not believe he was being regarded as weak by the expert. They found this very terrifying and instantly became ashamed of their own strength. "What's the reason for this visit?" asked Li Nianfan curiously. The Jade Emperor took a deep breath, and with a sorrowful tone, he got straight to the point. "Lord Saint, Yang Jing, is going to die soon." "What?" Li Nianfan thought he had heard it wrong and his face was shocked. Was he really talking about Lord Erlang? He who possessed great strength and a character Li Nianfan had always liked? It was not long ago they shared a meal together, so, how was it possible that he was dying? He looked at the Jade Emperor and thought his words were unbelievable. What happened? Yang Jing was guarding the portal to the other dimension when he was attacked. His life's slipping away as we speak. "I'm afraid it won't be long till his death," said Tongtian with a sigh. The Jade Emperor sighed, too. "It's not just Yang Jing, though. Does Lord Saint remember Gu Yuan? He was captured by the people from the fourth dimension and I bet that he's probably dead, too." "I remember Gu Yuan." Li Nianfan was silent with a trace of sadness in his heart. He turned his head and looked at the flock of chickens in the corner in a trance. He could still vividly recall the trip to Azureville which belonged to Gu Changqing, grandfather of Gu Yuan, and that first chicken in the four-part architecture was given by him. After that, he sent him another flock of chickens, and from then on, he had an endless supply of eggs. How could a person be gone just like that? "Where's Yang Jing? We'll go over to see him." "Little Daji, please, get ready and come with me," said Li Nianfan. "We'll show you the way, Lord Saint," said the Jade Emperor and Tongtian in unison. Their moods became a little better. Immediately, everyone left the four-part architecture and headed toward the Heavenly Palace. At this time, the Heavenly Palace was silent, filled with a sense of depression. The gods gathered around Yang Jing as moral support. Li Nianfan was really taken aback when he saw Yang Jing. Yang Jing's appearance was really too pitiful. His flesh was split apart everywhere on his body, his breath was ragged, and he seemed to be contaminated with something that made his skin turn black. Everything pointed to the signs of imminent death. It was safe to say, from a medical point of view, that Yang Jing already had one foot in death's door and it was a miracle he was still alive. Lord Saint," said Yang Jing with difficulty. Li Nianfan could not bear to see him like this. "Is there really no way to save him?" he asked in a hoarse voice. "We've tried everything," said Goddess Nuwe with a shake of her head. Li Nianfan looked at Yang Jing blankly. Finally, he sighed and stepped back to the side. He did not expect that one day he would have to say goodbye to Yang Jing. "What do you all plan to do?" he asked with a sigh. "We're going to bury him," said Cultivator Junjun. "Remember to bathe him and put on his best clothes before laying him down to rest," said Li Nianfan. "Don't worry, Lord Saint. We'll make sure to send him off in a way befitting of his status," said Cultivator Junjun with a nod. Everyone could not help but sigh internally. It seemed like there really was no hope for Yang Jing now that the expert had said so. However, Daji's eyes shone slightly and a thoughtful look appeared on her face as she mused about the situation at hand. Li Nianfan did not like this kind of scene. After staying with Yang Jing for a while, he got ready to return to the four-part architecture. Their hopes were completely dashed when they saw him leave. Yang Jing, however, seemed to have accepted his impending death. "Can I die now?" He wanted to see Li Nianfan one last time, which was why he forced himself to hold on until then. Wait. However, at the moment when he was about to close his eyes, Nanan ran over quickly and excitedly said, "Sister Daji just told me that Brother Li has a way to cure Yang Jing." "What? Really? Why didn't the expert say so?" "How? Did you hear that, Yang Jing? Don't die yet." Everyone's eyes lit up and they were excited. "Didn't Brother Li just mention giving Lord Erlang a bath? The usual method certainly won't work since he's been contaminated. It just so happens that Brother Li just made some bath water out of fermented rice wine. He said that it's really good for whitening. I think that might help in this case," said Nanan. "The bath water can whiten skin? Does that mean it can wash away the contamination?" "Ah, so that's what the expert meant when he said to bathe Yang Jing. It makes sense. In the expert's eyes, the contamination's nothing but dirt to be washed away." Goddess Daji's the person who knows him best. Yang Jing might have died for nothing if it wasn't for her. The bath water made by the expert must be extraordinary. Everyone was overjoyed. Even Yang Jing's desire for life kicked in as he looked expectantly at Nanan. There's still some bath water left in the four-part architecture. Sister Dragon will bring it over later, said Nanan. Thank you, Goddess Nanan, said the people of the Heavenly Palace gratefully in unison. After a while, Dragon ran over with a big bucket. Her face showed a little bit of unwillingness as she said dully, I saved this for Sister Nanan and me. Oh well, whatever. Throw Yang Jing in. Nanan and Dragon were looking forward to bathing in the water after hearing about Daji's and the others' experiences. They begged Li and Fan to make some for them, but they did not expect things would turn out like this. They would need to wait for the next time to experience the comfort and skin-softening effect of the bathwater. Without wasting any time, they carefully lifted Yang Jing and put him in the water. Then, they waited anxiously for the water to take effect. As soon as he entered the bucket, Yang Jing's body was shocked and he felt a strange aura penetrating his body like little worms. At the same time, a sharp pain struck him, making his soul tremble. However, Yang Jing smiled as he said excitedly, I feel it, I feel it. Originally, he was equated to death, so naturally, there was no pain. Now that he could feel the pain, it meant that the situation was improving. Cultivator Junjun's eyes widened suddenly, and in a trembling voice, he said, Look, the water turned black. It really turned black. Yang Jing's contamination's really being washed away. Gasp. This is a miracle. The water can even wash away the destructive aura of a wisdom elite. It's amazing what the expert can do. I knew Lord Erlang will be saved once the expert's here. Everyone was delighted, shocked, and deeply in awe of the expert. However, that was not all. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Jing's flesh began to regenerate and the power in his body was blossoming. The vigorous vitality awakened the sleeping power in his body and exploded, overflowing as if a floodgate had just been released. A powerful aura began to course through his body. In the void, the aura of wisdom began to emerge and the endless laws formed a colorful brilliance, like a huge rainbow that was flickering and coating Yang Jing's body with a layer of brilliance. At this time, Yang Jing, who was soaking in the bathtub, felt that his newly recovered body was a little frantic. It was as if his body was excited by the recovery and was drinking from the fountain of wisdom. He suddenly had a feeling as if he could master the endless laws by raising his hand, suppressing any god and ultimate spells. It was then that the power in his body roared straight into the sky. Cultivator Junjun and the others were frightened, they felt like he was invincible. Tong Tian opened his eyes wide, his eyes flushed with jealousy, is this a breakthrough? The crown on the Jade Emperor's head was crooked as he stared at Yang Jing. No way, he broke through after taking a bath. Shit, that means he's broken through to the Wisdom Elite level, making him the most powerful fighter in the whole Heavenly Palace. Complete regeneration and a breakthrough. It doesn't get any better than this. Looks like we've underestimated what the expert can do. He's too powerful. While they were sympathetic and sad for Yang Jing before, everyone was now full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. He had broken through to the level of a Wisdom Elite, a level that they dared not even dream of reaching. Only a handful of people were at that level, and Yang Jing broke through simply by taking a bath. The bath water of the expert was so awesome that it was beyond their imaginations. I'd be willing to be contaminated, too, if it meant I get to take a bath in that water, thought Cultivator Junjun as he stared at the bathwater. He only gave up the idea when he saw that the water had completely turned black with the contamination. He would not even mind sharing the bathwater with Yang Jing. Why, he was even prepared to drink the bathwater. Yang Jing suddenly opened his eyes as dazzling light shot out from both eyes, like thunder and lightning that could burn holes in the sky. He said silently, I'm alive again. Everyone stared at him with red eyes. How do you feel? Did you break through? Yang Jing smiled and said, it's a pity the injury had used up too much of the bathwater's power. I'm only a half step into the Wisdom Elite level. Yang Jing, how could you say that? That alone is enough to make me jealous. It's truly a blessing in disguise. The expert's really good to you. Look what you did. The bathwater had turned completely black, you dirty animal. Everyone gathered around Yang Jing, talking sourly. Yang Jian got up from the bathtub, faced the direction of the fallen immortal mountain, got down on his knees, and said sincerely, I, Yang Jing, thank the Lord Saint for saving my life. Then, he got up and said gravely, the fourth dimension knows of the existence of an expert, and they seem to be plotting something. If Gu Yuan falls into their hands, maybe his soul will be peeked into by the other party. We have to protect the expert no matter what. Cultivator Junjun nodded. That goes without saying. We must be cautious about this matter and find a way to get information on the fourth dimension. The Jade Emperor opened his mouth and said, the expert's mood turned sour when he heard that Gu Yuan was arrested. If possible, we must rescue Gu Yuan. Meanwhile, in the fourth dimension, somewhere in the empty secret room of the Yi clan, Shen Xuanci, Yi Qingshan, and Lei Tang had gathered. In the middle of the room, Gu Yuan was lying there, completely restrained and unable to move. Shen Xuanci, do we really have to go to all this trouble for an ant like him? What are you planning to do with the previous materials we gathered? Aren't you taking this a little too seriously? Both Yi Qingshan and Lei Tang were puzzled. Why would they need to go through all this trouble for a mere ant? Ha, that shows how much you know. We must be cautious when it comes to anything even remotely related to that terrifying existence. You'll soon find out whether it's worthwhile for us. To do all this after we've peeked into his soul, said Shen Xuanci with a sinister smile. Chapter 691, Witnessing the Miracle. Shen Xuanci began his preparations with a solemn expression. Even though he was a wisdom elite and Gu Yuan was at the Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal Realm, he treated him with extreme caution. He knew a powerful person was supporting Gu Yuan in the dark. This was the seventh dimension of wisdom. Since Gu Yuan was related to the ultimate existence in all of the dimensions, not even his master was daring enough to face it directly. This kind of existence concealed cause and effect and could not be seen with one's bare eyes. That was why Shen Xuanci took all the effort to prepare the formation. With it, he could understand more about the person supporting Gu Yuan, to cause said person to fall eternally. Imperial wood, dream flower, aged grass, enchanting jade. Shen Xuanci mumbled all kinds of different materials. In the meantime, his mana started to build up around him and attracted countless laws. There was even a sense of wisdom surrounding them that pressurized the area. The terrifying power left Lei Tang and Yi Qingshan stunned for a while. They looked at the sky that was full of abnormal visions in awe. At the same time, they became more confused. What's the real reason Shen Xuanci's performing the formation with such formality? I'm afraid there must be a big hidden secret in the seventh dimension that's beyond our imagination. They looked at each other as their eyes gleamed. As time passed, the weird formation was already engraved in the hall with Gu Yuan at the center. Heavy streams of light surrounded Gu Yuan as if they were about to swallow him whole. The space around him was distorted, causing everything to seem unreal. Yi Qingshan suddenly thought of something. His eyes widened as he said in amazement, This is the sense of time? Lei Tang was also shocked. Retracing back to the original source. Is Shen Xuanci ready to go back in time to find out more information? That's right. Shen Xuanci smiled slightly. His body was surrounded by a warm light that made him look sinister and unpredictable. Shen Xuanci continued to say, I'll use a secret method to enter the river of time so I can go back in time and see his past. This is much more stable than peeking through his soul. They had guessed correctly. Yi Qingshan and Lei Tang could not help but tremble. Heaven Mystery Pavilion was really extraordinary to have access to such a secret method. Even those fighters in the heavenly realm would not be confident enough to control the sense of time. It was a heaven-defying technique that should not be used by anyone powerful. If one were to make any mistakes while performing this method, they would end up being grounded by wisdom. Although Shen Xuanci was only going to look into the past with help of the River of Time, it was still extremely terrifying. Gu Yuan's heart was flustered and his face flushed red. He struggled desperately as he roared with all his might, Just kill me. I won't let you obtain any information from me. Ha, this isn't up to you. I'm going to start now. Shen Xuanci smiled contemptuously and pressed both hands on Gu Yuan's head. He said calmly, It's time to witness the miracle. I'll dive into the river of time. Don't let anyone disturb me. As Shen Xuanci finished his sentence, the majestic atmosphere of wisdom suddenly arrived like a tide, converging from all directions. The terrifying coercion left Yi Qingshan and Lei Tang with no doubt that once it got out of control, it would easily annihilate both of them. In the void, there was a sudden sound of river water. The water was rushing and slapping against the reed as if it was eternal, filled with a sense of time. In the center of the formation, a colorful rainbow light covered Shen Xuanci and Gu Yuan. There seemed to be a river looming between them vaguely. Shen Xuanci's figure gradually manifested in the river of time. Standing on the surface of the water, he looked at the flowing river. His face could not hide his obsession. Is this the power of time? What a desirable power. He raised his hand and tried to touch time, but it was blocked by an invisible barrier. He returned to his senses and narrowed his eyes. He gazed upstream to look at Gu Yuan's past. Let me see what kind of secrets are hidden in the four-part architecture and the master behind it. At the four-part architecture, Li Nianfan sat in the middle of the courtyard with a picture frame in front of him. He was painting with a brush in his hand. Shi Tukan stood behind him, watching quietly. In order to master the accurate shapes and express the characteristics of the human being, it's necessary to understand and study the basic figures, proportions, structures of the human body, as well as the routine changes that follow each movement. Li Nianfan gave pointers as he painted casually. I'm now teaching you to draw the head of a character. First of all, you have to pay attention to the outline of the character. The hardest part is filling in the facial features. There's no camera here, but if you practice hard with my method, it'll be more realistic than a camera. Shi Tukan could sense with her eyes that the powerful wisdom had become as docile as a puppy under Li Nianfan's hand. Wisdom followed everywhere the brush went and each stroke was imbued with unimaginable power. She would not dare to look directly at the painting if it was not for the fact that she had broken through to the level of a wisdom elite. The most important thing was, Li Nianfan was being too casual, too free and easy. Each stroke was extremely natural, as if it had integrated with the world, giving people a pleasing feeling. Shi Tukan had tried to paint, but she could not draw the charm. She often felt the immeasurable pressure that suppressed her brush, which made her lines imperfect. In simpler terms, the mind had learned but not the hand. Stroke by stroke, the painting was finished. The person in the painting was Gu Yuan. The portrait was like a black and white photo that was printed on paper. Li Nianfan had specially painted it for Gu Yuan. Although no one had clearly stated the outcome of Gu Yuan's capture, he was most likely done for. So, Li Nianfan painted a portrait of him. When Yang Jing passed away, Li Nianfan was prepared to draw another one for him, too. He regarded it as a farewell between friends. Shi Tukan could not help but say, "Master, you painted it so fast and so natural. You don't seem to suffer from any pressure at all." Practice makes perfect. Li Nianfan looked at Gu Yuan's portrait and said casually, "Don't rush success. Don't try to paint anything complicated. I suggest you start with an egg first." It was the method of the famous artist, Leonardo da Vinci, from Li Nianfan's previous life. He painted tens of thousands of eggs and finally became a well-known artist. Shi Tukan was taken aback for a moment. Paint eggs? Why? Do you think it's too simple? Li Nianfan shook his head and said, "This is a compulsory course. You can gain proficient techniques and brushwork skills by learning how to paint eggs. Only then can you lay a solid foundation. Remember that it isn't easy to paint eggs. You need to observe it carefully and learn to paint it from different angles." Shi Tukan seemed to have comprehended what Li Nianfan said. "I understand, Master. I'm going to paint eggs now. By the way, take some time to send this portrait to the Heavenly Palace," instructed Li Nianfan. He looked at Gu Yuan's portrait as if Gu Yuan was still sitting in front of him. He suddenly felt sad. Tomorrow and death, who knows which one will come first? Li Nianfan sighed and turned around to head toward the back garden. He planned to fish for a bit to wash away his sorrow. Li Nianfan sat on the edge of the lake and flicked the fishing rod gently. The hook shimmered in the sun and fell into the water, causing the surface of the water to ripple. Under the lake, all kinds of fish were swimming happily. However, they all stopped suddenly and looked at the hook without moving. The hook was here again. The expert was fishing again. No one knew who he was trying to catch, but hopefully, it was not any of them. "Someone, please, block it from me. I'm only responsible to prey on others, not to be preyed on." On the other side of the river of time, Sycophancy was like a bystander. He watched Gu Yuan's pass through his years. Even though he was mentally prepared, his face could not hide the shock he felt. It turns out that the area of the gods was called the prehistoric era, and it was incredibly weak but terrifying. Turning the norm into wisdom and turning the decay into a miracle. Yet, viewing all spiritual items as normal items. This kind of power is really terrifying. It's incredibly powerful, being able to turn the prehistoric era into the area of the gods, to create countless divine items without any trouble. It's something even the master couldn't achieve. Huh? It turns out that eldritchs had already been to the 7th dimension, but one of their wisdom elites was killed. River of Time? The eldritchs were so powerful that they could manipulate the River of Times. But in the end, they were still caught by the expert. Seeing this scene, Sycophancy's heart inexplicably jumped rapidly. It was somewhat familiar. He started to feel uneasy but still continued to watch. At a glance, he saw a person fishing with a fishing rod in his hand. The man was sitting by the lake indifferently. His breathing was nothing special and he looked ordinary. However, Sycophancy took a deep breath and all of the hair on his body suddenly stood up, because that man was the expert. The image froze and moved no more. This isn't Gu Yuan's past. This image definitely doesn't belong to Gu Yuan's past. Sycophancy felt chills and goosebumps breaking out all over his body. He was extremely terrified. Where did this image come from? Is this image in progress? The expert's fishing? Sycophancy's heart trembled violently. His facial expression changed drastically and his body retreated quickly without hesitation, away from the river of time. However, at this time, the space suddenly trembled slightly. A fish hook cut through time with the will of heaven and earth, containing an irresistible force as it rushed toward Sycophancy. Sycophancy's body trembled, his face distorting with horror as he screamed wildly. He wanted to escape but realized that everything was suppressed. He could not even move as he watched the hook rush toward him. It was the strongest power among heaven and earth. Everything was destined and resistance was futile. The fish hook hooked onto Sycophancy's mouth without any resistance. Then, a strange force revolved around him, squeezing him. At the same time, it yanked him away. Sycophancy had turned into a fish. He got pulled out of the water and fell into the bucket that Li and Fan had prepared. In the backyard, all the animals suddenly sensed the arrival of a wisdom elite and they all looked at the fish. What kind of mistake did this wisdom elite make to be caught by the expert himself? It's quite a big fish. Nice catch today. Li and Fan smiled slightly as he brought the wooden bucket to the inner court. He was thinking if he should cook some boiled fish with pickled mustard greens. In the hall of the fourth dimension, Yiqingshan and Lei Tang looked at Sycophancy. Their faces showed expressions of yearning. The wisdom elite was definitely powerful. When would I become a wisdom elite? Both of them were thinking the same thing. Yiqingshan could not help but worry and say, "Sigh. My old ancestor left too abruptly. If he can't find any luck in the seventh dimension, his status will plummet." Lei Tang said, "It's the same for the lightning sect. Regardless of everything, if we could retrieve the missing origins of wisdom from the Murong clan in the third realm, we'd definitely advance further. From the looks of it, the origins of wisdom in the seventh dimension are far greater than those in the third dimension." Yiqingshan's eyes flashed slightly. Then, he said, "Well, it's all up to Sycophancy now. But let's be clear, if he does gain any fortune, we should distribute it fairly. Otherwise, it'd just be bad karma." Lei Tang said coldly, "Definitely." Just as the two of them chatted, the aura of wisdom started to swirl. Sycophancy's aura was extremely unstable and his body started to tremble. After that, his power was pulled away from his body at an unimaginable speed. A popping sound was heard and his body was suddenly split down the middle before turning into a small mountain of yellow dust. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Yiqingshan and Lei Tang were left with astonishment as they stood there, extremely shocked. "Senior Sycophancy," they exclaimed at the same time and rushed over. They picked up the yellow dust and blew it gently into the wind. Gu Yuan was also dumbfounded as he lay on the ground. He was in the middle of hating himself and tears were all over his face. Suddenly, his despair turned into ecstasy and his body trembled with excitement. "The expert must have helped me. Ha, what a dumb SS trying to show off. He should be dead by now. The expert's awesome," Gu Yuan thought. Yiqingshan was a little confused and unable to accept the fact. He said in disbelief, He's gone?" Lei Tang was not much better than Yiqingshan. He said dazedly, "After all the preparation he did and this is how he ended up?" Seemingly, they could still hear how Sycophancy had told them to prepare themselves to witness the miracle. Well, they did see the miracle but Sycophancy paid a hefty price for it. Yiqingshan said, "I thought my ancestors passed away abruptly, but who knew that'd be nothing as compared to the way Sycophancy passed away? What happened?" Lei Tang's brows knitted tightly as fear appeared in the depths of his pupils. "Sycophancy must have hidden something from us. There must be unimaginable horror in the seventh dimension. It's no wonder that he, as a wisdom elite, didn't dare to peek into the soul of the Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal. After much preparation, he still ended up so pitifully. TSK, TSK, TSK. As Yiqingshan spoke, he could not help but look at Gu Yuan as a trace of fear flashed in his heart. Chapter 692, Gu Yuan, am I a joke to you? He's contaminated with a strange, terrifying, and cursed energy. Lei Tang and Yi Qingshan stared at Gu Yuan with faces full of fear. They instinctively took a few steps back. Shen Swansea was a wisdom elite. No one would believe them if they said Shen Swansea died from peeking into Gu Yuan's soul. Yi Qingshan gulped and solemnly said, "There must be a big secret hidden behind this man, a big secret that even the wisdom elites can't see. What should we do? Should we continue peeking into his soul?" asked Lei Tang. "Are you stupid? Do you want to kill yourself?" Yi Qingshan looked at Lei Tang as if he was mentally retarded and silently attributed Lei Tang to the ranks of the stupid teammates in his heart. After that, he stared at Gu Yuan and said viciously, "Tell us everything you know. Otherwise, we'll give you a taste of the greatest torture in the world." There was no other way now. Unless Gu Yuan spilled the tea himself, there was no other way they could discover the big secret behind him. There were two ways to make Gu Yuan speak. One was to let him speak voluntarily while the other was to torture him until he spilled the beans. In the world of immortal cultivation, it was rarely necessary to do this because peeking into the other's souls was more than sufficient. However, it proved to be useless with Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan glanced at Yi Qingshan indifferently and laughed. His laughter was full of disdain and sarcasm as if he did not even want to waste his breath. This was more humiliating than anything he could say. "How dare you? You must be tired of living." Yi Qingshan's lungs almost exploded. Did the little ant just look down on him? "Calm down, brother Yi. You'll fall for his trick if you kill him." Lei Tang quickly persuaded him. Then, he said coldly, "Everyone's always cocky before the torture, but I bet he won't be laughing like that after we're done with him." After speaking, he raised his hand and immediately grabbed Gu Yuan, leading him out of the secret room. The voice seemed to come from the depths of hell when he gave a sinister order. "Come here. Open the heart-devouring water cell." In an instant, the expressions of everyone in the Yi clan changed. Heart-devouring water cell? Did I hear him correctly? The water cell hasn't been opened for 1,000 years. Who angered the master so much that he needed to open the water cell? I pity the poor guy. Shut it. Even hearing the name's enough to send chills down my spine. Evidently, everyone feared the water cell. Their bodies trembled just by hearing the name. Their eyes instantly filled with sympathy when they saw Yi Qingshan leading Gu Yuan in, and they could not help but shake their heads, almost as if they could not bear to see him like that. In a cold bottom chamber, the door suddenly opened and endless icy air escaped, causing many people to retreat. "Greetings, sect master." Around the secret room, many disciples were kneeling on their knees with their heads resting on the ground, shaking out a fear of being caught by Yi Qingshan. They did not want to be sent into the secret room. Such a reaction caused Gu Yuan's heart to bulge slightly, and he felt a tremor of fear. "Shit, do you guys have to be so scared? Do you think I want this to happen, too?" Yi Qingshan glanced at Gu Yuan vehemently. As he smiled coldly, he stepped directly into the secret room. At this time, Gu Yuan could see the layout of the secret room. There was a huge pool, and the water in the pool was bubbling with cold air. Although there was no ice, the temperature was colder than the freezing point. The surface of the water rippled from time to time. Through the rippling water, some things were swimming in the water, and there were a lot of them. There was even the sound of water stirring about. Yi Qingshan squinted his eyes and asked, "Do you know what's in the water?" Gu Yuan's lips were a little pale, but he still said stubbornly, "I'm not interested to know." He repeatedly strengthened his down heart. No matter what, he definitely could not utter a word about the expert, even if the pain was too much and he was suffering a fate worse than death. There was no way he would betray the expert. "There are hundreds of ice heart-devouring bugs in this water." Yi Qingshan started to explain to Gu Yuan in a taunting manner. "These bugs like to penetrate the human body. They head toward the human heart and leech onto the heart, gradually eating away the blood of human beings, all while making you suffer from indescribable pain. This kind of pain is tens of thousands of times more intense than heartbreak. The most important thing is that it won't let you die immediately. You'd just be in pain all the time." Seeing Gu Yuan remaining silent, he continued with a smile, "The heart-devouring water cell has only been used 22 times since its creation. Each of the prisoners was strong in their own right, but even so, they were rendered into a pool of tears within an hour, begging to be released from the pain. I wonder how long you'll last." When his voice fell, he suddenly raised his hand and threw Gu Yuan into the pool. Many disciples shivered uncontrollably when they heard the sound of him falling into the water. The entire pool instantly became lively with Gu Yuan's arrival, and the profound ice heart-devouring bugs were like sharks who had smelled fresh blood as they rushed toward Gu Yuan quickly. Gu Yuan's body shook slightly, and in just an instant, He felt a lot of bugs digging into his body like small snakes, raging wildly in his body and rushing straight to his heart. He gritted his teeth as all the hair on his body stood up. He shut his eyes tightly, ready to face everything. It's time to show them what I'm made of. Although I, Gu Yuan, am afraid of pain and death, I'm even more afraid of betraying the expert. The corners of Gu Yuan's eyes were a little moist and his body trembled slightly as the feeling of death closed in on him. However, after a long while, he suddenly discovered that there was no pain in his body at all. What's the situation now? What's happening? He could clearly feel that there were ice heart-devouring bugs in his body, and many of them have also entered his heart. He could feel his blood circulation weakening, but there was no pain at all. Where was the pain that was promised to me? Yi Qingshan obviously meant what he said just now. Then, that leaves the only explanation that I'm immune to pain? He was a little stunned, but he soon attributed this miracle to the expert. Whatever it was, it must be the expert's doing. Long live the expert. He must have used his power to prevent me from suffering. He's so good to me. Gu Yuan's eyes were red and he was moved to tears. On the side, Yi Qingshan's brows were tightly locked together. Huh. This kid's more stubborn than I thought. It's amazing how he didn't scream once. Lei Kang also nodded and said, but it seems that he's also approaching the limit. You see, he's already crying. Yi Qingshan smiled slightly. Hee, no one can endure the torture of a heart-devouring water cell. This is what you get for offending me. Suddenly, a voice came from the pool. Is this all you've got? The smile on Yi Qingshan's face gradually disappeared. Staring at Gu Yuan, his eyes widened in disbelief. He snorted coldly and said, "You're really stubborn, aren't you?" Gu Yuan laughed and said, as if, "Little Yi Qingshan, is this all you've got? I don't feel anything at all. Why don't you turn up the dial?" "How could this be? It doesn't make sense," asked Yi Qingshan quizzically. His eyes sank as he casually raised his hand to grab a disciple and threw him into the pool. In the next instant, there was an extremely harsh scream, and within 3 seconds, the disciple was dead from the pain. Gu Yuan snorted as he said sarcastically, "Oh, little Yi Qingshan, your disciple's useless. Didn't you see how he died from the pain? Are there more ice heart-devouring bugs? Put them all in." After speaking, he started swimming in the pool. His spirit hasn't fluctuated at all. It doesn't seem like he's pretending, Lei Tang said in shock. Impossible. It cannot be. He's not human at all. Yi Qingshan could not believe it, but then his pupils shrank suddenly as if thinking of something. He exclaimed, "That strange existence. It must be that strange existence helping him." Lei Tang nodded and said in a deep voice, "It's highly possible. Since physical pain isn't enough, let's try targeting his soul then. Take him to the lightning sect and give him a taste of lightning burning his soul." Meanwhile, Nanan brought Gu Yuan's portrait to the heavenly palace. Yang Jing and the others gathered around. Looking at the portrait, their eyes were filled with complex feelings and shock. It's so mysterious, every line in this painting has traces of wisdom in them. It makes people afraid to look directly at it. It's a supernatural feeling. The expert's done it again. Do you guys sense that? The laws of the universe are actually avoiding this painting. The law of suppression, the resonance of wisdom. Gu Yuan has certainly received high treatment. It's as if he reached a new peak even in death. Gu Yuan, you haven't died in vain. You can rest in peace now that the expert has personally drawn a portrait of you. This is definitely a good thing, and I feel that this painting can ward off evil spirits. Everyone in the heavenly palace said their piece, and their tone was full of envy. This was undoubtedly the highest honor. Yang Jing could not help but mutter, maybe it wouldn't be so bad to die after all if I can get a portrait drawn by the expert. Back in the 4th dimension, at the lightning sect's lightning pond, Gu Yuan was tied to a huge sky pillar as endless lightning bolts flashed above his head. The color of these lightning bolts was white. They moved incessantly, converging into a sky composed of lightning, which was an extremely magnificent sight to behold. This kind of lightning was different from other lightning, it was used to smash human spirits. It was possible to smash the soul of a person, and the shattering of the soul was much more painful than the pain of the flesh. The feeling of one's soul being torn apart was enough to turn someone into a lunatic. Several thunderbolts fell from the sky and struck Gu Yuan's body. At the same time, lightning flames rose under Gu Yuan's feet, burning his soul. However, Gu Yuan's forehead remained smooth. He was extremely calm but his breathing was extremely weak. At this time, his whole body had been riddled with holes after being drilled several times by the ice heart-devouring bugs. The fire of his soul was dim, almost extinguished. He was on the verge of death. However, he still felt no pain. "Excuse me, can you turn up the power a bit? Am I a joke to you?" asked Gu Yuan weakly. Yi Qingshan shook his head and in a frustrated tone, he said, "It's so weird. It seems that he truly doesn't feel the pain and torture's useless on him." Lei Tang frowned and said, "Stop it. He'll definitely die if we continue torturing him." They had run out of ideas. Torturing him was useless, and it was impossible to peek into his soul. Yet, they did not want to kill him just yet. It frustrated them to no end when dealing with a prisoner like this. "What should we do?" asked Lei Tang finally. Yi Qingshan's eyes gleamed as he said, "It seems that the secret of the seventh dimension isn't something we can handle. The Eastern Wasteland has been wiped out by the people from that dimension. All 5 wisdom elites in the Eastern Wasteland were snuffed out just like that. They did not even know the specific details of the other party. Even now, they were helpless trying to deal with a prisoner." "Do you want to bring the others in?" asked Lei Tang cautiously. "Yes, but we can't expose our current situation, let alone the news that our wisdom elite's dead." Yi Qingshan smiled slightly and then said, "There must be a lot of people interested in the 7th dimension. We can spread some news and let them go first. It's best if they manage to take each other out. Wouldn't it be beautiful for us to reap the benefits by then?" In fact, that was the only option left for them. They had lost the right to act all cocky now that their wisdom elite was dead. Lei Tang agreed. "That's the only thing we can do now. Let's do it." The next day, 2 monks mistakenly wandered into Tiandong Mountain. They then accidentally discovered the existence of the portal to another dimension. Immediately afterward, news of the portal to the 7th dimension spread like wildfire in the 4th dimension. The Morong family's genocide was also spread by some insiders, and some people who knew the inside story spread the reason behind the Morong family's genocide. It was all because of the origins of the 3rd dimension. In an instant, the entire 4th dimension became motivated and anyone with some measure of strength cast their sights on the Eastern Wasteland. "I can't believe the legendary 7th dimension appeared. The people of the 7th dimension should be weaker than us. The opportunity for pillaging has arrived. This is indeed a great opportunity. Someone will definitely break through to the wisdom elite this round. Yes, there are already 23 wisdom elites in our dimension and the remaining energy isn't enough to breed new wisdom elites under normal circumstances. If we seize the opportunity this time, we might be able to hold our own with the eldritch." Never in a million years would I have guessed that the Morong family had acquired the origins of the 3rd dimension. On top of that, they kept a secret like this. I can't believe they were still annihilated in the end. The people from the 7th dimension must be difficult to handle if they truly did annihilate the Morong clan. In just one day, among countless discussions, nearly 50 Heavenly Realm fighters rushed over to the Eastern Wasteland. Moreover, they confirmed the existence of the portal at the fastest speed and suddenly became more excited. Nonetheless, few people dared to act rashly. When someone first entered the 7th dimension, the news sent back made all the Heavenly Realm fighters crazy. The aura of wisdom in the 7th dimension's incredibly strong. It's a place full of treasure that hasn't been developed much, and it's surely enough to give birth to a wisdom elite. Chapter 693, Everybody Scheming, Peeking into the Soul of Guiyuan. Every wisdom elite was the darling of wisdom, and it took immeasurable resources and the ethereal wisdom for one to be nurtured into a wisdom elite. This was the supreme power of every dimension. Therefore, it required the consumption of the origins of the dimension. For this reason, there could only be a limited number of wisdom elites in each dimension, which undoubtedly put the Heavenly Realm fighters in despair. At this time, the appearance of the 7th dimension undoubtedly drove everyone crazy with the thought of pillaging it just like the eldritch did. The 4th dimension would rise to the peak if they pillaged the resources of the 7th dimension. It was best to let the 7th dimension shatter so they could obtain its origins, just like the 3rd dimension. In the western region of the 4th dimension stood an extremely splendid palace. The whole palace was like the Heavenly Palace. It was located high above in the sky. The whole palace was carved from divine white jade and it radiated with holy white light. Around the palace, there were many smaller palaces and at this moment, many creatures with human forms and pure white wings dressed in thin white gauze skirts were flying around the palace. They belonged to one of the pinnacle races of the 4th dimension, the Angel Clan. Urgent news about the 7th dimension. A glowing male angel cut through the sky, landed straight in the central palace, and quickly entered the place. On the high platform in the main hall sat the tall Lord Angel. His eyes were dazzling like stars as he stared at the male angel. A majestic voice came from his mouth. "Speak." "It's just as the rumors say, the portal to the 7th dimension has been opened, and if more energy can be obtained from the 7th dimension, it'll definitely push anyone to the level of a wisdom elite," said the male angel excitedly. "The 7th dimension, eh? It should be the youngest of the 7 dimensions, and the one with the most opportunities." Lord Angel's voice was leisurely and his eyes were as deep as galaxies. He paused before continuing, "The Angel clan must get their hands on it so that we can truly dominate the 4th dimension." The reason why the Eldritch clan was so strong was that they had completely dominated the 1st dimension. Once a clan monopolized the resources of an entire dimension, there was no stopping them from reaching the pinnacle. Although the 4th dimension was able to resist the Eldritch clan, they could only do so when all the races in the 4th dimension joined forces to drive them off. It was simple math, the Eldritch clan had more wisdom elites than they did. It was obvious who the stronger party was. Whether the Angel clan could dominate the 4th dimension and surpass the Eldritchs rested solely on the resources of the 7th dimension. It would be perfect if the resources could birth more Angel wisdom elites. An Angel general immediately asked for orders. "One word from you, Lord, and I'll take the lead in the charge against the 7th dimension." The other generals also spoke at the same time, "We're also willing to take the lead in the charge." "Calm down." Lord Angel waved his hand, his tone full of profound meaning. "Do you really think it'd be that easy to win a war against the 7th dimension?" He looked at the angel messenger and said, "Tell me all that you know." The angel opened his mouth and said, "We went to the eastern wasteland and discovered that the demon emperor and his subordinates had all disappeared. We also found out that Morong's manor was razed to the ground. I'm afraid that these 2 powerhouses were annihilated by the people from the 7th dimension." Hearing that, the faces of many angels sank slightly. Both the demon emperor and the Morong clan had a strong wisdom elite in their midst. It seems that the 7th dimension has given birth to a wisdom elite, too. Maybe more than one. Looks like they have some weight to them. We should be cautious on how to proceed. The messenger angel continued to speak. "Some people say that the Morong clan was annihilated because they obtained a part of the origin fragments of the 3rd dimension, but I don't know how true that is." "The origin fragments of the 3rd dimension? That's outrageous. My angel clan suppressed the devil in the western regions and allowed all living beings to be redeemed. Why didn't the Morong clan share this opportunity with us? This is the origins of the dimension we're speaking of. Our angel clan would surely produce another wisdom elite if we had our hands on it. Those stupid Morongs. They deserve to die. It's our loss now that the origins of the dimension has fallen into the hands of the 7th dimension. All the more reason for us to go to the 7th dimension." The impact of this news was so great that all the angels lost their composures. The origins of the dimension was undoubtedly the most precious thing in all of the 7 dimensions. It contained within it the source of power and represented endless possibilities. The Morong clan, which had the origins of the dimension, has been destroyed. This shows that there are unusually skilled fighters in the 7th dimension that shouldn't be underestimated. Moreover, the angel clan's also in an extraordinary period, and it isn't suitable for us to go into battle," said Lord Angel. His tone was calm and his eyes were gleaming with wisdom. He added, "The news came too suddenly, and I can vaguely sense that there's a big secret behind it." "Lord Angel, do you really expect us to just stay put and watch from the sidelines?" asked someone. "Of course not, but there's no need to rush in straight away." Lord Angel already had a plan in mind and he ordered, "Let my daughter, War Angel, go. Don't do anything if it isn't necessary. The main goal is to dig up more information and let the others from the 4th dimension be the guinea pig." At the same time, the entire eastern wasteland had become unprecedentedly lively as all the major powerhouses rushed over. On this day, the sun in the sky was blotted out, casting a huge shadow on the ground. A huge and magnificent ship had arrived at the eastern wasteland, above the Yi Manor. The entire Yi Manor was actually under the shadow of this huge ship. This is the Yun family's heaven-shattering godship. I'm overwhelmed by it. Aren't they afraid of angering the Yi's ancestor by parking above their manor? I've got to hand it to the Yun family. They stop at nothing when it comes to war. They must want the 7th dimension's resources very badly. Many monks retreated one after another, looking at the giant ship with eyes that were burning with awe. Suddenly, several incomparably terrifying auras burst forth from the giant ship, distorting the space. Everyone then saw a pair of horses flying out of the ship before they landed on the Yi Manor. Yi Qingshan did not dare to leave them waiting. He rushed over to greet them personally, saying, "Yi Qingshan, the master of the Yi clan, respectfully greets the seniors of the Yun family." He dared not say anything about the Yun family's domineering behavior. If the ancestor of the Yi clan was still alive, he might have grumbled a bit, but there was no one backing him up now. The Yun family was led by two elderly men with childlike faces. One was dressed in black and the other was dressed in white. Their eyes flashed with brilliance, and the aura they were emitting was erratic. Although they did not exude coercion, the people nonetheless felt great pressure from them. The black-robed old man glanced at Yi Qingshan, frowned, and said, "What qualifications do you have to meet us? Where's Yi Xuan?" Yi Qingshan stubbornly stood his ground, smiled, and said, "My ancestor's in a critical juncture of his meditation retreat. I humbly ask for your understanding, Black Guardian." The four major guardians of the Yun family were purple, green, black, and white. They were all wisdom elites, making their lineup truly terrifying. This time, they had sent Black and White Guardian. Meditation retreat? Are you sure it's not because he doesn't dare to show his face around us? Black Guardian said coldly, staring at Yi Qingshan with cold eyes. It felt as if one look from him was enough to kill a person, which made Yi Qingshan tremble. Then, he said in a deep voice, "I advise you not to treat us as fools." On the side, White Guardian said, "Yi Qingshan, do you really think we believe you when you said you didn't notice the portal appeared in the eastern wasteland? Tell us everything you know now." It would be strange if the powerhouses did not know anything when something as big as this happened. They even guessed that this news might have been deliberately leaked by the powerhouses of the eastern wasteland. They had definitely checked out the portal before leaking the news. Yi Qingshan fell silent, his expression changing constantly as if he had fallen into a dilemma. In fact, he had long guessed that it would come to this. Everything was going according to his plan. In the end, he sighed for a long time and said, "I can't hide anything at all from the two of you. We've indeed gathered some information. We even fought with the people from the seventh dimension." "Give us the details," said Black Guardian coldly. Yi Qingshan had been prepared for this situation a long time ago, so he began to tell them what he knew. However, he chose to leave out the death of the several wisdom elites. "Oh? You've even captured one of them alive?" Black Guardian's face moved slightly. Yi Qingshan nodded and said, "Yes, and if I'm not mistaken, this person has some status in the seventh dimension. He knows a lot, but it's very tricky to get information out of him." "Bring us to him," said White Guardian. Soon, with Yi Qingshan leading the way, they arrived at the place where Gu Yuan was detained. Seeing that Gu Yuan was nothing but a Chaos Daluo Golden Immortal, Black Guardian and White Guardian frowned at the same time. How important could a weakling like him be? Yi Qingshan knew what they were thinking and said, "Guardians, it's true that this person isn't strong, but he has a secret backing in the seventh dimension. This secret cannot be forcibly explored. I've exhausted my means and still came up empty-handed." Black Guardian shook his head disdainfully, "TSK, TSK, TSK. The Yi clan bested by a mere ant?" He then said, "Master Tongxin, it's time for you to work your magic. Peek into his soul and get us some information no matter what." Master Tongxin walked out from behind him and said nonchalantly, "This is easily done. Please, observe from the sideline, Guardians." "No," cried Yi Qingshan. "This person's contaminated with something strange and soul peeking doesn't work on him." Black Guardian said coldly, "Out of the way. The Yun family can do what the Yi clan cannot. We brought Master Tongxin with us because he's the best when it comes to peeking into other souls. No one can hide anything from him. So what if he's contaminated? I can handle anything. Even the secrets of a wisdom elite." Master Tongxin smiled proudly and tauntingly said, "So much for the mighty Yi clan. This person's only a Chaos Daluo Immortal and under normal circumstances, I wouldn't even bother with him. Even his contamination poses no problem for me." After he finished speaking, he started to walk steadily toward Gu Yuan. Yi Qingshan did not say anything else, but a strange color flashed deep in his eyes. "I've already warned you. Don't blame me when you're dead." He was displeased with the Yun family and his warning was only an act. He was very curious to find out what would happen once Master Tongxin peeked into Gu Yuan's soul. He was happy that someone volunteered to be a guinea pig. Even Sycophancy died after preparing for half a day. He bet that Master Tongxin would not last, too. At this time, Master Tongxin was already standing beside Gu Yuan and he was staring at him with eyes as deep as black holes as if he could see through everything. Gu Yuan was slightly startled but he quickly composed himself as he decided to put his trust in the expert. "What are you looking at, you dog?" he shouted. The cold light in the eyes of Master Tungshin suddenly flashed and his murderous aura was boiling when he sinisterly said, "My soul peaking's divided into two kinds. The first is painless, and the second will give you a pain worse than anything you can imagine. Unfortunately, I'll be using the second kind on you." Upon hearing this, Gu Yuan laughed immediately and said frankly, "Come on, I hope you can make me feel a little bit of pain. Don't disappoint me like the weak Yi Qingshan and Lei Tang." Master Tungshin was so angry that he smiled. "How dare you provoke me? Who gave you the courage?" Without saying anything further, he activated his mana and an incomparably powerful soul power rushed out of him which then transformed into a mighty storm, making everyone pale in the face. The strength of the soul of Master Tungshin was extremely terrifying, and he had definitely cultivated the skills of the soul. It was no wonder he was good at peeking into the soul. Master Tungshin's pupils transformed into vortexes. Then, he suddenly raised his hand and pressed it on Gu Yuan's head. Instantly, ripples appeared in the air. Everyone stared at Master Tungshin and Gu Yuan, and they could clearly see the separation of their souls and bodies. Black Guardian smiled and said, "Yi Qingshan, it seems that peeking into his soul isn't as difficult as you said." White Guardian also nodded and said, "In fact, I think we're overdoing it a little." However, the moment his voice fell, Master Tungshin suddenly trembled violently. His pupils widened as if he had seen something that should not be seen. Immediately afterward, his pupils burst like light bulbs. Blood surged and filled the sky with a bloody mist. This sudden change made everyone panic. Their minds could not process what was happening at all. Both Black Guardian and White Guardian were also staring at the scene before them in disbelief. Were their eyes deceiving them? Black Guardian's face sank slightly as he immediately shouted, "Master Tungshin, quickly tell us what you saw." I saw." Master Tungshin's voice was hoarse. He stopped in the middle of his sentence as if something was caught in his throat. No words came out no matter how wide he opened his mouth. He garbled unintelligibly as blood started to overflow from his mouth. The scene was spectacular. "Write it down," said Black Guardian calmly. Master Tungshin had just raised his hands when they, too, exploded up to his shoulders. He was instantly turned into minced meat with blood spraying everywhere. He could not hold on any longer and his whole body was split into half right from the top of his head. Not only was his physical body damaged, but his origins of life has also shattered into a million pieces. Chapter 694, The Omniscient Black Guardian. Everyone was silent as they stared blankly at the serene-looking Master Tungshin. They were rendered speechless. How could a mighty heavenly realm fighter die just like that? Not to mention, the way he died was so miserable that even his origins of life had been erased. It was incredible and domineering at the same time. After a long while, they all gasped at the same time as their skulls went numb. What happened? How did Master Tungshin die? Was his death really brought on by peeking into that person's soul? What did he see that caused him to go blind, mute, and die? This is truly bizarre. There's definitely something weird going on in the seventh dimension. Invisible, unspeakable, and unknowable. This kind of existence is rare even in our fourth dimension. Everyone looked at Gu Yuan and goosebumps instantly broke out all over their bodies. Yi Qingshan and Lei Tang were equally horrified. Although they knew that Gu Yuan was very strange, they did not expect that the cost of peeking into his soul would be so high. Fortunately, Master Tungshin volunteered to be a guinea pig. Yi Qingshan pretended to be sad and said, "I warned you that there's something strange about him. You can't forcefully peek into his soul. It's all my fault for not stopping Master Tungshin." He furtively glanced at Black Guardian and White Guardian, expecting them to volunteer to peek into Gu Yuan's soul. He could not wait to see them end up the same way as Master Tungshin did. That would teach them a lesson for acting so arrogantly in front of him. However, no one would foolishly put themselves in danger. They had learned from Master Tungshin's mistake. Even if they had infinite power, they would not dare to peek into Gu Yuan's soul. The most gleeful out of the bunch of people present was of course Gu Yuan. He laughed and said, "Come at me, you fools. I dare you to peek into my soul. My head's here. Come on." He gradually gained confidence. "I have nothing to fear with the expert backing me up. I wish you'd all come peek into my soul so that I can kill you all." Black Guardian's eyes suddenly turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, a black light flickered. A black nail instantly pierced Gu Yuan's throat. The black nail was filled with evil and cruel aura. Black blood started to flow out of Gu Yuan's throat, making him unable to make a sound. It was a good thing he could not feel any pain. If not, he would have begged for death. Black Guardian smiled coldly and said in a deep voice, How dare a mere prisoner act so cocky in front of me? Gather some people to follow me to the 7th dimension. Let's use this person as bait. As soon as this statement was made, everyone started to frown as their eyes flickered. One of the elders opened his mouth and said, "Black Guardian, it looks like the 7th dimension's more dangerous than we thought. I'm afraid we'll be at a disadvantage if we act rashly. Why don't we take some time to strategize?" "Yeah, Master Tungshin's the best example of how we could end up. We might not be their match," added someone. "Ha ha ha, I don't think so." Black Guardian's eyes were deep, revealing a kind of wisdom that suggested he had already seen everything. He smiled lightly and said, "If you all think so, you've fallen for the trick of the 7th dimension." Everyone was taken aback, and said in doubt, "Oh? There are only two possibilities to explain why Master Tungshin ended up that way. First, he saw something that should not be seen and could not handle it. Thus, he had been completely wiped out by wisdom, but what's the possibility of that?" said Black Guardian. Everyone thought about his question, but Black Guardian already had an answer. "I'm very familiar with Master Tungshin's soul-peaking method. Our opponent might have even surpassed the power of Master Yi if he could make Master Tungshin break down like that. He might even have surpassed the level of a wisdom elite, but this is obviously impossible. So, that leaves only the second possibility." Everyone's heart jumped slightly, and they asked, "What's the second possibility?" "A big taboo was planted on this person. There are two purposes for this, one's to hide information from us for fear that we'll know more about him. The other's to deter us and fool us into thinking that he's very strong, to scare us against acting rashly," replied Black Guardian. As soon as this answer came out, realization dawned on everyone's faces. It makes sense. There's a high possibility of that. Way to go, Black Guardian. The analysis is so thorough. Nothing escapes your notice. The second possibility's the most plausible. The fact that they deliberately set up such a big taboo just shows that he's afraid of us. Black Guardian raised his hands to silence everyone before saying, "The 7th dimension's too young, and as far as I know, the 7th dimension became very weak and pitiful after the last catastrophe. There's no way it could have developed so fast. Therefore, we must attack as soon as possible and not fall for their tricks. Besides, I have a few tricks given by the Master, too. I'm confident we can deal with anything unexpected." White Guardian stood up at the right time and said loudly, "The Yi clan's willing to take the lead in the charge. Who wants to join us? Don't worry, you'll surely be richly rewarded at the end of it all. There's nothing to be afraid of with the Yi clan leading the charge. I'm sure there'll be some leftover resources for us once the Yi clan has taken their share. I'm going." "Me, too. Go, go, go." Suddenly, everyone became lively and excited. They came here to find out more about the 7th dimension, and now that the Yi clan was willing to take the lead, they naturally wanted to join. The 7th dimension was a great temptation to them, especially since they had already stolen the origins of the 3rd dimension. Black Guardian smiled with satisfaction and said, "Very well. Those who are at the level of Wisdom Elite, sign up here and get ready. We'll set off right away." Immediately, a few unremarkable figures stood up. "Count me in. I'm eager to join in the fun," said Wei Wuya. "Me, too. I'll be under your care now, Black and White Guardian," said Mokyong Yung Kong. Among them, some were old powerful fighters who usually shun the world, some were top-ranked fighters, and some were sect masters that signed up for the war. In total, there were 8 Wisdom Elites, including Black Guardian and White Guardian. Most of the fighters who had signed up were Heavenly Realm fighters, and they hoped they would be able to break through to the Wisdom Elite level with the help of the 7th Dimension's resources. This lineup was so awe-inspiring that everyone's hearts could not help but swell up with pride. Black Guardian smiled domineeringly and said, "We might even be able to suppress the entire 7th Dimension with our combined power. Everyone follow me, and charge." The portal was vibrating. The terrifying power raged toward the 7th Dimension like a storm. The huge godship of the Yi clan entered the 7th Dimension. On the godship, the 8 Wisdom Elites, headed by Black Guardian and White Guardian, stood at the forefront. Behind them were the people from the 4th Dimension, all looking greedily at the 7th Dimension. "Let's wipe out some small world to warm up," said Black Guardian loudly, quickly steering the godship into landing. "Kill all. Plunder all. Weak. Too weak. Is this all the people of the 7th Dimension can dish out? Ha ha ha, slaughtering's so fun." This small world stood no chance against the intruders at all. It was instantly destroyed and the spiritual chi was looted until it turned into a dead planet. The godship continued to move forward, annihilating one small world after another on their way to their destination. At the highest point of the godship, the extremely weak Gu Yuan was nailed to a cross, his whole body riddled with holes. He was like a flower in a storm that would perish at any time. With crimson eyes, he watched one small world after another turn into dust, and even saw tens of thousands of mortals being devoured by the demons from the fourth dimension. Just as I expected, the seventh dimension's very weak and there aren't many wisdom elites. There isn't any strong combat power at all. We should just force the person backing him to come out, said Black Guardian knowingly as they slaughtered their way across the seventh dimension. Next, instead of killing all the people he saw, he purposely kept them alive to pass on the message, asking Gu Yuan's backing to come to them if they wanted to save Gu Yuan. Another catastrophe had descended upon the chaos as 23 small worlds were already annihilated. The people in the Heavenly Palace had already received the news. How dare the fourth dimension people attack us? Do they really think we can't fight them off? Said the Jade Emperor angrily. Gu Yuan's still alive. They're using him as bait. We need to rescue him no matter what. But how are we going to fight them off? They have so many wisdom elites and we only have Yang Jing who's a half step into the realm of the wisdom elite. Sadness appeared on everyone's faces. We have no choice but to ask the expert for help under these circumstances, said Cultivator Junjun. He quickly made his way to the fallen immortal mountain. At this time, Li Nianfan was making dim sum with glutinous rice flour with Nanan and others. Preparing glutinous rice flour isn't complicated, as long as the ratio of water to glutinous rice flour's right. Pay attention to what I'm doing. Flatten a glutinous rice dough, fill it with brown sugar, roll it into a ball, coat it with a layer of sesame seeds, and deep fry it. Ta-da, the sesame balls are done. We can add this to our breakfast menu. Next, I'll make some osmanthus cake for you. This is the best dessert ever. Watch closely now. Li Nianfan's hands and Nanan's and Dragon's faces were all covered in glutinous rice flour, making them look ridiculous. Suddenly, Cultivator Junjun's voice came from outside the door. Is Lord Saint home? Come in, said Li Nianfan serenely. Cultivator Junjun pushed open the door and entered. Looking in the direction of Li Nianfan and the others, he immediately felt a rush of great wisdom aura spreading over the surface. Around the basin where the glutinous rice flour was mixed, the power of wisdom was clearly manifesting. The expert's making some heaven-defying delicacy again. He's so awesome! Thought Cultivator Junjun. Then, out loud, he said, Greetings, Lord Saint and Goddesses. Li Nianfan could sense he was in a rush and quickly asked, What's wrong? Did something happen? Cultivator Junjun sighed and said, Something did happen. Beings from the fourth dimension have broken into the seventh dimension and are wantonly destroying everything in their path. Nanan's eyes flashed suddenly. Shit. Have they really come? Dragon scrunched up her nose. They're too much. Crazy people. They did this to provoke us. Li Nianfan glanced at them and thought, why do I get the sense the two of them are very excited about this? These two are so naughty. There'll definitely be chaos everywhere if they had their way. He already knew that the fourth dimension was the one that attacked Yang Jing and Gu Yuan, but he did not expect them to attack the seventh dimension so soon. It seemed like they were very confident about their own power. There was only one reason for Cultivator Junjun to come here then, and that was to ask for reinforcements. Nanan was very eager to go and volunteered herself. Brother Li, please, let me go and teach the people from the fourth dimension a lesson. I'll make sure to beat them up so badly that their parents won't even recognize them. I want to go, too. I'll bring some game meat back for you and we can even build a zoo in the mountains, said Dragon excitedly. A game meat zoo? What a good idea. However, Li Nianfan glared at them and said worriedly, do you think this is a game? They're all very dangerous people. Nanan waved her small fist, smiled, and said, oh, don't worry, Brother Li. We're very strong, too. She and Dragon had just broken through to the realm of Wisdom Elite and were very eager to test out their new powers. This was the perfect opportunity for them and they wished they could fly off immediately. Besides, they wanted to avenge the fallen soldiers of the Heavenly Palace and were sure that this would cheer up Li Nianfan, too. Qin Manyun and Shi Tukan also stood up and said, Master, we want to go, too. Li Nianfan nodded. Okay, you're all cultivators and should contribute to the protection of the chaos, but you must remember that safety's the first priority. I'll make some snacks and wait for you to come back. Yes, Brother Li. Don't worry, said Dragon with a giggle. Nanan was jumping from foot to foot. We're off to annihilate demons, then, brotherly. Goodbye, Lord Saint, said Cultivator Junjun. They quickly rushed out of the four-part architecture. At the same time, the chickens in the corner silently raised their heads, looked at each other, and began talking. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Sisters, Gu Yuan's been tortured, what say you? We need to avenge him no matter what. He's the one who gave us to the expert, and because of that, we received an abundance of opportunities. I agree. Gu Yuan's my human pet. Torturing him is like a slap to my face. We need to teach his captors a lesson. Let's sneak out of the backyard when the expert isn't paying attention. Somewhere in a small world in the chaos, a place had been reduced to a place of death and silence, with corpses all over the field, bones piled up like mountains, and a river that dried up before turning into a river of blood. The people in the fourth dimension seemed to be tired of slaughtering. After the small world was destroyed, they stayed put, hung Gu Yuan high, and waited quietly for a response from the seventh dimension. You are right, Black Guardian. The seventh dimension's very weak. Why don't we go straight to the area of the gods? Asked someone impatiently. That would be stupid to do. It's best to lure them out, said Black Guardian calmly. Then, he looked towards Gu Yuan and asked, do you think they'll come and save you? Chapter 695, Cross-Dimension Battle, Clash of the Wisdom Elites. Gu Yuan did not answer Black Guardian's question. Instead, he mockingly said, a scum who doesn't even dare to peek into my soul has no right to speak to me. All this while, he had been banking on the fact that he was immune to pain and that his opponents would not kill him. His smack-talking ability had reached new heights, and many of the wisdom elites were so angry that they wished they could pinch him to death like the ant that he was. You're naive if you think I'll be angered by your words. Let me tell you something, whether or not your friends come to save you, there's only one ending for you, and that's death, said Black Guardian impassively. Gu Yuan, after all, had spent a lot of time with Xiao Chengfeng and the rest to the extent that his ability to incite hatred had improved. Thus, he earned a spot on Black Guardian's kill list. I know you're not afraid of torture because of the taboo cast on your body. I didn't kill you because I want you to see with your very own eyes how I dominate the seventh dimension and how I kill your friends. This is my gift to you, the most painful emotional torture ever. Ha ha ha. Black Guardian laughed wildly, proof of how much hatred he had accumulated against Gu Yuan during this period. Suddenly, his face contracted slightly as he fixed his gaze in one direction as if he could peer through the endless distance. He sneered and said, finally, a decent opponent has arrived. It seems that I am about to come face to face with the protector of the seventh realm. The Heavenly Palace people did not hide their aura but rushed in mightily. Their aura roared and vibrated, making waves in the chaos. It was a head-on battle. Under the command of Black Guardian and White Guardian, the people of the fourth dimension also got into their positions and emitted a murderous aura. At the moment when the two sides were about to collide, two light streams suddenly appeared between the two groups. Who will reach the peak at the end of the immortal road? Behold, it's Xingya with his immeasurable wisdom. God wouldn't accept the birth of Xiao Chengfeng, but my sword cultivation still historical like the long night. Two mighty voices whirled in the void and an endless vision vibrated. Under the brilliance of the light streams, Xingya walked in bathed in starlight while Xiao Chengfeng stepped forward on his long sword as his sword energy rushed into the sky. You guys came. Gu Yuan, who was nailed to the cross, looked at the sky full of visions, and a smile broke out on his weak face. He used to see them as thorns on his side and wanted to beat them up all the time, but now he was grateful to see them. He thought he would never get to see them again. Such a powerful entrance shocked the people of the fourth dimension and their expressions turned serious. Even Black Guardian and White Guardian's hearts involuntarily beat faster. However, they became relieved and smiled when they realized those two were only heavenly realm fighters. Is this all you've got? How dare two measly ants act so high and mighty around me? There was a cold light in Black Guardian's eyes as he immediately ordered, Mokyong Young Kong, quickly kill these two and raise them as banners. Yes, sir. Young Kong nodded gently without any hesitation at all. In a flash, he turned into black light, entered the front lines, and the demon cloud spear in his hand shot out mercilessly. It was obvious he was annoyed at Xiao Chengfeng and Xingya and wanted to eliminate them as quickly as possible. How dare those two act so mightily in front of so many wisdom elites? His attack was like black lightning, stubbornly stretched to the extreme. The black lightning bolt came down on Xiao Chengfeng and Xingya like a huge mountain. It was so powerful that the terrifying power of wisdom distorted the space and tore apart the chaos. Singya was so scared that the mask on his face almost fell off. Shit. The battle had just started and they sent out a wisdom elite? What a bully. It's so unfair, he exclaimed. Xiao Changfeng turned his head and ran without hesitation, shouting, "Save me, goddess!" Just when the terrifying spear force was about to engulf Xiao Changfeng and Singya, a sonorous guqin was suddenly heard. For a moment, under the sound of the guqin, wisdom resonated and the entire sky seemed to become a lake of music while everyone was the swimming fish in the lake. Wisdom was rippling everywhere, making Young Kong's spear feel endless resistance. The spear's momentum was blocked. The sound of the guqin was endless, making the space around them beat with its rhythm. Countless wisdom vortexes closed in around Young Kong as if they wanted to devour him. Young Kong was wearing black armor and holding a long spear, dancing to the sound of the guqin. The momentum emitted by the long spear was earth-shattering and could even pierce through wisdom. The sound of the guqin became more and more urgent, and it turned into an ear-piercing shriek. It seemed to have changed the style of the music in an instant. Even the rippling of wisdom had also changed accordingly. It turned sharp as the power of wisdom closed in on Young Kong from all directions. Young Kong was caught off guard and started to panic. His spear was unable to protect him anymore and in an instant, his body became riddled with holes. Black Guardian's face sank. He raised his hand and slapped all of the guqin sound waves away from Young Kong before reeling him back in. Young Kong took a deep breath and his eyes looked toward the distance blankly as he circulated his origins of life in his body to heal his wounds. The fact was, he had lost. What a strange sound of wisdom. How was it possible to hurt Moqiang Young Kong? Looks like we've underestimated the fighters from the 7th dimension. This person's cultivation method's extremely peculiar. She can change the form of her attack at will, and at the same time, drive the power of wisdom to change. It's really extraordinary. The people of the 4th dimension stared into the distance. They saw the people of the heavenly palace descending under the cover of countless rays of sunlight. In the dark, War Angel of the Angel clan watched silently. She was not there with the other people from the 4th dimension. Her main purpose was to do reconnaissance on the 7th dimension. The eyes of Gu Yuan and everyone from the heavenly palace turned red. "We've come to save you, Gu Yuan," they said hoarsely. At this time, Gu Yuan's appearance was really pitiful. His whole body had been pierced by the ice origins devouring bugs, and his skin was scorched black by lightning. There were still many ice origins devouring bugs working their way through his heart. His appearance alone was enough to shock anyone. "I'm okay. It doesn't hurt, really," said Gu Yuan with a smile. He was telling the truth but it did not make any of them feel better. "You scum from the 4th dimension, I'll make you pay for this," said Yang Jing angrily. "It's not that I look down on you, but seriously, what can you do to us?" asked Black Guardian with a smile. He swept his cold eyes across everyone and shook his head when he saw Nanan, Dragon, Shi Tukan, and Qin Man Yun. "You only have 4 wisdom elites on your side. Seriously, is that all you've got? The 7th dimension's weaker than I thought. You can't even imagine how powerful the 7th dimension is. It's just that the 4 of us are enough to take you down. You'll be the first to have a taste of my new power," said Nanan. She then charged at the people of the 4th dimension. "A power even I can't imagine?" Black Guardian knitted his brows together and looked thoughtful. They wanted to get to the bottom of the 7th dimension and started to wonder if there was someone even more powerful backing them up. "Sky-swallowing demon," shouted Nanan majestically. Behind her, a huge black shadow appeared suddenly and the endless black light charged toward the people from the 4th dimension. "Ah! 3,000 years of my cultivation has been devoured. Mine, too. We have to get out of the shadow quickly. My treasure Zora has been devoured, too. How is she so strong? She's so scary. What kind of demon magic is this? She's even more domineering than the eldritch." Everyone from the 4th dimension was shocked. Even the 8 wisdom elites, including Black Guardian, looked solemn. Thus, the 8 wisdom elites decided to attack Nanan at the same time and started to close in on her. "You must have a death wish to come at us alone." Young Kong rushed toward Nanan again with the spear in his hand. Nanan lifted her small hand and a shovel appeared in her hands. She clasped it tightly. The mana from the shovel was mighty, covered by a layer of white light around the shovel. Instantly, it collided with the incoming spear. The spear broke into 2 pieces with a crisp cracking sound. Did my spear just break? Young Kong's mind went blank with shock. His spear was a wisdom weapon that was more powerful than ultimate heavenly spiritual treasure. He had even infused it with his mana. How could it be so brittle and break at the slightest touch? What kind of shovel is that? It even managed to break a wisdom weapon in half. Even an ultimate chaos treasure can't do that. Could it be a wisdom ultimate treasure? The others were also shocked and disbelief colored their faces. I can't believe there's a wisdom ultimate treasure in the 7th dimension. This is quite a surprise. We must get our hands on it. The other 7 wisdom elites cast their ultimate spells to suppress Nanan. Sister Nanan, I've come to help you. Dragon started to pour water from her ladle and each droplet was imbued with the powerful aura of wisdom. At the same time, she rushed toward one of the wisdom elites from the 4th dimension and raised the ladle high above her head before proceeding to bring it down like a hammer. You can't hurt me, said the wisdom elite calmly. With a raise of his hand, a mirror appeared in front of him and transformed into a shield. However, when the ladle hit the mirror, it immediately shattered into a million pieces. The wisdom elite started to panic when he saw Dragon raising her ladle again. He backed away and shouted, "How can my mirror break just like that? Is that a wisdom ultimate treasure in her hands, too? How's this possible? Everyone, be careful. Don't use your treasures against them." The wisdom elites felt chills running up their spines. How was it possible for 2 wisdom ultimate treasures to appear in the 7th dimension? Nanan and Dragon became more courageous, fighting as if they could even kill the ultimate god if they needed to. Before, they could only access a part of the ladle and shovel's power because they did not have enough cultivation, but now they were both wisdom elites. They could unleash the wisdom ultimate treasure's full potential and thus, their combat powers became even more powerful. Little girls, tell me where you got these 2 wisdom ultimate treasures. Are there any other wisdom elites apart from the 2 of you in the 7th dimension? Asked Black Guardian. Take a guess, said Nanan with a smile. Kill them and the wisdom ultimate treasures will be ours, said White Guardian solemnly while narrowing their eyes at them. The 8 wisdom elites mentally slapped themselves and decided to go all out. The sound of the Guqin echoed through the air again. Qin Manyun was sitting cross-legged in the void. Wisdom wrapped itself around her jade-like body like a dragon as the sound of the Guqin poured forth like a tidal wave. The song playing was like a mountain, weighing down on the people of the 4th dimension and suppressing their power. Shi Tukin, with a brush in hand, looked at the battlefield with beautiful eyes. She said with a smile, "Sister Manyun, please, hold them back for a second while I think about what to draw." Everyone, charge! The heavenly palace charged toward the people from the 4th dimension as if they had heard a battle horn. Yang Jing charged straight toward Yi Jingshan and Lei Tang and his murderous aura stained the void red. "I remember the 2 of you. Die. It's you. You should be dead." "Impossible. How did you escape death?" Both Yi Jingshan and Lei Tang were shocked and their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. They were familiar with Shen Swanshi's method and knew that even a wisdom elite could not save Yang Jing, and yet, here he was charging at them. Not only that, he seemed to have progressed in his cultivation and was strong enough to suppress the 2 of them. Weird. There was definitely something weird about the 7th dimension. Suddenly, they began to panic. The 7th dimension had subverted their knowledge of the world again and again. The bizarre existence they were hiding could even be stronger than the entire 4th dimension put together. They wanted to run but discovered they could not. "Hurry, this guy's only half a step into the realm of the wisdom elite. We need to work together to take him out," shouted Yi Jingshan to his comrades. War Angel, who had been silently watching the battlefield in the distance, was put into a dilemma. She was wondering whether she should join the battle. For now, the 4th dimension seemed to have the upper hand. Even though the opponents had 2 wisdom ultimate treasures and their attacks were extremely terrifying, the 4th dimension still had 8 wisdom elites including Black Guardian and White Guardian. The 2 guardians were fighting against Nanan and Dragon, and from the looks of it, the 2 little girls were finding it harder to fight them off. War Angel was confident that she could have incurred heavy casualties to the 7th dimension if she acted now. However, she could sense something extraordinary hidden in the 7th dimension which made her reluctant to step in. Suddenly, she looked in a particular direction and was shocked by what she saw. This aura. Behind Qin Manyun was Shi Tukin writing something. She had not noticed her just now, but her aura suddenly broke out like a tsunami, suffocating everyone within the vicinity. At the same time, a golden bud phantom slowly emerged like a shining sun behind her.